The majesty, grace and excitement of the FIA Karting World Championship returns here in 2022 at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli for this fabulous contest brought to you by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. Good morning, wherever you are watching from and however you are tuning in around the world. This is the biggest event in the automatic karting calendar. Everybody wants to win this one, and this is the path to greatness. Drivers have come from this very event to go on to the greatness of Formula One, such as Lando Norris, Nick de Vries, Guillermo van der Garde, Vitantonio Liuzzi, Jarno Trulli, Jan Magnussen. Some amazing contenders over the years, all the way up to Riccardo Patrese in 1974. This contest is without a doubt the most popular and the most exciting in the world karting scene. And across the two classes, the OK Junior and OK Senior categories, we will see the best racers in the world at this discipline. The warm-up is coming to a close, and it's already pretty hot under the gaze of Mount Vesuvius, just 7.5 miles away in the ancient town of Pompeii. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. Yesterday we had 17 races. If you missed it, you'll have to go back and watch again to catch yourself up. But over the course of today, we'll have 26 more encounters for the OK Junior and Senior contenders as they battle away for supremacy once more.
Good morning indeed, Jay. Good morning, the world, and benvenuti a tutti on the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. As always, a pleasure to be in such a beautiful place. The first time for me back in 2018, all the way down for my first race with the RGMMC group at the microphone of the FIA Karting Championship. 4 years later, this is back where it all started for myself, alongside Jake Sanson, as always, to commentate and introduce to you this year's World Championship. Yesterday indeed was a bit tricky when it comes to the weather, as we had a thunderstorm welcoming us yesterday morning and a lot of rain mixing things up for the practice and the qualifying session within the teams. But the afternoon went smoothly with beautiful weather as we're back to summer mode, and this is very much summer mode once again in the south of Italy here. As you can see, the sun is shining. Still a bit cloudy above our heads, but nothing to worry about, even though I've seen some spots of rain on the forecast for at some point during the day, but a very light guarantee that we will come to that. The Mount Vesuvius on your side, watching us, watching along the racing. We're near the city, the ancient city of Pompeii, with Napoli just 30 minutes down the road on the coast of Italy. So a beautiful and fantastic location. The background is as stunning as you can expect, and we've had a lot of action happening already on track yesterday. As you said, it was very, very busy indeed with 17 races. A lot more coming our way, 26 today in both the OK and the Junior category. And as always, if you were with us yesterday, we're going to try to give you as much trackside activity, as much trackside insight from the actors themselves, from the drivers, as we are able to go talk to them at the Parc Fermé once they are done with the scale. After each of the races, we'll be able to grab them and ask them some questions, get them some feedback fresh from the track. So all of us tuning in from all four corners of the world, once again, thank you very much, as we are live on FIAKarting.com, on Motorsport TV, and on the number, I can't even recollect the number of channels that we are on live for this weekend, as we were 2 weeks ago in Le Mans for the first of the two World Championship concluding this season.
So how significant is this competition to the wider world of motorsport, and how big a difference does this make to your racing career? Well, let me give you a list of the drivers that have finished on the podium in this very World Championship over the years. Ronnie Peterson, 1966, third place in Copenhagen. Then, of course, we had, a few years later, a chap called Eddie Cheever finishing behind Riccardo Patrese in the World Championship in 1974 at Estoril. Elio De Angelis came in 1975, just behind Francois Goldstein. Ayrton Senna, twice vice world champion in 1979 and 1980. A man who needs no introduction to anyone who's a petrol head. Tom Christensen, Mr. Le Mans himself, was second in the World Karting Championship in 1987 to touring car legend Giampiero Simoni, who is now working for Ferrari as a test driver. Mark Goossens, who went on to Formula 3000 fame, was in the top three. Fabrizio De Simoni, one of the top Italian sports car racers, in the top three in the late 80s. Jan Magnussen and Jarno Trulli, both who went on to have Formula One careers, world champions in 1990 and 1991. Since then, Giorgio Pantano on the World Championship podium in 97 and 99. He went on to Formula One, IndyCar, the GP2 title, and now is running his own team here in the paddock. Ronnie Quintarelli, who just about 2 hours ago was battling for the Super GT pole position out in Japan for Nissan. Frank Pereira and Heikki Kovalainen were just behind the legend Davide Fore in the 2000 running, both of whom have had significant single-seater careers in the past. World champions have included Vitantonio Liuzzi and Guido van der Garde, both of whom reached Formula One. Ben Hanley has been on the podium. He's gone on to race in the Le Mans 24 Hours. Wade Cunningham, the Australian who won the World Championship, sorry, the Kiwi, I should say, who won the championship in 2003, has gone on to amazing fame back home in his Australian supercar campaigns and in sports car racing as well. Then you've got the likes of the recent Formula One brigade. Nick de Vries, who finished ahead of Alex Albon in the World Championship in 2011 as world and vice champions. Max Verstappen was third in the World Championship in 2013. The only major FIA Karting title he didn't win was the OK, or the equivalent, the KF at the time, World Championship. On the podium in 2014, 3 drivers who have all had a taste of Formula One machinery one way or the other. Lando Norris, Nikita Mazepin, and Jahan Daruvala. It's a massive opportunity for the drivers to work their way up the ladder. And in the last few years, we've had some incredible contenders win this title. Carol Bash, Pedro Hiltbrand, Danny Curl, Lorenzo Travasanuto in 2 consecutive years. Callum Bradshaw and the reigning world champion, Tuukka Taponen, who is back in 2022 to become, hopefully, as far as he's concerned, the first back-to-back world champion since Lorenzo Travasanuto in 2019, and to emulate the likes of Marco Ardigo and Nick de Vries. What an opportunity, what a spectacle, and what a stadium this is to do it in.
The list of achievers in those classes is endless over the years, and it goes on and on and on indeed, and we are about to write another chapter in this glorious and long history of kart racing. Who to take the title in the OK Junior class or the OK category? We're going to start with the juniors first with our long list of qualifying races. As you can see, the drivers getting themselves ready. This is where we will try to get as many insight and as many interviews as possible from the drivers themselves. This is the scale they have to go through after each of the session on track. A hand check from the mechanic as the drivers are getting themselves ready. This is Gerasim Skulanov from the front row of the grid. It's going to be on the inside, starting from pole position for the race coming up, as he's going to have Alexander Dahlstrom by his side. We're going to talk to you through the grid in a moment, but these are the last few moments before the storm, the calm before the storm, not from Mount Vesuvius, but from the track of Sano itself.
Now, we've talked to you a bit of a history lesson in the OK Senior category of the World Championship. In the OK Junior, where the World Championship has only been running for a few years, but before then, prior to that, we had a World Cup as well as a World Championship. Drivers that have been in the top 3 of a World Cup or a World Championship at junior level in this competition really does read like a who's who of world motorsport. Get these names: Alain Prost, Andrea De Cesaris, Stefano Modena, Bernd Schneider, Thomas Danielson, Fabrizio De Simone, Ivan Muller, Roberto Cosiago, Alan McNish, Jan Magnussen, Jarno Trulli, Alex Muller, Vitantonio Liuzzi, Pierre Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Jake Dennis, Alex Albon, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, who won the World Cup in 2011, Callum Eilert, Antoine Hubert, the late great French superstar, Inam Ahmed, Logan Sargent, Victor Martins, who are all in the single-seater ladder at the moment, Dexter Patterson in the British touring cars, Victor Bernier and Thomas Ten Brinker are recent champions, along with Freddie Slater and Kier Nakamura-Roberta, who have stepped up to the senior category. But there is one name as well, if you add to like Theo Pourchaire and Mick Schumacher, as well as Michael Schumacher himself. That's how important this category is. It's the first step to superstardom.
And some of them actually didn't manage to win that title in a way. Michael Schumacher himself, you said it, in 1985, couldn't actually finish on top of the podium. He was on the second step still, but the list, once again, in this class is endless about the achievers, but those as well who came close to win a title. And it's astonishing to see how many of those great names there are in the history of the sport who didn't make it winning the title that they wanted, but still went on to have a fantastic career.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that neither of the 7-time Formula One world champions, Lewis Hamilton or Michael Schumacher, ever won this World Championship, but they did place on the podium. So there is an opportunity to use this. And I've said this to youngsters time and time again. You use the FIA Karting World and European Championships for your education. It's not just about what you win, it's about what you learn.
It is indeed. We can add to the list another great name, the late Ayrton Senna, who never managed to win the World Championship before a couple of attempts. Saying hi to the camera as a word of encouragement, but this young man could be another name to keep an eye on. As you can see, some trouble for a couple of the drivers in the warm-up session that we just had before, as we're getting ourselves ready for the first qualifying heat. The drivers on the pre-grid as always, as we're gonna keep a focus on the protagonist, and there's so many of them in both classes. The list of winners that we had yesterday in the junior class is already very long indeed. The likes of Dries van Langendonk, the young Belgian, who starting from pole position won his first ever qualifying race in the World Championship. We had the likes of Alex Bogunovic, Anatoly Kavalkin, as well as Enzo Tanvanishkul, 2 wins for himself already. Nathan Tai, as well as Kian Fardin, Scott Lindblom, and the list goes on as well with Martin Molnar and Maciej Gladys, as well as Niklas Schaffer. These are the young drivers who put their names yesterday on the winners list, and there's going to be a lot more today. We have a busy schedule indeed, and let's remind yourselves, guys, that at the end of the day we'll have a clear review about the classification in both classes, because it will mark the conclusion of the qualifying races. But tomorrow is the big day with the qualifying, the superheat as we call it this season, in the morning before the finals. And let's keep in mind that in those finals, 2 in the afternoon, there's only 36 tickets available in each, with close to 200 drivers competing this weekend. I'll let you make the calculations because I'm just too bad at it, but it gives you a clear view that this is one of the most competitive events in the world, and such a difficult challenge to make it through.
It certainly is. 109 OK Junior drivers coming here this weekend to win the World Championship. They will be whittled down to 72 remaining drivers by the end of today. By the end of the Superheats tomorrow, just 36 will be left to fight for the World Championship title. It's brutal, it's tough, it's physical, and you'll never learn more than you will in a week like this. Here's how it stacks up after the 17 races that we had yesterday. We'll talk about the OK Seniors after this heat, because their race is coming up, but certainly in the juniors after their preliminary 12 races that we had from them yesterday. Anatoly Kavalkin is tied on points with Enzo Tanvanishkul after they only scored 2 points each yesterday. You score reverse points in qualifying heats in FIA Karting, if you weren't aware. It's 0 points if you take a win, 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then it's a bit like the world of golf. Whoever has the fewest amount of points accrued is the one that comes through at the top. Anatoly Kavalkin and Enzo Tanvanishkul did exactly the same job yesterday, 2 wins and a second across their 3 heats. So they are at the top end. Jan Petrovsky is currently third with 6 points scored for 3 runs to second place. Maciej Gladys, the talented Pole who was last year's Academy Trophy title winner, has a third, a fourth, and a fantastic victory in the 3rd heat yesterday, finally being the first man all week to beat Anatoly Kavalkin. So that's going to be interesting to see how that continues. Taim Saleh, the German, finds himself on 7 points in 5th place. Kian Fardin, who was the fastest man in time qualifying, is currently 6th in the rankings on 8. Then Dries van Langendonk and Niklas Schauffler are the chasers ahead of Gerasim Skudanov, and in 10th position, Adam Hideg of Hungary. So the OK Juniors are about to get underway for racing in qualifying heat D versus F. And it is that man, Gerasim Skudanov, who starts from pole position from the returning Alexander Dahlström. Adam Hideg and Alpak Soy from Niklas Schauffler and Mattia Kolnagi, Jimmy Helias and Gabriel Mora, Marcel Kaspricki, Maxime Verbruge, Salim Hanna, Hugo Martiniello, Tibor Ramakers, and Tom Kalenda.
Then you have from Leo Brunner, Toby Dvorak, Kripas Jurs, Banetta Santino, Nicolas Rus, Sebastian Garzon, Len Nace, Matilda Paz, Renaud Francot, Alfredo Ibiapina, Giacomo Pedrini, Varis Ampus, and Guillaume Bouzard. A name that might sound familiar, the young Guillaume Bouzard, who was not so long ago the unfortunate finalist of the Academy Trophy in Le Mans for the World Championship of the gearbox classes. And this time around, luck wasn't on his side in qualifying practice when one of his wheels, the rear left to be specific, went loose before he was able to set any lap time. So he's going to have to once again start all of his qualifying races today from the back end of the grid. Such a disappointment, but yet the pace has been there for Guillaume Bouzard, who managed brilliant recoveries through the course of the day. He currently sits in P48, so 12 places short from being within the top group. Still within a good position, as 72 will be in total at the end of those races, but 8th and a 9th place would it reward the efforts of Guillaume Bouzard from the back end of the grid. So let's see what he can do.
So time to see how the drivers have prepared overnight. It is going to be a very interesting front row. The starting... Wait a minute, where's Gerasim Skudanov? Where's Skudanov? He's not there on the front row of the grid. That is the Sodi car of Adam Hideg in third position. So they've gone around again for another formation lap. I'm trying to figure out where Gerasim Skulinov has gone. He was out of position on the start, that's why. So he is there, but he's just a few karts back, trying to figure out where Gerasim Skulinov actually is. There he is, he's about 5th or 6th in the queue. So he was out of position. So that's why we had to go around again for a false start. But yeah, fascinating situation on the start there. Gerasim Skulinov, whether they got out of the gate late or they couldn't start the kart in time, whatever it was, but Adam Hideg effectively there became the pole position sitter with Gerasim Skulinov out of position. So the race director, Nigel Edwards, just decided to bring it back together. There we go. There is Gerasim Skulinov getting himself back into position. That's a bit of a headache. That's the kind of stressful situation you do not want coming into the first race of the day.
Yeah, we had it yesterday for the last heat when one of the drivers was actually stuck on the way to the exit to the pre-grid, and no harm done indeed, but that was indeed the sort of stressful moment that you don't want, especially at the conclusion of the day. But now Gerasim Skulinov is back in position and is going to have to pace everybody down because this is a rolling start as always, same for all the races, but the pole sitter crossing the red line as they're about to come to needs to decelerate quite enough for everybody to get glued together to be in formation, and he actually, by the rule book, is not allowed to accelerate way too soon because the temptation is there, but he needs to pace everybody down, which he does quite brilliantly, I must say. So this time, second attempt, let's see if we're going to be good to go racing.
So out of the final turn, the drivers will get the opportunity in the correct positions now. Gerasim Skulinov and Alexander Dahlstrom, then Hideg, Aksoy, Schaffler, Konalgi, Helias, Murak, Kasprichki and Vabruj. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Down to the first corner. Good start from the inside line as everybody tucks in through turn 1. And a great start from Schaffler. He has dived through on the inside of Adam Hideg through turn 1. He placed the car perfectly to line himself up as Skulinov runs very wide indeed. And that's going to be a big moment, but he manages to catch it. Everybody has skated off on the far side in the middle of the field. Lots of drivers trying to recover. 3 karts have gone together there. That is Varis Hampus, the 168 in there as well. That is Timo Ramakers, the Belgian. And we also have one of the Tony karts in there. I think that is Gabriel Mora. No, that's Alfredo Ibiapina, his Brazilian teammate. But it's clear that even though we are in damp conditions, there is still a real struggle for grip. I notice everybody pretty much on wet tyres. There are a couple actually who have decided to brave it on slicks, and that shows you how difficult the grip is going to be. Those who have gone for wets, I think they've made the right choice so far.
Yeah, this is the first gamble of the day, and you can see battle for position already into the opening lap. Watch out into the last corner. We've seen plenty of beautiful overtaking maneuvers. There's a bit of a wheel bang over there, push to the around the inside, going from the Tony Kart drivers. Beautifully made from the 130 of Jimmy Elias, who had a fantastic start, climbing 4 positions. So Skulinov in the lead, 1.5 seconds already. Then we have Adam Hideg, Jimmy Elias in third, Niklas Schaffler, Gabriel Mura, Alexander Dahlstrom, and and a spin in the contact from one of the World Racing drivers, the 124, going for a spin. Marcel Kapritsky touching the 207 of Kipras Jurs. Unfortunately, will they be able to come back? But we saw actually, that's what we were just talking about in the opening lap. This is still a very damp track, and some of the parts still wet can actually put you in a very, very big trouble. That's what happened. Gerasim Skulinov came close to actually in the same corner lose it all completely, but still kept the racing line, which wasn't so much the case, unfortunately, as the 144. The 193 is going around the inside, beautifully made from this is further back. Toby Dvorak going ahead in front of Leo Brunner, I think it was, for 12th position.
It's worth pointing out that everybody put the wet tyres on for the warm-up because they didn't want to waste the slick tyres, but they've clearly seen that the track is dry enough in places to go for slicks. But certainly it may be the fastest way, but it's also the riskiest way. Is up the inside. That is Maxime Verbruge, I do believe, getting the move on the inside line, trying to make up another place, and has managed to get a couple of overtakes done. Up into 11th position. This is the battle a little further up. This is Aksoy still battling away to try and get some grip. They're just trying to find traction at the moment. Everybody's just running wide up at turn 2. There's little to no grip at all. And what a catch that was. A big slide there from Maxime Verbruge. Manages to catch the car before it gets chipped off to the grass just in front of Giacomo Pedrini. But everybody really struggling to find a little pace in the kart at the moment. It is a real tricky situation as everybody's trying to find grip on the inside line. That is for second place as Gabriel Mora follows through on Jimmy Elias. They both get past Adam Hideg, and the one out front is Gerasim Skulinov, the pole sitter. who is actually the first one to go through the conditions, but he has made the best of it on the slick tyres, as Hideg now finds himself in fourth in front of the fast-starting Nicolas Schaeffler. But here is the move on the inside now from Gabriel Moura. The Brazilian is going beautifully up at his second place. Let's not forget that this is Gabriel Moura's first FIA karting appearance himself. And in these conditions, he is getting a very good race of it.
Yeah, good piece of driving indeed, trying to put the machinery on the racing line into turn number 1, the fast right-hander, just on our left. Oh, around the inside, it was an attempt for Nicolas Schaeffler. He came very close indeed, and Adam Hideg is losing positions in the process as well, but beautifully made from Nicolas Schaeffler with the pink livery on. He was able to make up 2 positions on the way to third place, I can see in front of Jimmy Elias. But a good piece of driving, as we were saying, the battle between teammates, that's important between Moura and Elias, not to take each other out, but they did that beautifully, as Adam Hideg is losing another position to Sébastien Garzon with the CRG colors, making his way through into the hairpin. That was beautifully made indeed. This is lap number 4 out of 7, a very short qualifying format for those races, but what a race that is from the 129 on your picture. Nicolas Schaeffler keeping Adam Hideg and Sébastien Garzon at bay for the moment. And let's talk about Jimmy Elias, actually, Gabriel Moura as well, the Tony Kart drivers really putting the pressure. As you can see, the battle on the 126 of Moura, still trying to keep the second position alive, but Nicolas Schaeffler is very much on his tail.
See, a race like this comes down to 2 elements, tyre pressures and confidence, and you can see Schaeffler's got the confidence to go for the inside line, but that wider line, that karting line as we refer to it, the outside line is where you get a little bit more traction in the cooler conditions. Temperatures are so important in these tyres. You really do have a bit of a struggle of it, and the clouds are starting to creep back over the sun. So that's going to drop the track temperature a little bit more. In these conditions, you're going to have some real difficulties getting these tyres to temperature. Skudinov is being reined in now, as here comes Schaeffler back up the inside. Moura responds to him perfectly, gets the undercut again. So Garzon, Elias and Adam Hideg still having a very tidy battle as they race for positions. But it's about who is making these slick tyres work. It's still very cool out there, don't forget. Still very, very slippery in terms of the conditions. I'm trying to see who's making the best of this in terms of lap times. It's Renault Franco, who is in 7th position, just trying to get a little bit more out of the kart. Now, interestingly, these guys have gone for slick tyres. We found out yesterday in qualifying when they went, the lap times dropped to under a minute. But we're still in the 104s, 105s. The circuit is still about 5 seconds too slow in places for the slick tyres. If there's anybody on wets, they might actually find in these 2 laps they're going to make massive progress.
Let's see how that goes indeed, as René Francoeur puts the fastest lap in his race. Guillaume Bouzin is having a warning flag, the Luxembourgish driver we were talking about. He just made up 15 places up to 12, but in his process, and side by side, around the outside, on the attack on Nicolas Schaeffler, on the way to the hairpin, trying to protect his position. Around the inside goes the 186 from CRG, and Schaeffler is pushed wide a little bit onto the exit, and it goes the way of the 176 of Gabriel Moura, and Sébastien Garzon making up a place up to 3rd. That's going to be a tight battle, isn't it, between Moura, Garzon, Schaeffler, losing a bit of momentum in the process, but he's able to keep Adam Hideg, who just made his way past Jimmy Elias around the inside, maybe on the last corner. This is one of the favorite spots of the drivers to make their bit, at least trying to. We're about to enter the last corner, the last lap of that qualifying race, and Nicolas Schaeffler is all the way onto the back of his opponent. Sébastien Garzon, the 186, just in front of him, trying to keep the inside line as much as... touch! There's a contact. The 176 of Moura is losing momentum and lost 2 places in the process as well. Schaeffler losing as well momentum in the next corner, and Moura gets back into position.
So easily done there as Nicolas Schaeffler drifts back to 4th position. So now Garzon is able to hold on to 2nd for the moment. Moura's come through. Then Hideg behind Schaeffler, Francoeur and Jimmy Elias. But this man, Gerasim Skudinov, has been taking it very carefully all the way throughout. Garzon is doing everything he can, the Colombian, to try and catch up to him, as Elias now breaks the cover and makes the move on the inside of 2. Make that 3 men. Jimmy Elias makes 3 places in 1 lap. Excellent move from Jimmy Elias. Excellent work and great performances from the Tony Kart pair, as Moura and Elias are trying to fend off from Nicolas Schaeffler. But out of the final turn, it is going to be Gerasim Skudinov who takes the flag. Good run from the Leclerc by Lennox driver. Sébastien Garzon is banging his steering wheel in frustration at finishing 2nd. Well, Garzon has done a great job to be P2. He can be very happy with that. Gabriel Moura in 3rd position. Schaeffler from Elias, Hideg, Francoeur in the top 7. A crazy race. It was always going to be in those cool conditions. where you weren't really sure if the slick tyres were going to be the right choice or not. But what a fantastic battle that has proved to be. And very close proximity racing all the way through. Skulinov managing to hold cover though, despite the tough nature of the battles around him. And Gerasim Skulinov is able to come through for the victory in front of Sebastian Garzon and Gabriel Mora. So excellent work from the Colombian and the Brazilian. Gabriel Mora frustrated because he started this race, Sebastian Garzon, in 20th position. And now he has come all the way through to second. But he could so easily have taken the victory. If there had been a little bit more time, I think Garzon might have been able to come through for a win. But I'm sure that his Colombian fans and his family are going to be so excited for him coming home second. Gerasim Skulinov in front of Sebastian Garzon and Gabriel Mora. Nicolas Schaffler in P4 from Jimmy Helias and Adam Hideg. Renaud Frankot and Maxime Verbruge from Toby Dvorak and Guillaume Bouzard in 10th. Alpac Soy in front of Nicolas Rus, Hugo Martiniello and Giacomo Padrini. And then Len Nige in front of Salim Hadar. Alexander Dahlstrom comes home in front of Mattia Kolnagi in the end. 19th for Tom Calender in front of Santino Panetta and Matilda Pats from Leon Brunner and Kipras Yusa. Unfortunately, there were some retirements. Marcel Kaspricki, and on the opening lap, we had Tibor Ramakas, Alfredo Ibiapina, and Vares Hampus. So, a very exciting race to start the day then, with the slick tyres not quite being slick enough. The track's certainly not really giving the slick tyres the grip they needed initially, but that's going to be the shape of things to come. And looking over the mountain range off to our left, it's looking pretty dark and cloudy at the moment. Mount Vesuvius is starting to be hidden at its peak by the clouds that are coming through. But a phenomenal race for Gerasim Skulinov. What a drive from Sebastian Garzon in second place. Excellent work for the Colombian. Down in Parc Ferme, Guillaume Alvarez has the protagonists from our opening race.
Welcome back live, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time from Parc Ferme with one of the heroes of this race, the first of many to come today, Sebastian Garzon from CRJ. Congratulations, you've owned yourself the title, the first of many to come of best recover of the day. 18 places gained throughout 7 laps. How did you do it? Good tires?
I start P20. In the first lap, I brake a little bit early from others. So I brake and I have the chassis very good, and I passed there in the second corner like 10, and I were catching the group ahead, and like I think that was the fastest, and I catch, but the first one was very far, but I'm so happy because I am fast and my car is good.
Yeah, you're fast indeed. We saw this morning the conditions were a bit half and half, you know, a bit damp track, but you decided to go on the slicks. Was it a late call, or you thought at some point, or maybe the wet are better, or it was slick all the way?
Well, I think it's better the slick because so many parts of the track were wet, but the line of the track I was for the outside and they cut the corner. But I think now the race is in slicks.
And it's gonna give you confidence for the next races and to do as well, certainly.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for talking to us. We'll leave you to your business and see you later, certainly, with a pleasure. Let's try to have a couple of more interviews to give you. Nicolas Schaffler could be a good one to talk to. Let's see if he's available. Nicolas, let's see if he can join us for a quick word. Nicolas, quick reaction to your race. So, Nicolas, tell us, fourth at the flag. There's been quite a heavy battle on track. We saw you doing some beautiful moves out there, but finally, happy with this first result of the day?
The days I saw that we went fast, but as soon as I overtook, they just pushed me in the back and just pushed me out.
So it was a first good introduction to a long day, but the field is very competitive, as you have experienced yourself this morning. So you're going to have to fight a lot.
Yeah, we fight now the whole day and we see what happens.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck for the day. It's going to be a big program indeed. Nicolas Schaffler, fourth of this race. Let's see if we can have a couple of more. One of the Tony Car drivers, the 134 going through the scale. He finished in 11th place. Alp Aksoy actually just behind. Let's see if we can have a quick reaction from Maxence Verbruge. Maxence, maybe a quick reaction, a quick word from yourself, driving for Car Republic, Maxence. So, first race of the day. How did it go? I see that you finished 8 in total, 2 places gained. Good start for you?
Yeah, This it was good, but at the start some people pushed me out. I start last, and I come back to 8th. Yeah, the chassis, I drive good, and the chassis was well. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
How about yesterday for the people, the viewers listening to you that were not with us maybe yesterday? There's been already a busy first Friday. How did it go from your point of view?
Yesterday was not so good because in my group in the quali I finished P10. It's not what I want, but it's okay. At the first heat I think I finished 15. Not good, but the second one 13, and at the end I finished P6. And now P8. Yeah.
We've seen you with different colors on your suit. You know, you've been driving for different teams. Now you're representing Car Republic. How's it going, that experience with the Italian manufacturer?
Yeah, it's a good team. I think I'm driving better there because we do more videos and data, and it's better for me. More experience and better. Thank you.
All right, good progress. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Maxence. Good luck, bonne chance for the rest of the weekend. Maxence Verbrugge, former VDK driver, among other teams. So, I just heard a whistle, ladies and gentlemen. It means that we're about to go racing. Let's get back to you, Jake, as we go onto the track.
So off we go to start the day then for the OK Seniors. It's been a great battle so far, but qualifying heat A versus E is about to get underway. Maxim Rem and Maxim Orlov from Zachary David and Alex Powell. Juho Valtonen and Thomas Stolchemanis from Tuukka Tapanen and Ronnie Stefani. Kei Nakamura Berta and Arthur Rajon from Enzo Deligny and Simone Bianco. Jacob Rashki and Bruno Mulders from Hiro Yamakoshi and Due De Decker. Nicola Kuman and Emilio Coivisto from Nacho Tugnon and James Agozzi. Ella Stevens and Massi Olosa. Emi Filmovaya and Karol Pazovic, then Ada Tapinen and Carmen Krav from Nico Lemberg and Sofia Kotala, Dante Vinci and Harry Arnett. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed, trying to get round the course and obviously get the tyres to temperature, it's going to be an interesting battle for the contenders out there. Maxim Rem, fastest of all in time qualifying yesterday, and the German driver really putting on a good show for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on the Lando Norris chassis, part of the Tony Kart group. Maxim Orlov on the Paralin, lining up second position on the grid beside him. And then the Formula One Juniors, Zachary David in the Sauber Academy kart for Kart Republic, and Alex Powell, the Mercedes F1 Junior Vice Champion of Europe in the OK category after his sizzling display at Franciacorta. But now it's time to see whether he can do the job he has been required. Only missing out on the European Championship title by 2 points, Alex Powell. If he had scored a decent result in the first round of the championship at Portimao, he would almost certainly be the European champion now. But Alex Powell is very determined to make this weekend his World Championship winning route. Now, where is Alex Powell? He doesn't appear to be there in fourth position on the grid. Thomas Stolchemanis is behind him. So it looks as though we've got an issue here on the grid. But away we go. There's no Alex Powell. He's at the back. That's where he is. He's starting at the back of the grid. And around we go. It's going to be a tough one for Powell to try and make up ground. But out in front, it is Zachary David that has come through to the lead of the race in the Sauber Academy kart. His driver's going to go off. Yes, there's one or two karts already going wide. So there's been a spin already for one of the Koskis and one of the Birularts going off there. That is the 24 kart going off the road. So Due De Decker has not been able to get the start of the race he wanted. But there's a spinner. It's one of the Koskis. That is the 47. I'm afraid game over already for Emilio Coivisto. And then we've had a spin as well for the Birulart, the number 24 of Karol Pazovic. The pole has gone wide. So these tricky conditions yet again, catching out several drivers. The number 6, right up at the sharp end, Thomas Stolchemanis, has dropped a long way back down the field. He's had a horrific opening lap as Kia Nakamura Berta has worked his way to fourth place behind the reigning world champion. 2 world champions, third and fourth. And here comes the move. On the inside line, Juho Valtonen has crept forward into the lead in similar conditions to when he tried to fight for the championship on home ground at Alaharma 3 years ago.
And here we go, switching to 10 lap formation for the OK class. Juho Valtonen taking the lead in front of Zachary David. Tuukka Tapanen, Valtonen's teammate from Tony Kart, down in third, trying to resist from Kei Nakamura Berta, the Japanese driver, very pressing already, having climbed 5 positions. Enzo Deligny down in 6th. Then you have Maxim Rem, Maxim Orlov, Jakub Ratski, Simone Bianco, and Ronnie Stefani running up the top 10 as we speak. But once again, we could see, there he goes, Kei Nakamura Berta for the move, going ahead of Tuukka Tapanen, gesturing to his rival not to push too much, not to be too aggressive. They need to stick together, work together, so to speak, to keep the contact with the leaders. As you could see, Zachary David was pressuring as well Juho Valtonen on the way to the breaking point of the hairpin. Didn't quite manage to make his bit yet, but the race is long. Plenty of time to conceive that overtaking maneuver in your head and try to make it happen. This corner, the last one, could be one of those spots. Well, you'll see a lot of beautiful maneuvers as we did yesterday in both classes, whatever junior or senior. Now, Valtanen trying to extend his gap, half of a second now, as we're going to keep an eye as well on the progress of Alex Powell, who ran into some trouble on the way to turn number 2, the number 26. This is Enzo Dellini, the young Frenchman with British and Japanese origins, doing a good job as well. Enzo Dellini climbing 6 places up to the top 5, and he wants more. He wants definitely more. As Alex Powell, Ki Nakamura Berta, the number 4, on your picture, trying to get close to Zachary David from the Sauber Academy. My apologies. The Sauber Driving Academy, one of the couple of academies that we've seen popping up in the karting world for the past few years, along with the Nico Rosberg Academy. You might remember that. It was here in Sano in 2018 that Nico Rosberg was launching his racing school for young drivers. We had the likes of Lorenzo Trevisanuto at the time driving for him. It was a while ago. As Kin Nakamura Berta, the freshly crowned European champion. 2 titles in the pocket for him already. And he wants more. He needs to get past Zachary David first to try to make the contact with Jo Valtanen. Valtanen not quite able to pull enough of a gap, the Tony Kart driver. And once again, Jake, we've seen that the drivers were a bit careless into the opening lap, into the turn number 2 on cold tires. They were going wide, and some of them were actually losing a lot of momentum.
It's only just now that the lap times under a minute are starting to creep in as Maxim Orlov gets the fastest lap of the race. Look back, where's Alex Powell? He should be coming into shot any moment now. Well, the 57 comes through. That is Jacob Raschke in front of Rojon and Mulders. Then it's Yamakoshi, Egozzi, and then Alex Powell is 16th at the moment, behind Ronnie Stefani. So Alex Powell trying to work his way through the field. He's done a brilliant job to come from dead last up into 16th place in 3 laps. So he's still got time to try and crack the top 10. But starting from the back of the grid could not have been worse at this point in the week for Alex Powell. As through they come, battling away. That's Maxim Rem trying to get himself back into a race-winning contention. He started on pole, don't forget, and he is mixing it with his fellow front row man, Maxim Orlov. Look back, where is Powell? There he is. So Alex Powell trying to work his way forward. He's got past Stefani, and he's up at the 15th place. The vice champion of Europe trying to fight his way forward, and the Mercedes Junior making a good race of it as we watch Bruno Mulders tied in behind Arthur Rojon. And Alex Powell just trying to work his way back into contention. He's getting some good pace though, fastest lap of 58.8, so he's definitely the fastest man on track. But Valtanen, David and Nakamura Berta are still a good 5-6 seconds up the road, even from the drivers he'd need to catch up to. So this is a long, long race for Alex Powell. He's got to hope that something changes soon, or these guys start mixing it up for the battle, and Kia Nakamura Berta may well oblige.
It's fair to say that we're still at such a early point in the day. There's a lot of races coming our way of these drivers, and at this point you want to be, putting a lot of reflection in what you're going to do. So you want to think before maybe doing something too risky. So it's about fighting for positions, about fighting for the points, try to make it onto the grid for Sunday. But you don't want to do anything reckless, right? And you can feel the experience of these young drivers, even though they're still very young in the OK class, but they're quite able to observe each other, maybe wait for the right time to launch an attack, try to do something. Zachary David is now on the tail of Jo Valtanen, watching over his shoulder. He's not in the comfort zone, and there he goes through and goes wide into the hairpin and losing 2 positions in the process. Zachary David went for it, he lost, and now he's going to have to fight back because Valtanen is back in the lead. He just lost it for a couple of meters, but it did he went the way of Kin Nakamura Berta up into second, and now he's the chaser in the right position.
It's so easily done, that's the problem, and he just overshot the mark of the braking zone by a couple of meters. Nakamura Berta is going to try and get his run on Valtanen, thinks better of it into turn 1, might get the run into turn 2, may decide to wait till the back stretch and make his bid to come through there, but he is definitely thinking about this now. Interestingly, Tuukka Tarpanen down in 4th position was the last driver this week who was unbeaten coming into today. So with him being down in 4th position, that just shows you that no driver in World Championship week is going to be unbeatable. Everybody is very much in high pressure mode here. So it then becomes about consistency. Who delivers the fewest points over the course of the week? Tarpanen has caught up to the back of Zach David after his little trip over the apron of the braking zone. But it's still mighty, mighty close up at this sharp end. You've got Valtanen, Nakamura Berta, David, Tarpanen, all very close together. Best of the rest in P5. is Simone Bianco. Great to see that from the CRG driver. He's had so much bad luck over the course of this season, so it would be lovely on home soil to kind of repay the karma that he's had over the course of the year with a decent top 5 result now. Orlov in 6th from Deligny, Stolchamanis, Mulders and Rojon. Then Rem, Rashki, Igotzi, Yamakoshi and Powell, who is doing everything he can to close up on the drivers in front. He's managed to gain a second, but in 15th place he is kind of in no man's land, and this is a massive headache for the Jamaican.
Yeah, he's going to have to work a lot to try to recover from that blow, because starting a day like that is never a good position to find yourself in. We'll see how much it will cost him, but at the moment, Kin Nakamura observing the leader, 0.3 of a second down, is going to have to fight as well, because Zachary David is coming close, so he's going to have to go defensive. Kin Nakamura, while not losing sight of the Tony Kart leader, he could actually go the way of Tuka Tapanen, even though he has a half of a second of delay from Zachary David. As Hugh Yamakowski actually done in 14th place, is putting the fastest first sector. Arthur Ronjon from BDK is under investigation at the moment. Ronjon, who is competing at the moment in 10th place. We just entered the penultimate lap of this race. You can see still the drivers struggling to make their way to turn number 2, as Kin Nakamura had a better momentum into the S's, the first sector, and we saw one of the world racing drivers making way. Kin Nakamura around the inside, he takes it. First place for the Japanese driver, as Valtanen is trying to counter-attack, but the door was shut. This might be the right moment for Kin Nakamura. Let's see if Valtanen will have the momentum that he needs to stay right in his tail, but not quite, as Zachary David is close as well, trying to make his bid. He sees that the Tony Kart driver is up for grab, and it goes the way of Kin Nakamura, who actually couldn't ask for a better situation to try to put away.
Nacho Tunion is under investigation for something as well out there, and I'm told that Alex Powell is as well. So that is unfortunate for the Jamaican. It looks like it could be going from bad to worse for the Mercedes F1 Junior, as Kian Nakamura leads in the Alpine Academy Coloured Kart Republic, doing an excellent job. He was the Junior World Champion last year. Some would have questioned whether he was the rightful champion or not, based on being gifted it by a front-fairing penalty to Freddie Slater last year at Campillos. But ever since he's won that title, it has galvanized him into a world-class pedigree racer. And here he is again, having just taken the European Championship title, fighting to become world champion, the title everybody wants. Juho Valtonen is all over the back of Kian Nakamura, trying to get him back into position once more. But would you believe how tricky the day was for Kian Nakamura yesterday, that this would be his first win of the week? Here he comes into the final hairpin with a lot of talented men in tow, but it is going to be a victory nonetheless for Kian Nakamura. He gets the job done in front of Juho Valtonen, Zach David, Tuka Tapanen and Simone Bianco. So the Alpine young gun from Japan doing an excellent job, as Kian Nakamura once again puts himself in the frame for a spectacular victory in this World Championship title fight.
You know, if I were some of the people at the helm of the Alpine racing team in Formula 1, you know, I would keep a close look at Kin Nakamura's performance this weekend, because it appears they've been struggling for the past few weeks to find a driver for Formula 1 for the next few seasons. So Kin Nakamura could be a list to cross on, could be a name to cross on the list for the years to come, you know, because it seems that Alpine is a bit of a hole at the moment when it comes to deciding, okay, who's driving when.
It's a good point, but I think at this stage of Kian Nakamura's career, he's going to need a pretty nifty DeLorean to get that one sorted out in time for next season to speed him up a little bit. But still, the point stands, you're absolutely right. Alpine can count this boy as a real superstar for the future.
Let's not talk about super license points right now, because the topic is kind of blowing. It's quite a hot topic to be mentioned at the moment.
I think Colton Herter wouldn't thank you for talking about super license points. I wonder if he's watching. He is a keen karter himself, of course. Kian Nakamura from Juho Valtonen and Zachary David, Tuka Tapanen and Simone Bianco. Thomas Stolchamanis recovers beautifully to 6th place from Bruno Mulders and Arthur Rojon. Enzo Deligny, Maxim Orlov, Jacob Rashki, Hugh Kamakoshi, Alex Powell 13th, a good recovery but a big disappointment. Nacho Tunion and James Igotzi in 15th.
From Maxim Rem down in 16, from Ronnie Stefani, Emma Felbermeyer, Nikola Kuman, Karol Paziewicz in 20th. And then we have the rest of the classification that just changed already. Let's see for the rest here on our screen. 21st position for Ella Stevens from Nico Lemberg, Massimiliano Alosa, Ada Tupanen, Ari Arnett, Dante Vinci, Carmen Krav, Emilie Covisto and Sofia Cotala. So as a reminder, you can follow everything that's happening here from the Circuito Internazionale Napoli on FIAKarting.com. As we have the next race already, no time to lose. The C versus G junior race coming our way already, because as you might guess, we're running a bit late in terms of schedule, since some of the drivers had a bit of a trouble into this morning's warm-up session, meaning that the start of the first race was a couple of minutes delayed. So let's get into it without any more waiting. Anatoly Kavalkin and Dries van Langenonk on the first row of the grid with qualifying races wins for both. Maciej Gladys, another winner on the list, with Andrés Cardenas by his side. From Alfred Slater, Enzo Nikoter, Ivo Besterda, Clément Outran, Kylian Josseron, Dimitri Matveev on row 5. From Marcus Sete, Armeni Olivieri, Thomas Stroven, Adrian Ferrer, Andy Cosani and Francisco Macedo.
Then we have Lucas Flusha, along with Jacob Kamenik, Arthur Dorisson and Louis Leveau from Dino Sturescu and Miguel Costa, Emilio Ortolani and Jackson Burns from Zoe Florescu, Mark Brofko, and at the back of the grid it is the Greek star Faldan Papafilippou. And we've got a problem there for one of the Sodis, that is the 206 of Emilio Ortolani. So Emilio Ortolani already having problems there, and the Frenchman really wouldn't have liked to have got that race to start that way. His race effectively starts now. He's got himself push-started. I think he may have actually gotten push-started by the marshal. Now, if that's the case, that's outside assistance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you cannot actually, by the rulebook, have external access, external help on the track from the marshal. So we'll see about that.
We've gone around for another false start, so we go around again. But unfortunately, what Emilio Ortolani, I don't think you can really debate that one. It looked to me as though he was actually push-started by the marshal. You're not allowed outside assistance to get push-started, so there's a good chance he could well be under investigation as we go into the first lap of the race.
Yeah, some of our viewers out there might think, well, this is a bit cruel, isn't it? Because those machines are quite heavy, and you don't want those young drivers, you know, some of them very tiny, to be on their own to push that machine and try to get it started again. Well, that's how the rules say. So, and we go by the book, and all the drivers need to apply that. And in that particular case, indeed, the marshal was there to provide help onto the track, which is forbidden in normal circumstances. So we shall see about that, but definitely not the start of the weekend that this young driver 206 won it, actually, Emiliano Ortolani. We will see about that. Let's focus on the race once again, as the grid was not up to the standards of formation according to Nigel Edwards, our race director. That's why we go for an extra formation lap as a pole sitter. In this case, Anatoly Kavalkin, the provisional leader of the classification in this category, needs to pace everybody down. Dries van Langenonk, his first ever world championship at this level with the energy colors, one win already, and a lot of ambitions for the young Belgian.
But Maciej Gladys made a big statement yesterday evening when he beat Anatoly Kavalkin in a straight fight. He wants to make sure that he can overhaul him in as many heats for the rest of the week as possible. But he's got to start behind him in every single heat leading up to tomorrow's super heats. So there's obviously some big shoes to fill up at the front end of this World Championship fight. Are we going to race this time? Yes, we do. Up to the first corner, Kavalkin and Gladys are going to get a great start. Dries van Langenonk does as well, as off the road nearly. Goes wide, the 135. That's one of the Kart Republics. That's Andrés Cardenas, in fact. No, it's the DPK driver, Andrés Cardenas, who runs wide, manages to catch it. Are we all going to get through turn 2? Just about. But up to the inside, Dries van Langenonk is taking on Anatoly Kavalkin big time. He goes, bangs wheels with him. Gladys gets the opportunity to come through in a second place as a result. And now this is going to be about patience on the opening lap. Who's going to have good pace in their tyres? Up to third place, that's one of the VDK drivers coming through. That is the fast starting Clément Outran. And Outran is going to dive through in a second place. Gladys is going to lose out as through comes Dries van Langenonk. And also through comes the 152. That is the power line of Ivo Besterda.
Wow, what a beautiful start from the VDK driver Clément Outran, who is having wings into this opening lap, and it keeps on battling along through the field. A bit of wheel tossing and wheel banging out there from the 117. This is happening for the back. This is Maciej Gladys trying to fight his bit through to third place and see how it goes, as Clément Outran is now in second position with one lap completed, trying to chase Anatoly Kavalkin for 0.2 of a second. Then we have Besterda up to third, Maciej Gladys trying to fight his way through. The 127, Alfie Slater is trying as well to go run the outside to get ahead of Dimitri Matveev for 5th place. The 131 of the picture. Look at the mess we have into the S's of the first sector, as Clément Autran is escaping a little bit from Anatoly Kavalkin, that he just made the overtaking. So switch for the lead. Clément Autran, the VDK driver, is for the first time this weekend leading, I was going to say a Grand Prix, but this is a qualifying race, but feels like a Grand Prix for those young drivers. As you can see, the move around the inside from the 104 of Dimitri Matveev or Maciej Gladys, running into a bit of a trouble, the RFM driver at the moment, dropping a place down to a 4th. So let's see how it's gonna go. But Emiliano Ortolani, as we said, under investigation for being pushed by a marshal onto the track. So confirmation of what we feared for this young driver, unfortunately, who is allowed by the look of it to keep on going, but that might mean penalty by the end of the race.
So Clément Autran leading the wake beautifully here in the VDK Racing Kart Republic as Maciej Gladys tries to take on Dimitri Matveev once again. So they come up to the hairpin. Autran is your leader in fantastic style. Matveev trying to control his line as they go through. Dries van Langendonk still doing a fair job in the energy course in front of Alfie Slater. And then Enzo Nienkotter, the Brazilian, running well in the CRG. And it looks as though we've got some good pace as well from Kilian Josseron. Finds himself in 9th place in front of Lucas Flucha, the Spanish driver, who is putting in a good show. There he is in the 131, the Kart Republic, making his way down to the hairpin at the end of the back straight. There goes Gladys, dives in, and a little bit of rubbing, but that's a perfectly okay maneuver. Nothing intentional about that at all. Slid in on the inside, got the position. Matveev will feel a little aggrieved, and Maciej Gladys had a good line to the inside line there. The corner was his, so he's able to get that nailed down perfectly well. So the Ricky Flynn driver just trying to hold on to his position. Gets a little bit defensive into the hairpin, holding on to what is 4th position, and that's a retirement for Zoe Florescu. Zoe Florescu, I'm afraid, is out of this race. That is a real shame for the Romanian. This has been her best weekend in the championship so far. But obviously, she has got a little bit more homework to do before the rest of the heats play out, as Gladys holds the line to Matveev and van Langendonk, with Alfie Slater hoping to get his move done too.
Yeah, we're going to have a full driver battle as Francesco Macedo from CRG, the fastest on track at the moment. Look at how close Alfie Slater is from Van Langendonk. The young Belgian driver didn't have the best of outcome into the opening laps, dropping from the front row to 6th at the moment as we're back into the hairpin. The Energy Corset driver losing another place, as I'm mentioning his name, unfortunately, to Alfie Slater. The British driver doing a good job up to 6th into the hairpin, as the 152 of Ewa Besterda from Paulin is fighting his bit, trying to attack his fellow teammate from the Parlin Racing Kart tent. Anatoly Kavalkin in second, strung a little bit with pace and is going a bit wide into the last corner. That's going to be difficult for Kavalkin to hold on to that position for long. We enter lap number 5 as Clément Autran is really pulled away 1.7 seconds at the moment, leaving those two battling along. And that's an easy situation because they want to fight, they want to go for the place, but they are in the same tent, you know, they are teammates, so they need to think about this, they need to secure results. And since the victory seems to be out of reach because of Clément Autran, the fastest on track at the moment, so there's now it's about time for caution, no time for doing any reckless maneuver. So we will see if Kavalkin and Besterda will stay in that same position as we're back in the pack. Van Langendonk having a hard time containing not 1 but 4 drivers behind, as Luca Flucha, Marcus Slater, Adrian Benito Ferrer and Thomas Stroven all in the mix fighting for the top 10 position.
Great midfield battles. We've sadly lost Dino Storescu up at turn 2. Dino Storescu has gone off the road and I'm afraid his race is over. Meanwhile, Lucas Flucha still trying to make it places. There he goes on the inside of Van Langendonk, whilst further up the road, you've got the pressure cooking and building up between Adrian Ferrer as he goes wheel to wheel there on the back straight with Marcus Saito on the home straight. There is Dino Storescu walking away just as the leaders are going through. Now, interestingly, Kavalkin is getting some support from his teammate Ivo Besterda. Besterda has closed up enough on Kavalkin to make the overtaking move and hasn't actually made the bid. As through comes the Ricky Flynn machine. That's the 113 of Thomas Strauven, the Belgian. He has managed to work his way with Andres Cardenas to get back past the Sodi of Andy Consani, with the 110 in the mix there as well. That is Miguel Costa, the Brazilian talent for the Sauber Academy. And there is Anatoly Kavalkin. Now, if you are Enzo Tarvanichkul, this is brilliant news because he's sitting on the sidelines watching this all play out. And Anatoly Kavalkin has dropped to 2nd place. That means that Tarvanichkul will take the lead of the interim rankings by 2 points. Andy Consani with a warning flag as we go into the last lap. Clément Autran is going to win this race as an absolute sprint, but Kavalkin has got pressure with Ivo Besterda and Maciej Gladys right underneath him. Here comes the opportunity, as Gladish isn't going to wait around. So he and his countryman, teammate to Kavalkin, Ivo Basterda, are going to be trying to force the issue and get through here. Basterda can't quite get close enough to Anatoly Kavalkin. So watch what Gladish will do on this last lap. He has set the fastest lap of the race. Clement Outram will get the victory without issue here. But Gladish is going to want to try and make the bid here on Ivo Basterda. Basterda can't defend avidly enough. And there goes Gladish through into third place. Good recovery from the pole. So he gets his way through into third place. He's not quite going to have the time to close up on Anatoly Kavalkin and make the bid for second position. But a good recovery from Maciej Gladish. Never outside the top 5 all week. He's definitely a championship contender. But Clement Outram, what a victory here at Sarno. Gets the job done in majestic fashion. Second position for Maciej Gladish. Second place for Anatoly Kavalkin, I should say, in front of Maciej Gladish and Ivo Basterda. Dimitri Matveev hanging on in front of Dries van Langendonk. There was a warning flag as they came across the line, I noticed, and that was for Andy Consani in the 156. Oh, and Alfie Slater as well, who finished up in 7th position. So big battles already starting here at Sarno. And a very cool drive from Clement Outram that knocks Anatoly Kavalkin off the victory dais yet again. So an interesting one for the Frenchman, but Clement Outram for the VDK Racing team, keeping it smooth and stylish throughout. Once he got into the lead, that was it. He was never going to break ranks. And an excellent display and a great performance from the young Frenchman. He really has driven himself to the victory in fine form here. So Clement Outram in a good position and a very good flow and rhythm. He has got himself into a neat position there as he continues. So it goes the way then of Clement Outram in the VDK Racing Kart Republic. 4 seconds clear of Anatoly Kavalkin and Maciej Gladish. Ivo Basterda and Dimitri Matveev from Dries van Langendonk and Alfie Slater. Marcus Sater in front of Adrian Ferrer, Lucas Flusha and Kilian Josserun from Francisco Macedo, Andres Cardenas, Thomas Stroven and Miguel Costa from Andy Consani and Arthur Dorisson. Enzo Nienkotter, the Brazilian in the CRG, was next up. 19th place going the way of the young man from the Czech Republic, Jacob Kamenik, who ended up ahead of Denmark's Louis Leveau. And then Emilio Ortolani, who we know is under investigation, ended up 21st from Jackson Burns and Mark Provko. Valden Papafilippou was in 24th place. And then the retirement, Stino Storescu and Zoe Florescu. There was one non-starter, and that was the Italian Emanuele Olivieri. So a very interesting qualifying heat there, C versus G. Clement Outram picking up a clear victory by 4 seconds to anybody else. They must have nailed the setup on tyre pressures to perfection because Clement Outram never really looked back in that race. Down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez will talk to our racers.
Welcome back, guys, from the heart of the action, the Parc Fermé, where everybody is queuing up, going through the scale after each race. And we're here with another hero of the day, Clément Outram from VDK. Your first ever win at this stage in the World Championship. Fantastic result. Magnifique victoire, Clément. Félicitations tout d'abord. Raconte-nous un peu ta course, comment ça s'est passé?
C'était un peu mouillé au premier virage, du coup j'ai réussi à prendre l'extérieur pour recroiser tout le monde. Et après, j'ai fait ma course tranquille et ça a été bien.
Donc des conditions un peu difficiles, on l'a vu, mais qui continuent d'évoluer. À ce niveau de la compétition, quel effet ça fait quand même de l'emporter avec une telle marge et quand même d'être à ce point dominateur?
Ça fait plaisir, surtout qu'on ne connaît pas trop l'OKJ et ça fait toujours plaisir de gagner une manche du championnat du monde.
J'imagine, absolument. Alors, résume-nous un petit peu ta journée d'hier, parce qu'il y a eu quelques courses au programme, évidemment, encore pas mal aujourd'hui. Donc, si tu fais un peu le bilan de ta première journée, qui va être boosté, évidemment, par cette victoire, j'imagine.
Hier, c'était pas trop top parce qu'à la dernière manche, je m'accroche et aux 2 dernières manches, je fais 11 et 14, mais ça va, on se rattrape bien.
Ok, super. Bonne chance à toi. Merci. Thank you very much, Clément Outram, for talking to us. Saying that, of course, winning at this stage in a World Championship always feels better than any other victories. He had an 11-14 and a DNF yesterday, so it didn't go according to plan, unfortunately, for Clément Outram. But this time around, he managed to start his day on a perfect manner. So it feels good indeed, as he's going to try to keep up on that beautiful result. Clément Outram from VDK, his first ever season in the OK Junior Championship, and what a start that is to his day. Right, Alfie Slater, if we can have a quick word, he's busy, I think, so we'll get back to him. Marcus Sater, maybe, if he's available. Marcus, a quick word with us, debriefing on your race. As Alfie Slater is just in front of us. We'll talk to you later, Alfie, don't worry. As Marcus is putting the cart on the trolley with his mechanic. Marcus, a quick word for more racing. So in the end, you made it to 8, climbing 3 places. I see to your face that you're not entirely satisfied.
I'm also happy because I got a bumper, but shit happens.
Yeah, that happens indeed. Bumper are part of the motorsport world. Sometimes it can be cruel, but still, about your pace, how was it this morning? Because you had a bit of a damp track to start with in the warm-up, and in this race, how was it?
Not so good. I didn't feel I found the pace that I want, but yeah.
So you're going to have to be building on that for the rest of the day. Yesterday, how can you sum it up for us, for the viewers who were not with us, about your performance? How you feel so far?
Yesterday was a good day, but a bit unlucky in the last heat. I had an incident on the first lap, but I climbed up to P16.
All right, thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the day. We'll find you later, Marcus Seter from World Racing. All right, 3 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen, before we make it to the grid and to the next race. So back to you, Jake.
Thank you very much indeed, Guillaume. Great to hear from Marcus Seter, and before that, Clement Outram really making a name for themselves as they battle away for supremacy. We'll hear from more of the drivers over the course of the day as well. But the OK category continuing on here, and we're going to see all of their races play out. However you are watching, wherever you are watching from, great to have your company. You can obviously get in touch with us. You can message me or my colleague Guillaume Alvarez on Twitter, at Jake Sanson or at Giggs Alvarez. We are very happy to take your comments and your questions, or you can ask questions in the Facebook feed of FIA Karting Championship as well. And we will do our best to get messages and comments out there to all of those drivers who are receiving them. So it's going to be an interesting battle as we get ready for OK qualifying Heat B versus F, and it's an all-Brazilian front row, and both of them called Matheus Ferreira and Matheus Morgado. As a result of Tarpanen dropping to 4th place at the finish of the previous heat, that means that the interim leader at this stage is now Matheus Morgado, the Brazilian. So he has now moved up to the lead after finishing 2nd in his first heat yesterday. So he has got an opportunity. But there is Matheus Ferreira, the Brazilian, in the Alpine colours. He got us all confused yesterday because he's been with the Kart Republic brand all season long, up until this week when Matheus Ferreira elected he was going to drive for Energy Course in this World Championship to join his dear friend Akshay Bora in the team. So he is now going to race for position as they race for the World Championship title. And it would be a sensational opportunity to lift that crown. It's been a long, long time since a Brazilian driver won the Karting World Championship. At this level, you've got to go all the way back to the year I was born, 1986, with Augusto Ribas, who took the title in Jacksonville in the United States in front of Ken Kroger and Jason Kennedy, where it was an all-America's affair on the podium. But you've got to go all the way back to 1986, 36 years ago, where the last Brazilian became a world champion in karting. And that is the man who wants to take it as well, Matheus Morgado, who is currently the interim leader, having had a frustrating season in Europe. For the World Championship, this is his best chance yet of becoming world champion, and he knows it. The DPK Racing team rate him incredibly highly, and with the backing of Castrol Racing, he has a strong chance now of getting himself back up to the sharp end of the sport. But they've got some big pressure from the drivers behind them. Rashid Al Daheri from the United Arab Emirates for the Paralin, lining up in 3rd position. No man from that country has ever become world champion in karting. And Arvid Lindblad is there next up in position. And of course, he is bidding to become the first British driver since Callum Bradshaw in 2020 to become world karting champion. So as the drivers head out onto the circuit, it's Matheus Ferreira and Morgado on the front row, then Rashid Al Daheri and Arvid Lindblad, Akshay Bora and Lucas Samalisto, Ruben Moya, Evan Gilter, Menahut Crozier and Keanu Blum from Christian Bertucca, Olin Galli, Caspian Hagman, Sebastiano Pavan, Rafael Modanese and Giovanni Trenti.
From Maximilian Angelar, Alvar Sismevara, Leonardo Cesaretti, Adrian Madero, Simon Zhang, Ryan Vincent, Jorge Hernandez, Maximilian Ops, Luigi Coluccio, Oscar Wurzu, Kilian Azari, Amber Aris, Daniel Valberg and Jerry Bechica. 10 laps for this okay qualifying race. A couple of names to keep an eye on that are going to have to put themselves in recovery mode. Kinio Lazzari, Luigi Coluccio from the Tony Car Racing team, as well as Oscar Wurz. Wurz, a familiar name certainly to some, as he's the son of both former Formula 1 driver Alex Wurz, and a very successful driver and driver coach as well. Maybe he's here. I haven't seen him yet, but we got a couple of famous fathers along the way here with us. The likes of Montoya, Lammers, hopefully Wurz, maybe Mr. Sato himself to see his son competing, and some others on the list. So always good to see the next generation knocking on the door of international karting and maybe making their way as high as possible. Let's see what happens. Matheus Ferreira against Matheus Morgato. But first, you need to get the starting procedure right, as Matheus Ferreira will be starting from the inside line on the way to turn number 1.
So is it going to be the energy course to the first corner first? Let's find out. Here we go. Good start by Matheus Morgato. Fraction ahead. Round the outside. Matheus Morgato. What a start from the DPK driver. Round the outside, holds the line and takes a beautiful lead from everybody else in the field. Excellent start from Morgato. Has he ever been more motivated to become world champion than this week? He gets himself up to first position, and at this sort of pace, he's already stretching away from the rest of the pack. It's going to take a miracle for anybody to catch him in this race. What a launch from Morgato.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, isn't it? As everybody is stuck between each other. This is a very compact wagon, as behind the leader, Matheus Morgato really pulling away from the rest of the field already into this opening lap. But everybody goes through. Oh, I've spoken too soon, as one driver out of your picture is going off into the sector number 2 between 10 and 11. We'll get back to that, but some trouble for one of the Biralard driver out there. Let's find out about the classification as he complete lap number 1. Matheus Ferreira, Rachel Dari up to 3rd, Ruben Moya 4th, then we have Akshay Bora, Lucas Amalisto, and still in trouble into turn number 2.
It was Christian Bertucca that had the... Whoa! 2 wheels up in the air there for Arvid Lindblad. Goodness me, he is resolute to try and work his way through the field. But with Bertucca down the order, there is a warning flag that's come out. It's for the 14. Now that is Olin Gali, the Brazilian in the CRG. So Olin Gali clearly getting himself into a bit of hot water there on this opening couple of laps. But it was Christian Bertucca that spun the kart and yet somehow managed to get the kart going again despite almost coming to a dead stop. And normally you need to push start that to go. Whoa, off the road has gone one of the Ward Racing machines. That is Ryan Vincent, the American, as Ruben Moya has managed to push his way back through on the inside of Rashid Al-Daheri to move back into 3rd position for the Pantano squad.
And for the back, we have Lucas Amalisto still in a good battle as well. Evan Gilter putting himself into 5th position. Lucas Amalisto dropping all the way down to 8th. We're back with the drivers in 2nd and 3rd, as Ruben Moya and Rachel Daheri, 3rd and 4th, my apologies. Matheus Morgato, Matheus Ferreira split by 2.2 seconds, and we have a full second between Ferreira and Moya at the moment, so nothing to worry about for the 2 leaders. Let's see what's going to happen behind with Ruben Moya, Rachel Daheri, 3rd and 4th. Then we have indeed Meir Krosek climbing up to 5th place. Gilter from VDK, another strong name from the Belgian squad. The driver number 21 trying to make his bit into the field as well. Then Lindblad down in 7, Ruben Moya down in 8, Lucas Amalisto 9, only Gali in 9th place, as Ruben Moya dropped a position running up the top 10. So it keeps on moving as we conclude lap number 3. The number 35 on your picture, Matheus Ferreira keeping it steady with 0.8 of a second advantage on those 2. They're going to need to try to work together because 0.8 is not, quite significant already at this stage of the race. So if those 2 don't actually overtake too much each other and they keep it steady, they keep it cold and fast at the same time, they might have a chance to catch up Matheus Ferreira in 2nd, as Arvid Lindblad bags in the fastest lap in this race, trying to make up for some ground that he lost, going 2 wheels in the air indeed. It's not the first time this weekend that trouble comes away to Arvid Lindblad, and they around the inside goes another 3, beautifully made by Arvid Lindblad, talking about him, going ahead in front of Meir Krosser, dropping a position.
And Gilter got through as well. Been interested to keep an eye on Arvid Lindblad these last 2 laps. I tell you, he's looking like Chick Hicks in Disney Pixar cars. He's just throwing everything at every apex, trying to get through. He is so determined, so desperate to bow out of karting as the world champion. He will do anything it takes, literally, to try and work his way up the order. 5th position He is now where he finds himself. Top 5 is good. You need to stay in this top 5 in this competition because it is already proving to be not for the dominant, it's for the consistent in this World Championship. No one driver has managed to come through their heats in either category, OK or junior, unbeaten. So you've got to stay consistent and cool and calm and collected out there. As Ruben Moya battling again with Rashid Al Daheri. The Emirati has managed to get back through into 3rd position. And now Arvid Lindblad is all over the back of Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya is closing in on Rashid Al Daheri with Lindblad trying to close the gap. Gilter, Crozier, Gali, Samalisto, Hagman, Modanese and Akshibora. Then Shimo Zhang in front of Kiona Blum and Alva Stevens-Vara.
We're halfway through this race already as the sun is very much back all over our heads in Sarno. Watch out on the Sapini straight. Ruben Moya watching over his shoulder. Adrian Malero is going to be forced to come back. Mechanical flag for Adrian Malero. I see where he is actually stumbling down the order, unfortunately for Adrian Malero, who is at 27 at the moment and is going to have to come back to the pits. He has 3 laps to do so. That's quite an unfortunate end to his race. Another fastest lap for Arvid Lindblad. Let's see where he is, 2 tenths behind Ruben Moya. You can see him, the number 3 from Car Republic. Very fast indeed. He needs to try something to the hairpin. Can he make that bit stick? Yes, indeed. Round the inside goes Arvid Lindblad up to 4th position. Ruben Moya dropping a place, and you can see here that's the reason of his retirement. Adrian Malero, he lost the front fairing that might be somewhere onto the track as a result of an incident, something we don't get to see that often. Well spotted, Jake, is between turn number 6 and 11 on the middle of the track. You cannot see it, but Adrian Malero was forced out of this race. Lap number 7, Lindblad Moya still battling along. The number 10 on your picture, this is Lucas Amelisto trying to resist from Onigari and Caspian Hagman in the top 10.
And the drivers that are under investigation are Maximilian Angelard and Jiri Bacichka, so I wonder if they were involved in the Adrian Malero retirement. So we'll have to see if that comes back to them a little bit later on. But Matthias Mogato still 1.6 seconds ahead of his countryman, having an absolute rout in the lead of this race. Matthias Ferreira still in 2nd place and trying to hold on in front of Rashid Al Daheri and Arvid Lindblad, who has worked his way little by little, trying to get himself now into the top 3. Can he take on the Emirati Rashid Al Daheri? Rashid Al Daheri, who has won pretty much every Middle Eastern karting title there is to win, has really asserted himself well in Europe. Started as a mini in Italy, where he has been based for the last few years, continuing that rise up. And in the Paralympic squad, he is definitely one of the more established guns within this particular squad. And Rashid Al Daheri really proving in this World Championship week that he has what it takes to stand on the World Championship podium. But Arvid Lindblad is not going to rest easy until he's got past Rashid Al Daheri. He's got 3 laps to do it, but he'll want to get past him and then take on Matthias Ferreira, his teammate up in front. His former teammate, I keep getting confused about that with Matthias Ferreira, now in the energy course. So here comes the move from Lindblad. And will it be fairly textbook? Oh, he had to make big work of it. He had to slide in there, 4-wheel drifting his way past Rashid Al Daheri. And Ruben Moya took the opportunity for the manoeuvre to get through. And now he's got past Lindblad. And Al Daheri gets his revenge instantly. And so too does Ivan Schilter. Lindblad just a little bit too much on the tyre temperatures. That's what cost him.
Yeah, disaster indeed, as he's losing 3 positions in the process. It's going to be hard to make up for, as Caspian Ackermann and Holly Gali are all over the back of the British driver, looking over his shoulder. That didn't go according to plan for Arvid Lindblad, who went aggressive. As you can see, Ruben Moya and Rashid Al Daheri battling along as Lindblad is in trouble. The number 3 is losing another position, unfortunately, to Caspian Hagman, making his way past. That's going to be very, very hard indeed. This is my apologies. This is my Neri Krozek getting ahead of Arvid Lindblad for what will be 6th position indeed. So let's see what's going to happen between those two. But certainly not the turn of event that Arvid Lindblad had expected. Is now back in 6th place at the moment in front of Gilter Caspian Hagman. So let's see what's going to happen for the British driver, as Van Gilter is trying to make his bid as well, staying within the reach of the Car Republic driver, as we have now on picture around the inside. Lindblad still keep on fighting, and beautifully done, Arvid Lindblad in front of the number 62 of Manieri Kusner, who had nothing to do in this case, instead of letting the British driver go. Final lap for Matthias Morgato. Nothing to worry about in front of Matthias Ferreira. Nothing to worry about either for both Matthias. But let's see what the last lap will bring.
Lindblad must be so frustrated battling around there in the top 5. He must be feeling like a Greek god pushing a boulder up a hill. What do I have to do to make this work? I get so many opportunities to run in the top 3, and it gets snatched away from me again. Matheus Morgado holding on though from Matheus Ferreira, 0.8 of a second in front of his countryman. And Ruben Moya managing to resist Rashid Al-Daheri in the closing stages. So it's all come gravy for the man up front. Matheus Morgado, ever since the start, has looked invincible. And he is going to stay on the top spot at the interim. What a drive from Matheus Morgado. Great run. Second from Ferreira and third for Ruben Moya. Terrific racing all the way through. It was always going to be intriguing to see how the drivers fought their way up the order. But a fantastic battle from Matheus Morgado, held on with all the pressure around him, and has only taken 2 points from his opening few heats. The Brazilian now looking so smooth. Could he be the first world champion from Brazil in 36 years? That would be just an astonishing achievement from the Brazilian. Out of all the incredible drivers that have come through the world of karting from Brazil, only one of them in the last 4 decades has ever become world champion. And that, of course, is Augusto Ribas, the sole Brazilian ever to win the world title when he got the job done at Jacksonville in the United States. That fabulous day in Florida. But now there is an opportunity to see whether we're going to get our second Brazilian world champion. 10 laps done, and it's certainly looking good for Matheus Morgado at the moment, isn't it? His countryman runs behind him in the energy course in second, Matheus Ferreira. Ruben Moya ahead of Rashid Al-Daheri and Arvid Lindblad, ever the entertainer. Menahert Crozier ahead of Evan Gilter, Caspian Hagman, Olin Galli and Lucas Samalisto. A good fight back from Luigi Coluccio to 11th position ahead of Rafael Modanese and Shimo Zhang. Alvar Simasvara is ahead of Keanu Blum and Akshibora. Then Giovanni Trentin ahead of the German talent Keanu Alazzari, based these days, of course, in Dubai. 19th for Sebastiano Pavan in front of Oscar Wirtz and Daniel Wahlberg. Leonardo Cesaretti and Christian Bertucca from Maximilian Obst. The Malaysian Amar Harris, Maximilian Angelard and Ryan Vincent ahead of Jerry Bachichka and Jorge Hernandez. The one retirement from the race we saw on our screens earlier on was the Spanish driver, or Portuguese driver, I should say, who races under a Spanish license, Adrian Mariero of CRG. So a fascinating battle once again in the qualifying heat, and Matheus Morgado taking one step closer to becoming the first Brazilian in 36 years to win the title. Down to Guillaume Alvarez, who in pit lane will have plenty to talk about.
Yes, indeed. Back from the Parc Fermé with one of the best starters that we've seen so far, including yesterday, Matheus Morgado. What a start that is. Let's start by talking about that, because you went around the outside and from then on you kept pulling away.
Yeah, for sure. I was watching other races. I saw that the line outside was better, had more grip. So I try, because if I go to the front, for sure I can pull a gap. But once I had the gap, I was just managing the tires and yeah, taking good points on another heat.
And that's a good result for you, because it puts you in the leadership for now of the classification coming to the heat.
Yeah, for sure, it's really good. As we see the classification, so many drivers tight, but this win helps me a lot.
Yes, indeed. Talking about the tires, I was looking at yours. They seem quite, used at some point. You're going to have to keep it up until the end of the races. So the management side, all good?
Yeah, for sure. I think my tires are good comparing to the others. Also because we are driving in hard conditions of the track, which you use more the tire. But overall, it's really good, and I think we can keep with the tire until the super heat.
All right, good stuff indeed. Thank you very much, Obrigado, Matheus Morgado. And a beautiful performance to start the day with Ruben Moya passing by. Evan Gilter, we can have a quick word with him. We didn't get a chance yet, if he's available to us. Once he put the chassis on the trolley. Evan, maybe a quick word with us, debriefing on your race. Good to talk to you. So talk us through it, because you made it until 7th place. How is it going so far, pace-wise?
It was a bit difficult with the engine. We're not sure that we have the good setup for this one. Before it was me, now I don't know. We're trying to get the much speed as we can, but it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah, we can feel that in your voice, that yesterday was hard as well. Can you sum it up for us performance-wise for the viewers?
Yeah. I was the fastest on the on the free practice. on the wet like on the dry, and on the qualifying we have no chance. And the two first heat with some people punching me and bumping me, so yeah, it's a bit hard, but we are not gonna let them.
Absolutely, that's the World Championship as it is. A couple of races left, so good luck to you, bonne chance. Thank you very much, Evan Gilter from the VDK Racing Team representing France in this World Championship. If we have a couple of more instants, let's maybe grab Lucas Amalisto. Quick word. Right on time, thank you for joining us. So Lucas Amalisto, you made it to 10th, starting from 6th on the grid. So how would you sum that up? Actually, you can turn a bit and watch the camera as well, but how did it go? According to plan, not so much.
For me, the race was really hard. Like, the start was okay. I started P6, and then after 2 corners, I was P7. But then I struggled a bit with the creep on my car, and then I started to just drop down every places. Then I was maybe P12, and then I just make up 2 places, and then I finished P10. For me, it was a pretty hard race.
Has it been the case for previous races yesterday as well?
Yeah, yesterday it was also pretty hard for me. I don't know. In the practices, I have a speed, but every time I go in the races, I do some mistakes, and then I lose my speed every time. And I don't know. I try my hardest to the last 2 heats, and then then we see what place we start the super heat.
Absolutely, that's the spirit. All right, keep it up. Thank you very much, Lucas Amalisto, for talking to us. As we're getting near the start of the next race, let's get back to you, Jake, and talk us through the grid.
Thanks, Guillaume. Good to hear from the drivers down there after a thrilling battle, and it really was some sensational racing that we had from the drivers in the OK category. Matthias Morgato in scintillating, sizzling form, and it's going to be hard to predict if anybody else is actually going to get a shot at this victory in the World Championship other than Matthias Morgato, the form he's currently in. Hopefully it continues in good progress for him, but now our attention will turn back once again to the OK Junior category in qualifying heat B versus E. It's going to put Jan Pestrovsky, the vice champion of Europe in the junior category, into pole position of the grid for this one, alongside the Chinese driver Newman Chi, who will be there in the 2nd position of the starting grid. Hungary's Martin Molnar is going to find himself on the 2nd row of the lineup, and then he'll have the Swede Leon Nilsson beside him for Ward Racing in the Tony Kart operation. Scott Lindblom, the CRG driver in his Swedish outfit, running his way further forward. Nathan Tai is going to be there in 6th position for the Sodi Kart team. He's there or thereabouts, looking very good for an opportunity. And then Andrei Adaikin will share the 4th row with Stepan Antonov ahead of Jan Struer and Alexander Bogunovic. There is Jan Pestrovsky, the vice champion of Europe. Almost said vice champion of the world there. Don't count the chickens too early, Jake. But certainly the European number 2 this year. And been a fantastic contender for the Tony Kart factory team all the way through the season, really starting to gain in stature. And the Polish driver really starting to showcase his talents here in the OK Junior category. It's going to be an interesting one as the 3-minute whistle goes, or is that the 1-minute whistle? I think that might be the 1-minute whistle only, as there is Chi Newman, the Chinese driver. Obviously, his formal name is Chi Zhenru, but everybody just knows him as Newman. In the same way that Guan Yu Zhou used to be known as Joe in the paddock before he ended up making his way through the single-seater ladder, all the way to become the first Chinese Formula One driver. It doesn't seem that long ago that Guan Yu Zhou was here. But of course, it's now time for Chi Newman to step forward and take the limelight for China, along with his countryman who is in the senior category, of course, Chuyan Pu, who we're going to see in the next heat coming out. Martin Molnar of Hungary and Leon Nilsson of Sweden on the 2nd row. Another very talented Swede, Scott Lindblom, who is there in 3rd row of the grid alongside Britain's Nathan Tai. And then Andrea Daikin and Stepan Antonov on the 4th row from Jens Struer. And the Slovenian talent, Alexander Bogunovic, who got that last corner victory nailed yesterday from 4th on the final turn into the victory. So qualifying heat B versus E for OK Junior is going to give us another scintillating battle here at sizzling Sarno, as the sun is really starting to come out to bake the circuit to a crisp. Jan Pestrovsky and Chi Newman from Martin Molnar and Leo Nilsson. Scott Lindblom and Nathan Tai from Andrea Daikin and Stepan Antonov. Jens Struer and Alex Bogunovic. Luna Flusha, Haniman Bansal, Griffin Peebles and Kirill Ditiev.
From René Lammers, Zach Drummond, Marcus Silkunas, Hermano Quintieri, Oliver Kinmark, Edu Robinson, Nico Lanalati, David Cosma Christopher, William Go, Michael Hayder, Wille Machman, Jensen Burnett, and Gilles Caranta. 28 drivers onto the pre-grid, ready to rumble. And we have everybody in for the formation lap, one lap to get the tires up to temperatures and to form the grid. Not an easy task as always, but despite some of the a couple of wet patches that we can see from our viewpoint, the track is very much dry on its majority. So slick tires on for the drivers of the OK Junior Class B versus B. And Jan Perizolski against Chenru Chi, Leo Nilsson and Martin Molnar just behind. It's going to be a great battle.
We've certainly got the good lap times again now as everybody is lapping the circuit in under a minute once more. So the battles are going to be really intense in this OK Junior field once again as Jan Petrovsky will get the run to the first corner with Chi Newman alongside, but you can go from the outside to the lead into turn one. Matthias Mugato proved that in the last heat for the seniors. So let's see how it goes off the line. Are we going to go racing this time? We do. Up to the first corner. And it is a good start from Petrovsky. He goes through with assistance from Martin Molnar, who breaks through into second place in the energy course. Round the outside, Chi Newman trying to hold on to third at least, but it looks as though he's going to lose out to Scott Lindblom. Indeed he does. So Lindblom comes through into that third position. Everybody keeping it nice and clean on the opening lap so far. And as they come up to the hairpin at turn 5, everybody keeping it nice and neat. So Petrovsky out in front of Molnar. Third place for Scott Lindblom. The CRG working hard here to try and close up on the two leaders. But is this going to be an early bid from Martin Molnar? He had to think about it. Petrovsky had to move to the middle of the road to stop that attack from coming. He just kind of sensed it in his outer peripheral vision that there was a chance from Martin Molnar and moved across accordingly. Good reactions.
Good reactions indeed, as he keeps himself very close at the end of this opening lap. Lap number 2 might be a start of some launching attack. Let's see what's going to happen as Jan Perizolski is protecting his position as for now. Crossing the line just in front of us, Jan Perizolski, Martin Molnar, Chinru in third place, Scott Lindblom in fourth. Watch out for the move coming up. They're glued together on the way to turn number 2, keeping the racing line. The 189 further back, there's Scott Lindblom and Chinru. Oh, unfortunately, Basal from the 166, unfortunately, out of this race, Ariaman Basal. And that's quite an unfortunate turn of event as he was running further back from 18. So we didn't get to see that. It just happened in turn number 1 on the left side of our picture. As in the meantime, there's a change for the lead. Beautifully made. Martin Molnar making his way through into the hairpin past Jan Perizolski. Perizolski is going to have to fight back. But in the meantime, this is up to Martin Molnar.
And at the same time, Scott Lindblom managed to get the same move on Chi Newman. So that puts Lindblom up into third place again. And now trying to dive on the inside of Chi Newman. That was Stepan Antonov trying to get past his fellow Kart Republic user. But it's the Beyond Race team, the satellite squad in front of the Kart Republic factory effort. Nathan Ty in the Sodi kart finds himself in P6 as the field heads toward us through the hairpin. Nobody able to make that bid on the inside as Nilsson and Ditiev find themselves in position. There's Luna Flusha losing out there to the Australian Griffin Peebles, who is making a big name for himself in the Koski team here this week. Really stepped up the game plan compared to what we've seen from him in the past. Luna Flusha doing a good job this week as well. She almost had a top 5 finish in yesterday's final heat before she was spat out. Here comes the move on the inside. Petrovsky and Lindblom both going to get through on Martin Molnar. Is there going to be a chance for Chi Newman as well? Yes, there is. Chi Newman just about hangs on in there for third position for Martin Molnar. That was so tight between them. Now Stepan Antonov looking for his chance to come through on the inside line. But this is not going to be easy to hold on to. Diving up on the inside line, a little bit of a nudge there from Molnar, trying to get Chi Newman a little bit distracted as they come down the main straight again. Going to be a good charge forward from Jan Petrovsky as he continues to hold station. They go through up at the first corner. And a little bit of a wobble there from Scott Lindblom as he holds on to third place. A good run, but it is going to be an interesting one as they continue to battle in position, and Chi Newman going side by side, running closely with Martin Molnar. Molnar's going to lose out here to, I think that is Leo Nilsson. Could be Kirill Ditiev, actually his teammate, as they run through on the far side. And onto the back straight. No problems for our two leaders. Petrovsky and Lindblom have managed to get Scott clear of everybody else. So Scott Lindblom finds himself in B2. It looks pretty neat and tidy. But Chi Newman trying his best to hold on to third position as he wrestles with the contenders in there. That's Stepan Antonov having worked his way through to third position. Good discipline there from Antonov on the Kart Republic chassis as he continues to make good work of things. Luna Flusha, who was running in the top 10, seems to have had a little bit of momentum switch, and unfortunately she has now tumbled down the order a little bit, but she has got time still with the remaining 3 laps to try and move her way forward. It's Petrovsky, Lindblom, Antonov, Chi, Ditiev, Tai, Nilsson, Molnar, Drummond, Peebles, Flusha and Bogunovic.
Lap number 5 out of 7, and time is running out for 8 of the 2 leaders to make their bid into this race. Jan Perezowski, Scott Lindblom attacking each other. The Tony Kart driver very much in the lead outside of the S's on the way to the back straight. Scott Lindblom has just lost a bit of momentum into the first sector. Watch out for the move for the back. This is happening for 4th place indeed. There's Kirill Ditiev making his way past Chi Runzen, the Chinese driver, dropping a position. I think by the look of it indeed. Let's see what's going to happen, because those drivers still have a bit of time in this race for things to play out their way. As Jan Perezowski is very much holding on to this position. Here they come on a fast finish straight. Let's have a look at the gap. It went from 3 to half of a second between Perezowski and Scott Lindblom, who is being overwatched within the CRG factory team by none other than Victor Gustafsson, the new Case the World champion. So Scott Lindblom has something to say in this race, in this World Championship. Zach Drummond the fastest lap in this race. So the classification there as it goes. Jan Perezowski, Scott Lindblom, 3rd place for Stefan Antonov, Kirill Ditiev up in 4th. Then we have Chi Rudzen in 5th, 6th place for Nathan Tai, where he started actually in front of Leo Nilsson. Around the inside goes the 103, beautifully made. And this is Nathan Tai, just mentioning him, going past the Chinese driver for the 5th place it is. Then we have Martin Molnar dropping down all the way to 8th place from Zach Drummond and Griffin Peebles. And there he goes around the inside, the 146, beautifully made by Stefan Antonov ahead of Scott Lindblom, wasn't it? No, it's the battle with the further back, Kirill Ditiev, trying to get past the Czech Republic driver for 4th place as we enter the final lap. Jan Perezowski on his way to what will be the first victory for his today.
So Petrovsky holding on to this advantage as he continues to put pressure on the drivers around him. So he's going to continue this all the way through. Petrovsky has the advantage. Lindblom just losing a little bit of tyre temperature in these last couple of laps then, and that's how he's been able to lose ground to Antonov and Ditiev. They're going to battle away down to the hairpin. Looks like Ditiev's going to try and make his bid on Antonov. They're not going to be very easy with each other, and Lindblom gets past both of them. That was not particularly tactical from either Antonov or Ditiev. They impeded each other there as Antonov was so defensive, Ditiev was so resolute. They could have been a little bit more smart about it with each other there, and that's allowed Lindblom to get through past both of them. But Jan Petrovsky continues his brilliant week here in the World Championship with the victory in front of Lindblom, Ditiev, and then in 4th, that looks like Nathan Tai has come through in front of Chi Newman and Stefan Antonov. Ditiev with a warning flag there in 3rd place for his maneuver on Stefan Antonov on the final lap. But what a drive from Petrovsky and patience from Lindblom. He really is learning from the new world champion.
Yes, indeed, he's learning. Scott Lindblom, who is getting himself close to the top 10 of this classification as for now. In this provisional class, we have Jan Perezowski now making himself into 3rd overall, thanks to his victory here in this qualifying heat opposite Group B and E. Jan Perezowski from Scott Lindblom, Kirill Ditiev in 3rd, and Nathan Tai in 4th. Quick mention to the performance of Griffin Peebles. You might have seen that popping up on his social media yesterday, but he revealed to us that he actually injured one of his ribs in a free practice coming to this event yesterday, which put him in a bit of a difficult situation, as you might imagine, because driving with damaged ribs at this stage of competition is never a good thing indeed. But he kept on going, he kept on biting his teeth and trying to get the best out of it, and he did that brilliantly yesterday, and he keeps on doing that today. So here's the classification in full. Jan Perezowski finishing ahead for 1.5 seconds on Scott Lindblom, who manages his way past Kirill Ditiev and Nathan Tai, as well as Chi Rudzen in the last stages of this race. 5th place for the Chinese driver from Stepan Antonov in 6th, Martin Molnar in 7th, from Zach Drummond, Griffin Peebles, Luna Flusha, another strong top 10 result for her, from Alexander Bogunovic in 11, Leo Nilsson down in 12, from Jules Caranta, Eddie Robinson, René Lammers down in 15, and the rest of the classification, Jens Ströer, William Go, Michael Hyder, David Kosma Christopher, Oliver Kikmar, Emmanuel Quinturi, Marcus Kilunas, Bradley Machman, Jensen Burns, Jensen Burnett, Nico Nlatalati, Andre Adekin, and Ayman Banzal. that is missing from our classification, having had to retire from this race. Well, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as the next race is coming our way in a couple of minutes. We're back with the junior category, the OK class, my apologies, in just a couple of moments. As you can see, the drivers lining themselves at the scale. Jan Perezowski putting the chassis with the help of his mechanic on the trolley. One handshake. The congratulations for the young Polish driver in this class. Jan Perezowski was... he didn't actually manage yesterday to win a qualifying heat, Jan Perezowski, but this time around this will be the first for him, and what a good start that is for the young driver from Tony Kart. So we're going to take a short break, and let's hear in the meantime from one of the protagonists of the OK class that we're going to have coming our way just after. Alex Powell, we got a chance to talk to him. The young Jamaican driver from Car Republic is going to be starting from the second row of the grid in the next heat. Let's hear from the Vice European Champion of 2022.
Competing at this level, for me, it's a privilege. But then it's also to be as, you have to be as competitive as you possibly can. So that's working on yourself throughout the whole weekend, working on the chassis side of things, on the engine side of things. So it's pretty much the whole package. You have to put the whole weekend together. So of course, competing at the World Championship, it's only one shot. You only get one shot in the final. So you have to make sure that you build the weekend in the correct way and that you're always on top of the game. I would say the toughest part so far has been one, the changing weather conditions. I think it's going to be a big factor this weekend, making sure that you're on top of the weather side of things. You know, you have to have good pace not only in the dry but also in the wet. I would say also the track is quite bumpy this year, so getting used to the bumps, you have to take some different lines in areas to try and minimize the amount of bumping through the corners. So that's been really tough, both for the driver's side of things, because you know, after you do 15 minutes of driving through the bumps, it can get quite physical, and also from the chassis side of things, setting up the chassis to absorb the bumps a little bit better. In my opinion, this year has been the beginning of the year was very tough. Mentally, it was difficult because it always seemed like nothing was going my way. But to overcome that challenge was not easy at all. And then once things started going, it all sort of came together. You know, I realized that through the toughest periods, I became a stronger driver mentally. So that period, you know, in retrospect, really helped me because it showed that I could get through really tough periods. Recently, it's been going very well. Racing has been going very, very well. So hopefully we can keep that up and keep on improving. You know, you can always improve as a driver and as a person. So I think if I can keep going, I think I'll be quite good. I think if you start thinking that it's the World Championship, it can become a little bit overwhelming at some stages, and then it can make you more nervous, which in turn, you know, can make you do some mistakes throughout the weekend or make the team do some mistakes. So you have to make sure that you're treating it like any other race, really. Because at the end of the day, you need to build the weekend like any other race and give yourself the best possibility in the final. So in my opinion, the team and I, we're treating it like a normal race, you know. Try not to think that it's the World Championship, of course. It has the name to it, and it's a prestigious title to have. But yeah, we're treating it like any other race. Of course, being a little bit more cautious maybe than some other races to make sure that we're not doing anything erratic or from my side. But I think that we should just come to the race and think that it's any other race. And then, of course, when it comes down to the final, you might start doing things differently to give yourself a better chance. But I think we need to just build the weekend like how we normally do, and then we'll see what happens in the final.
Back to the sizzling heat of the inferno that is brewing here in the FIA Karting World Championships at Sarno, brought to you by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. It is really intensifying the heat here at Sarno as the drivers are obviously gearing up for another exciting contest. Could be an interesting challenge all the way through. Here is the schedule for the remainder of the day's activities. In about 3 minutes' time, we get underway with OK qualifying heat for drivers C versus E. And then, of course, we'll have the junior qualifying heat after that. It's those two in rotation each time, OK versus junior. And that basically gives each of the classes a little bit of a fair balance of the rubber that has been put out onto the circuit. It's to make things a little bit easier in terms of the schedule for the drivers as well. That'll take us all the way through till our lunch break period, which is after junior qualifying heat A versus D at 12:40. At that point, you'll get to see the highlights of what happened last year in the World Championship at Campillos in Spain. Then we'll come back to the race action at 1:30 with the junior qualifying heat for groups E versus G. And we'll continue in 20-minute increments as the battle continues. We're not going to have OK senior races all the way through the day because once we get to a certain point, the OK drivers will have run their course of qualifying heats up to the remainder of the day. But as you can see, it is a very busy program here at the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli, just 7.5 miles away from Mount Vesuvius. We can actually see him in the distance there. And it's a fascinating situation for all of the contenders in this incredible heat haze. We had a bit of a prediction coming into the week that there was going to be rain on Saturday. Hasn't appeared, has it? And it looks as though the clouds have blown away. So we're going to be in for another sizzling melting pot here at the circuit. As you can see, the last of the OK qualifying senior heats is going to be B versus C, and that'll be at 4:30 local time here at Sarno. And that will take us all the way through to the last of our qualifying heats, which will take place at 6:25 local time. And it's just as well, because any races after that, they would run out of daylight. It starts to get dark here at Sarno at about 7 o'clock this evening. So it's going to be a very tricky one. There is the battle from the man in pole position, Oscar Pedersen. He has really taken on a stunning mantle within this Ward Racing team and very much emulated what we saw from Dino Beganovic back in the day for the Ward Racing team. He's been incredibly strong and very fluid all the way throughout, but it's been really impressive to see what he has taken on here with the Ward Racing team, and he has plenty of speed and character. He'll be lining up alongside Maxim Orlov on the front row of the starting grid, the Paralin driver. But certainly Oscar Pedersen very much following in the footsteps of Dino Beganovic before him. A super Swede leading the Ward Racing team to greatness in OK.
Absolutely. Remembering Dino Beganovic back in the day, 2018, 2019 is former karting season, as we've seen him competing through the ranks as well, doing his bits in Formula 4 as well as in other single-seater series along the likes of Kimi Antonelli. We have Nicola Tsolov this weekend around with helping around in the DPK owning. It was nice to have a quick chat with him yesterday as well, doing his bit in Formula 4 this season. So all those young drivers that not so long ago used to compete at the highest level of karting are now gritting their teeth into the car racing world, and as at least we wish to as many drivers as possible from this class. Pedersen against Maxim Orlov from the Paralin Racing Kart on the right side of your picture, wearing the number 22. Maxim Orlov as more than willing to give a hard time to the pole sitter on the inside of the line. Next race coming your way, C versus E of the OK senior category from 14 years of age. The drivers making their way onto the track. You can see quite a long exit to the pit lane. Here's a grid in full. From pole position, Oscar Pedersen, Maxim Orlov by his side. And we have Jan Puciu and Alex Powell alongside each other on row number 2 from Arthur Poulin, Thomas Torsemanis, Malo Boyer, Ronnie Stefani, Gabriel Gomez, Arthur Ronjon, Yevan David, Simone Bianco, Kevin Quevedo, Bruno Melders from Enya Frey and Doeda Decker.
Then Gustav Wisniewski and Emily Koivisto, Alvis Rodella and James Zagotzi, Juan Cota and Massi Olosa, Vasilios Maklidis and Karol Pazovic from Peter Stiller and Carmen Krav, Mario Schettino and Sofia Kotala from Oda Yu and Harry Arnett. Now, we're all very pleased that Oda Yu is perfectly okay after his scary incident in yesterday's race, where we saw him bow out flat out on the straight in a big spin. There is one driver that is missing completely and was missing earlier on as well. Douwe de Decker, the Belgian, Now, missing from one heat is one thing, but missing from two, that leaves me to think the worst case scenario may have befallen. Maybe something has happened in one of yesterday's heats that would put Douwe de Decker out of the competition. Now, I'm not sure. I don't have any confirmation of that, but I will try my best to have a look and see what the situation is. But certainly coming to the start of this race, there is one fairly sizable contender missing from the fray, and that is the very talented Belgian Douwe de Decker. A very unfortunate exit if that is the case, and I can't see anything on the results that would suggest that he has been, but that doesn't mean it hasn't already occurred. So drivers will come through to start this race. 10 laps of condition. Away we go. Up to the start. Good run from Pedersen. Chu is into second position already as they fly through turn one. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy. And Chu Yanpu already starting to settle in for position in behind Oscar Pedersen, trying to make his bid to work his way forward. But it's obviously going to be a very tricky scenario to try and make a little bit more progress. Alex Powell is in the mix there, trying to get himself into the top six. He's not far from that, in behind Thomas Stolchemanis. And it's a much better start of a race for this time for the Jamaican. Hopefully he can try and salvage something from this heat.
Yeah, his previous race actually, he fell down to the back end of the grid, having forced, being forced to climb back through the field, which he did up to 13 before having a penalty for front fairing. So indeed, let's see what Alex Powell can do. He has a pace, and one of the VDK drivers, the 19, Arthur Poulain, one of the new names under the VDK colors, fighting his way through as well in the upper part of the classification, as he has for the back Maximolo, I think, who lost a bit of momentum. Lap what completed, as Oscar Pedersen is pulling away for Jan Puchu. Poulain up in third, Maximolov indeed in fourth, trying his bit and going around the inside of the Frenchman into turn number 2. Beautifully made, no waiting around. As for the back, Alex Powell is in strong battle as well with Malo Boye, I think it is. We'll get back to that in a second, as this is fighting with Thomas Tolsemanes, my apologies, fighting along with Alex Powell. He just lost a position, the Letton driver, down to 6th, Alex Powell up to 5th. So the Jamaican driver really up for the grab. He needs the result, as Tolsemanes is now under the pressure from the number 50. This is Mario Boye. Arthur Ronjon down in 8th. And we have Gabriel Gomez in 9th, the young Brazilian. Enea Frey running up the top 10. It's only getting started in the OK Senior, but the heat is on, that's for sure. Arthur Poulain leading the wagon, but not for long, as Alex Powell makes his bit through into the last corner. And unfortunately for Poulain, that might be the start of some more trouble, because Sistol Seman is waving in apologies, as there was a bit of a hit somewhere into the process of overtaking. But Arthur Poulain lost a place, and might be some more coming up, as making their way through Thomas Torsemanis and Gabriel Gomez, I think. No, Mayo Boye, my apologies. Just both went past the Frenchman from VDK.
Clearly a very frustrating battle for the World Championship for the drivers outside the top 3. Powell hanging on in front of Arthur Ronjon, and that is Mario Schettino walking away. So the Paralin driver is out, having come off at the first corner. So the Paralin driver, unfortunately, not able to go any further. It's getting quite heated as they mix it up there. A bit of a run wide there from Enea Frey. And he manages to hold the kart on the road. Look at Arthur Ronjon, really hungry in behind Alex Powell, as they continue to make good work of things on the far side of the course. Trying their best to move forward. Not going to be too easy to predict how things are going to continue to shape up. But certainly the battles are raging as Oscar Pedersen continues to lead Chu Yan Pu. But Chu Yan Pu is trying his best to mix it up as they try and find their way forward. It's getting very heated as Simone Bianco has picked up a warning flag. So clearly something that has taken place out on the circuit has not quite gone his way. Certainly not as far as the officials are concerned. Alex Powell still hanging on in front of Arthur Ronjon. A couple of drivers having a bit of a tricky race of it, as James Igotzi has worked his way back onto the tail end of the field after a bit of a difficult first lap, and has now set the fastest lap to get back into the hunt. And also problems for Kevin Quevedo, who has dropped all the way back down to the end of the field. Didn't quite see what happened there to Quevedo. But certainly the battle's well and truly joined out there, as Oscar Pedersen leads Chu, Orlov, Powell, Ronjon, Bollier, Gomez, Stolchemanis, Bianco, Mulders and Poulain.
Arthur Ronjon doing a good job of trying to stay within contact of Alex Powell. Powell being one of the fastest in the field, fast European champion this season, so is one of the reference, that's for sure. And for Arthur Ronjon, that we've seen competing on national level and in other series as well, finding himself into that position is always a plus. We saw the victory of Clément Outran in the race before in the junior class. Now we can see performances in the OK from Gilter, Poulain, Ronjon. So it seems to me that VDK has found a bit of a pace today.
We've had a collision at turn 2 and somebody has actually used the cut through to come back onto the circuit, having missed out 4 corners of the circuit. So trying to figure out who they is. It's one of the Forzas, and that is the VDK of Clement Outram, isn't it? No, that's Arthur Poulain. That's Arthur Poulain who's had the coming together there with Gustav Wisniewski by the look of it. So Wisniewski was the one who missed the circuit, but Arthur Poulain walking away. He's had a very good season across his various campaigns. And there, having come into the pits to retire, is another VDK driver. That's Kevin Quevedo, the Argentine. So not the easiest of situations for a lot of drivers out there. But Pedersen continues to lead from Chu, then Orlov, then Alex Powell, who is consistently the fastest driver on track at the moment.
You can see there's a continuity in terms of racing with the leader or the first 2 drivers pulling away from the rest of the field. This time around, Oscar Pedersen and Jan Puchu are split by 4 tenths, but there's 1 full second down between Jan Puchu and Maxim Orlov, and down in third under the pressure of Alex Powell and Arthur Ronjon. So we might have very soon a 3-driver battle happening our way. Lap number 6 out of 10. Let's see how it's gonna play out. But for the moment, there's nothing threatening Oscar Pedersen instead of Jan Puchu. He might be the one containing the Chinese driver. He's gonna give everything that he has. But look at Maxim Orlov actually trying to keep up as well, stay as close as possible. And the 3-driver battle is coming our way for the victory into turn number 2. 3 tenths of a second between the 2 leaders. Maxim Orlov is actually putting a good show as well, because the gap between Jan Puchu and Orlov went from 1 full second to half of that, actually 55.4 in the last lap, 55 almost 0.6 for Jan Puchu. So Maxim Orlov from third is really giving that he has.
Yeah, it's good to pick that up, because Maxim Orlov is actually the fastest driver of the top 3. But Alex Powell is quicker than all of them at the moment. He's actually able to get another couple of tenths of a second off the leaders. So if these 3 do start battling, and it does look conceivable that it could happen, as there, Gustav Wisniewski under investigation for basically taking the cut through from turn 2 to rejoin after turn 7. But if these 3 do start battling, and it does look conceivable that it could be that way, if Orlov closes up on Chu and then works up towards Pedersen, Alex Powell needs to keep the faith here, because in 4th position, he is in the box seat to close up on the leading trio. But Orlov needs to be smart here. He doesn't need to go for Jan Puchu just yet. He needs to work with Chu to close up on Pedersen, force Chu to make the overtake on Pedersen, and then try and make his own move. He's got to play the long game here.
Yeah, it's all about mind game, isn't it? And the psychological aspect of the kind of race is important as well. Into the hairpin, those 2 working together. Simone Bianco, the fastest on track, 55.1 for the Italian driver. Let's see where he is. He's down in 9th place, having climbed 3 positions. Juan Alonso running at the top 10 with 11 places gained. As Jeven David is having an investigation flag at the moment. The young driver from Sri Lanka doing his bit in from 18th position. Not the best of weekend, unfortunately, for Jeven David in his World Championship campaign. As we're back with the leader, this is the penultimate lap. Alex Powell on your picture. No, my apologies, is Jan Puchu being put under pressure by Maxim Orlov. One of the 2 has to try something. Orlov is very threatening, and Oscar Pedersen is up for grabs. So there might be something still to be done in this race. Jan Puchu, Orlov working together, and the gap has been decreasing ever and ever on Oscar Pedersen. All he needs to do is to keep pushing, trying not to look over his shoulder. And there he goes, run inside. Maxim Orlov doing his bit, and watch out for Jan Puchu, who's having a good momentum outside of the hairpin. It was a bit short as the door was shut on his way through. He's going to have to stay third as one of the world racing drivers.
That's Carmen Krav.
He's indeed out of this race. There you go.
Chu's got back through on Orlov. Orlov has lost a lot of pace. Where did Maxim Orlov lose that pace all of a sudden? It looks as though he made a mistake somewhere. Or either that, or there's definitely something wrong with his Paralin, but Maxim Orlov has lost half a second in that one sector. So big problems for Maxim Orlov, and Alex Powell may just be within shouting distance of trying to go for 3rd position on the last lap. So Oscar Pedersen running a solid and smooth race at the moment up in front, and that's exactly what he's needed to do. He's just needed to measure the pace ever so carefully. He doesn't want to overcook it, just keep himself in a good rhythm and a good frame of mind, doesn't want to overstretch himself. So he's been able to put himself into a good position there and just hold on to the pace. But Chu getting past Orlov again. Orlov having fought his way into 2nd position. And unfortunately, it all fell apart then on that penultimate lap. And now Orlov desperately trying to stay in front of Alex Powell going into the final couple of corners. Powell is going to make a final bid. He will dive in up the inside, and Powell has got into third on the final corner. Lovely move from Alex Powell. Pedersen takes the win. Chu in second, but Alex Powell bounces back to third in the final run. The Jamaican sensation really is coming alive, but Oscar Pedersen continues his run up front in very smooth operations as far as he's concerned. The Super Swede continues to fight his quarter. And Oscar Pedersen is now second in the interim rankings behind Matthias Mogato. So the World Racing pilot looking very strong indeed here. And what a sensational opportunity it would be to become the third Swedish world champion in the case of 13 months after the gearbox champions have both been crowned, Noah Millell and Victor Gustafsson in the recent years. It would be quite the coup for another Swede to add to that glory title. And of course it would be the first direct drive karting title since 1996 when Noah Millell's uncle, Johnny Mistievich, became the direct drive karting title winner in the Formula Super A back in 1996. So that would be quite the hallmark of excellence there. Oscar Pedersen takes the win from Chuyan Pu and Alex Powell. Maxim Orlov in front of Arthur Rojon. Thomas Stolchemanis in P5 in front of Simone Bianco and Marlo Bollier from Gabriel Gomez and Juan Cota rounding out the top 10. An epic comeback from the American James Zagotza from Miami. Then Gustav Wisniewski ahead of Karol Pazovic and Bruno Mulders. Enea Frey in 15th in front of Emili Koivisto and Alvis Rodella. His teammate Ivan David of Sri Lanka was in 18th position. Then it was Harry Arnett in front of Vasilios Michailidis. Ronnie Stefani in front of Massi Alosa. Then Oda Yu ahead of Peter Stiller. Sofia Kotala was the last driver home. And the retirements, well, we had a few. Carmen Krav in front of Arthur Poulain, Kevin Quevedo and Mario Schettino. There was a non-starter, though, for the second time today, and that was the Belgian Douwe de Decker. I'm not entirely sure if he is still progressing this weekend or not. Well, an interesting challenge then from the contenders as we will continue to see how the races play out here at Sarno. But it's definitely been an exciting battle for Oscar Pedersen. Down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez is ready to talk to the drivers that made qualifying heat C versus E so exciting.
Oscar Pedersen, winner of C versus E race. Another strong result for yourself, which puts you in a very strong place in the classification. You keep it that way, and you might well stand on pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what we're trying for, just to be consistent as possible now to get the points.
Yes, indeed. The points will be the objective as well as the pole position. Let's keep it that way, indeed. So it seems like, by the look of it, with the track being dry, in terms of setup and tire management, everything okay on your side?
Yeah, we have a little bit more tire wear than some drivers, I think. But for this hit, I just try to keep the gap and just save as much as possible.
Indeed, good stuff. All right, keep it up that way. Good luck for the rest of the qualifying races. Thank you very much, Oscar Pedersen. Maybe Thomas Stolchemanis, if available for a quick word, Thomas? Yes, indeed. All right, thank you very much for joining us. 6 at the finish, Thomas. So talk us through your race.
Start was good. Start was okay, I think. I did go like 5th or 6th. And then by making one move with Alex Pavel together on last corner, just stuck a little bit behind him and push him, so I did lost there about a lot, like 6 positions. And then one by one go back to 6. Yeah, I think it's good result. We have the speed, and we can make a good one.
All right, good stuff indeed. Thank you very much, Thomas, and good luck out there. Let's see if we can have a couple of more drivers. Maybe a quick word from the young Brazilian, Gabriel Gomez. Gabriel, available for a quick word? And he's busy. It's going to be for some other times, debriefing with his mechanic. So this will be for later for the CRG driver. We had a chance to talk to him yesterday already, and hopefully we'll do more through the course of the weekend. Maybe we can have a quick word with one of the Tony Car drivers, James Sigozzi, who pulled one of the best recoveries of the race, 9 places up into the classification. Let's see if he's available. Talking with his mechanic, because first they need to put the chassis on the trolley and not the other way around. James, can we have a quick word? Let's debrief on your race. We talked to you yesterday, so it was all looking good. So far, you pulled one of the best recoveries of the race, 9 places, up to a strong result in the end. 11 close to the top 10. Satisfied?
Not completely satisfied because at the start I got hit by someone from behind and got into an accident. I was all the way back in last and I had to work from last to 11th. So it wasn't just a 9 spots gain, there was a bit more. So not so happy with it because we had speed to gain more spots for sure.
Yes, indeed. So a much bigger recovery indeed. So it shows that the pace is definitely there. Now you need a bit more luck.
Yeah, pace is there, just need calmer people at the start because the start's not a place to be going crazy, it's only lap 1.
I do wonder, between you guys drivers, when something happened on the track you're not particularly happy about, post-race, in between, do you talk to each other? Do you go see the other guy and have a calm conversation and try to digest what happened? How do you do that?
I mean, I usually don't go looking after other people, but if I happen to come across them, I'll tell them what I think because, like I said, just people aren't thinking on the first lap and it's wrecking their race and mine. It's just not wise at all.
Absolutely, that's the spirit. Thank you very much, James Agoti. Good luck for the rest of the race, because that's something that we don't get to see that often in the background, in the behind the scenes of the qualifying races in any event. Actually, the drivers talking to each other after an event they were involved, but it's all for the best, all for the fair play between the protagonists of the different categories. So back to you, Jake, as I just heard the whistle of the 3 minutes board before we go back to racing.
Always interesting to hear what the competitors do in those high-pressure situations where you've had a little bit of conflict out on the circuit, but obviously it's very important to try and keep your emotions in check. Obviously, it's very hard work being in the World Championship week, and there are always going to be some difficulties and some tough moments, but it's good to see that on the whole, a lot of the drivers have a very good attitude despite the hardship. You've got to be totally professional and very much at your best in terms of composure to get through this week. But it is a very tough one. Some of the best racing drivers in motor racing history have come through this week. For some, it's a starting point. For others, it's the building of a legacy within the sport of karting. And it is going to be a very interesting challenge to see how these competitors continue to strive up the ranks. We're going to get to see some more exciting battles out there on the course. It's 25 degrees air temperature according to that graphic. I would estimate it's a bit more than that by now. The wind is a little bit stronger than yesterday, which is definitely helping keep things a little cooler. But the humidity is still quite high and the rain clouds are still circling this little bowl that we are in the middle of the mountain range. Hopefully it's not going to break like it did yesterday because we had a huge storm at the beginning of yesterday. However, there are some teams that will probably be hoping for a little bit of rain because a lot of them came into this week planning that they might be able to use their slick tyres a few heats less than usual because the rain might come on Saturday, and then obviously that would make things a little bit easier to cope with in terms of looking after the set of tyres that you're on. But on this particular occasion, the rain has not returned, so it could be very interesting to see how it plays out. There is Kian Fardin. Pole position for this one, and the fastest driver from time qualifying in OK Junior. Bit of a surprise to some, but certainly a good opportunity for Kian Fardin to step into the limelight, and deservedly so, as the fastest driver from time qualifying. Alongside him on the grid is the young man in the Ricardo chassis in the Leclerc by Lennox racing team, given the opportunity by Jordan Lennox-Lamb, and that is the British talent Noah Wolf, who has been incredibly strong back home in his native Great Britain. But this is the first time he's really had the opportunity to step out into the limelight of the FIA Karting paddock. There he is on the right of your screen in the Ricardo colours, and he'll be a very interesting one to watch. He had good speed yesterday, not a lot of luck, but he's hoping to change that over the course of today. Certainly everybody knows that he is not here to make up the numbers. He is not going to be a slouch, and he will definitely be a driver to reckon with out there on the course. So Kian Fardin and Noah Wolf on the front row from Andrea Dupé and Petr Agiv, then Enzo Tarvanichkul, who is the current leader, and then Tom Saleh. Joshua Graham and Alex O'Grady from Tobias Clausen and Joel Pajola, then Sandro Perez, Tiziano Monza, Max Walton and Lewis Werrell.
From Guy Albag, Simon Reckenmacher, Elliot Kaczynski, Gabriel Sano, Marty Ritonen, Kimi Tanin, Leo Robinson, Sebastian Kapuenk, Likutskov, Jidri Spezel, Timofey Mikhailov, Maria Neto and Sasha Avril. 27 drivers onto the track as we're missing Maria Germano Neto. No, is with us. Was a bit late to join the party for this A versus H qualifying race of the junior class. Going through the pre-grid, actually, it's always nice because I get to hear some of the advice given by our race director Nigel Edwards to the drivers, especially the ones at the front. They you know, the word, the advice is always pretty much the same. Strong racing, but fair racing. Take care of each other coming to the first corner into the starting procedure. So he says that in order for the drivers not to, get on hold of themselves, not to get too crazy into this procedure, because we've seen that happening. And in case the formation is not good enough, then we go for an extra lap.
Yeah, it's that common practice, isn't it? You can't win on the first lap, but you can definitely lose. So good from the race director, Nigel Edwards, just to reiterate that to the drivers, particularly in the junior category who are learning for the first time. That's a false start. They were mighty, mighty quick coming out of the final turn. That was just a little bit too early that they went on the throttle there. So a bit of Kian Farden and Noah Wolf getting very keen to go racing, so they obviously have to slow it right down. And you can always tell, because you're not really meant to be accelerating until you get to the yellow line on the main straight. That's what the yellow line is there for. So you can actually hold the lights on up until that point. It's not until really you get to the yellow lights at the yellow line that the race is meant to start at all. There's Pasquale Lupoli, assistant race director, who is also the race director of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But it's interesting because the yellow line is where the cutoff point for when they should start racing is where to begin. But if they're not in position at that point, then they can call a false start nice and early. If they have accelerated too early, they can also call the false start. So it's up to the drivers. They can obviously try and anticipate the start. But as with what has just happened there, if they get it wrong, then it's obviously not a correct start.
And starting from further back on the grid, you always keep your eyes on the pole sitters and the men in front of you. If they start accelerating and moving, you think, oh, okay, that's the right signal. That's the right time for me to do the same. Not really seeing where the yellow light might be onto the track. So you only think about going racing. So that can be misleading depending on what the leaders might do.
Well, if you consider that Farden, Wolf, Dupé and Aguiv have incredibly limited experience of starting an FIA karting race from the front, they're going to get up on acceleration again as they come off the turn. They're going to do it again. Look at this. The thing is, the drivers at the front are literally coming off the final corner and then just nailing the throttle. That's it. They can't do that. They've got to wait. They have to wait until they're in those two tram lines, and they have to pace themselves. They can't just come off the final turn and blam on the throttle. They have to pace it. They have to control the pace of the field and then go for the throttle whenever. Red flag. They've stopped it. Red flag. Now this is controversial, because obviously this shows you that Farden and Wolf have not been paying attention to the race director's instructions. They've decided to red flag this. They will bring the drivers either to the, I'm not sure whether they'll bring them to the starting grid or whether they'll bring them into the holding area, but either way, the race has been red flagged before it's even begun, because Farden and Wolf are not controlling the pace of the drivers at the front end of the field. They were coming off the final turn and just nailing the throttle, not really paying attention to the instructions. You've got to pace it. You've got to pace it. And I'm afraid they have not done that. They're going to bring them onto the start-finish straight.
Ooh, I wouldn't like to be in the shoes of Kian Farden and Noah Wolf, because I'm sure that Nigel Edwards, our race director, is not particularly happy about what's happening on track. He was very firm, just but firm on the terms he was using, Don't take each other out, do the procedures right, and strong racing but fair racing. And as you said, apparently the message wasn't actually put through quite efficiently enough. As whether listening, whether paying attention, sometimes, those young drivers tend to get themselves into the bubble of going racing onto the pre-grid, and sometimes they're not paying attention enough. But it doesn't mean that you have to, doing things wrongly on the track when it comes to starting procedures. So they're going to have a bit of a chat, as our race director is going to ask the drivers up front to come forward. And
oh dear,
this is the chat you don't want to have.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately, both of them have basically been told, look, you knew perfectly well coming off the final corner, you are not allowed to hit the accelerator as you come directly off the corner. You have to hold the field up and roll them along the start-finish line and wait until the yellow line before you start racing. Both drivers were basically trying to outsmart the other, and they just brought the car under acceleration, because the problem is you can't accelerate until the straight, because if the leaders come off the final corner and start accelerating, they leave everybody else behind. That's the problem. Now, I have seen this happen in the past when the front row drivers have actually been asked to go to the back of the grid because they cannot control the pace. I don't know whether that's going to be the case this time. This isn't going to be a long restart procedure at all. They're going to start from their original grid positions, but of course they have to bring their mechanics onto the circuit to help them push start once again. But Nigel Edwards, the arm of the law, quite clear to the two drivers, you know what the policy is. We told you this in the driver's briefing on Thursday. Don't do it again.
And it's not easy as well for the other drivers because, you know, now they're going to have to restart the engines. They're going to have to put the tires back up to temperatures. That's one extra formation lap, which means more demanding for the engines, for the machines, and for the young men as well. So you need to get back into proceedings. You need to focus as well straight on. And it's never easy when you're back into the heat moment and then you have to cool it down just a tiny bit because of the fault of others. That's part of racing. That's part of what we're doing here. But let's see this time around if Kian Fardin and Noah Wolf will be able to control the pack much efficiently as the mechanics make their way back to the sidelines. Watching along already on the live timing, brought to you by Apex Timing and available on FIAKarting.com as always. So we go around for a third time. It's been a while since we had 3 attempts to go for a rolling start, but I guess that's part of the learning progress that they have to go through. Those young drivers, as we said, on the 2 first row of the grid. They don't have a lot of experience of rolling start at that level of competition. And let's not forget, this is the World Championship, you know, and some of them might not be in the easiest position. They have to collect the points, they have to secure the results, and, you know, that puts pressure on their little shoulders.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that neither Kian Fardin, Noah Wolf, Andrea Dupé or Petter de Gieve on the opening 2 rows of the grid have ever been in as high a position as this on a starting grid of a World Championship event. So it's big, big pressure for them. Now, the drivers behind them have done it in the European Championships before, so they have a little bit more experience of it. But look, this is a bit more like it. Fardin has to back the field up. Wolf has to back the field up. Now, the key factor here is when they start accelerating. They've backed the field up big time, but they can't just hit the throttle the second they come off the apex of the corner. They have to wait until they actually come into the tram lines. That's when you should start accelerating. You should really be holding it until the yellow line. So there's a little bit of grace. It's still a reasonably fast start, but I think that should be okay. And it is. We go racing. That's more like it. Up to the first corner. And it's already a big push forward as Kian Fardin gets into the lead in front of Andrea Dupé. Noah Wolf slots into 3rd position as they make the push for the 2nd corner. Everybody else managing to get through the hairpin without too many dramas. Looks as though they're going to settle this on the first lap, and Noah Wolf is already right in behind, trying to make his bid. There's a spin. 2 karts have come together then on the chicane. So there is already an investigation into Kian Fardin and to Noah Wolf. So both drivers are under investigation after having to have the race red flag, but Andrea Dupé is going to try and get on with this. Those are the 2 karts involved in their incident further back. That is Martti Ryttönen and Kimi Tani, the privateer. So problems, unfortunately, for those 2 as they exit the scene of the accident. Further round the lap, Noah Wolf is trying to shake off Enzo Tarvanichkul, who comes round the outside, the young man from Thailand. Excellent push from Enzo Tarvanichkul. He is absolutely in resolute form. Now Noah Wolf has got pressure from Joshua Graham, who dives in up the inside. Graham versus Wolf, down to the apex, and Graham is through. Nice overtake, and Noah Wolf slots back into what is now P6 behind Team Soleil.
Lap number 1 completed out of 7 into turn number 2. Beautifully made round the inside of the 185. Enzo Tarvanichkul keep on going his way and takes 2nd place from Andrea Dupé. The Thai driver on a charge indeed, having to start from 5th on the grid, but he lost no time at all to make his bid and fight his way through to 2nd. Now his next one is Kian Fardin, the pole sitter and leader of this race, on the way to the hairpin, holding the door, and Andrea Dupé is trying to hold on to 3rd position, but he has a couple of drivers. Joshua Graham, the first one, trying to give him a hard time. Time Saleh, Noah Wolf, dropping down to 6th place. Noah Wolf didn't have the best of outcome in one of his races with an incident in the last lap yesterday, so having to make up for a lot of ground lost, and that's what he needs to do, even though the confidence remains quite high. 4 driver in the tussle for 2nd place, Andrea Dupé. 3rd place it is, sorry, Andrea Dupé, Joshua Graham, Sam Saleh, and there he goes for the move. Oh, that was a very close one, but Enzo Tarvanichkul goes for it as well. Beautifully made for the 2. So Tarvanichkul in the lead with Kian Fardin just behind. 105 is going to try his bit once again. This is very close. He goes back into 1st position. As Enzo Tarvanichkul is going to try again. That was a very close call on turn number 2. There was no room to go near.
Here he comes again.
Yeah, it is. The hairpin, that's the one.
Up on the inside, Tarvanichkul nails it this time at the end of the back straight. Jensen Graham having a great tussle with Tame Soleil, the German as well. Soleil making his way through into 3rd place ahead of the young British new boy. So Jensen Graham in front of Noah Wolf, Andrea Dupé, and then in the 120, that is Tiziano Monza, the Paralympic driver, really starting to shake it up there as Tarvanichkul goes defensive into the inside line. Fardin's coming back at him. And Kieran Fardin's going to get the move. Watch out for Tame Soleil. Soleil's going to dive through on the inside into second place. So Tame Soleil comes through, takes second position away then. And Kieran Fardin finds himself in the lead once more. And there goes Noah Wolf back on the inside of Joshua Graham. So Wolf has found his feet again. And Tiziano Monza in the Paralin finds himself there in P6 as Tame Soleil is now going after the leader, Kieran Fardin, in second position ahead of Tarvan Ichkul, Wolf, Graham, Monza, then Dupé, Agiv, Clausen and Lewis Werrell.
Watch out on the way to the hairpin. 124, beautifully made around the inside. It's going to be a battle all the way down. This is a 3-driver battle for the lead as they keep exchanging positions further back as well. We have Noah Wolf trying to put pressure on Josh Graham. Graham the other way around it should be. But now ends out of, the leader, Kieran Fardin, is tumbling down the order. It's going to be a very, very hard work that he's going to have to pull out because Noah Wolf goes around the inside into the last corner. Noah Wolf on the inside as Chiafarin not on the best line, and there he goes through Noah with taking with him Tiziano Monza, wasn't it, into the turn number 1. So there's a bit of exchange in position into the process, but run inside the 210. Joshua Graham taking as well Tiziano Monza, Andrea Dupé into the mix. Dupé is losing a bit of momentum, but that's disaster for Kieran Fardin.
It's also a disaster for Enzo Tarvan. He's gone to the back of the queue, and it's Tiziano Monza that picks it all up. Third position for the Singaporean now. Tame Soleil leads the way, Noah Wolf in second, Tiziano Monza in third, and it's Simon Rechenmacher who has set the fastest lap of the race as he breaks into the top 10 in front of Tobias Clausen. Joshua Graham still holding on to things here in front of Kieran Fardin and Andrea Dupé, with Enzo Tarvan behind them all in 7th place. This is not good news for him. It's great for Anatoly Kavalkin on the sidelines watching it all unfold because he will take back the lead at the interim standings. Up on the inside, Fardin and Graham. Graham is desperately trying to hold on, but Graham has to let him go. And as a result, he's going to lose ground and traction. Lewis Werrell nearly got through on the inside, trying to break through as Guy Albag picks up a warning flag elsewhere. Now, Josh Graham going to try and get his move on the inside of Kieran Fardin. Werrell looking for his opportunity. Fardin drifts wide. Graham drifts wide. Werrell going to get past both of them. Great move from Lewis Werrell as the Forza driver nicks up the inside of both drivers in one fell swoop.
Yeah, beautifully made from the young British driver, Joao Perhola, the fastest on track. But look at the battle go as Andrea Dupé is still trying to make his bit as we're back here onto the hairpin. The Pauline driver, this is...
that's Monza.
That's Monza, indeed. Monza who just made his way through past Noah Wolf for second place. Beautifully made for Tiziano Monza, who climbed 10 positions up to second in front of Noah Wolf for second. So that's going to be very short indeed and very tight all the way to the checkered flag. Noah Wolf down in third, trying to stake within close reach for Tiziano Monza as they make their way past on the start-finish straight for the penultimate time. Tame Soleil, your leader, almost a second in front of Tiziano Monza. Noah Wolf in third. Lewis Werrell, brilliant race indeed from the British driver up into fourth. Then we have Joshua Graham, Enzo Tarvan. It might not be over yet.
This is a very important win coming up for Tame Soleil and a brilliant fight back from Tiziano Monza, the Singaporean in the Paralin, really starting to make his play on the Saturday morning here at Sarno. But obviously Tame Soleil is going to be holding on fast here from Tiziano Monza and Noah Wolf, with Lewis Werrell and Joshua Graham running in the top 5. So an excellent performance so far. But Enzo Tarvan is still going to be there in the top 6. So he's only going to lose a few points by comparison to his rivals out there. But it certainly showcases that every single race counts. Out of the final turn, Tame Soleil is going to move up into third in the interim rankings with this victory. A great run from the German, looking one step closer to the top spot. Monza in second, Wolf in third, Werrell in fourth ahead of Graham and Tarvan. Very smooth performance from Tame Soleil, getting faster and faster all the way through the week. And the German star really starting to look very authoritarian out there on the course as he picks up a victory at a critical moment in his week as well. You really want to get those victories under your belt, and Tame Soleil really starting to settle things out in his way. So the German going well ahead of Tiziano Monza and Noah Wolf. Excellent performance then from the Kart Republic as he manages to make good use of the situations around him. But Tame Soleil very much in his stride as he continues to make progress. And a very solid effort from the German thus far. Just needs to keep the pressure rising and keep everything motivated from his point of view. He's looking very calm and comfortable out there at this moment in time. So an excellent run from the German Tame Soleil, who will come home in front of Monza and Wolf. Still a few things that need to be sorted out post-race, of course. Tame Soleil, though, the victor from Tiziano Monza and Noah Wolf. Lewis Werrell and Joshua Graham, 3 Brits in the top 5 ahead of Enzo Tarvanitschkul. Then Andrea Dupé from Kian Fardin, Peter Ogive and Simon Rechenmacher. Tobias Clausen in front of Elliot Kaczynski. Guy Albag in front of Kirill Kutskov. Sandro Perez, Alex O'Grady and Sebastian Kalpeng. The Finnish driver Joel Pajola for Sodicard came home in 18th place in front of Leo Robinson in his Lando Norris chassis for Ricky Flynn and Sasha Avriel, who fought his way up 7 places on this occasion to P20. Then it is Max Walton ahead of Timofey Mikhailov, Mario Germano Nito, Gabriel Sarno and Jindra Pazel, the Berilart driver, who finds himself in 25th. Just the collision between Martti Rittonen and Kimi Tani on the opening lap to sweep up. What a fabulous battle. And an important victory for Tame Soleil, who made up 5 places there compared to Tiziano Monza, who made up 10 to work their way forward. Lewis Werrell also making up 10 places. So clearly their setup on Saturday much better than what they were able to come up with on Friday. So down in pit lane, no doubt, Guillaume will want to talk to the protagonists from this one.
Here we are back, ladies and gentlemen, from Parc Fermé with Tame Soleil from Germany. The smile on your face, Tim, and we can easily understand why. What a beautiful victory that is. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. The race was very hard to manage. At the beginning, the tires didn't have enough grip, so I had to warm up, drive a bit more aggressive, and then slowly my tires built up the heat, and then I got in front.
So a lot of heat in tires that allowed you to climb through, but still, in terms of management, you're still confident because there's a long way to go with the same tires.
Yeah, I know, but at the race, I checked back, there was nobody. Then I was like calm, I was chilling, driving around, minding my own business, and it was all good.
It was all good indeed. That's a strong result for you because it puts you in the personal ranking in 3rd place, meaning that if you keep it that way, keeping the strong results, and let's see what happens to the others, but you could be well starting at the front row for the super heats tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be very nice, I hope.
You do hope that will be the objective. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for the race. Bye-bye, and see you very soon. Maybe Antoine Dupé, we can have a quick word with Andrea Dupé. My apologies. Andrea? Maybe un petit mot avec nous, si tu veux bien. Quick word with us, Andrea. Yeah, you can take the helmet off, of course, take your time, but let's digest this race, finish in 7th. So I can see on your face, Andrea, that it wasn't maybe the result you had expected. You dropped a couple of positions, still very, very fast indeed. You are in the mix up front, so nothing is lost.
Yeah, for sure, I will expect a bit better, but struggled a little at the beginning. I was having no grip. At the end, it was a bit better, but it was finished. So.
Yes, indeed, we will see. But the pace is there, so it keeps you strong. Certainly positive views for the rest to come. Thank you very much, Andrea, and good luck. Back to you, Jake.
It's going to be a very strong start to the next race as we gear ourselves up for more exciting action out there on the course. Having just had the latest of the OK Junior contests, we now have the OK qualifying heat A versus D, and it's going to put Maxime Rem in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Lando Norris chassis in pole position. Alongside him on the grid will be Max Popov for the Kovsky Motorsport team aboard his Tony Kart. And then we'll have an interesting challenge behind Zachary David alongside the European KZ champion Paolo Ippolito lining up in 4th position on the starting grid for Kart Republic. What a turnaround he's had in the last 18 months. The Italian, ever since his win in Adria in Gearbox last year, he's been phenomenal to watch. And now, having just won the European Championship title at Cremona in Italy, he wanted to come here to his beloved Sarno and try to become world champion. Just missed out on doing so at Le Mans 2 weeks ago. So now he's kind of hoping that he can get the job done in direct drive instead of in Gearbox. So it'll be a fascinating challenge as they continue to battle for performance. Looks as though Jace Matthews may be having a problem getting started, but Maxime Rem is on the front row alongside Max Popov. Then Zachary David and Paolo Ippolito, Juha Valtonen and Ian Eichmans, Tuukka Tarpanen and Joel Bergström, Kier Nakamura-Berta and Freddie Slater, Enzo Deligny and Rentaro Sato, Jacob Brashki and David Walter, Yuya Makoshi and Jace Matthews, Nicolo Kuman, Francesco Marenghi, Nacho Tunion and Jokobus Bogdanovicius, Ellis Stevens and Filippo Fiorentino, Emma Felbermeyer and Harley Keeble, Arda Tapinen and Jan Koller from Nico Lemberg, Fuji Shota, Dante Vinci and Joe Turney. Joe Turney, of course, having to start his races from the back of the grid, having been excluded from qualifying due to a technical non-conformity. So Joe Turney having to work his way through the field for all of his races. And I'm delighted to tell you that even though Jace Matthews struggled to get onto the starting grid, everybody is going to be on the circuit for this one, which includes Fuji Shota, the Japanese driver who had a monstrous accident in one of yesterday's heats that brought out the yellow flags. And we genuinely thought we were going to have a big incident, a big injury on our hands. But incredibly, Fuji Shota was okay. And after checks with the medical center, has obviously been cleared to race again today. So great news that the Drago course driver from Japan has been able to continue his World Championship journey. So Rem, Popov, David, Ippolito, Valtonen, Eichmans, and the reigning world champion Tuukka Tarponen. Here we go, up to the first corner. And a great start from Maxim Rem, no problems at all. Zachary David going to go with him as they go through turn one. Bit of a charge forward as Juha Valtonen and Tuukka Tarponen are trying to make their presence felt up the inside line. Also a bit of a charge forward as you've got Kia Nakamura-Berta trying to sort it out in the middle of the gaggle. And he's up to 5th position. Good start from Nakamura-Berta as the field mixes its way through up at turn 5. They will go through the left flick at 6 and onto the back straight after 7. And so far, so good for the pole sitter. Going well for Maxim Rem, but Zachary David already under pressure from Valtonen and Tarponen.
Yeah, watch out for Tony Kart drivers making their way to the hairpin. One of the hardest spots onto the track. Oh, and one driver going off, unfortunately. Was it the 46? I might have that wrong, but let's see. We went wide and lost a bit of momentum and suddenly a couple of positions. It was in the midfield. We'll get back to that. The 51 on your picture. This is happening further back as well. Completing, this is Nacho Tunon that we had on the picture now, completing lap number 1. Let's have a look at the gaps, and now there's a switch for the lead between Zachary David and Maxim Rem. David is now your leader. Watch out for the counter-attack from the RFM driver as the Tony Kart driver, Tarponen and Valtonen trying to catch up as well. Stay within contact. David Walter having a warning flag. That's quite unfortunate for him, the Korsky Motorsport driver, as we keep ourselves focused on the battle for the lead. Zachary David now taking the leadership and the commands on lap number 2. Maxim Rem under intense pressure from Tarponen and Valtonen. Those two are going to have to work together. Tarponen goes for first and takes second place from the inside. That was pretty much clean. Was the door way too open for Tarponen? I think it stays behind, but that was very close indeed.
Well, Zachary David lost the lead because Tarponen was making the move to get past Maxim Rem. At the same time, David was going wide, and that was enough for Rem to get through into the lead, so Tarponen bailed out. Tarponen followed Maxim Rem through into second, Valtonen to third, and then Zachary David forms up in 4th position behind them. So, tricky situation now for the drivers as they continue to make good work of things. But it's a very intriguing battle as the contenders continue to put on a good showcase. The battle's raging as the drivers continue to put on a big showcase now. Rem, Tarponen, Valtonen, David, Nakamura-Berta and Max Popov from Paolo Ippolito in 7th in the Kart Republic. But there's a little bit of a gap building behind the top 10. They've all gone through, but 11th position downwards is a real rout of drivers. Jacob Raschke in front of David Walter and Rintaro Sato, both of whom have had difficult starts to races as they have continued. Freddie Slater's not having the best of races either. Finds himself quite a long way down in the bottom end of the top 10, trying to fight his way further forward. Here comes Tarponen. Watch out for the move into the final bend on Maxim Rem. Textbook from the world champion. No wonder he is still top dog. Zachary David on the inside of Juha Valtonen as well. So some good overtaking moves. Nakamura-Berta in front of Popov and Deligny, but Deligny has now managed to get his way through into 6th position. Tarponen leads the way.
Yeah, always beautifully made indeed from Tuukka Tarponen, your new leader with the number 1. There's a reason to that. He's the reigning world champion of the category and certainly more than willing to make it through in a row. Fastest in the race as confirmation. Tuukka Tarponen, Maxim Rem, Zachary David, Juha Valtonen battling along for 3rd place. You can see them very, very close indeed on the way to the hairpin. Then we have Kia Nakamura-Berta trying to make his bid as well. A bit on his own, a Japanese driver, as is trying to keep himself away from the battle between Enzo Deligny and Max Popov further back 6 and 7. Now it's a game of waiting, isn't it? This is lap number 4 out of 10, and those guys have enough experience to know when to attack, when to find the position. If there's a gap, you need to go for that indeed. That's what makes them racing drivers. But at some point, if they do that way too early and are unable to pull enough of a gap, they might actually be in some sort of a trouble situation, and it won't be paying off. We're not there yet. Tarponen is leading, not quite able to extend his gap to be in the comfort zone. Maxim Rem in 2nd, having to deal with the pressure from Zachary David at the same time as well. Valtonen observing everything, so now this is very much a waiting time, isn't it? And Kia Nakamura-Berta could be the 5th driver in this wagon. to try to turn things around. It always easier said than done, isn't it, in this top 10, as we have as well Freddie Slater in 8th from Yannick and Paolo Ippolito at the same time.
I think something's come off a cart there somewhere. Emma Felbermeyer has retired from the race up at that hairpin, and it looked as though one of the officials was trying to remove some debris from the infield just on the approach to that corner. So a bit of an interesting situation there as the drivers continue to battle forward. Jan Koller has got the investigation flag open, and Harley Keeble has as well. So both Jan Koller and Harley Keeble under investigation from the officials. But Tuukka Tarponen still leads the way here as Zachary David is slowly falling into the clutches of Maxim Rem, the German talent who is, oh, there is the car being manoeuvred of, that's one of the Tony karts. Now who is that? That's Joe Turney. That is Joe Turney having fought his way through the field. Joe Turney is now out of the race. Disastrous for the Englishman. So Joe Turney has come off the kart at the final turn, and that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin for Joe Turney's World Championship aspirations. I think it's fair to say that he is not going to be a world champion in 2022. What a shame. That's already put him, he was already down at the back after problems in qualifying, and now it's even worse for Joe Turney, who finds himself in a very difficult situation. So the contenders up front still battling on. Tarponen, David, Rem, Valtonen, Nakamura Berta and Freddie Slater, who is making good work of things now, up into 6th position, starting to make the progress. Popov, Eichmanns, Deligny and Ippolito.
Yeah, such a shame for Joe Turney, isn't it? The luck hasn't been on his side, even though he's been one of the dominant forces in this year's European Championship, having won 2 out of 4 races. So we'll see what will come out of this weekend for him. Watch out for the move. Oh, it was a close call, but the door was shut for Maxim Rem to try to make his way around the inside. And that could actually go the way of those 2 drivers. Valtonen and Kin Nakamura Berta, a 4th driver also in the same picture. And then no one of them, actually none of them is trying to think of Tuukka Tarponen, because he's been able to extend his gap up to a 2nd into the last corner. Zachary David, Maxim Rem, Jo Valtonen, Kin Nakamura Berta in that order. Will this be the same at the finish line? I very much doubt so, as Nakamura Berta is having a good momentum outside of turn number 1. Watch out for the number 4 with the Alpine Bleu de France livery. Slater is trying to make his bid as well, but he's lagging 1 second behind, so I'm not quite sure that Freddie Slater will be one to watch for the final stages, even though he's been keeping a very good rhythm in this race. There you can see him 27 into the S's. Maxime Popov, Yannick, Deligny, Paolo Ippolito for the top 10. That remains unchanged, but not for long as he goes through. Maxim Rem, Zachary David fighting back side by side. Oh, there was a bit of wheel banging on the outside, but Maxim Rem managed to stay ahead.
Maxim Rem, determined to keep in front of Zachary David, just chopped across the front fairing of him and said, no, you're not getting back in here. Very tight for Maxim Rem as he continues to try and hold it. Now Nakamura Berta is going to get his move on the inside of Juha Valtonen. So Nakamura Berta up into 4th position, still very much keeping his World Championship hopes alive. 4th position for the young Alpine driver as Ella Stevens is now under investigation for an incident somewhere along the line. But only 2 retirements thus far, Emma Felbermeyer and Joe Turney. But we're on the penultimate lap, it's getting pretty heated now as Nakamura Berta tries to close up on the top 3 with Valtonen in tow.
Yeah, it's going to be close indeed, as Jo Valtonen has still something to say in this race, that's for sure. Joel Bergström, the Swedish driver from Forza Racing, the fastest on track. Look at how defensive is Kin Nakamura Berta going on the inside of the hairpin. There was no room for Jo Valtonen to even think of an attack. That might come later. He will have 1 lap after this one. Always easier said than done, as always, because Kin Nakamura Berta, even though one of the youngest in the class, has gained so much experience and so much maturity over the past few months, with 2 titles in the bag already, that is never an easy task to try to overtake him. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Final lap, 7/10 between the 2 leaders. Nothing to worry about for Tuukka Tarponen. Rem in 2nd, then Zachary David, Kin Nakamura Berta in 3rd. He wants to be in that top 3. He's going to do everything that he can to try to destabilize Zachary David in 3rd place. And there's your leader with the number 1 on his plate as well. Tuukka Tarponen, or the strong name of the end of last season in Campillos. Ever since he won that World Championship, it's been made, it was very much a click. As you can see, Freddie Slater is back in contention as well. We didn't expect Freddie actually to make contact with Jo Valtonen, but we could see the move coming up for the British driver as Tuukka Tarponen is going through the last corners of this race.
Tuukka Tarponen is very much on his way to reclaim the lead of the World Championship week. He's not quite going to do it with this race, but he's definitely looking hungry for it as Tuukka Tarpanen picks up another heat win this week in front of Maxim Rem and Zachary David. Kian Nakamura-Berta, fourth position in front of Juho Valtonen and Freddie Slater, keeping their dreams alive, all within 2 seconds. Oh, and that's a last lap incident. So who is that that's gone? That looks like Joel Bergström. Joel Bergström has gone off on the final lap of the race. Devastating for the Swede, who has shown amazing pace over the course of this week. Could so easily have got pole position in his qualifying had he had just one more lap to do anything with it. But Joel Bergström now finds himself out of the race on the final lap here, joining Hugh Yamakoshi, Joe Turney and Emma Felbermeyer on the sidelines. But Tuukka Tarpanen definitely putting himself into a great position for the Tony Kart Factory team. There's only been 2 drivers this century to have taken back-to-back titles in the senior category in the World Championship. There is a very unhappy Hugh Yamakoshi watching on from the sidelines. But there's only been 2 drivers to have taken back-to-back championships. 3 I should say, to have taken back-to-back world titles in the last century. And Tuukka Tarpanen is hoping to become the 4th after Marco Ardigo, Nick de Vries and Lorenzo Travasanuto. He takes the win from Maxim Rem, Zachary David and Kian Nakamura-Berta, then Juho Valtonen, Freddie Slater ahead of Ian Eichmans, Max Popov, Enzo Deligny and Paolo Ippolito.
And further back as well, we have Jakub Rarinski in 11, Rintaro Satodan in 12, from Nacho Turan, Arle Kiebel, Francesco Marenghi, Nicolo Kuman, Jokubas Bogdanovicius in 17, Filippo Fiorentino, Jason Matthews, then David Walter, and investigation done in P20. 21 was Adada Turpanen from Dante Vinci, Fuji Shota, Nico Lemberg, Ella Stevens, and Jan Koller, with a couple of drivers missing in Emma Felbermeyer, Joe Turney, EU Yamamonowski, and Joel Bergström in the last lap. But Joe Turney once again having no luck at all after what happened to him and the disqualification earlier on that forces him to start from the back end of the grid, and a retirement that's going to put, as you said, is good result hopes to pretty much zero, unless he can keep on doing the good job that he has been doing so far and trying to save what's left.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting junior heat that's coming up next, because we're going to have the 2 contenders from the European Championship, Jan Petrovsky and Anatoly Kavalkin, sharing the front row of the grid. And for the first time this week, Anatoly Kavalkin is going to be on the on the even side of the grid. So he'll be on the outside line for turn 1. This is going to be a tricky situation for him to try and hold on to a decent starting position. Third on the grid was Martin Molnar for this one, and in 4th place, last year's FIA Karting Academy trophy winner and the leading contender for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team coming into this World Championship week, Maciek Gladys of Poland.
It means quite a lot, because every driver has an opportunity to win World Championship, and it's one of the biggest party in the world because it's World Championship. So I'm very glad that I'm here, and yeah, I hope so we can have some good results this weekend. It's very difficult track, very tough, but yeah, I like this track. In the rain, in the dry, I was testing here a lot in racing. So I know this track quite well, so I'm quite happy World Championship are here. It's very now bumpy track. Last year it was like smooth track. This year, a lot of karting drivers are testing and racing here, so the track is more bumpy. And it's very tough, because if you make little mistake, your lap is already done. Because if you go too fast into the corner after, you're going sideways or something. So yeah, it's really hard track. This year, of course, I improved a lot since I joined Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Because last year I was a bit scared, because it was a lot of good drivers and aggressive, so I was a bit scared. And this year I'm more confident and more aggressive on track, but smart aggressive to not crash into someone. And yeah, I'm trying to be calm on track, and yeah, I'm trying to get some good results. First heats I will try, if I pull away from someone, like the guy behind me, I will try to save the tires and to not go too aggressive. So yeah, for the maybe last two heats, if my tires will be good, I will push more. I hope so that we'll have good tires, but tomorrow probably it will be rain, so we'll see how some drivers will drive, or yeah, we'll see. We're working a lot with the carburetor and with the chassis. Now we know the setup with the chassis, but we must still work with the engine and with the power on the straight. We are still a little bit losing. I think we'll find some good setups for the next practice, and we'll be fast and in the top. We must work because it's today to tomorrow is quali day, and yeah, it's no time.
So the battles continue to rage here in the FIA Karting World Championship week at the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli here in Sarno. Overseeing us, as you can see in the background, is Mount Vesuvius. 26 degrees air temperature. The wind has dropped suddenly down to just the 1 kilometers an hour, and the humidity is dropping slightly as well, which could actually cause a bit of a problem. A lot of the teams were banking on the fact that there would be some rain over the course of Saturday. It has not materialized at all, and a lot of the teams, particularly in OK Junior, that were expecting 7 race heats, some of which would be run in the wet, are now finding that all of today's races are likely to be run in the dry conditions. That's going to cause a bit of an issue for teams trying to keep their tyre management going all the way to tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of gambling when it comes to tire management coming to the last phase, because let's not forget that all the drivers have 1 set and a half to go from qualifying all the way to the superheat, and 1 fresh set of tires for the final. That's by the rule book, isn't it? But they're free to use the tires the way they please. But having that in mind, it's commonly done that they try to stay with that 1.5 set all throughout the proceedings from Friday to Saturday and Sunday morning, in order to keep, you know, all the options open for the biggest of races. But that makes for a very tricky challenge indeed, especially when they have that amount of races. The OK category have 5 qualifying heats to go through. The juniors, it's 6, so that's a lot of races that have to go through indeed. The KC2 driver, for instance, last 2 weeks ago for the World Championship in Le Mans, had 7 races to dispute before having a hope to finish within the 72 best drivers for the superheat. So this is really one of the biggest tricks, talking about tires, managing the rubber, and you know, having those interviews that we do at the Parc Fermé. It's always interesting to have a look at the actual state of the tires when they come back to the scale, and you can see that some of them are very, very much used at this point of the weekend. So the drivers making their way to the track, as Jan Perizolski and Anatoly Kavalkin will be alongside each other on the front row. This is the provisional order as it stands, with Kavalkin leading the way with 4 points, 6 points for Jan Perizolski. So not a lot, just 2 units splitting them. And it's going to be another great battle between those two, as Kavalkin has 2 wins by his name for just 1 to Jan Perizolski, with a couple of second places finishes. So very, very tiny lead on performance, Kavalkin and Jan Perizolski. One with Parolin, the other one with Tony Kort, and we're in for another battle between those two.
We are indeed. Qualifying Heat B versus C sees Jan Petrowski and Anatoly Kavalkin on the front row from Martin Molnar and Maciej Gladish, Scott Lindblom and Alfie Slater from Andrea Daikin and Ivo Besterda, Jens Truer and Kilian Josselin from Luna Flusha, Marcus Sater, Griffin Peebles and Thomas Strauven.
From René Lammers and Andy Conzani, Marcus Silkunas, as well as Luca Flucha, Oliver Kinmark, Arthur Dorisson, Nicola Lati and Dino Strochu, William Go, Emilio Ortolani, Bradley Marshman and Zoe Florescu, Jensen Burnett and Faden Papa Philippou. Everybody on track. As you can see, the pole sitter, Jan Perezowski in that case, trying to pace everybody down. And hopefully this time around we'll be good to go for the first attempt.
Petrowski versus Kavalkin down to turn 1. This is going to be an absolute humdinger as they make their way to the first corner. Watch for Gladish behind Kavalkin as well. He'll want to take some prisoners into the first lap. So let's see how we go. Underway to starters' orders. We're racing up to the first corner. Good start for Petrowski. A terrific start from Molnar and Lindblom as well. They all cut through past Kavalkin. Maciej Gladish has just slotted in behind the energy course of Andrea Daikin, I think that is. So they've managed to exacerbate some of the problems through the first couple of corners, but everybody trying to mix it up as they all hustle their way through. There's a spinner at turn 1. It's one of the CRGs, I'm afraid, that has gone around. That is the 148 of Nicola Lati, the Finn. So Lati, unfortunately, right down to the back, and he's not the only one in trouble because Lucas Flusha has ended up off the road somewhere as well, in exactly the same place. So Lucas Flusha is now going to have to try and catch up to his sister Luna, who is still out there at the sharp end of the field, trying to mix it up at the forefront. But that's Scott Lindblom trying to keep himself in the top 3, but under pressure from Anatoly Kavalkin. The first time these two have come to battle in this race, and Lindblom working hard here to try and keep Anatoly Kavalkin at bay. He's got to shut down that radius. Too late. He's opened the door, and Anatoly Kavalkin is going to steal that third place back.
Yeah, that's a mistake that you don't want to repeat. He keeps on going from the external side of the track and keeps that position alive. What a move that was.
Oh my goodness, Lindblom defending valiantly there around the outside to hold on to third position. That was a slam dunk from Kavalkin, but Lindblom had other ideas. Absolutely amazing. And now that looks like Luna Flusha has worked her way up into 5th position past Maciej Gladish as Andrea Daikin has slipped to 7th place, and that's a retirement from Dino Storescu, the Romanian. So Storescu is in trouble. There comes Kavalkin back on the inside of Lindblom. This time he makes the overtaking move stick as Luna Flusha works her way to 5th. That is a retirement from Emilio Ortolani. So Ortolani in the Sodi kart having problems as well now. And he's out of this race as Petrowski battles away with Martin Molnar. Petrowski now defending. Molnar slow in, fast out. Can he get across the line? To get across on Petrowski. Chops across on the nose there of the energy course. Not going to make it easy to get past him today. So Petrowski and Molnar, Kavalkin and Lindblom, and then it is Maciej Gladish back in front of Luna Flusha with Jens Truer, Ivo Besterda, Andrea Daikin and Griffin Peebles.
One driver who couldn't ask for more is Jan Perezowski with a fantastic gap he's been able to pull with Molnar as well. 1.3 seconds is going to be very, very close indeed. But those two on their own planet, Perezowski, Molnar on the way to the hairpin, still very much the pressure on. Anthony Kavalkin down in third, 1.3 seconds, so it's going to be down to 2 drivers on your picture. Jan Perezowski from pole position with Martin Molnar making his way through into the turn number 1 on the starting procedure. It's always, especially on this track of Sarno, being on the inside line coming to turn number 1 is always a big advantage. You've seen once again that Kavalkin couldn't shut the door quite efficiently enough to prevent overtaking from happening, and now he's having to try to fight back and catch up the 2 leaders from afar. Investigation flag for Dino Sabin Strotsku, the 172, who's out of this race, unfortunately for him already. But Jan Perezowski, Martin Molnar, Energy Corse against Tonica, those two for the win. Jan Perezowski has won already. He could be in for 2nd, and Anatoly Kavalkin is close rival for the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow, has 2 wins already by his name. Then we have 4th place for Scott Lindblom. Maciej Gladish down in 5th, Luna Flusha, not Luca, in 6th, Ivo Besterda in 7th, Jens Truer is 8th, Griffin Peebles 9th, and Alfie Slater is running up the top 10 as we're waiting for the move to come. Kilian Josseron warning flag for him. Watch out for the last corner. The energy course is observing his chances. He's trying to put his opponent to the mistake, trying to destabilize him. But he's having none of it. Watch out for the momentum as they make their way to turn number 1. He's missing a couple of meters. Could he make his bit into turn number 2? But the door is shut, as you can see. Jan Perezowski being very defensive. There's nowhere to go for Molnar in 2nd. Arthur Dorisson, the Trophy Academy winner in Le Mans, being warned as well for certainly something that didn't please too much the officials. We'll get back to that in a minute, as Anatoly Kavalkin is showing that he's not done yet for the fight for victory. His gap went down to 0.7 of a second. He's very much in pace. Anatoly Kavalkin the fastest on track, 56.8 through 57.1 for the two leaders. They're actually neutralizing each other by fighting this way, and it allows Anatoly Kavalkin to close back.
So with Petrovsky and Molnar being caught rapidly by Anatoly Kavalkin, something could still happen. Here comes Molnar on the inside, diving to take the lead away from Petrovsky. That is going to back the pole into Kavalkin, and he knows it. He looks over his shoulder and realizes how close the barrel end's going to be. They run through to the first corner, flying through turn one. Up to the hairpin, Kavalkin's going to make his bid, and there's not a lot that Petrovsky can do about it, except go slow in, fast out, in the hope that he can overhaul Kavalkin, but he can't. And the Paralin is through into second place. All of a sudden, that overtaking move from Martin Molnar has given Anatoly Kavalkin another chance to take the win in this heat. He's got through in a second. Watch him down the back straight. He's going to be on the slipstream of Martin Molnar. He will get that opportunity into the hairpin, dives in on the inside. And all of a sudden, Kavalkin, he's back in the lead as now Petrovsky goes wheel to wheel with Molnar. And Molnar up on the curbs. He has to bail out of it. Goodness me, he went airborne trying to stay in front. Now he has got back in on the inside of Jan Petrovsky. What a rocket ship that Martin Molnar is on.
Wow, what was that all about? My goodness. And look at the Scott Lindblom coming close to Jan Perizolski. One retirement for the 156 from Sodikart. We'll get back to that in a minute. This is Andy Kozani. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a needed battle. Scott Lindblom is all over the back of Jan Perizolski, in trouble. Perizolski might lose, as for now, the pole position for one of the two super heats to this young man, Anatoly Kavalkin, making the comeback of his life.
And all of a sudden, Anatoly Kavalkin has got a second and a half on the rest of the field. What an amazing turnaround in this heat. It looked as if he was only going to get third place in this one. And in the space of a lap, he has gone from third to first and then checked out. Absolutely terrific. Third position, this is Petrovsky trying to hold on now in front of Scott Lindblom and Maciej Gladish. Gladish has come back into the game plan, but Anatoly Kavalkin has fought his way back into contention here and got himself back into the lead of the interim standings with a terrific drive that has got him into first place. Diving in, Lindblom on the inside of Petrovsky in the final bend. Gladish is going to get through on the inside to take fourth. Brilliant. Kavalkin is going to take the win. Molnar second, third Lindblom, fourth Gladish, fifth Petrovsky. What a race! Absolutely terrific stuff. Luna Flusha came home there in P6 as well. She would have caught up to them with one more lap to go, I feel, as well. Terrific racecraft here at Sarno. Superb efforts from the drivers up at the sharp end of OK Junior. Immaculate racecraft and a sheer determined attitude. What a sensational charge forward. Really, really strong performance. But an absolutely terrific result and a great display from Anatoly Kavalkin. That is absolutely sensational battle. Well, it's going to be a really exciting run. So this is an absolutely sensational battle for the contenders, but Anatoly Kavalkin has launched forward to take another victory and to take back the lead of the interim standings over the last rotation from Enzo Tarvanichkul, who remains in the top three, just a point behind the German Tame Soleil. But what a race battle that was. Anatoly Kavalkin in front of Martin Molnar, Scott Lindblom and Maciej Gladish from Jan Petrovsky and Luna Flusha. Ivo Besterda ahead of Marcus Sater from Griffin Peebles and Jens Trua. Then Alfie Slater from William Go, René Lammers and Thomas Stralven. Arthur Dorisson comes home in 15th in front of the Swiss ace Kilian Josseron. Then Oliver Kinmark in the Koski Tony Kart ahead of Jensen Burnett, the Canadian in the Energy course. 19th for Bradley Mashman, the Australian, ahead of the Romanian Zoe Florescu. Then it is Marcus Sirkunas in front of Folden Papafilipu. Andrea Daikin came home in front of Lucas Flusha, who had to drop to the back after an incident at turn one. The retirements, Andy Consani, Dino Sturescu and Emilio Ortolani, as well as on the very first lap, the Finn Nico Lanalati, who was unable to recover after the first lap incident. So big drama then in OK Junior, but Anatoly Kavalkin snatching back the lead in fine style. A really strong run and an epic performance. Down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez will have a few drivers to speak to.
Welcome back from the Parc Fermé with Anatoly Kavalkin. the provisional leader, as stronger as ever on this classification. Anatoly, congratulations. We thought for a moment that the race was going to put into trouble for you, but you managed to fight back.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the race was a little bit difficult because at the first laps I was like fourth, and then I was fighting with Lindblom. Then I overtook him already, and I tried to catch the Pshirovsky and Molnar, so it was successful. Yeah.
So another win for you, and it puts you in a very strong position because now you have a couple of points ahead of the rest of the pack. So confidence must be as high as ever.
Yeah, I'm agreeing.
Indeed, good stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, Anatoly Kavalkin, the reigning European champion of this season in the junior class, and the first protagonist of this class, certainly, to make it 2 in a row this season. Still a long way to go, obviously, but strong result indeed. One little man I'd like to have a quick chat with is the one coming our way now. This is Griffin Peebles, the Australian driver who made it to a 9th position. You might have seen on social media that is the start of his weekend was put into a bit of a trouble. Griffin, can we have a quick word with you? All right, thank you very much. Griffin Peebles had a bit of a problem with his ribs into the qualifying practice. Griffin, thanks for joining us. So 9th at the end, climbing 4 places. Happy about the result?
Yeah, we had good speed. We had a bit of a mix-up in the turn 1. There was a yellow flag, and we had a bit of a mix-up. And then I got past, and we were fighting a lot. So yeah, I'm happy with the speed, and we just got to get, and we will be there.
I have one question for you. How are your ribs?
They're a little sore, but they are a bit better now because we added some padding and stuff. So I think I'll be all right for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, that's fantastic because we saw on social media that you had a bit of a trouble with the ribs in free practice, but you keep on going, you keep on managing, and the pace is still as strong as ever.
Yes, the pace is good, so I'm happy about that.
Fantastic, good stuff indeed, and good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks very much, Guillaume. It's been
And we're back here, ladies and gentlemen, from the Parc Fermé. We still have a bit of time, a couple of minutes before the start of the next race. And one young girl, happy girl, I was keen on talking to Luna Fluccia. Good to see you. You're one of the few lady drivers competing at this level. You're a young driver as part of the Mercedes driver program. What does it feel like being here at the World Championship?
It feels amazing, and even to be on top, like top 10 every race, it feels amazing to be a Mercedes driver and female, so it's very nice and I really like it.
So it's not about just being at the World Championship to make the numbers, because your pace has been very impressive all throughout the start of the weekend. You know, is the feeling similar from behind the wheel? You feel confident because in terms of results, you've been showing quite a lot of good stuff.
This weekend, I think I changed because I feel more confident every heat. Like I'm going to overtake and be better than I started, and I feel very confident this weekend.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the World Championship. Luna Fluccia, the young sister of Luca Fluccia, obviously, as part of the Mercedes Junior program. She was picked up last year by Toto Wolff himself, who is full of praise for the talent of young Luna Fluccia. And as you've seen on track, she's been putting on great performances. The pace is very much here for the World Championship here at Sano. So let's try to see if we can pick up a couple of more names before getting back to the track. We're almost done with the queue, actually. So these are some of the drivers who didn't have the best of outcome at the end of this race. One of the energy drivers here being put onto the trolley. Let's try to see if we can have a quick word with one of them. Oliver Kinmark, for instance, from the Koski Motorsport, didn't have the best of outcome in his race. Oliver? Can I have a quick word with you, maybe, to debrief on your race? Thank you very much. You can come by my side. Looking at your face, I can understand that this race, the last race, didn't go according to plan.
No, the start was not good, and then I did not have the speed to get up again, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate indeed, but I'm sure you'll come back even stronger. Can you sum up for us the way your World Championship has been going so far from yesterday as well?
Yeah, I was really fast in the practices. Then when the rain came in qualifying, it didn't went as I wanted. Then the heats, it's hard to start from the back, so yeah.
Yes, indeed, always harder indeed, but I'm sure you'll make up. So good luck for the rest of your qualifying races. Thank you very much for talking to us. As you heard him, starting from the back end of the grid is not always easy. That's certainly the biggest challenge you can face at this level. Some of them have been able to fight it through the field, but you need to have it all together. So back to you, Jake. We still have a couple of minutes left before going onto the grid, and let's see who's going to come on top.
Thanks, Guillaume. It's going to be an interesting challenge as we continue, but I didn't think it would ever going to take too long for Luna Fluccia to make her way up the starting grid, and certainly the confidence shown by Toto Wolff and the Mercedes Junior program and Gwen Legru and co. It was always going to be very easily and very quickly rewarded. 2022 was always meant to be a year of exploration and discovery for her. But by the time we get to the World Championship weekend, she is right up there fighting in the sharp end. 2023 could be a very fruitful year indeed for her. We all look forward to seeing just how quickly she will advance up the ranks. So the OK qualifying heat B versus E is going to be the next port of action on the circuit. And it is going to be the penultimate race event before our break. So it's going to be interesting to see how things pair up for Matthias Ferreira on the front row of the starting grid, alongside Maxim Orlov, then Rashid Al-Daheri and Alex Powell, with Akshay Bora and Thomas Stolchamanis giving chase. Where on earth is that rain that was predicted through the course of the day? It certainly hasn't come anywhere near the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, much to the dismay of some of the teams who were probably hoping that they could have a few race heats on wet tyres. They haven't really had the opportunity to do that at any point, because it's been slick tyres all the way for the races. It was wet in qualifying, but even a couple of those sessions had drivers on slicks. So it's been an interesting week played out so far. And as we get to the midway point of Saturday, which is going to pretty much christen the halfway stage of the World Championship fight, it's been a very interesting challenge for all of the contenders. Interesting to see how at this point there's quite a few drivers that are taking the lessons from yesterday and sort of regrouping and rebooting after yesterday, because it's been a very interesting challenge for the drivers. They've worked closely and put themselves into a tough situation, but yesterday was clearly a tough day at the office for quite a few of the new faces, or at least the developing faces within Junior. A lot of them are now starting to make good inroads into it. So drivers such as Luna Fluccia and Tame Soleil, who have been making good progress in steady rate, are now starting to knock on the front of the field. So it's good to see. Back to the OK Senior. Matthias Ferreira and Maxim Orlov are going to lead us out in OK qualifying Heat B versus E. Energy Course versus Paralin on the front row of the starting grid. And as everybody heads out to try and get another 10 laps onto the board, Matthias Ferreira and Maxim Orlov from Rashid Al-Daheri and Alex Powell, then Akshay Bora and Thomas Stolchamanis, Ruben Moyer and Ronnie Stefani, Menahad Crozier and Arthur Roujon from Christian Bertucker and Simone Bianco, Caspian Hagman, Bruno Mulders, Rafael Modanese, and the absent Due de Decker.
Then we have Maximilian Angular and Emily Covisto, Leonardo Cesaretti and James Igozzi, Shimo Zheng and Massimilio Aloza from Jorge Hernandez and Carlo Pajevic, Luigi Coluccio and Carmen Krav, Kinio Lazari, Sofia Kotala, Daniel Valberg and Harry Hanet, with indeed one driver missing, my fellow countryman, David Dodeker, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have been informed, unfortunately, a few weeks ago he actually broke his ribs while he was training, and it didn't work out too well for him. They were hoping his recovery would all be sorted by this week. He was driving yesterday, of course, and we were hoping that was going to be all done and dusted, but they woke up this morning and he went and did warm-up, and the discomfort was just too severe. There was no way he could continue, and for the benefit of his own motor racing program heading into 2023, they felt that it was better to be safe and elect not to race. So unfortunately, his World Championship challenge has come to an end, but a very wise decision and a very sensible one. Obviously, it's important to try and win the World Championship, but you also have to look after your health and look after your own general safety. And so Due Dedeker watching on the sidelines, no doubt, for his good friend Len Nyes in the juniors, but he'll be wanting to see who wins his category as well. Here come Ferreira, Orlov, Aldeheri and Powell, and we go racing. Good start from Ferreira, awesome from Orlov as well. The outside line is really skated off to the outside curb. But out in front, Ferreira, Aldeheri and Bora getting a very sensible start to the first corner. Looks as though Ruben Moya has managed to get through to fourth position as well after a very exciting start from the Pantano. Alex Powell moving into fifth position from the grid as well, making a much better start on the outer row, slotting into P5 with plenty more still to come in front of Max Orlov.
And here we go on the way to the hairpin. Watch out, Alex Powell in the mix as well, but further back this is Ruben Moyak doing his bit, and Axel Powell, we're going with him. Oh, the 12, Akshay Bora going wise on the outside of the hairpin, unfortunately for him. So he's going to lose a pile of positions, a bit of momentum, as Ruben Moya was able to take Alex Powell, but in the meantime, the 22 was able to sneak through. This is Maxim Orlov, who lost a couple of positions from his starting grid position. So let's see what's going to come out. Lap number 1 completed. Matheus Ferreira, Rachel Daheri, Ruben Moya in third, Maxim Orlov, Axel Powell. Then Thomas Torsemales, Bora, Krosner, Bianco, and Arthur Ronjon running up the top 10. So Manuel Krosner, warning flag for something that the officials didn't quite like in the opening lap. Something to do certainly with what happened at the hairpin, to the cost of Akshay Bora, who didn't tumble down too much into the order, is only 7th, but certainly something that he might not quite appreciate, as we have Matheus Ferreira back in the hairpin with the Alpine colors on his Energy Corsa chassis. Rachel Daheri very much in the chasing position. Ruben Moya third. Alex Powell fourth. Alex Powell, who confirmed to me that what happened to him in one of his previous races when he was at the back end of the grid was due to a late start because of an engine being slow to be switched on. Nothing to worry about, as he's back in full form, trying to attack Maxim Orlov. Thomas Torsemans, my apologies, who actually went ahead on Alex Powell. So he's going to have to fight back.
So Ruben Moya trying to make his bid on the inside of Rashid Aldeheri, and the Pantano slices up the inside into second place. Giorgio Pantano himself was saying coming into this week, all I want to do is get one of the karts to the final. That would be a good position for us. Ruben Moya clearly has other ideas. He feels he can bring Pantano their first podium at their first attempt in the World Championship. This is a great run from Ruben Moya, past Rashid Aldeheri now, setting off after Matheus Ferreira. If he can get the job done, as Alex Powell slices in on the inside of Thomas Stolchamaris. I'll tell you what, if Ruben Moya could get the job done, he will become the latest Spaniard to take a win in the FIA Karting World Championship. Oh, and off the road. A lot of grass thrown off the road there as well. That's the 33 going around for a spin. That, I'm afraid, is big problems there for Daniel Valberg, the Finn. But he's also caused an issue for everybody else because he's thrown all sorts of grass all over the racetrack there. So that could cause a bit of an issue as the drivers come through this next time by. Ruben Moya through into the lead past Rashid Aldeheri. So the Pantano could actually be heading for its first win in a qualifying heat in its first ever World Championship event.
Yeah, what a beautiful story that would be, as you can see the World Racing driver having to watch from the sideline. Arthur Ronjon being investigated and dropping all the way down to 13 after what happened. And watch out for the move from the inside. Matheus Ferreira on Maxim Orlov. Beautifully made on Rachel Daheri, my apologies, for second place. So Ferreira up into second. Rachel Daheri having to defend because Alex Powell is very much on his tail. Watch out for the Jamaican driver with the number 15. He's going to try to make his bit. Thomas Torsemans might be willing to go with him as well. With 5 drivers into the same picture on the way to the last corner. but Powell having to recover from a difficult finish earlier in his previous qualifying heats. Let's see what's going to happen, but Ruben Moya in the lead with Pantano. Such a beautiful story that would be. Giorgio Pantano, that we had a chance to talk to yesterday for his first ever World Championship in the clothes of the team manager, as Thomas Tolsemanis was trying to make his bid past Maxim Orlov. Orlov just went ahead actually, so switch of position for fifth. Tolsemanis fighting back on the way to the hairpin on the inside. He's in a good position, but watch out for the CRG driver Simone Bianco, who's not quite able to make his bid. On the inside, there's three by side almost, as Thomas Tolsemanis hold on to in position and gets back into fifth in front of Maxim Orlov.
Now it's time for the teammates, former teammates, to go to battle. Alex Powell tucking up behind Matthias Ferreira, hoping for his move to get by. Max Orlov really putting Thomas Stolchemanis under pressure in the final bend. That's made the door wide open for Simone Bianco. Thomas Stolchemanis will not be happy at all about that. But Simone Bianco picks up 2 places as a result. And now Max Orlov is going to try again on Thomas Stolchemanis. Stolchemanis actually defending now to get through on the inside and makes the move back on Simone Bianco. So that really backfired for Max Orlov, as he's now lost ground to both drivers, as Alex Powell has got through into second place now. So Powell has got 5 laps to try and catch up to Ruben Moya up front. But a second place finish looking very strong for the Jamaican.
Powell is in power mode, making his way up to second, and let's see if he's going to be able to keep up and pull a bit of a gap on Matthias Ferreira. Very strong in lead, 1.2 seconds halfway through this race, more than that now on Ruben Moya. Let's see if the Spaniard will be able to keep up and stay within reach in the comfort zone from Alex Powell. Very much on a charge. He has no one in front of him, Alex Powell. You can see him trying to close. Let's see the gap. It's just reduced for a tiny bit. Still 1 full second between Ruben Moya and Alex Powell. Matthias Ferreira down in third. Rachel Derry in fourth. Stolchemanis on your picture. Into turn number 2 with Simone Bianco on his tail, harassing the Energy Corsi driver. Another fastest lap for Alex Powell. Is determined to really catch up as soon as possible with Ruben Moya. The win is up for grab and is there for the taking. CRG driver trying to pull as much pressure as possible. Back with the leaders, the top 4, as we have the 47 from Korsky Motorsport, unfortunately having to retire. This is Emilico Visto back in the scale. Quite a disappointment indeed for the Finnish driver, who along with his fellow countryman Daniel Valberg won't see it through to the end of this race. And in which order this race is going to come to an end, actually, because we have another retirement. Oh, look at the nose of the front panel of this Leclerc driver.
That is a big amount of damage. Now, I think that might have been Massialosa, the Italian, who's got all sorts of problems with that front end of the car. So Ruben Moya still leading the way to Alex Powell, but Powell has got the gap down to 0.8 of a second. If he even gets a whiff of the draft, then Powell may just storm up the back of Ruben Moya's Pantano. Certainly looking very good at the moment. Ferreira third, Aldeheri fourth from Stolchemanis, Bianco, Orlov, Poro Coluccio and James Igozzi. But Alex Powell is ripping this racetrack apart, trying to close up on Ruben Moya, desperately trying to get some of this gap down in the hope that he can move his way back into the top 10 of the interim standings before these qualifying heats are done. As long as he's got a chance on the inside line for one of the finals, one of the super heats, then he's got a great chance to make this World Championship come back to him. Just remember how strong he was at Franciacorta, from 5th on the grid in the final to dominate in magnificent fashion. If he gets that done again, then he will have his opportunity to come back to the World Championship title. And he knows just what's at stake. 2 laps to go and he's gaining on Moya.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the progress of Alex Powell all throughout the past few months. You know, he won not only in Franciacorta for the closing of the championship, but in Sweden as well, and finished on the podium in Zuera. So he's been really on top of the world for the European season. Missed out on the title to Nikin Roberta for just 2 points. So Alex Powell has been around for quite a couple of years now, competing in Italy and now making his bid on the international level. And in junior and in OK, he's always been amongst the contenders, but he's really back last year and this season on, then he's been able really to go one step further in his progress. So here's another demonstration as we enter what will be the last lap. It all comes down to those 2 drivers, Ruben Moya and Alex Powell, split by just 0.3 of a second. 1.5 kilometer. Which of those 2 drivers will prevail? Ruben Moya has been putting his bid, doing the effort all throughout the race, but Alex Powell decreased one gap from 1.2 seconds to pretty much nothing. Look at him go. There's only 1.5 meters, 2 meters at most between the two. Alex Powell very much pressuring on the way to the hairpin. That might be the good opportunity coming on. Will he wait for the hairpin or the last corner? Ruben Moya going defensive, run inside.
Watch! Oh, perfect from Alex Powell. Absolutely sweet as a dandy. Terrific run as he waits for Moya to defend the inside line. He was slow in, fast out, got the inside gap. No problems from Alex Powell. Can Ruben Moya fight back in the final hairpin? He's going to hold the line. Moya's going to try and repeat the feat. They're going to go side by side, but Alex Powell will just hang on to it. Brilliant racing to the line. Alex Powell fights back. He is a world champion in waiting with a race like that. He may have had problems earlier on in the day, but he reminds everybody, don't you dare count me out. I can win this world championship this week. This is my time. This is my shot, and I am not going to squander it.
Yeah, fantastic performance indeed. 73 thousandths of a second on the line. It was pretty much a photo finish between Alex Powell and Ruben Moya. We thought for a bit that Ruben was going to be able to counter-attack. He might have needed a couple of meters more, or at least one more lap to secure that result, but it was such a close call. But a good performance from them too. But Alex Powell just managed to recover from more than 1 second of a gap after fighting his way through from fourth on the grid and on the way until the very last corner on the last lap. That's a demonstration, certainly a sign, of course, of the determination of the Jamaican driver. As you said, he's not quite yet into the top 10, so there's still some work to do after his engine almost failure in one of his earlier heats, so plenty of work remaining to be done. But Alex Powell is taking his first qualifying heat victory this weekend. So here's a classification in full. Powell first, Ruben Moya in second, Matheus Ferreira all the way down 1.5 seconds in third, from Thomas Torsemane, Simone Bianco, Rachel Daheri, Maxim Orlov, Luigi Coluccio in 8th, having recovered 17 places from the back end of the grid. Let's not count Luigi Coluccio out of the battle just yet, as if he keeps on going that way, he might be one of the contenders to keep an eye on for Sunday. Akshay Bora in 9 from James Egozzi, Rafael Mondanese, Kashpan Agman, Manuel Krosner, Maximilian Angela, Bruno Mulders and Arthur Ronjon.
So after Arthur Rojon, of course, Keanu Alazzari and Ronnie Stefani, then Christian Bratuca, Jorge Hernandez, Shimo Zhang and Karol Pazovic, Harry Arnett, Leonardo Cesaretti, Carmen Krav and Sofia Cotala. Retirements from Massia Losa, Emilio Covisto and Daniel Wahlberg. Dewey Dedeker sadly having to pull out of the race weekend due to rib discomfort. One race to go before our lunch break period, at which point we'll show you what happened at the Campios World Championship event last year. But certainly it's been an interesting battle all the way through. For all the drivers at the sharp end of the field, there have been a few drivers having to try and make a recovery from the tail end of the field as we watch Daniel Wahlberg walking home. Kian Fardin, Gerasim Skudanov, Andrea Dupé and Adam Hideg have been the stars up at the front end of the field. But there have been some big names who are down at the tail end of the field trying to fight their way forward, such as Nicolas Roos, Kirill Kutskov, Renaud Franco, Giacomo Pedrini, and the man who was runner-up in this year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2 weeks ago at Le Mans, who we spoke to coming into this week, Guillaume Bouzard.
So competing in the World Championship is amazing because all the drivers from all the countries are here and they are all very, very fast and it's very competitive, so I'm very proud to represent the Luxembourg. Preparing Starno is very, very difficult because of the bump of the track, which you need to avoid. Otherwise you lose a lot of time, so you need to learn all the line, avoid the bump and be as quick as possible. It's also very difficult because you never know the weather. It can rain, it can be sunny, so you need to be perfect in the two conditions. So driving in Sarno, it's quite difficult because there's a long, long straight, which you need to have a great slipstream in the quali for starting front in the final. So you need to be well in the back of the other one and have a great slipstream. Managing the tires is very difficult because if someone is in your slipstream, you cannot. So you need to have a big gap in the two first lap. So like this you can manage without any problem. I've grown a lot in 2022 because all the races FIA, there's a lot of experience, you learn a lot. So the level is very high, so you learn a lot in the 2022 FIA. So with the team we are trying to look at the great setup because as I say, there's a lot of bump, the track is very grippy and it's going to rain also maybe the other day. So we need to find the perfect setup and the great top speed.
And of course, then if I can present my country, I like the motorsport games because all nations are there. The vibe is there.
So I think when you include the karting driver in the FIA Motorsport Games, it's like a dream for them. It's like such an important event, such an important race.
For me, representing my country in something that I love doing is really the most rewarding thing, and surrounding yourself with all the others that are coming to fight and do the same. It's a really nice atmosphere, and the feeling is really motivating.
I mean, you don't really get a chance to represent your country with the motorsport, so it was a very rare opportunity for me, and it was very pleased to be there.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. And I think this year is going to be different. It's going to be bigger, better, action-packed, and full of surprises, I hope.
This event is slowly becoming the starting point for many countries for a sport activity.
While preparing for the next edition in Marseille, we saw a lot more interest from the national sporting authorities wanting to be there, having a real team, all dressed in the same way, carrying the flag.
So we will make it as big as we can. Number of categories increasing will mean that we will not be only on the track, we will also have an event located in Gap for the cross cars and for off-road activities. We will have the rally happening on the roads of the south of France. The location with the track of Paul Ricard is just perfect to have something great.
Well, what a fantastic event that is going to be. Next month, of course, the return to the FIA Motorsport Games. The drivers that I've spoken to who are going to be representing their countries are already affectionately referring to it as the Motorsport Olympics. It really is going to be a sensational event on the final weekend of October. And quite a few of the drivers in this category are going to be hoping to represent their nations in that competition. Because, of course, karting will play a significant role in the FIA Motorsport Games this year. It was obviously there 3 years ago in Italy in 2019. But now that it goes to the host city of Marseille in France on the circuit of Paul Ricard, it's going to be interesting to see just how big a piece of the event karting is going to bring. Speaking of which, Kian Fardin and Gerasim Skudanov are going to be on the front row of the starting grid for this next heat, and then Andrea Dupé and Adam Hideg will be on the second. From Enzo Tarvanichkul and Nicolas Schaufler, who wants to retain his second position, Enzo Tarvanichkul, in the interim rankings coming into this one. A win will do that nicely. Anything less than that, and he will slip behind Taim Saleh in the interim. So he obviously wants to make good use of this opportunity. One of the few drivers, notably, that actually push starts himself on the way out of the grid. Everybody else gets a push from their mechanic, but he always tries his best to push start himself. He clearly feels that it will come in handy, that skill, later on, and he's absolutely right. Kian Fardin and Gerasim Skudinov from Andrea Dupé and Adam Hideg. Then Enzo Tarvanichkul and Nicholas Schaffler from Josh Graham and Jimmy Helias, Tobias Clausen, Marcel Kaspritsky, Sandro Perez, Salim Hana, Max Walton and Tibor Ramakers.
From Guy Halbach, Leo Brunner, Elliot Kaczynski, Kypras Juse, Marty Rittonen, Nicolas Roos, Leo Robinson, Len Nays, Kirill Kutzkov, Rolo Franco, Timotej Mikhailov, Giacomo Pedrini, Sasha Avril and Guillaume Bouzard that you just heard in the interview, starting from the back end of the grid with lots of determination behind the helmet to try to fight through the field as they make their way once again onto the hairpin, the lovely neighborhood and area of the Circuito Nazionale in Napoli. We have the sun all over the place and some Finnish drivers into the grandstands. Quite a lot of people surrounding the facilities as well. Thank you once again very, very much for showing up to the track. If you have nothing else to do and if you happen to find yourself near Naples or Pompeii, please pay us a visit because you won't regret it, with the World Championship taking us to Super Sunday with the Superheat and the finals kicking off tomorrow. So make sure to tune in, make sure to show up to celebrate the best young karting drivers in the world in the direct drive categories. Kian Fardin and Gerasim Skudinov side by side, the 153 from Energy Corsi, the 136 from Leclerc by Lennox Racing, the team put together by John Lennox Lamb and Charles Leclerc with the support of the Birelard factory. It seems to me like a good formation of the grid, and I think we're going to be good to go.
Yes, indeed. Kian Fardin holding on to his line quite nicely. Now, hopefully he's got his starts nailed this time. That looks much better than previously. Gerasim Skudinov alongside him as we go to the start, and we're going round again. Yeah, once again, it's always tricky for the likes of Fardin and Skudinov, who are under intense pressure to get this race started. And this is well, it's not the first time this week, is it, that Kian Fardin has struggled to slow the field down, ready for the start. He's got to be careful now. He is really flirting with getting under the nerves of race director Nigel Edwards, who will not be lost on the irony of the fact that it's the same driver again.
Yeah, the last one that happened was for the qualifying heat versus A against H, and we had Kian Fardin indeed with the likes of Noah Wolf alongside him on the front row of the grid. And once again, if you were not with us at the time, it took us 3 attempts and a red flag in between to get the race going. So this time around, 1 extra formation lap, a second attempt to the starting procedure. Let's see from Kian Fardin, the Swiss driver. As we said, not a lot of experience at this stage of competition, so he needs to put everything together, keep his head down, keep his head cold as well, and try not to make any mistake. It seems to me that coming to the straight, we're going to go for racing straight on, but apparently some of the drivers in the back end of the field, left the corridor, which is not allowed by the book, and so we went for an extra lap. So let's see this time around, and everybody needs to get together. The field needs to be paced down by Kian Fardin and Gerasim Skudinov, and if they don't make any mistake, we should be good to go.
It's certainly better, but if there's another false start, you can bet your bottom dollar that there's going to be another red flag and another investigation for Kian Fardin. We don't actually know the outcome of the previous investigation. We'll try and update that a little bit later on, and I'm sure that will play out in the interim rankings if points have been accrued. They come off the final turn. Is this going to be a cleaner start? It certainly looks a little bit better than before, and we're racing. Kian Fardin to the first corner. No problems at all for Andrea Dupé to go with him as they go through the first couple of corners. Enzo Tarvanichkul already trying to get up the inside of Gerasim Skudinov. Skudinov chops across. Makes sure that third position is still his for the time being. Andrea Dupé having another crack at Kian Fardin. But this is all going to be a little bit edgy as Dupé actually goes into the back of Kian Fardin's bumper. And that's actually dented the front Sodi kart front fairing a little bit there. So he's got to be careful. Now, a dent is very different from a loose front fairing. So hopefully he's got away with that. But you've got to be careful as Enzo Tarvanichkul goes for broke into the hairpin. No problems, no waiting around. And he's into third already as, 2 karts have had a problem there. That looks to me like the 211 has already gone. That is Leon Brunner, and it looks like he's been collected by Len Nige, the Belgian. Has already problems there for one of the Ward Racing karts going off. That's the 132 dropping it, and that is Elliot Kaczynski. So Kaczynski is out of this race nice and early, unfortunately. And here comes the move from Gerasim Skudinov trying to come back at Enzo Tarvanichkul while Dupé takes on Kian Fardin. Yellow flags. We are under starters. We're under caution period. And it's because the 2 karts, Leon Brunner and Len Nijs, are actually locked together on the exit of turn 5, and they cannot be recovered quickly.
So we're going to have to put that race under yellow flag condition. Everybody pacing themselves down, and he's going to fix the positions for the time being. As you can see, the two cars really together and in a position quite difficult for the marshals, but that's why required by the rules. When they cannot actually get the chassis out by themselves, they need a bit more time, but at the speed they're going, that this wouldn't be the right decision.
Well, the two carts welding together there, looking like something from Frankenstein's laboratory as they went through, but fortunately they have now been able to separate the two carts. So considering how quickly they've been able to do it, there is a genuine chance that we may even get this race restarted after just one lap under yellows. So Kian Fardin has obviously got to be careful to control the pace as they come around again. There's a good chance that we may be under green flag conditions this time around, but we'll double check as they come through. No, they are going to remain under slow conditions for one more lap, just to be on the safe side. And I think as well, there obviously had to be a little bit of notice given to the race leader that that was going to be the procedure. So obviously a little bit of notice needed. But let's look at the order as we go through. Fardin, Dupé, Tarmanichkul and Skudunov from Hideg, Schaufler, Helias, Graham, Hanna and Tibor Ramakers.
Then for the back as well, we have Tobias Klosen outside the top 10, Guy Albag, Marcel Kapriski, Max Walton, Nicolas Roos, then Kirill Kutzkov, Sandro Perez, Renaud Franco, and Guillaume Bouzard making his way up to 19 from last on the grid, as we lost Len Nace, Elliot Kaczynski and Leo Brunner so far into this race. I was looking actually at the front fairing of some of our two leaders actually, once again I said Antoine, my apologies, Andrea Dupé and Enzo Tarvanishkul. There's a bit of a bump on the center of those two front fairings. It doesn't seem to me by the look of it that it is misplaced, but as a result of a contact in the opening stages of the race, both, if you look closely, have one big chunk just in the middle of it by the nose cone. And so nothing to be concerned about by the look of it, because otherwise when it is misplaced, this is much closer to the ground. But those two are going to have to be careful.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that a dented front fairing is very different indeed from a loose one, as Kian Fardin backing up the pack a little bit there, but not quite enough as far as the fourth place downwards were concerned. Green, 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 and we're racing, and already Dupé and Tarmanichkul, they're going to go straight for Fardin. They get through into the first corner and take him on. So a brilliant start from Dupé and Tarmanichkul. They get into first and second place. Kian Fardin drops to third. He obviously mistimed his restart, and that was all that Dupé and Tarmanichkul needed as far as invitations were going to jump past them. So I'm afraid Kian Fardin is now down to third position. Skudunov, Hideg and Schaufler still in the top 6 from the Frenchman Jimmy Helias. Then Joshua Graham ahead of Salim Hada and Tibor Ramakers. And that's another exit. That's Tobias Clausen, the Danish driver. And it's getting pretty heated. Up the inside comes Adam Hideg. Squeezes Kian Fardin. Here comes Jimmy Helias to the far side on the right side. And now they're going to go through in the S's as Nicolas Schaufler finds himself in fourth position. Tucked up behind Gerasim Skudunov as Tarmanichkul is hunting for the lead into the final hairpin. Andrea Dupé going to try and hold on into the final hairpin. Slow in, fast out. Tarmanichkul's going to get alongside, and he's going to have to leave the space so that Tarmanichkul can go by. Enzo Tarmanichkul takes the lead in fine style, and up the inside that's Tibor Ramakers getting through on Jensen Graham.
Yeah, beautiful performance, a beautiful piece of driving from those two, as we have a switch indeed. Enzo Tarmanichkul, your new leader. Look at how tight the field is. The 139 on your picture, this is Salim Hanna trying to give a hard time to a pole sitter, Kian Fardin, who tumbled down all the way down to 7th at the moment. So not the best of race to conclude this first part of the day before the lunch break, as they make their way onto the hairpin. And by the look of it, it seems to me, and Dupé is going to lose a position even too, because Gerasim Skudunov and Niklas Schloffer are going for the heat as well. And look at he keeps on fighting bravely, the Frenchman, to keep his position alive. The Gerasim Skudunov goes on the inside, take the place, and there's going to be a pile of positions lost in the process, because Schaufler, Heidegg and Jimmy Elias as well were able to make their bit.
Well, that guarantees the victory for Tarmanichkul. All this squabbling has given him the chance to go scot clear. Helias and Fardin have both managed to get past Skudunov. Skudunov's tumbled all the way down to P6. Dupé and Schaufler have also managed to get through. It's a free-for-all through this field from second place downwards, as everybody is trying to have a piece of the action. Schaufler tries to get in on the inside of Dupé. They squibble through into the second corner, through the left, through the right of the S's, and then up to the hairpin at 5. It's all pretty tight and close-knit from second place downwards, but Enzo Tarmanichkul is having an absolute rout up front. as he dominates, 2 seconds clear of everybody else thanks to the jockeying for position. So it looks as though the Thailand racer under Spanish license this week is going to be perfectly in position. Bit of a dive there on the inside from Salim Hanar to try and get through Schaufler. Didn't work, he ended up bouncing off the side pod, so he continues on in position, but it's all getting very heated for second downwards.
And Jimmy Elias and Jan Vaden second and third, trying to fight a bit. Watch out for the energy course. The driver is not particularly happy. He's just turning to Jimmy Elias, who's going defensive, a bit wide, but it won't be quite good enough for the driver in third, Jan Vaden, to make his bid. Jarsim Skulanov actually under investigation at the moment. The driver in the 9th place, who tumbled down the order just a tiny bit. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. The victory is out of contention. Enzo Tarvanishkul 2.6 ahead, but now for second place we have Jimmy Elias and Jan Vaden, second and third, split by pretty much nothing. And look at the front fairing of Jimmy Elias. It doesn't seem to be misplaced by the look of it, but he actually went to some trouble as well as for Enzo Tarvanishkul. So that's a sign of how competitive and how aggressive those races can be.
To be fair, I think pretty much everybody in the top 10 has had some contact in the past 3 laps, so it's been very tricky. But Enzo Tarvanishkul running away with this out front as we look at Elias and Vaden still battling away for position, just trying to keep it nice and tidy as they come through the final section. But Enzo Tarvanishkul absolutely romping to the victory up front. Excellent run from the young Thai Spaniard. Second place for Jimmy Elias in front of Jan Vaden. Nicolas Schaufler hanging on from Dupé and Hanna, but what a crazy race and a very interesting battle. So certainly for Enzo Tarvanishkul, he holds on to his provisional second place in the interim rankings as the leading Tony Kart driver this week in the World Championship. Interestingly, I note he's actually had his flag changed since yesterday. He was running under the Spanish license yesterday. He now has the Thailand flag back again. Clearly, he wants the national anthem of Thailand to ring out tomorrow to emulate Alex Albon, the last racer from Thailand to win an OK Junior world title. Of course, in those days, it wasn't known as OK Junior. It was the KF categories back in those days. But what an opportunity this is for young Tarvanishkul to emulate his countryman, Alex Albon, who last lifted the title for Intrepid back in 2010 ahead of a chap called Max Verstappen. So an opportunity knocking there for Enzo Tarvanishkul as he gets another victory. That's second in the interim standings so far for the young Thai. He leads the way here from Jimmy Elias and Jan Vaden, then Nicolas Schaufler ahead of Andrea Dupé and Salim Hanar. Adam Hideg in front of Tibor Ramakers, Kirill Kutskov and Max Walton, the Australian, from Gerasim Skudanov. The epic drive from Guillaume Bouzard up to 12th. Renaud Franco, Timofey Mikhailov and Guy Albag.
Then we have in 16 Nicolas Roos from Giacomo Pedrini, Joshua Graham, Leo Robinson, Sandro Perez, Sasha Avril, Marcel Kaprisky, Kipras Jurs, Marty Rittanen, and missing out on this race, Tobias Klosen, Leo Brunner, Elliot Kaczynski and Len Nace. 7 laps completed and another strong results for Enzo Tarvanishkul, his third heat victory so far. That puts him still in second place, very much on equal points with Saleh, still 3 units short from Anatoly Kavalkin in the junior class before this lunch break.
So a fabulous morning's activity here from the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. We are going to have a pause in proceedings to remind you what happened last year at the World Championship finals at Campillos in Spain, where we saw 2 worthy world champions crowned, and they are both gunning for the OK title just a year later here at the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. Let's find out what happened a year ago at Campillos.
After weeks of uncertainty surrounding the world pandemic, the FIA Karting World Championship will be held at Karting Centre Campillos, near the seaside resort of Malaga in Spain. When plans to race in Brazil fell apart due to the COVID-19 outbreak, Campillos was given the mammoth task of hosting a World Championship with 4 weeks preparation. The circuit not only came through, but with flying colours, and both drivers and teams alike will have their own mountains to climb on a circuit they've never competed at, with varying changes of camber and elevation in changeable weather against a breathtaking backdrop. It couldn't be better for the pinnacle event of the World Karting calendar. This is my first time at an official meeting and moreover in the FIA Karting World Championship. It's the first time I've had the opportunity to go to such an event since I arrived at the FIA, and I must admit that I'm quite impressed by the number of participants there are. And we know how difficult it was to organize this event, given the current period that we are experiencing. And then I would say the enthusiasm that there is everywhere in the paddock, whether it is at the level of the competitors themselves, but also at the level of the organization in the broad sense. Karting is really the cornerstone of a whole part of the FIA strategy. Indeed, it is the basis of motorsport, and we want to develop it further. Moreover, we have a strategic plan that we are in the process of developing, so as to extend this base even further, and to make it a discipline of access, really, and of initiation to motorsports on the one hand, but also, why not, to road safety. So there is really an extremely important role on both the sporting and mobility sides for the FIA, and we really want to develop this as much as possible. Pedro Hilbrand will guide us around Karting Center Campillos. Up to turn 1, easy to get wrong, hard to get right, as the apex will kick you straight into the second corner and you start the climb up the hill towards the tight and twisty hairpin section. Into the left, grab some curb and tuck the kart back round to the right, which goes on for the next 3 corners. This is the highest point on the circuit, and the drop helps you accelerate. Stay flat through the next long right-hander, then take care on the brakes as the kart starts to drift away. Hop down through the hairpin and then on to the back straight. A good exit should give you a good overtaking chance, but then brake hard for the left hairpin and be careful on exit. Blend the throttle out through the right to achieve the best mechanical grip. Back on the power, flat out all the way down the hill, and then be gradual but firm on the brakes so that the kart responds directly into the right. The kart will slide a little into the left if you are not prepared, but you can correct on the exit neatly to finish the final right on the power and complete an extraordinary lap of this new venue. Circuit owner Martin Ruvers tells us more.
For us it's a great pleasure to have our first FIA event ever. 1 month ago, it was all short time. We got a call from the FIA if we would be interested to host the event, if possibly we could do this event. And my first answer, of course, was no, that's in 1 month we can't do this. After 10 minutes thinking, I called Mr. Geidel back. I was like, yeah, let's do it, let's go for it. So, and here we are 4 weeks after, 4 weeks of no sleep, of lots of work, of organization and modifying parts and get the best infrastructure possible for host this event and to make everybody happy during this day. So our paddock was made in one direction that maybe all the big teams will fit, so as we have done always national races. So the big teams have a little bit different structure, so making a plan and drawing on a piece of paper on how we can fit them all. So we decided to maximize the paddock space. Even somebody at the FIA, the first day they arrived, was like, it's maybe the first time we got to a paddock where 80% is positive about the track where we are. Of course we have a different track. We always knew that our layout is, well, I've been in karting many years and I think we have a very pretty layout with the level changes, and it's challenging. And now with the new asphalt that we did this year, it's made it even better than it was already. I'm very happy that everybody is, I only get good comments, and that's very pleaseful.
Rain has arrived just in time for the start of the toughest race of the year, and after a handshake from FIA President Felipe Massa, it's time to go to battle. Freddie Slater is fighting back after a mechanical problem in the heats, whilst Thomas Stolchemanis will be on the front row alongside pole sitter David Walter. James Igotzi was unbeaten on Saturday, but the change in weather caught him out in the final heat. And with unpredictability very much a factor now, emerging talents such as Kian Nakamura-Berta and Dmitry Matveev could well show their hand, as nothing is certain heading into the World Championship showdown. Freddie Slater spent 2021 cementing his authority as the world champion from last year by sealing a title-winning campaign in the European Championship. Victory at Genk started the season well, but after a post-race penalty at Aulnay-le-Bois, victory was then handed to his Brazilian opponent, Matias Ferreira, meaning the title was still open. Next came a thrilling fight to the line with Harley Keeble in Sarno, which went in the Tony Kart driver's favour by the smallest of margins. But the perfect tonic was for Slater to seal the win at Duera, to claim both junior titles in 12 months. Now his objective is clear. He wants to seal back-to-back World Junior titles, which no racing driver has ever done before. There were no disasters into Turn 1 for the leading trio, but James Igozzi was held up and Keanu Al-Azari and Alex Powell were edged out by the chasing pack, allowing Kia Nakamura-Berta into 4th place behind Walter, Stolchemanis and Saita. As the drivers climbed the hill, Max Popov stormed back on the inside at the hairpin to retake 4th from Nakamura-Berta, with Freddie Slater already up to 6th. Meanwhile, Matias Ferreira was out on the opening lap, ending a disappointing slump in the talented Brazilian's year. Stolchemanis was on the warpath early on and grabbed the lead on the second half of the lap, but the Dane hung on valiantly to maintain second before the Norwegian Marcus Saeter could steal it away. So now it was Thomas Stolchemanis leading from David Walter and Saeter, with Kia Nakamura-Berta in 4th ahead of Popov and Slater. As Saeter quested to move up to second, Walter defended his position without hesitation. Elsewhere, it was all over for Frenchman Jimmy Helias after a spin in the final corner in the tricky conditions. Then came the fight back for Slater. He pounced beautifully on Popov to storm his way into 5th position, and there was enough of a gap left open for Jonathan Waywat to try his luck too, and the move was done, with Ian Eichmans joining him. Slater was going to need to be decisive to move up, and his move on Nakamura-Berta into Turn 1 was that of a man who knew he had to be ruthless but also delicate. It was a textbook move, and now he was 4th. Unfortunately, Kirill Kutskov's day ended with a pirouette in one of the worst places on the track to be caught out. He was unhurt, but very frustrated to be running home early. Next up on Slater's hit list was Saeter, and he grabbed the upper hand on the Norwegian on lap 3 to move back into the podium positions. On the sidelines, James Igozzi had sadly retired too, as did his teammate Arte Dorisson. But now that Slater was making his way through the pack, Kia Nakamura-Berta was following in his footsteps and doing the same. The Belgian star Eichmans made an audacious move on Waywat and made it stick in spectacular fashion at the top of the hill. But it was game over for Keanu Al-Azari, one of the stars of the weekend, who after a brilliant 3-lap charge back to the top 10 was robbed of a result. And he wasn't the only one, as Daniel Wahlberg and Enzo Tanvanitschku crashed out in sympathy. Now Slater was dueling with Walter, and both men fought resolutely to claim the place, and it would take a few corners to settle the dispute. But Slater would not yield, and he made his final move at the highest point on track. Despite his retaliation, Walter had to concede the position. Stolchemanis knew it wouldn't be long before Slater was making a bid for the lead, but even he didn't think the British driver would make such a bold and spectacular move on only lap 6. Now the Englishman was leading once again. Kia Nakamura-Berta was managing his tyres beautifully and took 3rd position away from Walter on the next lap. A master in these conditions, the Japanese youngster was the only driver lapping at a similar rate to the new leader. In only a couple of laps, he had gained enough ground on Stolchemanis to start the attack. His initial bid informed the Latvian he was a threat, but realistically, the move was never going to work. A lap later, and a more traditional overtaking spot played into the Forza Racing driver's hands as he grabbed the position and was now in hot pursuit of Freddie Slater. And now he had a sniff of a victory. It looked apparent that his opponent's front fairing had come loose, and with it would come a 5-second penalty. If he could pull more than 5 seconds clear at the flag, he would still claim the win. Stolchemanis and Walter were left to duel amongst themselves, and the Danish driver was ruthless to make the move onto the podium. But both men would yet be troubled by another, as Anatoly Kavalkin was reeling them in. So Stolchemanis fought back and reclaimed the position. But the more they battled, the closer the Paralin chassis behind them was looming. Walter grabbed the place back again into the left-hand hairpin at the summit. But Stolchemanis bounced straight back, and as he dropped the wheel off the curb, the energy course veered wildly into the side of Walter's kart. They both held on, and it was the Latvian who emerged triumphant. This was becoming a ferocious struggle, and Kavalkin was content to let it all unfold as he gained more and more time. The battle became closer still, and Walter made another big move. But now, crucially, Kavalkin was close enough to become a problem. So now the Latvian had to defend instead of attack, and that gave Walter the breathing space he needed. Only a few corners later, and Kavalkin was up to 4th. But could he make it to the rostrum? Walter was desperate to pull clear, but he looked vulnerable. And at the first sniff of a chance, Kavalkin pounced miraculously to grab the final step of the podium with a bold and brilliant move. Walter's teammate Dmitry Matveev was not so fortunate, as his World Championship ended on the mud. But Slater was pushing hard, the gap staying steady between 3 and 4 seconds throughout the race, not enough to win with a loose front fairing. With one final effort, he drove harder than he ever had, edging a few extra tenths of a second per sector to finish the job his way. The Japanese driver was pushing too though, and it was tough to know which of the two would emerge as world champion. His countryman would have to wait for glory, as Shutazono parked his energy course heading into the final lap. Slater had driven masterfully to complete the perfect comeback and the perfect drive. But alas, the front fairing was indeed loose, and the gap was only 4.7 seconds. That meant that Kian Nakamura-Berta was now junior world champion from Slater and Kavalkin. Walter and Stolchemanis held off Saita, whilst Popov and Waywat were joined in the top 10 by Dion Gauda and Miguel Costa. The pain of losing a world championship in such a manner was hard to imagine. But as the world watched Freddie Slater's anguish, the British star was heroic in defeat, despite the obvious hardship. Forza Racing were celebrating, as Kian Nakamura-Berta became the first Japanese driver and the first Asian since Alexander Albon to become junior world champion. It was a brilliant end to a strong season for Paralin Motorsport, with young Anatoly Kavalkin sharing the honour on the podium. But now, at last, it was time to celebrate. The race was very good. After the start, I was in a bit of a bad condition because 2 of the Ricky Flynn teammates had been pushing me a bit, but I eventually left them. From then, I was concentrating hard, and I started to increase my pace, one by one, to overtake the others. It was really amazing. I'd like to thank everyone for helping and supporting me to get to this stage.
Yeah, it's been an amazing season in OKJ. 2 more races to go, but yeah, it's been good so far in the FIA, so yeah, I'm really proud of what I've done. And yeah, it would have been nice to take the double, but yeah, we've got 2 titles at the moment, so I'm ready to go take 2 more in senior.
In the start of the race, I wasn't up to pace as much. Then slowly, as the race progressed, I managed to get the pace back up, and just an amazing feeling right now. Have no emotions, but I came into this weekend hoping for the best, and we managed to get the top.
A really tough final. Massive respect to Freddie and to Ricky for the job that he did on track. Obviously, that's how racing goes at the minute, but also to Kian, you know, to keep in there, keep consistent, maintain that gap. Yeah, incredible feeling at the end to realise he managed to sort of keep in the time gap and win the title.
Yes, I'm definitely happy to be here in Campilhos. It was quite a tricky situation, you know, because we had to cancel Brazil But I mean, I think everything was in the good way, you know, to have a good championship. We have a lot of problem with the COVID in many different countries, and for sure that was a tough job for all of us. So I'm sure we're gonna have a top level championship, and it will be a good show as well for the competition, the fights, and that's what we want to see. I think karting needs to be better promotion, you know, to show the people in the many different levels, even in the different events, for example, Formula 1, Formula E, many different events. I think you always need to have the way to promote karting for the people, for the kids, for even the people that is just love, not professional, but I mean they really love to have a lap, you know, in the karting. So I think the promotion it needs to be better, and I'm sure you will be with our ideas. So I'm really looking forward for the big evolution karting next year, but also talking about the next 5 years, many new things coming up.
There are so many contenders for the World Championship that it's impossible to know who will have the best chance to lift the title. Yugo Ugochukwu has been strong all weekend, but then so has young Swedish ace Oscar Pedersen. But the surprise of the weekend has been Brazilian newcomer Gabriel Gomez, who clinched pole position in timed qualifying in phenomenal fashion. So with the established guard of Rafael Kamara, Arvid Lindblad and Nikola Tsoloff behind him, and the likes of Tuka Tarpanen and Luigi Coluccio also in the mix, could there be a shock new winner? 2021 has been about the Kart Republic stars, led by Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and despite a poor start, which saw Rafael Kamara grab a precious win in Belgium, the Italian would then romp to 3 emphatic victories, and with it the European Championship, scoring all but 2 of the maximum points available. Arvid Lindblad and Nikola Tsoloff were amongst those who ran the Italian close, but they just couldn't defeat him. Now the Italian sensation has moved on to car racing, and last year's winner Callum Bradshaw isn't returning either. So who will step forward to become World Karting Champion? As the drivers stormed into turn 1, there was a lot of jockeying for position as the drivers wrestled for grip. The big mover was Rafael Kamara, who managed to make up several places through the uphill climb. He would make an incredible overtake on Gabriel Gomez and take Tuka Tarpanen along for the ride as they sailed through the triple right in the first sector behind Ugochukwu. But as Arvid Lindblad and Luigi Coluccio pursued the CRG driver, Gomez would run out of road on the outside line and tumble down through the field. A brilliant weekend's work undone in one corner. At the end of the first lap, Kamara found the smallest gap in history to pass Ugochukwu for the lead, determined to put the Brazilian flag on the top step of the podium. There were battles everywhere you looked. Daniel Briz versus Oscar Pedersen and Luigi Coluccio versus Norton Andreasen, with the Italian winning the duel down the hill. But the Swede wasn't settling for that, and the Ward Racing driver attacked again over the curbs in the hairpin. But the Cosmic Ace was wise to that manoeuvre. Meanwhile, Tarpanen was now level with Ugochukwu and finding it difficult to overtake. At least he was still on the road. Matthias Mogato wasn't, as Biralart's weekend had gone from bad to worse. Then Tarpanen hoodwinked Ugochukwu beautifully. He backed out of the entry to the right-hander and accelerated strongly through the exit to leave no doubt as to who was now in second place. It was all going wrong for Ugochukwu, as now his teammate Arvid Lindblad was hustling him for position 2, and the American was now off the podium. Kamara was defending valiantly to keep the Finn at bay, but there was no stopping the Tony Kart youngster, who made a phenomenal overtake into the right hairpin in the second sector. The Finn was now on the crest of history, as he could become the first Finnish world champion. Things quickly unravelled for Kamara, as first Arvid Lindblad caught and passed his Kart Republic teammate, promoting the Red Bull Junior to second. Just a lap later, and with Lindblad long gone, Ugachukwu then moved ahead into third place. And within an instant, Coluccio had stolen fourth position too. Something wasn't right. It was clear that a mechanical problem was developing, and by the time the Brazilian had lost a dozen more places, the writing was on the wall, and Rafael Kamara would return to the pits and retire from the World Championship. Later on, and Coluccio had caught Ugachukwu to grab his first World Championship podium since 2018. But could he stay there? Slater had been dominant in the junior race, but nothing quite like Tarpanen in the OK final. The race was the Finns to command, and he emulated last year's winner Callum Bradshaw with a dominant drive ahead of the pack. Lindblad was set for a fifth visit to the podium, but he too was carrying a front fairing penalty, and the 5 seconds added afterwards would drop him to third. That was to the benefit of Luigi Coluccio, who, having dispensed with Ugachukwu, was now on his own and about to inherit the Vice World Champion status. But having seen Heikki Kovalainen, Juho Valtonen and Auro Vainio score a podium in the World Championship, Finland was about to go one better. Last year, he'd been the junior Vice World Champion. Now, Tuukka Tarpanen was the World Champion. The new Flying Finn was the hero of Campios, and it could be the first of many World Championship successes for the lovable young star. Behind Coluccio and Lindblad, Ugachukwu held off Nicolas Solov and Artem Severukin, with Joe Turney ahead of Ruben Moya, Juho Valtonen and former world champion Pedro Hiltbrand. Finland has waited over 50 years for their first karting world champion, and now they can celebrate one of the youngest ever after a sensational display. With Coluccio and Lindblad sharing the spoils on the podium, it's a welcome return for the Italian after a 3-year hiatus, and Lindblad ensures he scores silverware in every single FIA OK Senior race he started. An astonishing end to the season for the Red Bull youngster.
I'm really happy with the result. I was second on the road, but unfortunately got a bumper penalty, so I was third. But to be on the podium again is really good. I'm really happy with that. The consistency this year has been really solid, and it's just testament to the fact of how good the package has been this year. I'm really grateful to everyone at KR for their support to give me a package good enough to compete at the front week in, week out in different conditions, different circuits.
The track was very hard now to drive. It was super slippery, and we need to find the right pressure. It was really important. So I just managed to finish the race in the best way I can. 3 years ago I was third in the same category. Now I'm Vice World Champion, and I'm super happy. Also for the team, we work so hard and we deserve it.
First Finnish World Champion, it has been a bit difficult year, but finally I got it what I need. Yeah, it has been really difficult condition. Also not so fast all the time, but we improved and I won.
I think he grew a lot during this weekend, means not just in performance, but how to know the track, how to know all the feeling with the track, and also with the material too. So also the team do a quite good job to follow his way and him to follow our way. So I think together we do a great job. He growing with us during the weekend, I think.
So, Kian Nakamura-Berta and Tuukka Tarpanen are now the new kings of the sport and will forever be members of the FIA Karting Hall of Fame. But just as the 2021 season draws to a close, the teams will begin work again, as the European Championship will return in April at Portimao in Portugal. So until then, Adios, amigos!
Welcome back to the action in the FIA Karting World Championship, presented by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing, and promoted by RGMMC. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez here with you on the loudspeakers here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, just a stone's throw away, as you can see, from Mount Vesuvius. It is a fabulous venue and a wonderful location which has massive history in terms of the FIA karting titles, both European and world, that have been played out over this circuit over the years. It has had many multiple configurations over the past, and now we are ready to see it do battle again in its new format in 2022 for the World Championship title. And as we go into the afternoon session, the wind has picked up a little bit, as you can see. The humidity is still high as a kite, and it's 26 degrees Celsius air temperature at this moment in time. So we're going to have an interesting challenge for the contenders. Chi Zhenru and Dries van Langendonk are going to go into the afternoon session as our front row men. And you can see Nigel Edwards, race director, just giving a little bit of instruction to Chi Newman, the Chinese driver, hoping that this is going to be his opportunity to continue the good progression that he has started with so far.
Welcome back here in Sano, the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. As always, a pleasure to be with you, Jake, for the remaining of the day. It's going to be a full program, 11 races to go through, a small break, and then 4 more, 15 in total, for what has been a 26 race program. Busy Saturday as we're halfway through this busy schedule indeed. On your picture on the right side of the grid, we'll be starting the young Belgian driver, Dries van Langendonk, winner of one qualifying heat, his first ever at this level in the World Championship. A common name in the National Series, but trying his bit for the first time with Energy Corse on top of the world. He's going to have Andres Cardenas and Leon Nilsson side by side on row number 2 of the grid. Nathan Tai, Enzo Nicota are some of the names that we're going to have on the grid for this qualifying race, opposing Group E and J. Leon Nilsson on the other side, one of the standard bearers of the World Racing team from Sweden, driving the Tony Kart machine, is going to be starting from the inside of the grid, coming to turn number 1, and we've seen that the inside position has been really paying off over the course of the qualifying races. Some of the drivers on the external part having quite a rough time to keep the positions alive on the way to the first corners, the first few turns of this track. Further back as well on the other side, from Peru, this is Andres Cardenas driving for his Alonso car, driving for the DPK racing team from Spain. Very much the satellite team, or shall I say the official team of the Alonso kart brand. Used to be part of the OTK group and not so long ago, before switching and pairing with Car Republic, and it's been a very, very successful story ever since.
So as the contenders gear up for the next 7 laps of racing, the qualifying heat E versus G is going to see the OK Juniors get out onto the circuit once again. 1.55 kilometers distance this circuit, bumpy, fast, flowing and incredibly technical. It's also very physical as a race circuit. So it's time to get us underway once more for racing in the afternoon sessions here at the World Championships of FIA Karting. So it is Chi Newman and Dries van Langendonk on the front row of the starting grid, from Leon Nilsson and Andres Cardenas, Nathan Tai and Enzo Nicota, from Stepan Antonov and Clement Dutran, from Alex Burgunovic, Dmitry Madviv, Hariman Bansal, Emanuele Olivieri, Kirill Ditiev and Adrien Ferra.
From Zach Drummond and Francisco Macedo, Ermo Quintieri and Jakub Kamenik, Edu Robinson, as well as Louis Leveau, Michael Herder and Jackson Burns, from Jensen Burns, Mark Brovko and Jules Carenta. Do we have everybody in? It was a rush to the track from the pit lane just beneath our position on the start finish straight, and we seem to be missing Emanuele Olivieri, the 121 from Italy, who was due to start from the sixth row on the grid. So I don't know what happened. We don't know yet what happened to young Emanuele Olivieri, the 121 so far in this race. Let's try to see Emanuele Olivieri, who is 61 as it stands in the classification, with his best result an 8th and a 9th, but 2 unfortunate turn of event in one of his heats, one of DNF actually, twice from his past 4 qualifying races. So that might be one of the reasons why he's not showing up on our screen. Is he on track, or is he maybe he's going to be starting from the pit row? Remains to be seen.
Well, Olivieri didn't take part in warm-up this morning either, so I wonder if he's had some rib discomfort which is very similar to Douai de Decker, had to put him out of his home event, which would be very unfortunate indeed. But we are not ready to start just yet. It's a false start on this occasion as the drivers work their way through the first corner, but it is not racing conditions because Newman Chi not quite able to control the pace alongside Dries van Langendonk for the first race of the Saturday afternoon session.
And here they go for one extra formation lap. With Chi Runzen, who is going to have to do better than that. Dries van Langendonk by his side. We've seen a couple of extra formation lap in the morning proceedings, as at this level it's not always easy to put it together and to try to manage the starting procedure, but the pole sitter is the one having to pace down everybody, and it's forbidden for him to accelerate just way too soon before crossing the yellow line on the start-finish straight, which is not always the easiest of exercise, considering that you have in your back 26 other drivers, 25 in that case, pushing for more, pushing to accelerate and hungry for positions. So let's see this time around what Chisenry will be able to do. Dries van Langendonk by his side, the 162 against the 194. As it stands in the classification, Anatoly Kavalkin, this year's European champion in the junior class, is well ahead of Enzo Talvanishko and Saleh, with Pirkowski in fourth. Will this be the right attempt this time around?
Well, we'll find out as they come to the line. Yes, it is. Away we go. Newman Chi into the first corner first, no problems at all, as through to second comes Leon Nielsen. The drivers charge their way through for the hairpin. A good start, a good solid opener to this heat, and Nathan Ty has come through to third position. Good solid start for the British driver in the Sony kart, so now he can try and make some progress through. And Andres Cardenas has slotted into fifth position in there behind one of the Energy Course karts. That looks to me like Andres Cardenas trying to work his way back through into fourth position, but he's obviously got a little bit of work to try and get past Dries van Langendonk. And there goes Ty on the inside of Leon Nielsen as Cardenas goes wheel to wheel with Stepan Antonov, who's already having a bit of a solid race of it and is coming off the back of an exclusion from one of yesterday's races. So he's got to try and make as much time up as he possibly can for the remainder of this weekend. His bid is just to try and get into the superheats for tomorrow morning so that he can have a chance of making his way through to the finals. So it's already backs against the walls for Stepan Antonov as he goes with Dries van Langendonk down the main straight. They're going to get into third and fourth. Van Langendonk in front, and here comes Antonov trying to get through on the inside to make his way for third position. A very decisive move, and Andres Cardenas will go with him.
Yeah, beautiful made indeed, but the young Belgian driver is losing 2 positions in the process as the 135 of Andres Cardenas made his way through. There was a beautiful move indeed on the lap before from this young man with the Sony kart colors. Nathan Ty just went on the inside in the last corner into the airpin, sorry. This very corner where it comes back, same maneuver, and again it's paying off. Nathan Ty takes the lead on lap number 2 of this first junior heat of the afternoon. He's there for the taking. Nathan Ty is not yet into the top 10 as we speak in the classification, but that's what he needs to do. He keeps on fighting at the front. He needs the results, and as many victories as he can take, he will be there to grab them. Now, Nathan Ty in front of the Chinese driver in second. Third place, we still have Stefan Antonov in third position. Andres Cardenas in fourth. Then we have Leon Nielsen. Watch out for the move because Chirunzen is not quite done yet into this race, as Nathan Ty is going defensive into the S's of the first sector. Already going defensive. Of course, he wants to pull away as much as he can, but the pressure is on his shoulders. Those two splitting the rest of the field as Stepan Antonov has lost a pile of time. 1.2 seconds is now the distance between himself and the top 2. The hairpin once again on the back straight, very glued together, as we're going to have 2 battles pretty much in the same picture. Oh, a contact with one of the racing drivers, and multiple contact, unfortunately, for one driver being pushed out of the way. I think there's 2 in trouble into the hairpin on the other side. There was a violent contact, but not too much trouble. I think everybody is quite able to continue. Try to see who that is at the moment, but I think that's Jakub Kamenik by the look of it. No, he's still in this race, so he's one of the award racing drivers. We'll try to identify him.
Yeah, who is it that suddenly just dropped out of the ring? It was Leo Nielsen, but I think Leo Nielsen has actually got back going again and continued on racing. Yeah, there he is. So Leo Nielsen actually went to keep the engine running. He went onto the he went onto the long distance circuit just to keep the engine running. So that was smart thinking from Leo Nielsen. The kart obviously traveling, and he needed to make sure he kept his foot in. So he actually took to the escape road in order to keep the engine going. So that was smart thinking, but obviously it drops him to the very back of the field. So Neo Nielsen continuing on rather than suffer the ignominy of a retirement. Incredible how everybody managed to keep going as a result of all of that. Just a little update on Emanuele Olivieri. He was involved in that big accident yesterday, if you remember, that took out 5-6 drivers in one go right towards the end of the day. So I would imagine that maybe he's ended up with a slight discomfort as a result of that incident. Maybe that's the reason why he is not continuing on with the race action today. Nathan Tighe still hanging on in front of Newman Shee. And Newman Shee trying to get his way through on the inside. Still looking for his opportunity if he can try and make this move. And have every opportunity he can. Nathan Tighe working hard to hold his position here, but this is not going to be easy for Nathan Tighe to sustain, because he hasn't just got Newman Shee to hold on to, but he's also got Stepan Antonov and Andres Cardenas, who have been very strong and fast in pace. The Peruvian has just banged in the fastest lap of the race as well. So obviously big pressure building for Nathan Tighe. He's got to try and find a way to sustain this. Newman Shee running in second position, starting to back up the pressure, and on the inside Antonov trying to squeeze his way through, and Andres Cardenas gets through, but that has really compromised not only Newman Shee but also Antonov and Cardenas, because now look, Nathan Tighe has got daylight in front.
Yes, indeed, as a turnover of the race, isn't it, with Nathan Tighe trying to extend his gap to 0.8 of a second now. Stepan Antonov back into second, Cardenas in third, but the Chinese driver behind is going to try all that he can to try to remove that situation, to remove himself from that situation, which is always easier said than done. Alexander Bogunovic still in fifth in front of Nick Carter, German, Benito Ferrer, Clément Outron and Miguel Costa. That's for your top 10. Costa, the Brazilian driver, the fastest on track. This is the penultimate lap before the checkered flag, as Nathan Tighe is trying to increase his pace by bending over his wheel. Let's see if he can actually be paying off for the British driver from Sodicard. He's been one of the stand bearers of the Tony Kart factory in the direct drive class. I was talking about it with some of my French colleagues at the lunch break, saying that Nathan Tighe and the Sodicard unit, if they put everything together this weekend, and with the likes of Nathan Tighe, but as well as some of the drivers, including Adam Aydek, maybe they could have a good shot at the awards by the end of the weekend. We're not there yet. The final lap, and this young man is going to have to keep his position alive, because we have Stepan Antonov and Andres Cardenas working well together. They're going to try to make the bit. Oh, and one Tony Kart driver, one World Racing driver, unfortunately the 118 just went sideways. Let's try to see who that is in a second. The 118 running at the back end of the grid. This is Kirill Ditsiev. Kirill Ditsiev, who was 12 on the road, unfortunately went for a mistake just outside of turn number one. We didn't get to see if it was due to an incident. As in the meantime, the 135 of Andres Cardenas battling along with Stepan Antonov is not quite done yet for the victory. Nathan Tighe is going to have to hold it. Shut all the doors at every corner as they come on to the last corner. Three side by side. There he goes, on the inside. Stepan Antonov. That's beautifully made around. Watch out for Andres Cardenas. He's going to make it.
It's going to be nearly 3 wide of the line. Who's going to get there to the finish line? It is Cardenas, who just misses out. No, Stepan Antonov. 19 thousandths of a second. 3 wide of the line. Nathan Tighe almost had it, but he just got a little bit hungry in the final bend, did Andres Cardenas. Stepan Antonov just had enough to hold on to it there. My goodness, what a finish. Well, that's a brilliant race to start the afternoon session. A 3 wide finish, and Stepan Antonov managing to hold it together just by a couple of millimeters. 19 thousandths of a second in front of Andres Cardenas. Mind you, looking at that front fairing of his, that could need a little bit of a check. I don't know if that's loose or not, but it certainly looks as though it's quite low to the floor. He might be all right with that, actually, Stepan Antonov, but it is tight to see. It's tricky to know, isn't it? There's not a lot of ground clearance, but I think he might be all right. I think he might be all right with that one. So, well, a crazy opening race to the afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, the position to the ground might be sometimes a bit misleading by the look of it. We will see what it comes out of the scrutineering afterwards, but one thing is for sure, this is one of the craziest finish that we've had so far in qualifying races, with just half a hundredth of a second onto the line to the cost of Nathan Tighe. We thought that it was done and dusted for the British driver from Sodicard, who was in a good position to seal the deal in the end of this race, but the race is never finished before crossing the start-finish line and the checkered flag, and both Andres Cardenas and Stepan Antonov saw the opportunity. They went for the dive, and Stepan Antonov was the first one onto the line for 19,000 of a second. So brilliant finish indeed from those three protagonists. And that's what we like to see definitely at this level of racing. So here's the classification in full once again. Stepan Antonov winner after climbing from 7th onto the grid from Andres Cardenas, Nathan Tai. Then we have Chi Ruzen from Alexander Bogunovic in 5th, Enzo Nicoter in 6th, Clément Outron in 7th from Adrian Benito Ferrer, Zach Drummond, Miguel Costa, Jules Caranta outside of the top 10 from Dimitri Madve, Francisco Macedo, Edu Robinson, Louis Leveau. In 16 is David Costa Christopher from Jackson Burns, Manu Quintiri, Michael Eder, Jensen Burns, Dries van Langendonk, who didn't have the best of outcome. It's little to say that the Belgian driver had a sort of nightmare race, having started from the front row of the grid and finishing all the way down to 21st. So a few tweaks to be found, a few setup to be put to work for the Energy Corset driver. Then we have Jakub Kamenik, Mark Bovko, Arjaman Banzel, Leo Nilsson, and the two drivers missing, Emmanuel Vieri, that we didn't get to see starting the race, and Kirill Ditsiev, the world racing driver, missing out on this qualifying race. So it's time for a little break, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the drivers resting a little bit, giving the feedback to the mechanics as they make their way through the scale. We'll get back there in just a few moments to give you some more insight and interviews from the youngsters of the junior and the OK class. But in the meantime, let's hear from one of the protagonists that we're going to get to see on track performing in just a few moments. He was going to be starting from row number 3 on the grid, competing under the world racing colors this weekend with his Tony Kart machinery, even though it's been for quite a while now one of the leaders of the AGP racing team on the international karting scene. I'm talking, of course, of Ian Aikmans from Belgium.
I think the track is really long, and yeah, you have to find the right sprocket because I have long straights, but also very slow corners. And yeah, also the track now is really bumpy, so yeah, we have to also manage that a little bit. It's very fast. It's also nice to drive, so yeah, it will be nice to race here. I think I've grown yeah, really much since the beginning of the year. I've been more calm now since the beginning, and yeah, overall it's getting better now. The tire management is hard here because there is very fast corners here, so they will wear a lot in the fast corners. So yeah, we have to try to not destroy them in the beginning because it's 5 heats and will be really hard to manage them. Yeah, in the rain will be more easy for us to save the tire because yeah, for the dry tire it's better because then we can save them longer. And in the rain we have yeah, we also have to manage them, but less. We have been testing a lot here. Now also we're trying to find the best setup in every condition. And also now with the rain we will try to find the best setup.
And we're live back, ladies and gentlemen, from the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. The pre-grid getting ready, as you can see, and Ian Aikmans that you just heard at the interview, getting ready with the highly recognizable yellow crash helmet from the RGP Racing family. Ian Aikmans with Lucas Amaristo by his side from Finland. But this race is going to be led by two young men, Matheus Morgato with 2 wins so far for the Brazilian, and Maximilian Popov, who is yet to put his name among the winners list, but this could be a good occasion for him. Maximilian Popov starting from pole position this time around, the driver from Russia. So let's see what he's going to be able to do.
It's going to be fascinating to see how the dynamic of this event keeps changing. Freddie Slater, always very keen to make as many alliances as he possibly can, as many friendships as he can in the paddock. And it's always interesting to note who it is that's able to keep those sort of friendships and banters rolling through the course of a race weekend. You do get a sort of a collection of cliques of drivers who kind of hang out with each other. Sometimes it's within teams, sometimes it's within nationalities, other times it's within styles of driving, I find. And you do get this nice sort of collection of friendships of drivers that run around the paddock. And at an event like this, why wouldn't you? I mean, you meet so many people from so many different walks of life. You're in so many different mixtures of culture and language and lifestyle. It's amazing the sort of the friendships and the unions that are built through these events. It's always really, really pleasant to see that the drivers get to know each other really well over the course of an entire racing season.
Yeah, just yesterday night, actually, as we were done with the proceedings of the day, the qualifying races, I bumped into Nicolas Zoloff, last year's DPK racing leader, who is doing now Formula 4 since the season. And he was just enjoying his time with Arvid Lindblad, and the two, along with some of the drivers, were just chilling out, having a good time, discussing the good old days. And I joked about the fact that in a couple of years, they might be actually together in the same series, who knows, at some point on the single-seater ladder. And they came to me saying, okay, we actually considering the idea of having the two of us with Kimi Antonelli and some others of the same years as they've been competing together in karting as teammates at some point in single-seater. And I told them that could actually be a very, very strong lineup, but they said that it would never work actually, because the egos and the determination to shine would be just too strong to handle.
I mean, it's always fascinating, isn't it? They do say, don't they, that you can take the racer out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the racer. They always want to come back and have a look at it. And there's so many friendships that they've built. It's kind of like returning to school almost, as far as the kids are concerned. You build up so many friendships in your youth that stay and remain with you all the way through the rest of your life. And it's funny how so many of the Formula One drivers and personnel have so many close friendships that are within this very paddock, because of course they grew up on these circuits, they grew up in these race teams, so there's still so many friendship links. I was speaking with Harrison Thomas, who's one of the mechanics for one of the competitors in the Eichmann's outfit in various locations around the world, and he still has good banter with the drivers that he raced against back in the day. Your likes of Alex Gill, George Russell, even Lando Norris, who he had a few decent overtaking moves on when he was racing in British karting back in the day. You do get these friendships that sort of last the distance. They really do go on, and you have so many great connections with people, no matter what country you're from, no matter what language you speak. In karting, everyone speaks the same language, the language of competition and the language of performance. It's always really good to see. Mount Vesuvius starting to come away from the clouds. Incredible to think that that was the scene of such unbelievable devastation hundreds of years ago. And yet here it is, the focal point of the backdrop for this fantastic FIA Karting weekend. Lots of pressure on the drivers here, particularly Paolo Ippolito, European champion in the gearbox category earlier this season. Winning a European championship in gearbox is very much like shaking hands with God, a lot of the drivers say. It's so difficult to pull off. It's a very tough mission, and you really have to have everything come together just so. For this year, Paolo Ippolito certainly worked out for him. Despite not actually winning a final, his consistency was enough to give him the job over the course of those two race meetings at Genk and Cremona. But now the drivers head out, and here is Paolo Ippolito trying again to become a world champion in a very different discipline, the OK category, the direct drive formula. So the drivers are coming out onto the circuit. It is Max Popov and Matthias Morgato that head them out, from Paolo Ippolito and Arvid Lindblad, then Ian Eichmanns and Lucas Amalisto, Joel Bergstrom and Evan Gilter, Freddie Slater, Keanu Blum, Rintaro Sato, Olin Galli, David Walter, Sebastiano Bavan, Jace Matthews and Giovanni Trentin.
From Francesco Marenghi, Alvarsis Mevara, Jokubas Bogdan Ambitious, Adrian Malero, Filippo Fiorentino, Ryan Vincent, Harley Keeble, Maximilian Obst, Jan Kohle, Oscar Wurtz, Fuji Shota, Ame Harris, Joe Turney and Yuri Persica. Talking about Joe Turney, once again starting from the back end of the grid, and let's have a look at his progress all throughout the qualifying heats, because he was unlucky in his qualifying practice, had to really fight his way through, and let's try to see where that took him. Joe Turney is sitting in position 43 at the moment, with an 8th place and a 13th place as best finish so far. So a lot of recoveries. I don't know how many positions he was able to make up ever since the start of this World Championship, but the pace is definitely there for the one who finished in 3rd position in this year's European Championship for just a couple of points. So keep an eye on the Tony Kart number 7 at the back end of the grid, as at the front Maxim Popov and Matthias Morgato will be showing us what sort of wood they're made of.
So out of the final turn and along the main straight, looks as though we've got ourselves a decent start. Away we go! Great move up to the first corner from Max Popov. And through comes Ippolito and Eichmanns. They come through to second and third, no problems at all. Ippolito just holding defensive whilst also trying to attack Max Popov into the first couple of corners. This could be Ippolito's best chance yet of a heat victory as everybody else tries to work their way through the S's without too much drama. Looks as though they're all going to face the right direction as they come through. A few drivers trying to make a move in the early phase of this race to try and gain as many places as possible, but it looks as though everybody is pointing in the right direction. Ippolito going for the lead into the hairpin, and he takes it from Max Popov. So Paolo Ippolito leads, and there's problems further back. That is a collision there between the Pantano of Peter Stiller, I think that is, that has come together. No, that's Giovanni Trentin even. So Giovanni Trentin having a bit of a moment there, the 30, tangling with Adrian Mariero. So Trentin and Mariero having problems, and up the inside, there goes the move from Matthias Morgato, who dives in. Don't forget, he is the interim leader at this point. So fighting up at the front end of the field is very much where Matthias Morgato needs to keep it. He needs to find his way further forward because at the moment he is in danger of dropping back behind Oscar Pedersen in the interim rankings.
And watch out, we're going to have a yellow flag coming to the back straight because one of the drivers was trying to get going again, but fortunately it was going to come to an end. I think it was Adrian Marrero who was trying to get his engine back on. Yellow flag, and the drivers, of course, are not allowed to do any overtaking maneuvers, but past that point, now they can. And watch out around the inside, Maximilian Popov as well with Freddy Slater. Great recovery from Slater, who goes in. Slater takes fourth place for Maximilian Popov as it stands, as Matheus Morgato still in third, trying to chase Paolo Ippolito and Ian Eichmanns. A great start indeed for the Belgian driver. You can see him being harassed by the 44 of Matheus Morgato. Morgato pulled out a beautiful move on the opening lap. He's going to be able to do it again unless Ian Eichmanns does it first on the leader. Watch out for coming to turn number one. Ian Eichmanns chasing the leader. Will the door be open enough? He's cruising away, trying to actually cross the racing line, but it's not quite open yet for him to make the move. So he's going to have to stay behind, but watch out for Morgato because that's what he's been waiting for.
And now Freddie Slater's closing in on all three of them as well. Watch out for him to try and make a move on the Lando Norris chassis for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. He's got a great opportunity to try and throw his hat into the ring for the victory. Fifth position, it's still Max Popov. Here comes the move from Eichmanns for the lead. He gets there, so does Morgato, and the door's still wide open as Freddie Slater slots in. He just monstered his way past the European KZ champion. Big move from Freddie Slater. That took some gusto, and now he really is showing the world what he can do. He just took on the European Gearbox champion and made mincemeat of him. That is a big feather in the cap for Freddie Slater. But watch out, because here comes Arvid Lindblad. He's going to go side by side with his teammate Paolo Ippolito. Tucks back in. Morgato going for the lead of the race. Oh, Eichmanns shuts the door on him. So that's a little bit of a feather of the throttle from Morgato. Slater's going to try and get through into the hairpin. He can't make it stick, so Eichmanns, Morgato, Slater, Ippolito and Lindblad. Watch for Lindblad trying to get his move on the inside of Paolo Ippolito. And when Slater and Lindblad go to play on the same bit of racetrack, expect some fireworks because those two are not mates.
Yeah, they have common history indeed. Remember Portimao 2020 and the battle for the World Championship, the European season as well. And watch out, around the inside goes Matheus Morgato, beautifully made on Ian Eichmanns. The Brazilian is up in the front, and the Belgians going to try to counter-attack. It was beautifully made on the hairpin. Now all he needs to do is to shut all the doors. But we only at lap number 4 out of 10. It's so early to pull out his move, but he's ahead. And now what he needs to pray for is for Freddie Slater to catch Ian Eichmanns, but he's himself under the pressure of what comes behind. Watch out for the Car Republic driver, Ippolito, Lindblad on the way to turn number 1. Those two pulling away just a tiny bit, and there it goes. Oh, that was close. That was close to Slater, but just saw the move, the attack. At least he was trying to go for the move, Ippolito, but Lindblad, actually that's what he's been expecting as well. An open door to dive and take them two at once.
Slater's tactics are so audacious here. He's trying to defend Ippolito and back him into the path of Lindblad, so those two start battling. Then you watch, as soon as Lindblad tries to make his move on Ippolito, Slater's going to drop the hammer and start to close up again on the two leaders. Big move on the inside as number 5, David Walter, kicks up on the grass as he desperately tries to make that move stick. I think he did manage to get through in the end there to 6th position, but it's held up the field rapidly as up to 7th position has come one of the Kart Republics moving their way further forward. I think that is Lucas Samalisto having a bit of a moment there as
and
they
there goes Lindblad around the inside. Sorry to cut you off, Jake, but Slater was very short and being overtaken twice. Ippolito and Lindblad just went for the move. but it wasn't quite close enough. But Lindblad made his way through past Ippolito,
and now
he's going to go.
Dive in on Slater, and he gets through, and Ippolito goes with him. That's backfired on Freddie Slater big style. Lindblad and Ippolito, the Kart Republic teammates, have both managed to get past Freddie Slater. So now watch for Lindblad trying to charge up behind Eichmanns and Morgado, but they've got 2 seconds to make up to the race leader. That is not going to be easy to pull off. Matthias Morgado in front of Ian Eichmanns, and then Lindblad, Ippolito and Slater from David Walter and Luca Samalisto, then Bergstrom in front of, now who is that going to be in position? That's Joe Turney. Where on earth has he come from? 9th position after half the race distance. He has made up 20 places from the back row of the grid, Joe Turney, to move up into 8th place now, so to make that 21 places. Joe Turney is suddenly a factor in this race.
Search no more for the best recovery of the day and maybe of this World Championship, because 20 place might be one of the highest records that we've had so far. So well done to Joe Turney, and we still have a couple of laps to go before the checkered flag. As way back with the leaders, watch out, Ian Eichmanns under intense pressure. This is the number 7, my apologies, it was Joe Turney that we were just watching. David Lindblad the fastest in this race. Turney back again as we're here with the 21st. This is Evan Gilter struggling a little bit with Onin Gali from CRG. Gali is going to go for the move. He was watching along, and look at how many drivers are glued together. More than 5, 6 and 7 of them. That's very close indeed, as the 72 is trying to make his bid as well into the mix. There's Keanu Bloom lost into that wave, that sea of drivers. Gilter on your picture with only Gali just behind. Gilter didn't have the best of luck so far in this World Championship, struggling with setup and tire management. But he has the pace, he has the will, so let's see.
There's been a big accident into the final turn. Sorry, 3 karts have come together there. I think that was one of the DPK karts trying to get the move up the inside. It was Maximilian Obst. He rode the curbs and dived in on the inside of Alva Simasvara and Rintaro Sato. Look at Sato's kart, absolutely destroyed at the front end. So Rintaro Sato is going no further in this one. And all 3 drivers out of the race on the spot. Just saw that out of the corner of my commentary box. It was a nasty manoeuvre as Obst went up in the air, pirouetted over the top of Sato and Simasvara. Fortunately, all 3 drivers are okay. But that big train of karts, there was always going to be somebody spat out of the queue. Now, Lindblad has dropped this battle for 4th position, as Slater is still trying to get back on terms with Paolo Ippolito. He's got to be careful because David Walter and Joe Turney are creeping into the battle. I'm amazed even by Joe Turney's rise out of the ashes. The phoenix from the flames is really coming forward here. I think Joe Turney must have heard me earlier on when I said his championship hopes are over. Joe Turney's response, hold my beer, I'm coming for it. On the inside again, Ippolito holding on from Slater. Looks as if we've had another incident at the end of the previous lap. It is Fuji Shota and Jokubas Bogdanovicius. So the 2 of them, the Japanese and the Lithuanian, out of the race as well. Very unfortunate for them, but anything could still kick off between these 4.
And we lost Maximilian Popov as well, quite surprisingly in the process. But let's get back to it. 9 laps out of 10. This is now or never for some of the drivers. Look at how Joe Turney is going. And number 7, a lucky number that is certainly for Freddie Slater, for Joe Turney, chasing both Freddie Slater and David Walter. Those 3 are going to have a good explanation, that's for sure. Watch out into the last corner because Paolo Ippolito is the first one in line. Joe Turney is going around the inside. Can he make that stick? We'll have to keep an eye on that as well. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Matthias Morgado well in the lead. Eichmanns, Lindblad battling for 2nd. And watch out for the battle for 4th.
Well, Lindblad still thinks he can take 2nd place from Ian Eichmanns. Then we've got Ippolito, Slater, Walter and Joe Turney in front of Luca Samalisto. Lindblad climbing all over the back of Ian Eichmanns now to try and get into 2nd position. Might still have his chance on the back straight. Morgado's got this race and the lead in the interim out of Canter. But now Eichmanns is defending. Lindblad trying to move to cover and get the switcheroo back on the exit. Eichmanns holds him at cover. Very nicely done through the left, through the right, and then up to the final hairpin they will come. And Joe Turney, by the way, has cut his way up into 5th position. Audacious racing from Joe Turney as he works his way further forward past David Walter. But now it's going to be an interesting one to the flag as Lindblad is going to try and skate out in front of Ian Eichmanns. Morgado takes the win. Lindblad is going to take 2nd from Eichmanns. A great duel to the flag. And then it'll be Ippolito in front of Joe Turney. 5th position for Joe Turney. Right, Jake. So, problems on the main straight as coming down the straight. Right in front of us, we've had a spin across the line. Keanu Bloom and Jace Matthews locked wheels as they came down the main straight and spun as they came across the finish line. That was scary. So they just about avoided making big impact with anybody else, but they locked wheels. Unfortunately, they didn't come into contact with anybody else. But, well, a very devastated end to the race for those two. Kiana Bloom and Jace Matthews, so determined to beat each other to the line. And they were only covered at the flag by 0.04 of a second, pretty much. But Joe Turney, what a return to form. He clearly decided, right, Jake Sanson, you've said that my World Championship chances are over. Right, time to eat those words. I'm coming back at you. And Joe Turney fought his way beautifully up to 5th position. What a comeback. So Matthias Morgato continues to lead the interim from Arvid Lindblad in 2nd, and then Ian Eichmann's ahead of Paolo Ippolito and Joe Turney. 5th position. That is monstrous. Then it is David Walter in front of Lucas Samolisto and Freddie Slater. 9th position for Joel Bergstrom in front of Evan Giltier. Then Olin Galli ahead of Francesco Marenghi, Keanu Blum. Then the 2 sliding drivers across the line, Jace Matthews and Jiri Bichichka. Oh, it was Blum and Matthews, actually. Bichichka, Wirtz, Keeble and Amer Harris from Malaysia. Then in 19th, there was Sebastiano Bavan ahead of Jan Koller and Ryan Vincent. And Filippo Fiorentino was the last one home. The retirements, there were quite a few of them in the end. Jogabas Bogdanovicius and Fuji Shota, along with Maximilian Popov. Then Max Herbst, Rintaro Sato and Alva Simas Vara having their problem. And on the opening lap, we also lost Giovanni Trentin and Adrian Mariero. What a busy race qualifying Heat D versus F was, but Matthias Morgato, the Brazilian, hanging on to his advantage for the moment and holding the interim lead by 2 points to Pedersen and Tarpanen. Quite important at this stage of proceedings to continue that pace and keep himself in the hunt. So an exciting battle already brewing. Lindblad in 2nd in front of Eichmann's. A great race to the line between those two. Paolo Ippolito right up in the sharp end. Joe Turney, what a comeback from 29th on the grid to 5th position. I don't think anybody has made up as many as 24 places in one heat over the course of proceedings. So fascinating stuff. Down in the pit lane then, let's go to Guillaume Alvarez, who has the reactions from the competitors.
I'm in good company here, Jake. Welcome back from the Parc Fermé, ladies and gentlemen. One of the heroes, not just of this race, but of the day. Joe Turney, you're sweating a lot, and we understand why. 24 places recovered. You have to tell us what's the magic recipe out there.
Well, we've had speed all week, but we had a problem in the quali, so we were 88th overall, and we started every heat last. So no, if we started at the front, we'd have a good chance at this race. But yeah, 24 places in 10 laps wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad either. You put out some good recoveries before as well, up to 8, up to 9. So the pace is definitely there. But this time around, there was different business. What's the difference in that race? What made you, recover so many places that you were not so much able before?
I don't know. Sometimes you can be unlucky with the traffic when you catch them. I think this race I was quite lucky with. I got quite a few laps by myself to just push my own air, and then when I got to people, it was just a pack and I could pass them all quite quickly. So the problem is when you catch one by one, you ruin every lap. So yeah. I mean, just quite lucky with the traffic, but also the speed helps.
Something to keep in mind is that because you have to recover so many places, so you're putting your tires up to intense pressure. So how is it going on that side so far?
Not the best. No, the tires didn't look good after the first 2 heats, but they didn't look good, but they were still quickest out there, so it didn't really matter too much. Yeah, it's hard to manage the tires from last, so I wasn't able to manage them like I would normally, but it hasn't made a difference to our pace, which is good.
But yet, you're one of the fastest on track, so congratulations to you. Thank you very much for talking to us. See you later, Joe Turney. As you heard him, tire management is a thing, it's a challenge, but yet he put up one fantastic recovery, 24 places in 10 laps. As you heard him, not too bad indeed. So let's try to see if we can have a quick chat with some more drivers. Arvid Lindblad was too busy, unfortunately, to be able to talk to us. But let's see if we can have a quick word with Oscar Wurz, for instance. Let's see where he finished this race, down in 16. Oscar, can we have a quick word with you once you're done? Debriefing on your race? All right, thank you. Yeah, just simple things, actually. Thank you for joining us. So, Oscar, this race, you finished in 16, starting from the back end of the grid. Still a good recovery, so the pace is there.
Yeah, quite a few people put 2 new tires, including myself, so it helped a lot, having a lot more grip. And it's because it's been raining and drying, the track is like slippery, and like grains the tires a lot, so 2 new tires helps a lot. Yeah, so and the pace wasn't too bad. I managed to overtake quite a few people. The start could have been improved, but for me the race wasn't too bad. Gained 10 positions is pretty good. So.
Yeah, the experience is pretty good, but although it didn't start the best way for you, what happened in qualifying? Was it like not finding the best lap or the tires not up to temperatures?
Well, because qualifying is only 6 minutes and it was raining, and obviously the times are a lot longer in the rain, so I only had like 3 laps, and unfortunately I caught traffic on my fastest lap, so I could have been a lot higher up, but I had to overtake 2 people, and that cost me a good qualifying, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's life sometimes, and it can be difficult in motorsport. So weather and traffic were the factors to take into account. All right, thank you very much for talking to us, Oscar, and good luck for the rest of your World Championship. Oscar Wurz, one of the 2 sons of former Formula 1 driver Alex Wurz, obviously, and driving for Tony Kart. So you heard him bad qualifying due to traffic and, of course, the rain, with a lot of gamble concerning the tires, but he's been able to manage and recover from the back end of the grid. So let's see if we have a couple of minutes left, just a few instants, maybe with one of the some of the last drivers that we see coming onto the scale. We have a Keanu Bloom, actually. We could have a quick chat with him. Keanu Bloom didn't have the best of outcome in this race. Let's see where he ended up in 13th place, which is actually not too bad, although he started 10th on the grid. Let's see if he's available for a quick chat about his progress to the World Championship, and then we'll be already time to join you, Jake. Keanu, maybe a quick word? Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Lovely colors, This is still one of my favorite liveries, but all right. Yes, indeed. So let's talk about a bit about your race. 10 on the grid, 13 in the end. What did go according to plan?
Yeah, qualifying was not as we wanted, and then starting outside in Sano is, as we all know, difficult, and yeah, lost some positions on the start, and then just try to take the positions again, and yeah, made the best possible.
And how did it work out for you so far, including yesterday's races for the viewers?
Yeah, also yesterday I had the same problems. Just I race in Germany and there are weaker tires and need to learn how to manage the MG tires, and yeah, let's see what we can do.
Indeed, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck for the rest. Keanu Bloom, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting ourselves ready for the next races.
Thanks, Guillaume. It'll be an interesting challenge for the competitors as we are gearing ourselves up ready for more suspense and drama to unfold here at the World Karting Championships. They do say that anything can happen in this week of racing, and it always does, because you never quite know who is going to emerge victorious at the end of the busiest week in the karting calendar. So the contenders gearing themselves up ready for an exciting challenge. It will be a really strong performance from the contenders that will try to work their way further forward. And so we will get to see more spectacular performances coming from these drivers in very close proximity up at the sharp end of the dais. But we'll hopefully get to see more exciting challenges as the contenders continue to uphold their great speed so far this week. Alexander Dahlstrom and Noah Wolf will be going from the front row of the starting grid, a position that neither driver has ever been in before this week. But Alex Dahlstrom has never been in a pole position before. So this is definitely a big... Noah Wolf has had a problem getting out of the pits. Noah Wolf in the Ricardo chassis, right underneath my feet. They are struggling to get him started. So this is a big problem for Noah Wolf, who is trying to get himself going. But here we go, Alexander Dahlstrom and Noah Wolf hopefully on the front row of the grid. Then Alpes Alexoy and Peter de Give. Then it's Mathieu Colnaghi and James Saleh from Gabriel Mora and Alex O'Grady. Maxon Verbruge and Joel Pajola from Hugo Martiniello and Tiziano Monza. Then it is Tom Calenda and Lewis Werrell. And we will see Toby Dvorak and Simon Reckenmacher from Santino Panetta and Gabriel Sano. Sebastian Garzon and Kimi Tani from Matilda Pats, Sebastian Kolpeng, Alfredo Ibiapina, Jindra Pazel, Varis Hampus and Maria Giamonanito. And it looks as though Noah Wolf has only just managed to make it out onto the circuit, but the problem is everybody's already gone through, so I think his place on the front row of the starting grid is going to be left empty. So that is a big problem for Noah Wolf. Alexander Dahlstrom doing the fair thing and backing up the pack so that everybody can catch up again, but no, I think Noah Wolf is going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. They're already at the red line, And Noah Wolf, you can see him in the background in the Ricciardo chassis, desperately trying to get back into formation, but he's not. He's going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. He pulls over to let Maria Giamononito back into her original grid position. But Noah Wolf, the bad luck just keeps on coming for the rapid British firecracker. But Alexander Dahlstrom is in a very unfamiliar territory, not only in pole position, but alone on the front row of the grid. Is this going to be... no, it's a false start, false start. Well, how about that for a turn up for the books for Noah Wolf? Because as far as he's concerned, it's a false start, therefore he can take his original place on the grid.
And that's what he's busy doing at the moment, you know, trying to make his way through the field, try as well not to take himself out, because in that particular situation, it's a bit tricky sometimes to find the right pace and space as well. But here we go for an extra formation lap. And as you said, you know, another bad luck for Noah Wolf, whose previous race ended up with an incident in the last lap. It happened yesterday, so that's a big blow. And Noah Wolf has been able to make up for some ground. You could see him on the inside with the blue livery on his chassis, Birla chassis, the Ricciardo Kart chassis, shall I say, as one of the few brands as part of the Birla factory from Lisson. So there he comes with the yellow crash helmet. You can see him waving his tires to put them up to temperatures, and is back in contention to give Alexander Dahlstrom a hard time.
Yeah, it's the first time in history that the Ricciardo Kart brand has run at the front end of an FIA karting event in the junior category. Of course, he won the European title with Marijn Kramers back in 2020 in the gearbox category with the Ricciardo chassis. So great to see how things have progressed for the brand. Very similar in the stable, of course, to the Birla group. You've also got the Charles Leclerc brand, the Daniel Ricciardo brand, and the Robert Kubica brand. All Formula One drivers who have come through the karting routes and gained great success. So, off the final turn and onto the main straight. Let's see how it continues. Alexander Dahlstrom and Noah Wolf now coming to the start-finish line. And we're racing! Good start from Alexander Dahlstrom, and nearly through into the lead at the first corner. Alp Hasan Aksoy, the young Turkish star, making his way through to second position, almost to the lead. And through there comes Mattia Kolnagi in the Forza as well. The Forza expert up at the third position, so a good start for the inside line. Noah Wolf hasn't lost too much ground, finds himself there in fourth position, and as they knit their way through the hairpin, Alp Aksoy is having a terrific start to the race here. Second position for the young Turk. I caught up with him in the break actually, and he is surprised but very excited and motivated that he suddenly found the pace, and there goes Alp Aksoy. A great move from Aksoy. Into the lead of the race goes the young Turkish star, and that's the first time in his FIA karting history he has hit the front.
And another Tonica driver on the pace, going around for the lead. Let's see how it's going to play out behind, the pursuers behind as well. But that's going to be very close indeed. And the 183 going around the inside. Beautifully made by Mattia Kolnagi. Oh, they're going together. Big incident in the last corner.
Dahlstrom.
Disaster for Dahlstrom as well. As for another driver involved, Mattia Kolnagi. Disaster as well for those two coming together. I was going to say that Kolnagi was pulling out the brilliant move on the inside. He was on the verge of taking the lead. And then Alexander Dahlstrom, the two coming together and losing all. The battle for top three is coming down, actually reduced to pretty much zero in that race.
Well, do you know what that's done? It's opened the floodgates for Alp Hasan Aksoy, who leads the race now by a country mile on the second lap. Noah Wolf is there in second place trying to close him down. Big move up the inside there from Alex O'Grady, the young man from Ireland. So he's come through into third position. Mattia Kolnagi has got going again, by the way. Over half a minute back. Up on the inside, there goes the Paralin. Nice move then from Petar Agiv to try and get through as well. In behind Tiziano Monza. So Monza's through to third. Agiv is through to fourth. Now trying to get his move into third position. Noah Wolf is away in clearance second. But can Alp Hasan Aksoy, the Turkish star, hold on to this lead out front? But he's got pressure from young Noah Wolf. As diving out of the first corner, that looked like a bit of pressure. As Gabriel Mora, the Brazilian, is trying to get himself into the top five. And, oh, there's problems! I don't believe it! Tiziano Monza from third position. Mechanical failure for the Singaporean.
Oh, what a disaster that is for Tiziano Monza. Out in despair. Oh my God, from third indeed. This is the mechanical trouble. And there it goes. This
We've got
is the
Noah
move.
Wolf all over the back of Alpassan Aksoy now. The Turkish driver in the lead has got big pressure from the Ricardo chassis of Noah Wolf. Two drivers who have never been in the lead of an FIA karting race before this week. And Alpassan Aksoy holding on here in front of the talented Noah Wolf. But Alpassan Aksoy has come into this week a whirling dervish and now finds himself at the sharp end, battling for position. Tiziano Monza is already out of this race with a mechanical problem, and he's got the technical flag just to rub salt into the wound. Mattia Kolnagi is under investigation himself, but look at Noah Wolf all over the back of Alpassan Aksoy. It's the Turkish driver versus the Brit, and they are battling for position. Alpassan Aksoy doing a great job leading this race, but Noah Wolf is all over the back of him, trying to hunt his way down. And it's that same ancient story, the two Italian powerhouses, Tony Kart versus the Birolart group. Is Noah Wolf going to get his run down the back straight here on Alpassan Aksoy? This is great defensive tactics from Aksoy. He really is holding on here from Noah Wolf in valiant defense.
Yeah, they both were keeping the same racing line. Look at him actually putting the pressure in each corner. It's like some sort of a ballet, isn't it? As they keep the same positions, they're dancing together on the same racing line, waiting for the good moment to make your move and run inside of the last corner. That's going to be tricky, isn't it? As Noah Wolf is all over the back of his opponent, Aksoy. That's going to be very hard for him to resist as we enter lap number 5. The time is running out for any of the two to make any sudden move, but Noah Wolf knows that the victory is up for grab. He needs to pay attention because in the last lap in one of his races, he was actually out of the race after such a battle. So experience is going to have to be taken into account. You know, that's one of the factors you have to keep in mind. Not to do something too risky. You have to keep yourself down, being composed. And this particular part of the track could be one of the spots where he decides to go for the move, but it's not happening quite yet.
Well, look at how smart Noah Wolf is being in second place. There's a wise head on those little shoulders because he's playing the long game here. He knows that if he battles with Alpassan Aksoy too early, then the best he's going to hope for is chaos. If he waits and bides his time and pulls away with Alpassan Aksoy, then he knows that it's only going to be those two in the battle for victory. Noah Wolf is pushing Aksoy down the straight. They are still putting. You should see the Tony Kart boys on the main straight here. You've got Enzo Tomanichkal, Arthur Dorisor, Oscar Wirtz, several of the drivers. They are cheering on Alpassan Aksoy. They really want this lovable 11-year-old who really is one of the heart and souls of the team these days. They would dearly love him to take a victory. He's had so much bad luck in 2022. This would be a heartwarming story in the middle of the World Championship. You've got Jimmy Elias, Jan Pestrovsky, they're all down there watching and rooting for this young charger to hang on in front of Noah Wolf.
Yeah, I think he's going to wait for the last lap. He has to wait for the last lap because he needs, if he goes for the move on the last corner, then it's going to be done and dusted because Aksoy will be able to really try to come to attack in the straight on the way to turn number 1, and he's going to have one full lap to do so. So he needs to wait for the very later stages of this race. As you can see, he's going to stay certainly behind. Let's have a look at what's happening in the straight as they come along. He stays very much behind. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen. They're in formation now, where Noah Wolf is going to be making his move. Turn number 2, not yet. He stays behind. In the S's, that's quite unlucky indeed. Unlikely, shall I say. Noah Wolf is very much glued onto the back of the Tony Kart driver, who's resisting brilliantly from the pressure. Jerry Pilzel the fastest on track, but it doesn't matter at this point because the victory is up for grab. There he goes. Noah Wolf from the inside on the way to the hairpin. Can he make a stick? Yes, he can. He takes the lead halfway through this last lap before the checkered flag.
But Aksoy is not done yet. He's still got time to go for Noah Wolf. In the final turn, there's still an opportunity. Noah Wolf has taken the lead. The British driver has been an amazing newcomer to FIA Karting this week. Can he hold on? Aksoy's going to go for it. Noah Wolf runs out a little bit deep, but it's not enough. Noah Wolf is going to get the victory. Alpassan Aksoy threw everything at him, but Noah Wolf takes his first victory in Europe in his first ever weekend of trying to. All week long he has been trying to demonstrate, I am not here to make up the numbers. I am not a gimmick. I am a superstar. Just wait and see what I can do. Brilliant from Noah Wolf. Oh, we've had a final corner skirmish there. Gabriel Mora has had an incident coming out of the final corner. What a shame for Mora. Looks as though he had a problem there with Hugo Martin Yellow coming down the final lap. But Noah Wolf and Alp Hassan Aksoy. What a battle they put on. I tell you, I have never seen the Tony Kart team so partisan on the home straight, rooting on Alp Hassan Aksoy. They really wanted him to take his first win. Devastation for Gabriel Mora. And the young Turk, Alp Hassan Aksoy, don't forget, this boy is only 11 years old, Alp Hassan Aksoy, doing a great job there for the Tony Kart Factory team. He's got 2 more years of this to come. But Noah Wolf, I think he just kick-started his FIA karting career. Any person that doesn't back this boy to greatness in 2023 will have missed a massive boat to get on. Noah Wolf from Alp Hassan Aksoy, Maxon Verbruge, Peter Regiv and Lewis Werrell continue their journey in the top 5. Alex O'Grady from the German talents, Tom Kalender, Simon Rechenmacher and Time Saleh. Then Kimitani in front of Sebastian Garzon, another great drive from the Colombian. Sebastian Kolping, Jindra Basil, Santino Panetta and Joel Pajola.
Then we have further back as well, Matilda Paz, Alfredo Ibiapina, Toby Dvorak, Vari Sampus, Gabriel Sano, Maria Neto, Ugo Martiniello, as well as Mattia Kolnagi, the unfortunate driver involved in the incident just in the stages of this race, with Tiziano Monza, Gabriele Mora missing, as well as Alexander Dahlstrom. So a couple of big names that didn't make it through until the checkered flag in this race. But what a finish that was. What a demonstration from both Noah Wolf and Alp Aksoy. And no matter the result, even though the young Turkish driver would have liked to seal the deal and take his first ever win at this stage, but the performance has been demonstrating so far, and the pace he's had so far is absolutely magnificent. And that's that's another good sign of certainly better things to come. So those two will be certainly one to watch.
Really good to see his mechanic there giving him the pep talk afterwards. It's like, no, don't be disappointed that you lost that race. Do not let that get to you. You just proved to everybody what's coming in 2023. If you are not keeping an eye on what Alp Hassan Aksoy is going to do going into the European Championship next year, then you are blind. He is going to be a whirlwind of a superstar next year. And he said to me earlier on today, I'm only 11 years old. I'm just getting started. I've got so much to come. And that was a little taster of what we're going to get to see in 2023 and 2024 in OK Junior to come. Right, back onto the business of the OK category. And of course, the man who is hoping to continue his journey and win 2 World Championships in consecutive years. The man who won last year's Junior World Championship is going for the senior crown. Japan's Kian Nakamura-Berta.
It's the most important race of the year. It's the one race which every single team works towards in the start of the year and focuses on it. I won it last year, so I know what you can get out of it. It is, you get some very nice treats afterwards. You get to go to award ceremony, meet very highly rated drivers there, and it's a fantastic opportunity. So everyone wants to win it. It's a very hard track, has a lot of fast corners, and it's physically tough on you, around your neck, your core, and your arms. And the races here will be long, especially the final, so you need to be prepared for it, the long race. For me, it's very fun. I like these fast, mid-ranged corners. In the dry, it's an exciting track to drive, a lot of overtaking spots as well. Many parts of the circuit, Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, you can overtake everywhere, basically. It'll create some exciting races during the heats and especially the final. It's supposed to be raining tomorrow, which is the qualifying days, and also one heat, which means that you would probably have a nice, fresh slicks for Saturday. You still need to care a bit. You can't push as much around this circuit. It's a fast track, which means the tyre degradation will be quite hefty if you push tons. It's been a very good year for me, so I've had some ups and downs. I became European champion. I've learned a lot more. I've grown as a driver and racing and mentally, all aspects of motorsport. And I think I can use all that learning which I've done from this year and put it into the biggest race of this year and towards following years. We have to approach it like we do every race, except this is a lot more important. It's the same mentality, you want to go out there and win. This race is all about winning or losing. If you finish second, you're the first loser. So you really want to put all your hard work into winning, which will mean that in the final, everyone will be crazy. It's normal, everyone wants to win. it'll be a crazy race and a few crashes along the way, I believe. The team and we're going to prepare like hell. We're going to do as much as we can in the practice to learn what sort of setup is correct, what we can do, different chassis, engines, and learn as much as we can really, and try and put everything we've learned during this week into the final and see what happens.
There is the man himself, Kian Nakamura-Berta, Alpine Academy youngster and reigning world champion in junior, now stepping up to the big show. As far as he's concerned, the only outcome that he wants from this World Championship week is to lift 2 world titles in as many years. There's not many drivers who have done it, but a win and 2 fourth places so far this week definitely show that Kian Nakamura-Berta means business here with Kart Republic.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the biggest names that we saw coming to the fore for the past few months. 2 titles for himself. Last year's World Championship title against the like of Freddie Slater in the wet of Campillos, and last year against Alex Powell. No, this year, shall I say, not so long ago at Franciacorta against Alex Powell. So can he make it 3 in a row? That would be such a great achievement for Alex Powell. But there's so many drivers willing to give him a hard time in between, including this man, Yampu Chu, the Chinese driver from Car Republic and the Argentine Motorsport, one of the young drivers from the Mercedes Junior program by his side. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. He's going to be starting from the second row of the grid with Zachary David by his side from the Leclerc, the Sauber Academy Trophy. Oscar Pedersen and Maxime Rem will be leading the way into this A versus C qualifying heat coming our way. Kian Nakamura-Berta on the inside line. You saw it on the grid. He's going to have Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian from CRG, by his side. A strong name as well into the OK field. We're here with another strong name. This is going to be starting from pole position. This is Maxime Rem, as you can see, fully on focus mode, driving the London Norris kart from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. The visor is bended, and Maxime Rem is very much into his bubble right now, trying to put as much concentration as possible and try to avoid any external signs, trying to avoid any distractions that might derive him from his objective. The victory for the young Dutchman. Maxime Rem at the moment in the classification, by the look of it, is currently in P11. Having finished all of his heats in 2nd, 3rd and 13th place. So he has a good shot to maybe take his first victory this weekend. That would put him further up in the ranking, within the top 10, that's for sure. Here's a grade in full, as we're going to wait for the signal and a whistle to go it in full. Here they come, A versus C. Qualifying heat of the OK senior class. So right live from Sarno del Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. Thank you once again for tuning in and joining us in this beautiful afternoon of racing to the FIA Karting World Championship 2022, brought to you by Mondo Kart and Mumbai Dragons Racing. So we're back here with the great Maxime Rem from Oscar Pedersen. Then we have Zachary David, Yampu Chu, Jo Valtonen, Arthur Poulin, Tuka Tapanen and Malo Boye, Kian Nakamura-Berta, from Gabriele Gomez, from Enzo Dellini, Jevan David, Jakub Raczynski, Kevin Quevedo, Iu Yamayowski and Enea Frey.
Then Nicolo Kuman and Gustav Wisniewski from Nacho Tunion and Alvis Rodella. Then Ella Stevens and Juan Cota. Emma Felbermeyer and Vasilios Michailidis, Ara Tapinen and Peter Stiller from Nico Lemberg, Mario Schettino, Dante Vinci, and Oda Yu, the Japanese driver for the Drago Corsa outfit. So, obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how the contenders continue to battle away around the course. We're going to see some interesting challenges from the drivers as they balance themselves out around the course. Will be very tricky to see how the contenders put on a bit of a spectacle here. But obviously, we're going to see some tall orders from the drivers as they showcase what they can do. And certainly here for the man who starts back in 9th position on the grid, it's going to need another strong fight back. But certainly at the moment, Oscar Pedersen lining up on that front row of the starting grid needs to show the world that this is his best chance of winning the World Championship title. He's looking good for it at the moment. Here we go. Up to the first corner. He gets up alongside Maxime Rem, tries to go right round the outside. Little bit of wheel banging, but everybody just about staying on the road. As through comes Zachary David into second position. Can he sustain it? As Pedersen drifts wide, there's a little bit too much wheel banging in the middle of the road there through the exit of turn 2. And several drivers have come off. Oh, into the Marshall post. Goodness me. Now that is Enea Frey who's gone. And so too is one of the Tony Karts. That is Rashki. Rashki has gone in there. But incredibly, it looks as though Jacob Rashki is okay on his feet and actually trying to rejoin the race. That is phenomenal for Jacob Rashki. He's gone clean into the barriers at the Marshall post. And it looks as though Arthur Poulain has come off in that as well. Oh, and there's more problems. That is one of the Leclerc by Lennoxes. That is Ella Stevens. And it's a Paralin parked up in the middle of the road as well. That is the 13, I do believe, in the middle of all of that. So big problems on the first lap as there are 2 separate incidents. Rem leads, David Chu, Valtonen, Tarpanen, and Nakamura Berta. So it looks as though we've had several problems. It's Arthur Poulain, Jacob Rashki and Enea Frey, as well as Mario Schettino and Ella Stevens.
So quite an hectic opening lap as we're back with the battle. Juho Valtonen making his way through in front of Jampu Chu, tumbling down from 3rd to 6th as you can see. So we have Maxime Rem keeping the lead from Zachary David, Valtonen, Tarpanen, Nakamura Berta, Jampu Chu all the way down to 6th, unfortunately for the Chinese. Then we have the number 50 following Mario Boye, Gabriel Gomez, Pedersen, Deligny, on the top 10 on the hairpin. As we lost a couple of drivers in the process as well, or down to 25 left onto the track. As the number 50, the Frenchman Mario Boye is leading the second wagon. Around the inside goes Nakamura Berta, oh, pushing a little bit wide, took out Tappanen. That was a close one, but Tappanen managed to stay onto the track. Kin Nakamura Berta just jumped 1 position up into 4th. And the 57 from Tony Kart, unfortunately, is going to have to retire.
That's Jacob Rashki, who went into the Marshall post on the opening lap. I'm amazed he was able to get that car back to the pits again, obviously to retire, but thank goodness Jacob Rashki is in essence okay. He looks as though he's got a bit of a sore left hand, but otherwise, I think he's come away scot clear. That is just astonishing fortune. Right, 7th place, you've got Gabriel Gomez running in front of Pedersen, Bollier and Deligny. Some big names just on the outskirts of that top 10. So this race has already thrown up quite a few surprises. Here's Tuka Tarpanen struggling to shake off Chu. So Chu is really coming at Tuka Tarpanen big time. Here he comes down on the inside line. And Chu Yanpu gets into position ahead of Tuka Tarpanen. Meanwhile, further back, Pedersen has got through in a 7th place past the amazing Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian in the CRG. And then we've got in 9th place Marlo Bollier running in front of Enzo Deligny. As now, here comes Nakamura Berta on the inside of Juho Valtonen. Through into 3rd place comes Kier Nakamura Berta. Just see how long it takes for him to close up on Rem and David, because those two are still at each other's throats. And Nakamura Berta has suddenly had the parting of the Red Sea. Charging up the middle of it he goes, and now he's into 3rd, closing in on the leaders.
Yeah, Nakamura is really flying in this race once again. Ever since he won his first qualifying heat earlier today, this result really gave him wings, as he's sitting in 5th place at the moment, but just 2 points shy from the top 3 overall classification, which would mean as well starting from pole position for one of the super heats. It's just 2 points shy from Tuka Tappanen in the ranking as it stands, and he needs to keep on going to collect the points that he needs. So Maxime Rem at the moment as well, 0.4 of a second, you can see, trying to shake off Zachary David from 2nd, Nakamura 3rd, Valtonen is 4th, the number 11 is Oscar Pedersen being chased by Gabriel Gomez further back. The 38 is Yampu Chu, indeed, the Chinese driver, trying to stay in contact with Tuka Taponen, not having the best of first part of the race. Another fastest lap in the bag for Nakamura. He's really on a strong pace. He's just 0.8 of a second shy from Zachary David. Still a long way to go in this race. I think that Nakamura actually has a good shot at the victory. If he keep on going that pace lap after lap, it won't be long for him to reduce the gap and really start attacking Zachary David.
He really does. All he needs to do is take 1/10 of a second per sector out of the rest of this race, and he has got every opportunity to reel in Zach David and then maybe even work with him as he closes up on Maxim Rem. Emma Felbermeyer, I did think there might be a technical problem with her car as she came past our position. I think she's got problems with the rear bumper. So Emma Felbermeyer has got involved in a few difficulties out on the first couple of laps, and I'm afraid the very talented Austrian is going to be pulling out of this race. That's very unfortunate for Emma Felbermeyer. She comes down the straight, she realizes there's a problem. It's actually for her own safety that they're pulling her off, because the left of the bumper is actually bent and snagged in between the wheel and the stub axle. So she's got to be very careful to bring that home, in fact, otherwise it could be quite nasty. Tuka Taponen running in front of Valtonen and Chu. So Taponen is getting back on the horse pretty quickly. He was down to 6th at one point. Now he's worked his way back to 4th. But look how quickly Nakamura Berta has caught up to Rem and David. This is on.
And here we go indeed for the battle as Taponen just woke up a little bit. Oh, from the inside goes Yampu Chu on Jo Valtonen. Beautifully made by the Car Republic driver from Argentine Motorsport. Upper place into 5th. As this is lap number 7 out of 10. Maxim Rem within reach from both Zachary David and Nakamura. Look at him close out on the hairpin. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver is going to have a hard time, I'm sure, in the latest stages of this race to try to contain the return of his two rivals. Zachary David doing a good job as always. Nakamura Berta being forced to actually climb from further back on the grid, which he's been doing beautifully with nothing on his way. I don't think that anyone will be able to stop him on this race. Let's see. As we have one driver, actually 73, this was Emma Felbermeyer. Actually, she went back into the pits, but she just went past her commentary box, back onto the track.
Yeah, well, she clearly feels, you know, it was only a dislodged bumper. They've taken it out of the stub axle. Now she can carry on again. If there's more drama, if there's more karts going off the road and she still finishes, then she will take fewer points from the race. So from her point of view, look, the kart's still going. I'm competitive. I'm in a good zone. I'm going to keep going here. I'm not going to give up just because. So Emma Felbermeyer, a very cool head on her shoulders there, and that's very sensible. In sports car racing in the future, that's going to be a very wise decision for her to just keep going under the adversity. So a lot of the sports car teams in the future might want to take note of Emma Felbermeyer's determination there. But this is going to be tight, isn't it? Zach David getting in with Kian Nakamura Berta. Tarpanen's not a million miles away. He drifts out wide though. Mistake from Tuka Taponen, you don't see that too often, as Chu Yan-pu manages to get the move on the inside and promotes himself up into 4th position. But Tuka Taponen is getting straight back on with this with Chu Yan-pu. Here comes David, going to try and make his bid on Maxim Rem. Now watch Kian Nakamura Berta. He's going to sweep through on the inside line as well, and that puts him up to 2nd. He's got all the time in the world now in these last 2 laps to take on Chu Yan-pu for the victory.
Yeah, it looks almost easy for Nakamura Berta the way he was passing by, but he's up into 2nd. Maxim Rem still in the race, don't forget about him. He's very much glued to his two rivals. We still have less than 2 laps to go before the checkered flag, and everything can still happen. So Zachary David is now the first horse taking the wagon. Nakamura in 2nd, Maxim Rem in 3rd. Those 3 won't have much to worry about from Tuka Taponen, who was faster than the top 3 just before. He's sitting still in 4th, trying to resist from Jo Valtonen and his teammate. Yampu Chu in 6th, and the rest of the field with Pedersen Gomez, then Boye in 50, and Enzo Dolini running up the top 10. But the focus is very much on those 3. Zachary David once again battling along at the front. Oh, and 2 drivers coming together, Rodella and Yoda. Unfortunately, not of course to get. We'll get back to that, but final lap, ladies and gentlemen. David, Nakamura Berta, Maxim Rem, pick your number.
I saw where your brain was going there just in the nick of time, Guillaume. That was a good save, I have to say. David and Kian Nakamura Berta dueling away for position. Zachary David, the young man from the Philippines, trying to hang on in front of the Japanese driver, Kian Nakamura Berta. The Asian talent really has climbed up to the prominence here in the World Championship. And check out Kier Nakamura reeling in Zachary David in this last lap. He is running out of overtaking spots, but as long as he's there in the slipstream down to the final hairpin, he's got his final chance already sewn up into the left-hand hairpin. Nakamura just needs to wait for this moment. Is he going to be close enough? He's going to have to come from a heck of a long way back, and he's not quite going to do it. He'll try his best, but Zachary David will hang on. He's got the pace to get the victory. Zachary David from the Philippines gets the victory here at Sarno in front of Kier Nakamura and the German star Maxim Rem. Well, for all those of you who are watching in the Philippines, your boy done good. That is a great try from Zachary David. He really has come along very strongly in the latter stages of this World Championship week. And now he has finally shown, I'm not just going to be pushed over and disregarded. I can win races. I can be at the front end of the field. And Zachary David is currently 6th in the rankings. Anything is still possible in this World Championship week. We have never had a world champion from the Philippines. All Zachary David has to do is keep himself in the hunt, and suddenly history could be made here at Sarno. Anything is still possible. A great run from Zachary David despite the pressure from Kier Nakamura. He held on, and he has managed to give himself his first win of the week, and very deservedly so as well. Very tight racing all the way through, and he has held on in fantastic fashion. So it was always going to be tight, but it is a victory for Zachary David in front of Kier Nakamura and Maxim Rem. Then the Finns took a Tarpanen and Juho Valtonen for Tony Kart, ahead of Chuyan Pu and Oscar Pedersen. Gabriel Gomez in 8th place in front of Malo Bollier and Enzo De Ligny. Then Gustav Wisniewski, Nicolo Kuman ahead of Nacho Tunion and Yvan David. Juan Kota in front of Kevin Quevedo. Peter Stiller in the Pantano Racing Machine and Hio Yamakoshi for Parolin. 19th place goes the way of Ada Topinen. She finished up in front of Dante Vinci. Nico Lemberg, Vasilios Michailidis. Emma Felbermeyer got going again after problems with her rear bumper. And then we had a collision between Oda Yu and Alvis Rodella. Unbelievably, we lost 5 karts actually, in the very first lap. Arthur Poulain, Jacob Raschke, Enea Frey, Ella Stevens, and Mario Schettino. A very busy race battle then out on the course, as the contenders have given us plenty to talk about from the OK qualifying heat, A versus C. But Zachary David coming through for a stunning victory ahead of Kier Nakamura and Maxim Rem. The Finns close behind, and a lot of drivers still trying to make up as much ground as they can with the European Championship week continuing in earnest. So down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez will hopefully be able to talk to some of the stars of qualifying heat, A versus C.
Talking about the stars of this race, the winner himself, Zachary David. Good to see you, my friend. It's been a while, and but in the end, you were able actually to put it all together and to resist from the pressure from the others, and there was a lot of it. But in the end, you made it function. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So how does it feel winning in the World Championship? Because it seems to me that the pace has been there. You've been putting some strong performances, but in the end, you're on top.
For me, it feels quite good. I mean, it's probably the highest level of karting we have right now. So yeah, happy to win. I'm happy to win something.
Can you sum up your Friday as well for the viewers who were not with us yesterday, because you guys have had a couple of qualifying races. You still have a couple of more to come. So the big day is today, but yesterday was quite busy as well.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had qualifying and 1 heat, so yeah, it was quite busy. Qualifying went quite good, 2nd in our group and 7th overall. The first heat didn't go like as expected. We had a little bit of a problem which set us back a bit, but I think today we were able to resolve that, and I think the performance shows.
All right, good talk. Thank you very much for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the races, Zachary David. All right, we'll leave you to go to your business. And Ryan on time is someone I wanted to talk to. We haven't had him yet at the interview. If he's available, Enzo. I don't know if he's Enzo De Ligny, ladies and gentlemen. If Enzo, a quick word maybe. All right, no interviews yet. Now's the time maybe to debrief about your racing. Time for you to be ready, and you can join us. Not right now? Okay, he's not willing to talk right now, so we can easily understand that. Doesn't seem to be that satisfied. 11 on the road here, and we'll see about that. Maybe we'll be able to catch up with Enzo De Ligny, the young Frenchman, later on this weekend. Let's see if we can talk to some of the drivers within the mix. There's been a lot of them. Zachary David, Nico Roberta, Maxime Rem, your top 3 at the end of this qualifying heat. And we can get a quick chat with Nacho Tenon or one of the guys from VDK Racing, if he's available to us, the Argentinian. I'm quite busy talking with his mechanic, so I don't think this will be for now. Nacho Tenon that we had previously at the interview. He made it to Nacho Tenon in 13th place. Good recovery for the Spaniard, just in front of one of the Pauline Yamakoshi, the Japanese driver. We can try to have a quick chat with Yamakoshi. Let's try to see if he's available. You, Yamakoshi. Hey, you, would you be available for a quick word? All right, fantastic, thank you. All right, you can turn around because the camera is there. And so let's talk through your race. So how has it been so far for you? How's your English so far? What can you tell us about the World Championship, the performance? Are you happy with so far?
No happy now, but 3 months so go back to Japan. So before Portimao and Zuela is good. IPK Racing but so change teams. So practice is good, practice rain is good, but so slick is so no good performance now. But so now position is so 49, so 48, so all points.
All right, there's some good progress. It's some good progress indeed. So after a break. So after the break, you come back to racing, and there's been some good progress for you. So you can be happy so far, even though you keep on struggling a little bit because the competition is quite high this weekend. I can imagine.
Yeah.
So big competition. All right, thank you very much. Off you go. That's all right. That's all right. Sorry. You can off you go, and we keep on. We'll talk to you further back as well during the weekend. Thank you very much indeed. So sometimes happen as well with some of the drivers. They're not particularly comfortable in English, and but you know, hats off to our fellow driver for trying out anyway and explaining to us. The way it was racing here in Sano, because we have all sorts of languages, we have all sorts of nationalities, you know, because all 6 continents are represented this weekend, you know, with more than 50 nations competing in Sano this weekend in both the junior and the AUKA class. So sometimes some of the drivers are quite at ease with other languages, whether it is Italian or English. Sometimes they prefer to talk with their mother tongue, which is understandable. And in this case, you cannot have it all. Sometimes you can be a good driver, struggling a little bit with language. You can have both, but sometimes it takes time, it takes progress as well. And it's always amazing to see, amazing to me, I'm sure, that some of those drivers are quite able to speak multiple languages, Italian being one of the first since they compete in Italy for most of the young career in karting. All right, that will be it for now. Back to you, Jake, as we'll get back to the Parc Fermé for some more interviews after the races.
Thanks very much, Guillaume. You properly stitched up there by Hiyu Yamakoshi. Goodness me, a Belgian meeting a Japanese, and that was a fascinating diatribe between the two of you. I've often tried to get a fair, decent amount of sentences out of Hiyu Yamakoshi. It's not easy. You could just about get by. Unfortunately, my Japanese is limited to domo arigato, but hopefully that's enough for many of the people who are watching along at home. Right, let us continue on with the competition in the OK Junior category. It is A versus E coming out onto the circuit next up. It's a good bit of shade that those spectators have managed to find there on the grandstands. Probably the coolest place in the entire circuit, certainly in our commentary box position. Me and Guillaume are very much feeling like poached eggs at the moment. It's very, very hot up here. And it's probably a few degrees hotter in the commentary box than it is out on the circuit itself, because it's a bit greenhouse-ish with all this electronic equipment added to it as well. But we continue on. The OK Junior qualifying heat for groups A versus E. Kian Fardin and Chi Newman, the Swiss and the Chinese, are going to take up their positions on the front row of the grid. So out we go again for more entertainment and more drama from the OK Junior category. It'll be Kian Fardin and Chi Newman on the front row of the starting grid. Then it is Andrea Dupé and Leo Nielsen from Enzo Tarvanichkel and Nathan Tai. Josh Graham and Stepan Antonov, Tobias Clausen and Alexander Bogunovic, Sandro Perez and Animan Bansal, Max Walton and Kirill Dittier from Guy Albag and Zach Drummond, Elliot Kaczynski and Manu Quintieri, Marty Rittinen and Edward Robinson, Leo Robinson and David Kozma, then Kirill Kutskov, Michael Eder, Timofey Mikhailov, Jensen Burns, Sasha Avril, and Gilles Caranta. So the 28 driver field getting themselves get into position again. Anatoly Kavalkin currently leading the interim rankings ahead of Enzo Tarvanichkul, who is running in second place on 7 points. Needs to keep banging in these consistent results, Enzo Tarvanichkul. 7 points accumulated so far. A very strong effort indeed from the young man from Thailand. And he currently finds himself 5th on the starting grid for this one as well. He said they were missing a little bit of pace from time qualifying, but they knew they had good race pace, which is why the Tony Kart driver is able to put himself into a very competitive position as the race week continues to develop. So as they come through, 7 more laps of the circuit, 1.55 kilometers of racing circuit. That is a total of 10.85 kilometers per heat in the junior category. So it's going to be an interesting challenge as all of the contenders prepare to continue in their great battle for racing supremacy. So let's see how it all plays out as Kian Fardin runs in front of Chi Newman. Then Dupé, Nilsson, Tarvanichkul and Tai, Graham and Antonov, Clausen and Bogdanovic from Perez and Bansal. They will come off the final corner, and let's see who is going to get the best of it as they come off the turn. Fardin and Chi just about getting used to this front row business now off the start. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Good start from Fardin. Looks like a good pressure cooker from Andrea Dupé. As they run through in the first corner, we got a little bit loose, but somehow Dupé able to run through into second place. Up to third comes Tarvanichkul and trying to squeeze through into fourth position. That is one of the Ward Racing drivers, Leon Nilsson, doing his best to attack Chi Newman, but he couldn't make it through. And there's drivers hopping over the curbs. Can everybody get through? Just about. They just managed to make it through. It got a little bit tight at times, but certainly in the first 5 corners, everybody has continued. But there is an investigation into the start for the 182 of Alexander Bogdanovic. A big slide there from Nielsen as trying to come through on the inside. Joshua Graham is trying to make the overtake of the hairpin, and there is the confirmation. Bogdanovic under investigation from the start, but Enzo Tarvanichkul already all over the back of Andrea Dupé once more.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate indeed, but I'm surprised how Andrea Dupé managed to stay onto the track after going onto the grass. But still, there he is in second place. A bit of bang, and watch out for further back as well, as Chinzanri is trying to go around the inside, having to stay behind in 4th place as they come across. Kian Fardin, Andrea Dupé, and Zoltan Vanishkul down in 3rd. Watch out. Juren is going to try to go around the inside, the Chinese, and Dupé is going to lose not 1, but 2 positions, unfortunately, going from 2nd to 4th for the Frenchman. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a trouble into the opening lap, miraculously staying onto the track, but this time around he's going to have to fight back against the likes of Leo Nilsson, Joshua Graham, 5th and 6th respectively, putting the pressure on the Frenchman, as in the meantime, no trouble at all in the world for Kian Fardin, trying to pull away 7/10 already. As you can see, Dupé finding his way through. Not quite easy for him to resist, as you could see as well. One of his teammates, this is Nathan Tai, actually the British driver, down in 8th place, trying to make his bit into a very agitated field.
So it's not exactly where the British driver wanted to place himself. He's trying to make his bid now on the inside into the final hairpin to get through on the inside of Leo Nilsson and Guy Albag. And he's there or thereabouts. Zach Drummond is the man who gets a warning flag in the opening couple of laps of this race. Alexander Bogdanovic has dropped to 14th now behind Max Walton, the Australian. But there you can see the Sony Kart duo, Andrea Dupé in front of Nathan Tai. They have dropped to 7th and 8th places respectively, as Kian Fardin has 0.3 of a second on Enzo Tarvanichkul, with Chi Newman still there in 3rd position. There they are, 4th place. That is Antonov in front of Graham, Nilsson, Dupé, Tai, Ditiev, Albag, Drummond, Clausen, Walton and Sandro Perez. But there's still a long way to go in this race. This is only lap 3, and Tarvanichkul is going about what he has done several times before already this week. Just take your time, get up behind Kian Fardin, make your move, and make it count.
That's the strategy, isn't it? As all the drivers might have that in mind. That's for sure. Lap number 3 about to be completed. And watch out for the move around the inside. Fantastic move it is. Beautifully put together, as it's going to take us to a fantastic battle. And now Enzo Tarvanichkul is leading the way on the N30 turn to lap number 4 out of 7. Tarvanichkul back in the game. We've already a couple of wins under his belt so far this weekend. Kian Fardin is going to have to trade all over again, as well as Chi Zhenrian just behind. Still in 3rd, the Chinese driver. Stepan Antonov down in 4th, trying to get himself into the mix. He's the fastest on track, the 146. Trying to get himself as far as possible from Joshua Graham. Leo Nilsson down in 6th. Watch out on the way to the hairpin. And there he goes, run inside. Stepan Antonov. There was no trouble at all for the Car Republic driver to make his bit. on the inside of the Chinese driver, up a place into third. He's going to have to fight that back, but let's see. They still have a bit of time, a couple of laps remaining. As the 210, sorry, Joshua Norton is going again for his bit, trying to go around the inside, but watch out as well for Kirill Ditsiev. He's going to go as well. The world racing, 3 side by side. Oh, there's a bit of wheel banging on the way to turn number 1, but Ditsiev get it through.
So Ditsiev managing to leapfrog his way past both Chi Newman and Joshua Graham. So Kirill Ditsiev getting himself back into a competitive position once again. Oh no, wait, that's Leo Nilsson. That's Leo Nilsson who finds his way in 4th position. Ditsiev is just behind them in the 118. So Nathan Tai working his way further forward. So it's Leo Nilsson that managed to get his way past Chi and Graham. But there is Enzo Tarvanichkul, and he's not pulling away quite as quickly as he has been in previous races from Fardin and Antonov. I wonder if he's just worked his tyres particularly hot in the first few heats, and now he's got to look after them a little bit more. So Kian Fardin and Stepan Antonov can throw a little bit more caution to the winds here in front of Enzo Tarvanichkul, and here he comes as I think about it. And look, that was a bit of hesitation from Fardin. This is where Antonov can attack, but he doesn't get the committed move. Kian Fardin holds station in 2nd place and does not drop off the back of Enzo Tarvanichkul, so this race battle is still on for the victory.
And Antonov actually went for his bit in the last corner. He didn't actually manage to get it through and to get it done, and it costed a bit of momentum. As you can see, he's dropping halfway, half a second behind those two, Enzo Tarvanichkul and Kian Fardin battling along for the victory to come. Sasha Avril, the fastest on your race here, the Frenchman. Watch out as they make their way into turn number 8, that famous hairpin where we have seen so many beautiful maneuvers put together. Some of those didn't pay off, and some incidents as well in that one of the oldest part of the track. And there it goes on the inside, beautifully made by Stepan Antonov, getting 2nd places from Kian Fardin. So this is now a done deal, but will it be the case until the checkered flag? Because I'm sure that Kian Fardin has one more word to say into this race. We're going to enter the last lap, 1.5 kilometer, and not a lot at all. A couple of overtaking spots all throughout the lap. Enzo Tarvanichkul trying to put as much distance as possible between the two. Stepan Antonov, Kian Fardin, 2nd and 3rd. In which order will they cross the line?
So Stepan Antonov making that move may have given him a chance to go for the victory, but it may have just given him a little bit more work to do, because obviously getting past Kian Fardin at that point, he might have been a little bit smarter to let Fardin go for the battle on Enzo Tarvanichkul, and then he'll try and make his own assault. But we know how gutsy Stepan Antonov's moves for the lead are. There is an investigation into Sasha Avril. So watch for Antonov in the final bend, Enzo, because I've got a feeling Antonov's going to go for it. He gets there even earlier. What a move from Antonov. That was beautifully timed. I don't think Tarvanichkul even saw it coming. And that was a beautiful bit of driving there from Stepan Antonov in the Kart Republic. And now Kian Fardin is going to try and out-sprint Tarvanichkul to the line, but it's not going to happen. Stepan Antonov steals the victory with a beautifully timed move in the left-hander at turn 9. That was absolutely stupendous from Stepan Antonov, a really neat steal, and that backs Tarvanichkul to 9 points now accumulated. That's a big, big moment for Stepan Antonov. Great drive.
Yeah, his 2nd qualifying heat victory this weekend for Stepan Antonov. What a move he was able to pull off in that last lap. Something we haven't seen that often so far in the qualifying races, because most of the time the drivers wait until the couple of meters left, the last corner, to try to make a maneuver. But this time around, he was smart enough to find that bit of track, that bit of space track to dive into. And after that, it was all the doors were shut, and there was no way he could lose that momentum on the way to the finish straight. So yeah, beautiful piece of driving, something that some of the drivers might be willing to emulate in the next races to come. Of course, you need that track space to be able to pull that off, but he did that beautifully. Stepan Antonov, winner for the 2nd time this weekend. And that puts him indeed not quite yet into the top 10 despite his 2 wins, but it's not so much of good news indeed for Enzo Tarvanichkul, still 2nd overall. Here's the classification in full. Stepan Antonov from Enzo Tarvanichkul, Kian Fardin in 3rd position, then we have Kirill Ditsiev, Leo Nilsson, Joshua Graham, Chi Zenry in 7th, followed by Zach German, Nathan Tai in 10th, from Guy Halbach, Kirill Dikulskov, Tobias Klosen, Andreas Dupé, Leo Robinson, Alexander Bogunovic in 15.
Sandro Perez just in front of Sasha Avril and Gilles Caranto, who fought his way to 18th. Elliot Kaczynski recovering to 19th. David Kozma from Max Walton, Edward Robinson and Mano Quintieri. then Jensen Burns, Michael Idea, Timofey Mikhailov, Martti Rittinen, and the very luckless Ariman Bansal. 18 positions lost. An amazing opportunity, though, for the drivers to point out that in OK Junior, in that particular qualifying heat, every single driver came home. And it's fabulous to see how clean the racing was, despite how gutsy and determined it got at times. So good to see that the junior drivers are definitely starting to gain a little bit more in terms of stature and wisdom out there on the course. Speaking of comeback drives, because we've had a few competitors over the course of the week who have had to stand up and pay attention for it. One driver that we got to speak to going into the week, we were thinking could be a championship contender. It isn't done yet, of course, so it could still turn around for him. But Britain's Joe Turney, who was one of the championship contenders in the senior class this year in the OK European Championship, now we're in for the world title. How difficult is it going to be to lift that crown?
Well, it's obviously our biggest race of the year, so it's a very important race to us, and it's the one that we've been preparing for all year. So yeah, it means that it's our most important race. So everything we've done this year leads up to this point. Every time we come here, they've changed something with the track, so it's really hard to do a test here. If you do a test, then the next week it's irrelevant because there's something else different on the track. So I think, yeah, obviously it's the same for everyone, so I'm not complaining, but that's what makes it difficult. It's difficult, I think. It's a unique challenge. The old track was hard as well, but it had similar characteristics to this one, so it hasn't lost its DNA, but it's still a hard track to drive. I think I've done a fair bit. It's been the first time that I've competed for a major championship closely for a little while with the European when we were at the front for a lot of the championship. So I'm happy that I didn't forget how to do that. So no, it's been a good year for us. For the tyre degradation, I don't think it will be too much of a problem because I think that some of the heats could be wet as well, so we won't be doing every single session on the slick on the same set. So I think by the end of the weekend, the tyre shouldn't be too much of a problem. Probably so. I think the nature of the race as well, being a world championship and a one-off race, not a championship itself, made up of many rounds, people tend to take bigger risks anyway because it's an all-or-nothing race. We come here to win. It's the same like we go to any race, we go to every race we go to win. So the approach that we take is the same as always. Try and gather as much data over the first few days and then use that data going into the qualifying and the races. Well, it depends on the speed that we have at the end of the week and the speed of the people around me and the position in which I start. So it's hard to say right now what the chances are of winning, hopefully quite high, but yeah, everyone's going for the same position, so it will be difficult.
And of course, then if I can present my country, I like the motorsport games because all nations are there. The vibe is there.
So I think when you include the karting driver in the FIA Motorsport Games, it's like a dream for them. It's like such an important event, such an important race.
For me, representing my country in something that I love doing is really the most rewarding thing, and surrounding yourself with all the others that are coming to fight and do the same. It's a really nice atmosphere and the feeling is really motivating.
I mean, you don't really get a chance to represent your country with the motorsport. So it was a very rare opportunity for me and it was very pleased to be there.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. And I think this year is going to be different. It's going to be bigger, better, action-packed, and full of surprises, I hope.
This event is slowly becoming the starting point for many countries for a sport activity.
While preparing for the next edition in Marseille, we saw a lot more interest from the national sporting authorities wanting to be there, having a real team, all dressed in the same way, carrying the flag.
So we will make it as big as we can. Number of categories increasing will mean that we will not be only on the track, we will also have an event located in Gap for the cross cars and for off-road activities. We will have the rally happening on the roads of the south of France. The location with the track of Paul Ricard is just perfect to have something great.
So there is the man who will take his position from the back of the grid due to the exclusion from time qualifying due to a technical non-conformity. But Joe Turney has been ripping the racetrack apart in his bid to get back up the order. Went from 29th on the grid to 5th in the previous race. Absolutely astonishing comeback from Joe Turney. He clearly heard me when I said his World Championship chances are pretty much done. Right, Jake, time to get you sorted out, mate. And he's been on the comeback path ever since in fantastic fashion. He has had a DNF, though, so that does hold him back a little bit. But if anybody is going to work their way all the way through this field and somehow find themselves on the final grid and somehow find themselves in World Championship winning contention against all odds, it's going to be Joe Turney, isn't it? He just has this ability to rise up from the flames, from the ashes of what remains of his chances of a title fight. And he always seems to get himself back into contention. But he's been part of the Tony Kart Factory team for 4 seasons now at the end of this year. And he is still very much Signor Rabazzi's golden boy. He loves working with this guy.
Yeah, definitely. He's been always the name, one of the names to keep an eye on, fighting at the forefront. Another name to keep an eye on, obviously, from Ricky Flynn Motorsport is going to be certainly one of those that through this grid from D versus E, we're going to have to keep an eye on as well on the other side of the track. Maximilian Popov was Freddie Slater, my apologies, further back, the British driver by the side of Arthur Ronjon. Freddie Slater, 27th, the 2020 world champion in Portimao. You might remember that crazy final that he won on the road against Harvid Lindblad.
Well, as we look at Thomas Stochmanis in the Energy Course, another driver who could fight for the title, Freddie Slater is going for quite a unique accolade here this week. If he becomes world champion in senior, not only will he be almost certainly the youngest world champion in history, certainly since Lando Norris in 2014, but if he does it, he will actually have won 3 different FIA karting titles in 3 consecutive seasons, because he was the OK Junior World Champion in 2020. Then he went on to win the European title last year, stepped up to senior this year, youngest man in the senior category. I mean, he didn't turn 14 until a few weeks ago. So he has a chance here to do something pretty historic. And if he actually gets the job done, I mean, that's going to be a sensational kudos, not just for him, but also for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, who haven't actually won the OK Senior title since they did it with Lando back in 2014, 8 years ago.
Yeah, there's been other accolades through the years for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, obviously, not only with Slater, but with Thomas Tembricki back in Alhama in the World Championship of 2019 in very difficult conditions in the junior title. So, yeah, plenty of achievements indeed over the years. As you can see, the grid in full with the number 8 of Maximilian Popov from Koski Motorsport, the 22 of Maxim Molov by his side, Paolo Ippolito, this year's KZ European champion, just behind with Car Republic, Alex Powell. Let's talk you through the grid in full once again as the drivers. And now I've had the whistle, the green light to make their way onto the track. Starting from pole position, Maxim Molov from Maximilian Popov, shall I say, from Maxim Orlov, Paolo Ippolito, Alex Powell, Ian Ekmans, Thomas Torsimanis, Joel Bergström, Ronnie Stefani, Freddie Slater, Arthur Ronjon, Rintaro Sato, Simano Bianco, from David Walter, Bruno Mulders, as well as JC Matthews and David Odeker, that's no longer here with us competing.
Francesco Marenga and Emili Koivisto, Jokobas Bogdanovicius and James Agozzi, Filippo Fiorentino and Massimo Lossa, then Harley Keeble and Karol Pazovic, Jan Koller and Carmen Kraft, from Fuji Shota, Sofia Kotala, Joe Turney and Harry Arnott. Now, one driver who struggled but finally managed to get out onto the circuit is the Australian Jace Matthews, who was meant to be on his own on the 8th row of the starting grid, of course, because Douwe de Decker has had to pull out due to rib discomfort. So Jace Matthews is now going to have to start this race from the back of the grid, and that is assuming, of course, that the race is going to get away under a clean start. First time of asking. But when you've got Max Popov and Max Orlov on the front row of the starting grid, that's almost a given. They are both very experienced hands at the game. They're not going to need much guidance as to how to run from the front end of the field. Paolo Ippolito and Alex Powell are ones to watch from the second row. Such a difficult situation for Alex Powell to find himself in on the outside of the grid for every single heat bar one this week. Here we go. Down, it is a false start. Now, it is a false start. That's interesting. So maybe there is time after all then for Jace Matthews to get himself back into his grid position. He's still got about half a minute to catch up to the drivers at the sharp end of the field. But obviously with everybody still under formation lap conditions, there might just be a chance for the Australian Jace Matthews to get himself back into position. And of course his race effectively starts now just to get himself back into his original grid slot.
It's rather unusual actually for the seniors to having to go for one extra formation lap. We've seen that happening quite a plenty for the juniors because of more limited experience at this stage in terms of starting procedure. But this time around, let's go for another one, shall we? Maximilian Popov and Maxim Orlov. The two fellow countrymen are going to have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, our race director, Mr. Nigel Edwards, won't be too pleased. But indeed, it will allow Jace Matthews to catch up with the rest of the field, as is due to start from 8th row on the grid. Freddie Slater to 27th from further back on your picture. One win for him already. Maxim Orlov and Maximilian Popov are yet to have taken one win in those qualifying races so far. A couple of different winners, including the likes of Tuukka Taponen and Alex Powell indeed in Daglon list.
And these are the last three OK heats of the Saturday. So here we go. Let's find out. Oh, problems in the first corner. One of the CRGs has spun off there in the middle of the gaggle. Couldn't quite make out who that was to pirouette around, but certainly it's already caused a bit of an issue for one driver down at turn one. Everybody else is just trying to fit their way through without too much drama. Up to second position has come Paolo Ippolito, making a good start. Orlov has ended up dropping down to third in front of Alex Powell, but Powell, I think, has not had the best of starts either. And it's the 59 that spun around there at the first corner. So that was the CRG of Simone Bianco. Just when he was having a great week, it all turned to smithereens there at turn one. So he has obviously had to try and recover his position. Alex Powell dueling away with Ian Eichmans and Thomas Stolchemanis. So already it's a big hunt for third position. Here comes Eichmans trying to get his move on the inside. Orlov is keeping them very firmly at bay. And the cork in the bottle means that the 15 is going to lose out there at the back of the queue. So Alex Powell now trying to get through with Eichmans. So Eichmans gets in a second, and that is Powell through into third. They both get past Ippolito. Now Stolchemanis is going to try and get through.
And here we go, lap number 2. Warning flag for Karol Pazovic into this race. Ian Ekmans leading the wagon, trying to resist from the pressure from Alex Powell. The Jamaican driver very much in the mix, trying to make his way up to third place. But first he's going to have to get past the Belgian. Maxim Orlov, Thomas Torsimanis as well, battling along on the way to the hairpin of his Torsimanis. Might have a good go. The 39 from VDK, Arthur Ronjon, unfortunately joining the list of retired drivers, as Powell is still very much behind. Ian Ekmans battling along for third. In the meantime, Paolo Ippolito is pulling away from those two in second position, himself losing quite a bit of pace and momentum on Maximilian Popov up in the lead. We'll get back to that, but now the battle is for third position is keeping our attention. Watch out for the back. Alex Powell is going for the moon. Oh, way too easy by the look of it. I think that Ian Ekmans didn't want to take too many risks and let Powell go to have a counter-attack, to have a good go at trying to get a position back to him. We'll see what the Belgian will do, but he's very keen on winning at least a qualifying race, as we're here with Freddie Slater, the 27, back in 7th place behind Stolchemanis. He's going to try to get as close as possible to fight for the upper positions.
Well, you could see that Eichmanns was furious with Powell for making the overtake. The whole point of this race, as far as Eichmanns was concerned, was to work with somebody and try and close up on Popov and Ippolito, who were already 2.5 seconds up the road. So Powell getting through has dropped Eichmanns a bit further back, and now he's going into the clutches of Orlov if he's not careful, as Maciolosa has ended up with a warning flag. So now we're going to get to see what Freddie Slater can do to shake off the attentions of Joel Bergstrom and David Walter, two of the young chargers in the OK Senior field who are really starting to make a play for this, as Max Orlov gestures to Ian Eichmanns to go with him. But obviously Ian Eichmanns was already at the head of that trio at one stage, so he'll be bitterly frustrated that he's fallen away down to 5th positions, very much following in the footsteps of the great performances in 1988 of Wim Eichmanns, who obviously won the European equivalent of OK Junior back in 1988. So continuing the family tradition here, Ian Eichmanns going very well here as Joe Turney bangs in another fastest lap from 15th position. So yet another good comeback on only lap 4.
You know, by the end of the qualifying races today, I'll be curious to calculate how many positions Joe Turney has been able to make up in all of his qualifying races. This should be a long list of overtaking maneuvers for the British driver. Now we're back here with the 22 of Maxim Orlov, as the 59 of CRG Simone Bianco. Unfortunately, after his incident into the opening lap, is going to be forced to retire. Now we're back in the hands at the wheel of the 27, Freddie Slater. Here with Ian Eichmanns into turn number 2. You can see a group of 4 drivers. Alex Powell into 3rd. Freddie Slater making his bit ahead of Joel Bergstrom, trying to resist from the Forza Racing drivers' pressure. That's not going to be a good time for Freddie Slater, trying to put him as much as distance as possible. Watch out for Thomas Stolchemanis around the inside of Ian Eichmanns. He made his bit beautifully around the inside of the hairpin. No problem at all for the number 6 from Energy Corse. And Eichmanns is dropping a bit of momentum, I'm afraid, by the look of it, as it was lapping the 58.6, 58.4 for Maxim Orlov just in front of him. So as a result, Thomas Stolchemanis saw the opportunity to go for the move, and Eichmanns doesn't seem to be able to follow on that pace.
A very solid run so far then. So the drivers continue to put on a good showcase here out through the first corner. Maxim Orlov in the number 22, still trying to close up on Alex Powell, the Jamaican in the Kart Republic chassis, trying his best to work his way further forward. Joe Turney continues to gun through the field, up to 13th place now, trying to take on Bruno Mulders as he continues to get fastest laps under his belt. Now, I'm very impressed with Max Popov up in front. He has really taken control of this race, and the Koski driver looking so ultra smooth at the moment, as there goes the move from Keanu Elizalde. Is that? No, that's James Igotzi, his teammate. So James Igotzi getting through there. They have similar helmet designs, those two now. James Igotzi getting through there to make the overtaking move on the Japanese driver Rintaro Sato, as Stolchemanis gets his move there on the inside of Max Orlov. So they will continue in fine style there up at the sharp end of the field. Stolchemanis getting through then on Max Orlov. And there's still good battles all the way through this field, as Joe Turney has got himself at a 12th, and he's leaving the likes of Mulders, Keeble, Pazovic and Marengi to battle away for position, very much under their own steam. Alex Powell, meanwhile, is catching up to Paolo Ippolito, and the two of them still have a bit of time to catch up to Max Popov, who has 1.4 on both of them.
And we're back here with Paolo Ippolito, indeed, being chased by Alex Powell. You can see the run of drivers further back as well. One of the teammates of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, the 46 from Praga on your picture. This is Francesco Marengi battling along with Karol Pazovic for 15. Paolo Ippolito, Alex Powell into the last corner, concluding what will be lap number 7 out of 8, out of 10 shall I say. Here's your leader, Maximilian Popov. Paolo Ippolito for 1.4 seconds, trying to resist from Alex Powell. Powell trying to catch up with the leader, but he's being stuck a little bit by the Italian driver by the look of it. And look who's coming back to them. Thomas Stolchemanis with the number 6 from Energy. That's the occasion he's been willing to take advantage of, because Alex Powell is being stuck. He's not able to get past Paolo Ippolito, who's with all the experience he's being able to collect over the years. He's not the easiest driver to get around to. So that means that Stolchemanis have a good chance. Oh, and Alex Powell goes through. As I was saying that, Ippolito is losing 2 positions. So Quite unfortunate for the Italian, who goes from second to fourth. Powell now is second. Thomas Tolchemanis was actually seeing the right opportunity. He went for the dive on the hairpin, now he's third, and that could be even more for Tolchemanis, who goes around the inside of Alex Powell, takes second place. What a pace from Thomas Tolchemanis up to second. But watch out for the counter-attack from Alex Powell. Can he make it through after the turn number one? Certainly on the way to the second sector, but it's gonna stay behind for the time being.
Well, Stolchemanis clearly of the opinion that the win is not on anymore, as up the inside comes Orlov on Ippolito. But you do get the sense that Stolchemanis making that move on Alex Powell, clearly because he felt that the win is no longer achievable. 1.6 seconds is the gap between himself and Max Popov, so maybe the win is no longer possible, as obviously with a lap and a half to go. That is a massive gap to try and find around the circuit, as Ippolito still being frustrated trying to get past Orlov. And then you've got Ian Eichmans and David Walter trying to breathe down their neck. Walter having got past Ian Eichmans on this lap. So Eichmans down to 7th position behind the young Danish star. But this is going to be a close quarters race all the way through. And here's come the opportunity. Walter just about slices through on the inside of Ippolito, who runs very wide indeed. Eichmans coming through. Look for Slater, who's going to get the mother of all switcheroos there. And on the inside gets both Bergstrom and Ippolito going into the last lap. A mega move there from Freddie Slater as he picks off 2 men in one fell swoop. That was really good reactions from Slater. Manages to get himself up then into 7th position. So that is a very good haul of points there made up from Slater. But out in front, Max Popov is going to take a 0 score. And this is absolutely heaven sent as far as he's concerned. The Koski driver still having a very good race of it as he continues. Oh, there's contact further back. We've had a collision, I think, a bit further round. I think that's James Igotzi who's gone up on his wheels. So James Igotzi has dropped out of this race and gone airborne. Manages to walk away from the scene of it, but it's a victory for Max Popov nonetheless. Stolchemanis in front of Alex Powell and Max Orlov. Ian Eichmans there in 5th position. There is what's left of James Igotzi's kart after his half roll down at the hairpin. He is very lucky that he didn't flip all the way over, but a very unfortunate end to the race for the young man from Florida. But certainly a really incredible run from Max Popov. Always had this race pretty much sewn up from the early stages. So a really solid effort then from Popov. He's been very, very solid in this one. Has a great opportunity to showcase what he has been able to achieve all the way through this week. And an excellent display from Popov. Really strong performance, and he is really coming on full gusto and full pelt now. The Koski driver really stepping up to the plate, just like his teammate David Walter has been able to show of late. Max Popov also now a contender up at the sharp end of this field. And that's a very important win for the Koski driver. He'll be very happy with how he's been able to run away with that victory. So Max Popov taking the win for the Koski team in front of Thomas Stolchemanis and Alex Powell. Maxim Orlov hangs on in 4th in front of Ian Eichmans and David Walter. Freddie Slater fighting to 7th in front of Paolo Ippolito. And another strong charge from Joe Turney sees him in 9th ahead of Joel Bergstrom and Harley Keeble. Rintaro Sato 12th in front of Bruno Mulders and Francesco Marenghi. Karol Pazovic 15th ahead of Emili Koivisto, Filippo Fiorentino and Jace Matthews despite his pre-race troubles. Ronnie Stefani comes home in front of Fuji Shota, then Jokobus Bogdanovicius and Harry Arnett. From Carmen Krav, Jan Koller, Massi Alossa and Sofia Kotala. The retirements, James Igotzi, Simone Bianco, and on the very first lap, we also lost Arthur Roujon. Douwe de Decker failed to take the start. So, qualifying heat D versus E goes the way of Max Popov then for the Koski Motorsport team. It's been a very solid battle for him to stretch away and hold station. Thomas Stolchemanis and Alex Powell fighting with gusto. The second place driver in this competition now has 10 points accumulated. So it looks as though pretty much everybody except Matthias Morgato is going to end today's heats in double figures. There is James Igotzi, recovering after his incident, but Guillaume Alvarez is down in the pit lane to speak to some of our drivers.
It's been a long time coming, but finally the win. Maximilian Popov from Koski Motorsport, winning with quite a good gap at the end. So was it as easy as it looked from the outside, or much harder than that?
No, it was already like from the start I was P1.
I just closed some couple of corners the first lap. Then I was just keeping the pace and finished the race. Nothing special this race. It was quite hard. The two previous hits today that not went so well. But still, I think we can keep like P15 in total and start something around P8 tomorrow in the super heat. Still.
So very good indeed. You make your calculations already. So that's what's happening behind the scenes, guys. You know, not about just about the driving, but as well calculate, you know, what positions and what points you need to be at the front. So all in all, despite those difficult previous races, you end up on a high. The confidence is very much there for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's there actually.
All right, you'll try to make the best out of it, I'm sure. Thank you very much, Max Popov from Koski Motorsport, for talking to us. All right, let's try to see. We can have a quick word. That's interesting from Paolo Ippolito. We didn't get a chance to talk to him yet. Is Paolo available? Paolo, available for a quick word? All right, quick interview debriefing on your performance. Because 2 weeks ago we saw each other at Le Mans. Fantastic season for you, obviously. Now an entirely different sort of category. But it's been a lot of effort from your side, I can see. But can you talk us through so far your performance? How happy are you with the pace that you've had so far with Car Republic?
So for sure it's not easy to change a category in that small time. And yeah, the feeling is quite okay. But after 7 years without go-kart like that, without gears, so it's not easy. Performance here is quite okay. For sure it's not easy. It's missing maybe something also from me. But in general it's not bad, because more or less we will be around top 10, 12 for tomorrow for the super heat. So I'm quite happy. For sure I would like to do much more than this, but
that's the way it is so far.
We still have a lot of work to do. This was, we can say, new for me, because they say to me, they asked me to race just 1 month or 2 months ago, so it's okay.
So they asked you to come to the World Championship 1 or 2 months ago, after 7 years not in the zero draft class. So this is because you've had fantastic career, obviously, in the gearbox, leading to the European title this season. And is it because of that beautiful momentum of yours that they thought, okay, he's ready to make a comeback and let's see what we can do?
No, mostly for fun, and also because that one is my job, to help the team to try to improve the KR material. So I'm glad for this opportunity to work with this team, and nothing. Obviously, when we race, everyone want to win. So, and also me, I'm here for race, not to stay behind or just for test the material. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're being very professional, but you're a racing driver at heart. So even though you're here to help Car Republic develop the product, which is what you're doing beautifully, but you know, if you got a chance to be at the front and fight for glory, you'll go for it.
Yeah, for sure. That's for sure.
Good talk. Thank you very much, Paolo Ippolito. As we'll see you around, certainly more, if that goes well. All right, back to you, Jake, as we had a fun talk with Paolo Ippolito, back after 7 years out of the zero draft classes.
And he looks like he's never even been away. That's the brilliant thing about Paolo Ippolito. You just give him a piece of equipment and he will do wonders with it. He really has been sensational in the last 18 months. He's definitely come alive as a kart racer. And it's great to see him put on such an excellent display. So Paolo Ippolito definitely starting to showcase exceptional talent, no matter what kart you give him. And he's definitely become very much a staple at Kart Republic over the recent times. Right, back to OK Junior, qualifying heat D versus G, and it's going to see Gerizem Skudanov line up on the grid alongside Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian star. Is going to be really interesting to watch as he continues on his fine style. Looking through, it's going to be an interesting challenge for the competitors as they get up to the first corner once again. Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, is going to be alongside the Peruvian star Andres Cardenas. So he's going to have an interesting charge forward as the contenders continue to make good work of things. They will charge forward as they come out of the pits. So the drivers will give us some solid work out there on the course in OK Junior qualifying heat D versus G. So as the drivers come back out onto the circuit again, it's Gerasim Skudanov in front of Dries van Langendonk, Adam Ideg and Andres Cardenas from Nicolas Schaufler and Enzo Ninkota, Jimmy Helias and Clement Utrain from Marcel Kaspricki and Dmitry Matviv, Salim Hanna, Emanuele Olivieri, Thibaut Ramakas, Adrian Benito, Leon Brunner, Francisco Macedo, Kipras Jusse, Jakob Kamenik, Nicholas Roos, Louis Deveau, Len Nyes, Miguel Costa, Renaud Franco, Jackson Burns, Giacomo Pedrini, Mark Brovko, and from the back of the grid, it'll be the Luxembourger Guillaume Mouzard. So it's going to be a really intriguing challenge as the contenders make more progress to fight their way through, and still some solid efforts from the drivers here. But certainly for the front row men, Gerasim Skudanov and Dries van Langendonk, you have to consider just how big a charge they're going to be working on in this final couple of races of the day for them. Let's not forget the fact that there are only 2 OK Senior races to go, and for all of the junior drivers that are out on track from this moment on, except for the previous groups, there's only 2 races remaining for this group and then the group after that, and then there's going to be another brief break of 15 minutes so the drivers can have a little bit of a breather and the marshals can as well. But obviously a very, very tall order for the contenders as they are going to be pushing right the way to the death. It's going to be a very interesting and intriguing battle as the drivers give us a little bit more still to come. There's only 2 OK Senior races left in this rotation. For the juniors, well, there are 3 races left, including this one of this rotation. Then there are 4 more races to come after our 15-minute pause. Let's see if we're going to go started this time. We are! Good start from Skudanov. No worries at all from Adam Ideg to get through into second position through turn 1. Dries van Langendonk is going to try and hold back Nicolas Schaufler, and he has managed to do so round the outside. Schaufler remains in 4th position for the time being. Everybody making their way through the hairpin. Have they all got through? Yes, they have. Up through the S's. Left, right. Is there enough space to fit them all through? Certainly this time it looks as though there will be, until they get through the hairpin, and yes, everybody has made it through the first 5 corners. Now they're going to go down the back straight, and is this going to be a charge forward from Adam Ideg, the Hungarian, to take on Gerasim Skudanov nice and early? He holds the middle of the road. He's not letting anybody get a cheap overtake. Oh, and off the road goes one of the DPKs, straight off into the barriers. That is the 211 that has exited stage right. That is Leon Brunner. It's our stage right, of course, but for him it's stage left, as Leon Brunner has gone into the barriers on the run to the hairpin. It looks like another DPK has had an off elsewhere around the course. So both the DPK drivers in trouble. The other one, as well as Leon Brunner, we seem to have had another problem. It's Adrian Ferrer who's come off the road on the same circuit. So problems for both drivers then, as DPK really hits trouble on the opening tour.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for the Spanish team, as the battle is still raging for the lead. Gerasim Skudanov under the pressure from Adam Ideg. Now Dries van Langendonk holding on to 3rd position, but for how long? Because Nicolas Schaufler is all on the back on the Belgian driver. As for the back as well, we have the likes of Enzo Nicoter, Andres Cardenas, 5th and 6th respectively, on the way to the hairpin. No one is trying any move into top 6 as for now. Or there might be a bit of wheel banging for the lead. Skudanov still in front of Ideg into the S's, on the way to the double left before the last part of the track. This is where difference can be made between some of the protagonists. Watch out for Dries Langendonk. He's been having a much better start than his previous race, where he tumbled down the order, but this time around seems to be quite strong enough in terms of pace to resist from Nicolas Schaufler. Here they come, the top 4. Split of 7/10 from Andres Cardenas in 5th. So this is the first wagon. Let's see if Andres Cardenas will be able to keep up with the pace, because Enzo Nicoter and Jimmy Elias, 6 and 7 respectively, might want to go as well with the first wagon, try to catch up with the leaders, because otherwise they will lose contact and all chances for a better result. Oh, the 104 from Koski Motorsport, unfortunately.
That's Matviv. That is Dmitry Matviv.
Yes,
that's a big problem for Dmitry Matviv, one of the top contenders for this World Championship title. And I'm afraid he is now desperately trying to push his kart back onto the circuit, and it's not happened. He has not been able to push start it on the final turn. Skudanov still holding fast here in front of Ideg and van Langendonk. Schaufler in 4th position, Cardenas, and then it is Enzo Ninkota. Great work from the Brazilian so far, as he finds himself in P6 in front of Ramakas and Kaspricki. But is Skudanov going to be able to hold this for much longer, because we are 3 laps in, and here comes the move from Adam Ideg. The answer is no, as Ideg goes through, van Langendonk goes through as well, and it looks as though Nicolas Schaufler is going to try and make his bid to get through into 3rd position as well. Everybody's still hustling as they go through on the far side, But certainly Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, hits the front for the first time in front of Belgium's Dries van Langendonk, while Gerasim Skudanov is trying to hang fire in third in front of Schaufler and Cardenas.
Yeah, it was about time to shut the door for Gerasim Skudanov, otherwise it would have been much worse than that. But for the time being, still very much in third. Watch out for the move coming out. Oh, let's see, from one of Wall Racing drivers, and so Nikote from further back trying to go around the outside to cross the racing line on the exit of the hairpin. Not happening quite yet, as Adam Hideg is taking everybody into the last sector. One of the names to keep an eye on, Adam Hideg from the Sony Kart factory, on the likes of Nathan Tai. Let's see what he can do, but the pressure is immense on his shoulders so far. We're concluding lap number 4, and there he goes for the move between Hideg and Skulanov, with Langendonk taking the lead and taking Skulanov as well with him. Beautifully made from the young Belgian, who didn't wait the run onto turn number 2, this one particularly, to take back the leadership, and the door was open quite enough for Gerasim Skulanov to dive in as well. So the Leclerc driver back in second place, and he might want to go for the lead once again. Depends if Adam Hideg is going to be able to counter-attack if the door opens sufficiently for the Sony Kart driver. And you can see Skulanov gesturing to Langendonk, not go defensive, just keep pushing, keep the throttle open, otherwise I'm going to be into some trouble. You can see him, he keeps gesturing. He's not particularly happy about the driving of the Belgian driver, as it turns out, because Van Langendonk is doing what he can, but maybe not as fast as Skulanov by the look of it. So if he wants to get out of trouble from Hideg, he needs to get past the Belgian, and he doesn't need to wait. There he goes, run inside. So job done. And look at
my goodness.
Oh my God, agitated that field, isn't it?
That is a 4-wide run off the final turn as Schaufler slides in on the inside of Adam Hideg, the Hungarian. So now Hideg is going to try and come back through on the inside of Schaufler into the next hairpin. He dives for the move and gets there. Cardenas is through as well. Francisco Macedo picks up a warning flag for his part in this race battle, and still only a couple of retirements. Brunner and Matt Vive. Everybody else is still going strong here. Skudanov somehow finds himself back into the lead once more from Van Langendonk and Adam Hideg. So everybody is going to have a chance of the victory in this one. And Skudanov really trying to hold on to this. Van Langendonk trying to go for it. But this is one of the toughest races we've seen all week. And let's not forget that we've only got a lap and a half left of it. Matt Vive is under investigation for his move earlier on. But obviously it put him out of the race regardless. Then there is a retirement from the Tony Kart. That is Jimmy Helias. Big problems for the Frenchman. Here comes the opportunity from Dries van Langendonk trying to close up. Look how tight it is for the victory.
Yeah, that's going to be one heck of one final lap. Here we go. Pick your number, pick your driver. On the inside goes Hideg trying to catch up with Van Langendonk, who stays in second. On the way to turn number 2. Watch out for any move coming our way, as Skulanov holds on to the lead quite briefly. But Van Langendonk, the veteran driver, is all on his charge. Hideg is trying to fight back as well, resisting from Niklas Schaufler, as we have Andres Cardenas in between, making his way up to 4th. Adrian Benito Ferrer the fastest, but look at that battle.
It's all the way down to 13th, Giacomo Pedrini. And every time they defend, more drivers join the train. Look at Cardenas, trying to come right round the outside, then cuts in for the switcheroo with the hairpin. Can he cut through? Yes, in a second place, past Dries van Langendonk. So that's Cardenas through in a second position. But he's not done yet. He still has a chance here on Skulanov, and there's still overtaking opportunities from everybody in this train. Cardenas will try one last trick, but he's not quite going to get there. Is there going to be one final bout on the way down the straight? Dries van Langendonk tries to get up to second place, but it is going to be Skulanov who somehow hangs on in there. And the big victory in that race was that you had 17 karts separated by less than 3 seconds at the flag. Amazing racecraft all the way through. Nobody really pulled a stupid maneuver in that particular gaggle. Terrific. And Gerasim Skulanov takes the win in front of Cardenas, Van Langendonk and Schaufler. That was some of the best OK Junior driving we have ever seen in 2022.
Yeah, beautiful performance indeed. And once again, the name of Charles Leclerc shines on top of the karting world. Gerasim Skulanov wins for just 500th of a second on the line on Andres Cardenas. Had it a couple of meters more for Cardenas, and it would have been enough for him certainly to jump past onto the line. But what a beautiful battle, and what a return from Andres Cardenas, who will be the first. That's amusing actually. He's the first one coming to the scale, but second on the road first. So that might be a bit of a sign to Gerasim Skulanov that, mate, I'm very much on your shadow. And this will be the case until the last race, the final of this weekend. So is the classification in full. Gerasim Skulanov and Andres Cardenas split by pretty much nothing on the line. Dries van Langendonk making his bid up to third. resisting from the return of Niklas Schaffler on the line as well. Adam Heidegg, maybe the biggest loser of them all in the end, because he only makes it up to a 5th after fighting for the victory. Enzo Nicotte in 6th from Tibor Hamakers, Marcel Kaprisky, Miguel Costa, Len Neis from Salim Hana, Giacomo Pedrini, Nicolas Roos, Jakub Kamlik and Guillaume Bouzard, climbing up 12 places up to 15 from the back end of the grid.
Then it was Louis Leveau in front of Renaud Franco and Clement Dutra, and then Francisco Macedo from Jackson Burns, Mark Brovko, Kypros Yusa and Adrian Ferrer. Just the 3 retirements in the end. Then Jimmy Helias, Dimitri Matviv and Leon Brunner on the opening lap. Emanuele Olivieri non-starting, we think, as a result of one of the incidents that took place later today.
So now we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before the next race coming our way. This will be the A against F race for the hockey class, and in the time that we have, we're going to talk to one young man who I was too busy at the end of the races to go to talk to some of the interviews I was doing. That happens sometimes. The drivers are just prefer to go for some feedback with the mechanics, but hopefully we'll be able to catch later on with Enzo Deligny. But the young Frenchman was able to talk to us coming to this event. Let's hear from him.
Obviously, it means a lot. This is one of the biggest races of the year and in the world. The competition is really high here, so really looking forward to it, but it's going to be tough. This track, its characteristic is that it's very bumpy and very challenging to handle them and how it affects the chassis. So we've had to change our driving style a little to adapt to that, but overall, it's been going all right. It's a very fast and flowing circuit. It's one of my favorites, but recently it's gotten a bit bumpier. But it's still very nice. It's still nice to drive, I'd say. Fast and flowing. I think I've grown a lot compared to the start of the year, both off the track and with my driving on track. It's my first season in senior, so I've learned a lot. Yeah, the level in this category is very high, so you have to be always on top of your game. But I think we've done a good job so far this year, and we've improved a lot. Well, we'll see, because maybe some heats will be with the wet tires and some heats will be with the dry tires. For also qualifying, it'll be quite a lottery. We're going to need some luck to be at the front for the whole weekend. But we'll see. We'll have to just approach it the best we can and try to be at the top for the heats and qualifying. Yeah, obviously it's the World Championship, but you have to try and approach it like any other weekend, because it might get a bit overwhelming or stressful at some point, but you just have to try your best and focus on yourself and just do the best that you can do.
There is Enzo Deligny getting himself ready for another exciting battle here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. It's always been a very tricky race weekend thus far for young Enzo Deligny, putting himself into the 11th position of the starting grid for all of his races over the course of this week, because he's in the A group, which means he will always be on the inside line. But that makes it very tricky for Enzo Deligny to make progress from. He's not done too bad over the course of this week. It's obviously been a very tricky situation for him. He currently ranks in 18th, having taken a 6th, a 7th, a 9th and a 10th. So he has never finished outside the top 10, which is as good as you can hope for, really, in World Championship week. But he's got one more race to try and put himself right up into the sharp end.
Yes, indeed, Enzo Deligny, a strong talent from France, down in the mix. It's quite unbelievable, actually, just by looking at him, how fast those young kids are growing sometimes from one year to the other. I can still recall young Enzo Deligny, not as high as 3 apples, and now he looks like a little man already, growing so much through the course of the past few months, growing not only in size, but in maturity as well, and in driving skills. So he's been really one of the names that we've seen coming to the fore ever since Campios of last year, when he won the preparation race on the Spanish track before the World Championship, and ever since he's been progressing through the ranks.
I don't know what Lorenzo Trevisanuto has been giving him at Parolin, maybe some of those Alice in Wonderland growth biscuits, because he's certainly shooting up big style, isn't he? But no, it's fabulous to see just how much progress he's making. You may have seen there on the schedule that we've only got 2 OK Senior races left today, and then all of the drivers will have had each of their 5 qualifying heats in OK Senior. So this is it. This is their last chance, really, to make a big song and dance about things. And obviously in the previous OK qualifying heat, that was the last chance for Max Popov, Thomas Starchemanis, Alex Powell et al. To book themselves a decent position in the grids for the Super Heats tomorrow. So there's one man who definitely has a good chance of winning the World Championship this week. Arvid Lindblad, hoping to emulate his recent British World Champion colleagues, Danny Curl and Callum Bradshaw. But this is the one title that he hasn't won, an FIA Karting title. He's won everything else there is in karting as far as he's concerned. He's won titles back home in the UK. He's won in various other categories around Europe. But this is the one title that has eluded him, an FIA crown. It's the best of the best. And Arvid Lindblad, who went through 2021, by the way, 5 race weekends in the OK category without ever failing to finish on the podium. The most successful driver in OK last year for silverware. He was the only man all season to take 5 trophies home with him over the course of the season. So Arvid Lindblad, his credence cannot be underestimated or doubted. But now he wants to go for the FIA Karting World Championship title. It's the one thing that's eluded him over his karting journey. This is his last weekend before he goes into single-seaters. Cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Here's one man we need to talk about as well. Juho Valtanen on the left side of the track, the Finnish driver for the Tonica racing team, a multiple champion back home in Finland. One of the names that we've been fighting at the front for quite a good number of years already, as well as in the gearbox classes. That he's been doing now a double program, both in the gearbox and the direct drive class. Juho Valtanen, that let's see what he can do along with Tuukka Tapanen. Those two have been quite strong on the same grid, on the same group as well. And we've seen them quite, not fight so much against each other, but rather to speak, working together for a better end, knowing that their teammates indeed are Tony Kart, and those two have been very, very performant so far. Let's have a look, by the way, at what Juho Valtanen has been able to achieve so far into the classification. Is currently sitting in 9th position at the moment, Juho Valtanen, if the classification is up to date, with a 2nd and 5th place as best result and a 9. So quite a good run of strong performances for Juho Valtanen, who is yet to have won one qualifying heat. But here we go, the whistle is blowing in the air of Sano as we get ourselves ready for the A versus F qualifying heat.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that long ago that Juho Valtanen was fighting for the World Championship on home soil at Alaharma 3 seasons ago it was. Maxim Rem and Matthias Mogata, the man who leads the interim. Zachary David and Arvid Lindblad from Juho Valtanen and Lucas Samalisto. Tuukka Tapanen and Evan Schilter from Kia Nakamura Berteren, Keanu Blum. Then Enzo Deligny, Olin Galli, Jacob Brashki, Sebastiano Pavan, Hiu Yamakoshi and Giovanni Trentin.
From Nicola Coman, Alvar Sismevara, Nacho Tunon, Adrian Malero, Ella Stevens, Rian Vincent, Emma Felbenauer, Maximilian Obst, Ada Turpanen, Oscar Wurz, Nico Lemberg, Hammer Harris, Dante Vinci and Yuri Besica. 30 drivers on the pre-grid. Do we have everybody in? 10 laps to go through for the last qualifying heat for those two groups. We have one more of the senior class in just a few moments, and everybody in.
And of course, this is a big opportunity for Matheus Morgado, the Brazilian. All he has to do to book himself pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow is finish 7th or better, and he will get the job done. And he has not finished lower than 2nd place so far. So this is obviously a perfect opportunity for Matheus Morgado. The only problem the Brazilian has got heading down to turn 1 is that he's going to be on the outside of the front row of the grid, which is where we've seen drivers struggle to progress through. However, Morgado is one of the best starters this week, and he actually took the lead in one of the heats earlier by going round the outside into turn 1. So if Morgado nails this start, then he is going to be in with a shout of taking the lead with just one qualifying heat to go, and we are racing. Now let's see how it goes on as Maxime Rem goes into turn 1. Morgado trying to hold it round the outside. He goes wheel banging with the man in 2nd place, Zachary David, trying to cut through, but it's a brilliant start from the Tony Karts. Valtonen and Tarpanen have made an absolute rocket ship of a launch. They've gone to 2nd and 3rd in front of Nakamura Berta, with Morgado all the way down to 5th position. Now, Nakamura Berta, if he wins this heat, he could book himself pole position for the other super heat, depending on what happens to Oscar Pedersen and Chuyan Pu. But he needs to get himself into a good position. He can't afford to drop too many points. So there's several different battles at stake in one single heat as Nakamura Berta hangs on in front of the DPK of Morgado.
Yeah, I think he heard you well, Jake, on that one, as Kin Nakamura Berta is starting to progress through the ranks. As you said, in his results, he needs to back in a strong performance. And look at the two Tony Kart drivers, Tuukka Tapanen and Jo Valtanen, already battling along, trying to not to take each other out, obviously, into the race. Oh, and one the CRG driver out of contention already.
That's Mariero.
Adrian Mariero, indeed, nowhere to be seen. He's going to have to watch from the sideline. Maxime Rem, Jo Valtanen, Tuukka Tapanen, those two battling as Tapanen is taking 2nd places back. He's not a chaser behind Maxime Rem, as we have Kin Nakamura Berta as well as Matheus Morgado. Those 4 drivers in just the same picture, tied, glued together pretty much onto this 2nd lap out of 10. Nakamura Berta in a very strong position to maybe surprise both Tony Kart drivers. He needs to go around inside, but there's nowhere to go. Watch out for Matheus Morgado. He saw that bit of inside space, and he just went for it. Beautifully made for Morgado, gaining a place up to 4th in front of Nakamura.
Yeah, he got the move on Nakamura, almost managed to get the move on Valtonen in the same moment. So here comes Morgado, trying to make his dive on the inside of Valtonen. Thank you very much. 3rd position will do nicely. This is going beautifully for the Brazilian Matheus Morgado, trying to become the first racer in 36 years to win an FIA Karting World Championship title, and he's doing an amazing job. He is just 1 step away, 8 laps away from clinching pole position for the Superheat, and that is game over for Arda Tapinen. So I'm afraid the Finn is walking away. That is a real shame for the Ward Racing driver, who has come off there on the back straight by the look of it. Actually, it's a little bit further round through the S's. And Arda Tapinen in the Ward Racing, her race ends, and that could well be her weekend ending as well, unfortunately, in the same moment. Enzo Deligny, oh, up the road. Now, who is that?
Nakamura.
Nakamura Berta. Nakamura Berta, a big mistake for the Kart Republic driver, and that really does give him a bit of a hammer blow. Pedersen suddenly is looking rosy to move himself into that superheat pole.
Oh my God, I wonder what happened then. We will need to watch that back, but as a result, Nakamura Berta just tumbled down to 8th place, as you can see in the ranking. Now we're here with one of the VDK drivers. This is Evan Gilter making his way up to 5th place. That could be one of the strong races to build for Evan Gilter under the pressure from Enzo Deligny. Those two know each other quite well. Gilter against Deligny. This is a battle for 5th place. Jo Valtanen is up in 4th. Giovanni Trentin is your fastest on track. But watch out for Holy Gali and Nakamura Berta as well further back. Nakamura Berta is trying to fight his will against Zachary David. Oh, there he goes through. Matheus Morgado on Tuukka Tapanen into the hairpin once again, as the Brazilian takes 2nd place, and Nakamura Berta being pushed from the rear from the number 10. This is Lucas Amalisto in a bit to resist from the overtaking maneuver. By the look of it, he's not in the comfort zone for now, Nakamura Berta, as Lucas Amalisto went for a mistake. By the look of it, he just went wide in the last corner just before. But Nakamura Berta is down in 10th place, having lost once again momentum.
It's all going wrong for Nakamura Berta. Lindblad is having a bit of a tough one as he tries to fight his way forward. He's only in 9th place at the moment behind Zachary David. as Evan Gilter has managed to get through past Olin Gali, the CRG, and is now taking on Juho Valtonen. Don't forget that Evan Gilter was 5th in this year's European Championship after some solid effort. He actually missed the opening round of the championship, wasn't there for one of them, and has managed to work his way forward. I know, sorry, I'm talking about Evan Gilter in his Champions of the Future run. He's done a fantastic job ever since then, but Valtonen now working. Oh, and that's one of the Pantanos walking away. That's Giovanni Trentin. So Trentin has come off there at turn 1, so on the exit of the first corner. But Maxim Rem is being caught by Matthias Morgato. Tarpanen 3rd, and Evan Gilter now in 4th position. Let's see what the man up in the front end of the rankings, Matthias Morgato, can do to rain down on the parade of Maxim Rem. Maxim Rem doing his best to pull clear, but here comes Matthias Morgato. He's absolutely eating up the road. Surely on the run down the back straight, Morgato is going to get his hunting bid here. There's no point rushing it into the left-hander. Takes his moment at 54.9 for Morgato. Fastest man on track. This is almost certainly going to be a run to pole position in the Super Heat tomorrow. Down the back straight. Morgato knows he's going to have his chance, and he takes it. Perfect for the Brazilian.
Perfect timing indeed. Fastest lap and the leadership of this race in front of Maxim Rem, and a sign of determination of the young Brazilian from the DPK Racing team is on course to secure indeed what will be the pole position start for tomorrow's final Super Heat A. So someone else could have decided, okay, let's stay in second place, let's not take too many risks because I know that the result is secured, but he's a racing driver at heart. So as you said, he saw the opportunity, just went for it, and now is pulling away already half of a second more than that now on Maxim Rem, as we are driving with the 36 of Zachary David just behind Arvid Lindblad from 8th place, the British driver trying to recover as much as he can from 12 on the grid. And number 3 from Car Republic, Zachary David just behind. But Matheus Morgato, as I was saying, really, really impressive performance as he's really pulling away in the classification from the likes of Patterson as well as Jan Puchu and Tuka Taponen. But still a couple of laps to go. Oh, and one of the number 60 was Annette, if I've seen correctly, one of the Birla drivers.
Oh, it's Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens having had a very much more positive week in general here in the World Championships. Unfortunately, Ella Stevens, her race comes to an end almost on the same point of the circuit where we lost Arda Tapinen a little earlier on. But as we complete lap 7, look at the pace that Morgato's got. He's gone compared to Rem, Tarpanen and Gilter. Olin Gali doing well in 5th position in front of Deligny, Valtonen, Lindblad, David and Nakamura Berta. But Morgato's just got so much pace.
Yeah, to his advantage, Matheus Morgato, he doesn't have anyone fighting along him actually. Enzo Deligny the fastest in this race. Matheus Morgato is very much on his own planet, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone else. Maxim Rem, Taponen and Evan Gilter are all driving in formation, as you can see, into the hairpin with Olin Gali and Enzo Deligny trying to catch up as well. So we might actually hand up this race with a 5-driver battle. But Gilter, the 21st from VDK, is on his way to what could be his best result so far in the qualifying races, which would be a bit of a boom to the heart after the trouble he's been through, struggling to find the right setup and missing a bit of luck in some of his previous performances. But Gilter, as you said, one of the names that we've seen fighting at the front in the European Championship, securing a podium in Franciacorta, very much in the fight. So we will see what it will come out of this week tomorrow. But now the battle is raging. 0.8 of a second between Morgato and Rem. Rem still keeping Taponen and Gilter at bay. That's going to be interesting because Taponen is very much taken in sandwich there, having to go defensive against Gilter but not losing sight on Taponen. So there's always on Maxim Rem, sorry. So there's always a double tactic that you have to apply in these circumstances. You really have to put it all together to be able to extract the best of the situation.
So this is going to be tricky right the way to the line. Tuka Taponen trying to hang on to at least a 3rd place finish. That would put him 4th in the interim rankings, to put him on the front row of the grid for one of the Super Heats at worst. So this is going to be a tough one, but Evan Gilter, Gigi wants a piece of him on this last lap. Here he comes down the main straight. You've got Olin Gali in there, and Enzo Deligny is not far away in 6th position either. Maxim Rem trying to hang on to 2nd, but Taponen and Gilter are getting very close. I think the win is already sorted for Matheus Morgato up front. But is this going to be 2nd for Rem, or are Taponen and Gilter going to climb all over him? Deligny in 6th position behind this quartet needs to stay hungry out there. You've got Rem, Tarpanen, Gilter and Galli, but watch out for Enzo Deligny. If anything kicks off between these four, he's suddenly going to find himself in a good position. Gilter moves to cover from Galli. Galli's going to get alongside and through. Good work for the Brazilian. So now Olin Galli up into 4th position. Can he make a bid on Tuka Tarpanen now before the final corner? He's certainly going to have his opportunity. Tarpanen trying to back him up into Gilter. But Galli is going to try every trick in the book to try and get through. He's made the gap. He comes through, but Gilter gets them both. Deligny slides through as well. Morgato takes it. Rem in 2nd. Gilter and Deligny 3rd and 4th.
Wow, what a finish. Another one into the last corner. Beautifully made from Matheus Morgado up in front. 1 full second from Maxime Rem. And Evan Gilter was the one that we didn't see coming in that one. 3 driver up to 4 in the same picture. Just a couple of meters, and unfortunately for Tarpanen and Galli, they didn't go according to plan in that maneuver, and Deligny and Gilter were there to take the pieces left. So Gilter up to 3rd, Deligny just in his shadow onto the line, and only Galli took out Tarpanen, the biggest, certainly the one losing the most into that battle, going from 3rd to 6th on the line after that unfortunate incident and event, a bit of wheel banging, but still very costly in terms of final results for Tuka Tarpanen, who actually is now in 4th position in the intermediate ranking as we speak.
Well, what a terrific race battle, and Matheus Morgado secures pole position for the first superheat tomorrow with a score of just 2. The best performer all week across both classes. Matheus Morgado from Maxime Rem and Evan Gilter, then Enzo Deligny and Olin Galli from Tuka Tarpanen and Arvid Lindblad ahead of Zachary David and Juho Valtonen. Kian Nakamura Berta, a real struggle for him, rounds out the top 10. Lucas Samalisto from Sebastiano Pavan in front of Nacho Tunion, Keanu Blum and Hiyu Yamakoshi.
Then we have Jakub Raczki in 16, Nikola Kuman, Alvar Sismevara from Emma Harris, Oscar Wurze, Jiri Besicka, Emma Felbermeyer, Nico Lemberg, Maximilian Obste, Dante Vinci, and Ryan Vincent. A couple of drivers missing out on this race: Adrian Malero, Ada Topinen, Giovanni Trentin, and Ella Stevens. Quite a shame for Giovanni Trentin, because at the point just before he was due to retire, he was one of the fastest on track, and by the look of it, it was a mechanical failure that prevented him to go to the end of this race.
So now the battle in the OK Senior race comes down to 2nd position, which will be settled in the last race of the day for OK drivers. And it's between 3 drivers who can find themselves on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's Superheat: Oscar Pedersen, Chuyan Pu, and Tuka Tarpanen. Now, Tuka Tarpanen is obviously finished for the day and will be 4th at worst. But if there are problems for Pedersen and Chu, then he inherits pole position for the Superheat, the 2nd one of those tomorrow. So there's still everything to play for up at the sharp end of the field. But it's going to play out very interestingly in the very last race of the day for the OK drivers. And it will be very tight to see who actually comes through on the top spot. Still been very competitive all the way through. We turn our attention back to OK Junior. And obviously it's been a really exciting squabble for all of the contenders up at the sharp end of the field. A lot of very talented drivers coming through in OK Junior as we are about to head to the final rotation of competitors out there. Coming out a little bit later on in the day, the Sodi Kart youngster from the United Kingdom, who was 3rd in the European Championship, the British driver, Nathan Ty.
I mean, of course, it's a massive event, the biggest race of the year. So it means a lot to me. I think just to be able to compete at this level is a massive achievement. But I think, of course, we're racing at the high part of the field is a massive, massive achievement. So I think, yeah, it's a huge race. Of course, the biggest race of the year, so I think it means a lot to me. Of course, Sarno, they've put the new layout down, so of course it's very different, a lot more bumping, a bit more technical. So I think the main challenge is really learning the track, find the best spots to overtake, but also defend. So I think, yeah, the main challenge has really been seeing who's fast and who's not, and really developing my driving within the track. And just seeing where I can make improvements, or the team can make improvements. Only just making a gain overall, I think, has been the hardest part of this weekend. Yeah, Sarno is a very technical but fast track. I think with the new tarmac, it's very, very bumpy, but also quite technical and quite challenging for the mechanics to really also nail with the kart. I think it's a hard track to drive, and also definitely also rewards the people who drive harder. But I think, yeah, it's a very, very difficult track, but I think if you get it right, very fun to drive. I think, yeah, on my side, the development has been huge this year. From the start, just about getting a podium to now being able to win races. I think it's been a massive development year for me and the team. I think overall the team have done an amazing job, especially also getting me to the place where I am. So I think, yeah, for both me and the team, it's been a massive development year, and I think it's ended out really well. Tyre management is really important with there being 7 heats now. So I think just really controlling the tyres will be a massive gain throughout the weekend. And then, of course, with how abrasive and hard the track is to drive, it really shreds the tyres. So I think most of it will just be able to develop the tyres and make sure you're not shredding them and keeping them where they need to be. I mean, of course, the team are going in very confident, knowing that we've won many races before. But at the same time, going in quite humble, knowing that anyone can win. And of course, it's a one-day event in the final. And I think really anything can happen. So we're going open-minded and also very confident. But let's see what happens. I think the team have got good confidence in me, and I've got good confidence in the team. But let's see what happens.
So the wreckages from the previous heat are cleared away as we have Ella Stevens, Giovanni Trentin, Ada Topinen and Adrian Maliero all to recover after a very tricky OK Senior race. For all 3 drivers, that could well be the last we see of them this week because, of course, only 72 drivers will progress through to the Super Heats tomorrow morning of the 93 in the senior category that started the week. And there are only 36 drivers that managed to make it through to the final. Jan Piotrowski, what a great season he's had. 2nd in Europe in the OK Junior category. He has really come to fight for the World Championship, though. He missed out on winning that European crown. Had things have started a little bit stronger for him in the early part of the season, he didn't score a single point at Zuera. Had he been able to do so, we might well have been looking at him as the European champion. But he would dearly love to add his name to the epic list of contenders to have taken an FIA title, and certainly to add his name to the list of Polish drivers that have done so, which is not the longest list in history, but certainly he would become the first junior driver ever to take a title, other than Maciej Gladish, of course, who won the FIA Karting Academy trophy last year. There is Alexander Dahlström. What a sensational comeback it has been for the young Finn. Never mind what result he comes back with. Just remember that at Zuera, he had a broken heel and several cracked ribs, and it was in a very bad way indeed. But Alexander Dahlström has returned in fabulous style here at the World Championship and banged it on the front row of the starting grid for every single one of his heats. And he has shown that there is more to come from this talented young Finn. He may not get the result he wants this week, but he's certainly shown everybody that he is back and he is better than he was before.
Yeah, these are always good stories when then some of the drivers facing difficult trouble, difficult times in the career. We've seen them throughout the years and throughout the different seasons so far. And what's important is for them to come back to make their way up to the grid again. On the left side of the grid is Martin Molnár from the Energy Corsi team, with that very lovely crash helmet livery. Martin Molnár, the 122. Let's see what he's been doing so far. Martin Molnár is currently 6th in the classification, with a best result, a victory in the heat for Martin Molnár. And what a victory that was, and a 5th and a 2nd and a 6th as best results by his side. Another name to keep an eye on from the Tony Kart factory on the other side. This is Alp Aksoy, has been one of the young heroes of one of the previous heats. He came close to take his first win of the weekend, the young driver from Turkey, but more than determined to give it another go, unless it was for Noah Wolf, who managed to finish in front of him for just a tiny gap onto the finish straight after one of the most incredible finishes that we've had so far into the qualifying races. So Alp Aksoy, definitely one of those to keep an eye on from the outside line onto the grid, on the way to turn number 1. So the 102 on the left side of your picture, Jan Piotrowski, Alexander Dahlström. The whistle is blowing, and here they come.
Well, let's see what happens again in this race, because obviously we're going to have several drivers fighting their corner to try and finish this rotation strong. This is the 6th race of the week for the drivers in the OK Junior. Jan Piotrowski and Alexander Dahlström, Martin Molnár and Alp Aksoy Scott Lindblom, Mattia Kolnagi, Andrea Daikin, Gabriel Mora, Jens Truer, Maxim Verbruge, Luna Flusha, Hugo Martiniello, Griffin Peebles and Tom Calenda.
From René Lammers, Toby Dvorak, Marcus Silkunas, Santa Santino, Oliver Kinmark, Sebastiano Garzon, Nicola Larlati, Matilda Paz, William Go, Alfredo Ibiapina, Bradley Marshman, Varys Ampus and Jensen Burnett. Let's see if we have everybody on board. There were 27 of them onto the pre-grid, and everybody here is on track to get the tires up to temperature. So Jan Perezowski chasing what could be a second victory in the qualifying heat so far. But for that, he needs to translate his pole position start into a winning result. He's done that once. A couple of second places finishes for him. That puts him up into third place overall. Just 2 points shy from what could be pole position for the Superheat B tomorrow. Still in the hands of Enzo Tanvanishkol as we speak, while Anatoly Kavalkin has been absolutely uncatchable, leading the intermediate classification on his way to pole position for the first Superheat.
So let's see how this is going to play out then for the OK Junior drivers. Petrovsky and Dahlstrom leading them around, and we are going to go racing out of the first corner. Good start from Martin Molnar. Dahlstrom is crowded out through the first corner. The even side of the grid really held up on the way through turn one, so the odd side really getting the best of it as charging forward. Petrovsky, Molnar and Lindblom having a terrific start and a great launch forward, so they have all come through in fine style. Fourth position, that looks like Andrea Daikin in front of Jens Truer on the Falcon. So everybody on that inside line really getting an amazing start. Unfortunately, the even side of the grid boxed in behind Alex Dahlstrom after a little bit of a nudge there, I think, from Alpasonic Soy. So the two of them just got a little bit too close to each other as the race really gets underway in earnest up at the hairpin. And the drivers all trying to cut through without too much drama. Looks as though everybody's made it through on the opening lap for the moment. But out in front, Petrovsky, no problems from Molnar and Lindblom as they continue to work their quarter. Jens Truer has had a good solid start. He's up to fourth position, but up the inside, a big lunge forward from the 123 of Maxime Verbruge, who comes through up into fourth place.
One lap completed as they come across. Jan Perezowski, Molnar, Lindblom split by 0.3 of a second. Then Verbruge making his way up to fourth. Panetta Santino, warning flag for the 169 as they make their way on to turn number two. Around the inside goes the Energy Corset. Let's try to see who that is, the 192 on your picture. This is further back. Andrei Adekin making his way past Alp Aksoy from Car Republic for sixth place, that is. He's going to have to fight back as we have the 155 as well in the mix. This is Luna Fulcha, the young Spanish driver that we had the interview earlier in the Parc Fermé. So proud to be an Energy Junior, Mercedes Junior driver, shall I say, trying to make a bit into that field, and she's been putting some strong performances ever since the start of the weekend. So let's keep it that way as Jan Perezowski under the pressure from Martin Molnar. There you can see them, the two leaders, into the last corner under the close watch of Scott Lindblom. He's being overwatched by Victor Gustafsson himself, the new KZ World Champion. One win for himself, the CRG driver. Watch out for the way to turn number two, but no move whatsoever as for now.
Yeah, Molnar's going to try and make his bid on Petrovsky when the time is right. Lindblom is right behind him though, so they don't want to take too long to get that job done. Verbruge in fourth, fifth is Jens Truer. Then Kolnagi being hustled by Luna Flusha, and a bit of pressure from Alpasonic Soy, who manages to squeeze through there in the S's. Now coming through the pit lane and getting back into the race again, that is the 174 of Matilda Patz, the German, who has had a bit of an issue with her kart, and they've managed to get her restarted again. So unfortunate for Patz, but she now manages to recover back onto the circuit again. Petrovsky and Molnar still very close to each other, and Lindblom is there for the taking to try and make his own move through. Luna Flusha having a bit of a battle. There's the move on Molnar on the inside of Petrovsky to take the lead. Now that's going to give Lindblom a bit of a run on them, so Lindblom needs to stay hungry here and get into the draft of Molnar and Petrovsky, but the Hungarian takes the lead.
Yeah, it was a perfect move, wasn't it, on the inside line. It didn't go too wide, kept it steady, and the door was shut for any counter-attack. So that's the way to do it. Martin Molnar in the lead, but for how long? There's the question. Lap number 4 out of 7. Perezowski still very much on his shadow, ready to dive whenever possible, such as is the idea of Scott Lindblom down in third. Then we have further back a huge sort of a gap indeed. 2.3 seconds, Maxence Verbruge. Those three have really pulled away from the rest of the wagon, actually, with Maxence Verbruge in fourth, trying to contain in fifth place the 115 of Jens Truer. Then we have Matas Kolnagi, Alp Hassan Oksoy down in 7. Then Luna Flusha, Andre Adekin, no move whatsoever into the last corner as we keep a close watch on this battle for the lead. And the top 10, Alexander Dahlström is running up, losing all the way down to running up the top 10. Run the inside, there he goes, taking Lindblom with him. Beautifully made by Jan Pierzowski, who fights his way back. And there was nothing, unfortunately, Martin Molnar could have done.
Perfect timing, very well planned by Petrowski and Lindblom to make the move on the inside of Martin Molnar. That gets them to first and second as they continue to make good progress. Some good duels for position as more great racing is still to come from these guys on the back straight. A very solid run from Petrowski, looking very solid there in front of Scott Lindblom and Martin Molnar as they continue to duel for position. But where is Martin Molnar going to be able to get his bounce back on Scott Lindblom? Lindblom is looking so hungry in behind Jan Petrowski, trying to make his dive. You kind of see that there's going to be a move on the inside of the hairpin in the final turn. But does Lindblom want to pull clear with Molnar? Hunting them down. Look, Petrowski's going defensive. So Lindblom is going to get boxed in here. Watch for Molnar. He'll get the run out of the final turn and he'll try and get alongside. He can't quite make it. So they come through 1, 2 and 3. Once again up to turn 1. Petrowski, Lindblom, Molnar.
That was the first attempt. There might be someone else coming as well for Martin Molnar. Watch out. Is it done in third? But it could be actually, well, handing up in first. You just need to find the right timing, the right time to attack, and the right space. That could be into the happiness. They make their way onto the back straight. Used to be a much longer straight on the previous configuration of Sarno. But still, that hairpin is certainly the most preferred spot for overtaking. There goes Lindblad on the inside. The door is open, and there goes Martin Molnar as well. So once again, beautiful move put together. There was nothing that Jan Pierzowski could have done. Otherwise, there would have been a wheel banging. Oh, Lindblom losing momentum. Lindblom losing momentum, and Jan Pierzowski back in second, chasing Martin Molnar. What happened there for the CRG driver? Scott Lindblom actually was, by the look of it, he was really on the way to the first, but watch out for the battle for the win as we are entering the final lap of this race. 3 drivers into the mix, Molnar, Pierzowski, Scott Lindblom, but in which order in the end?
We are not done yet. Here comes Petrowski diving in on the inside of Molnar and he gets there. So Petrowski takes back the lead from Molnar. Lindblom is still right there for the taking. He has an opportunity to work his way further forward. It's going to be an interesting charge forward. There's Alpasonic Soy setting the fastest lap of the race for the Tony Kart team. Still trying to make progress, but on the back straight, Molnar has got Lindblom breathing down his neck. Molnar trying to protect. And he really should be going with Lindblom really to try and make that move further up. Petrowski pretty much has this now. Molnar is still hanging on a second. It might be the best he can hope for. He defends, covers, but Lindblom's got him. Lovely move from Scott Lindblom. That'll do nicely from the CRG. He gets the move into second position. So Petrowski is going to take a worthy victory. Lindblom in second, Molnar in third. A great fight all the way to the death. And it is a victory for Jan Petrowski. He can be delighted with that. Third in the interim so far. It's looking very neat and tidy indeed for him. So Petrowski is looking so comfortable after what has been a magic race in OK Junior for the pole. Really kept on to things at the moment as he holds his position. And that's a last lap problem for the Gamoto ASD of Marcus Silkunas. Looks as though he's come off there with Santino Panetta, the Argentine. Indeed, there is Santino Panetta walking away from his own kart, I'm sure, but problems for them. But a great race for Jan Petrowski and a very patient fight back there to second for Scott Lindblom. Just picked his moment nicely. Martin Molnar having to drop to third position in the end from Bruges, Kolnagi, Trua, Aksoy, Flusha, Kalender and Lammers. Great racing all the way through. And apart from those 1 or 2 isolated incidents, well, the last lap incident from Panetta and Sergunas, we were going to have finished with every driver in the race coming home for the flag if it hadn't been for that. So a really exciting challenge again for the OK Juniors. They've given us so much drama and excitement again. Jan Petrowski from Scott Lindblom and Martin Molnar in the top 3. Maxon Verbruge, Mathieu Kolnagi and Jens Trua. Then Alp Hassan Aksoy from Luna Flusha, Tom Kalender and René Lammers. 11th place for Gabriel Mora in front of William Go, Oliver Kinmark and Toby Dvorak. Then Sebastian Garzon in the CRG ahead of Hugo Martiniello. Alexander Dahlström ahead of his teammate Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. In 19th position in the end, that went the way of the Australian Griffin Peebles in front of Andre Adaikin. Then Bradley Mashman, Varis Hampus, Nico Lanalati, Alfredo Ibiapina, and after a quick trip to the pits, Matilda Pats. But unfortunately, the Gamoto teammates, Santino Panetta and Marcus Silkunas, commit the cardinal sin of racing whatever you do, don't take out your teammate. And that is unfortunately exactly what they did. Well, a very dramatic race then in OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus F, as Jan Prozowski comes one step closer to getting a top spot on the grid for the Super Heat. Guillaume Alvarez will be down there to speak to our OK Juniors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Parc Fermé, still buzzing with activity. And I'm here with one of the young heroes of the race, Scott Lindblom. We thought for a moment that you lost a bit of momentum in the later stages of the race, that it was done for you in P3, but still you managed to find that extra pace, that extra space in the last lap to make it into second place. Good gesture of fair play, but congrats to you, strong results to conclude today's list of races.
Yeah, thank you. It was really hard. Lost some momentum there when they dived down the inside on me there, but everything felt really good. Had no grip in the starts, lost a bit, but everything felt really good.
So there's been a lot of races so far for you in terms of performance. What can you tell us? How would you sum up so far your level of competition here?
It's really hard, but fair racing. It feels really good. Yeah, the kart is really good, but competition is really, really hard. Every driver from almost every country of the world. It's super hard.
Super hard indeed for everybody and for us as well. Thank you for talking to us, Scott, and good luck for the last ones. Scott Lindblom second in this race, as we have the likes of Luna Flucha coming our way. We had a chance to talk to her. Luna Flucha finishing a good 8th in this race. Let's see if we can have Tom Callender, for instance, who finished 9th. We didn't get the chance to talk to him yet. Tom Callender driving his beautiful Aston Martin looking TB kart. Tom, can we have a quick word with you? Debriefing your race? Not in the mood? All right, this will be for later. Thank you very much, Tom. Hopefully for later, Tom Callender. Let's see with René Lammers if we can have a quick talk with him. He made it until the top 10 of this race. Once he's done with his kart. And he's waiting for his mechanic. René, can we have a quick word once you're done? Yeah, in a second after you put the chassis on the trolley. It comes first, but there's a queue of drivers, actually a queue of mechanics as well. So everybody needs to find a bit of space to put the chassis on the trolleys. And with the help of some of the mechanics here from Tony Kart, so it was nice to see. And once your chassis is put in trolley mode, all right, René, let's have a quick chat. You made it to 10th place, climbing five positions. It was hot out there, quite hard.
Yeah, we went 2 new tires. I don't think everybody did, but we did. It was an advantage, but still we're struggling a bit to find the pace.
So you decided to switch to the new compound of tires. That means that you're not currently in the position you want to be in?
No, definitely not. Well, everybody switched to the new tires, but yeah, we're definitely not in a position we want to be in.
So if you're telling me that you think that the majority of the drivers tend to switch to those new tires already, not waiting for tomorrow?
Yes, definitely. They all use 2 new tires now, and tomorrow we'll probably use 4 in the final. So yeah.
That's very true that you have 1.5 set. So those 2 new tires being put for the mature drivers. All right, that's a good information. Thank you for sharing that with us, and good luck for the last one. Thank you, René Lammers, and off you go to your business. So you heard it, Jake. This is hammer time for some of the drivers. They, put a lot of effort, a lot of force into the first set of tires. That makes 4. And since they have 1.5, so it means 2 extra tires to be using from qualifying until the superheat. Well, majority of the drivers, not all of them, but the majority have decided that it was about time to put those new tires on to try to extract some more performance as we head towards the end of the qualifying races. Of course, they will have 1 set left, the one that everybody keeps for the big day, the finals day. But I wouldn't be surprised if we have some extra tires put as well for the superheat, considering if you find yourself in a difficult position. So we'll get back to that. But the strategy on tires is starting to take place. As for the drivers like René Lammers, you heard him, not in the position he wants to be in. So it's about time to try to find an extra bit of performance thanks to the tires.
As you rightfully said, no time like the present. It is going to be a very important final heat for all of the OK juniors when they come back from their 15-minute pause, which is the race after this coming one. This is the penultimate race before that little pause. But it's a big one because it's the last OK senior heat before the super heats tomorrow. So we already know that Matthias Morgato has booked himself into pole position for that race. But what we don't know is who's going to claim the other pole position for the second of the super heats. It is very tough to predict who is going to get the best of it and who is going to be in the best possible frame of mind going into it. All comes down to how the pace will continue to rain down. It's going to be a very tricky race to predict, but certainly from the pole position, Matheus Ferreira, the other Brazilian in this mix, will be hoping that it's his turn to take a race victory. But Oscar Pedersen alongside him on that front row of the grid is going to have an interesting battle because he has a chance now to become the other pole position sitter after his nearest protagonist, Kiya Nakamura Berta, ended up struggling to 10th position in the previous heat. So now for Oscar Pedersen, a chance to seal the other super heat pole position is right around the bend. It's not going to be easy to predict who's going to get it, but certainly considering how tight it is up at the top of OK Senior at the moment and how evenly competitive it is between these drivers, anything is still possible. So Matheus Ferreira, pole position for this race. Oscar Pedersen second alongside him on that front row. Rashid Al-Daheri from the United Arab Emirates on the second row of the grid, along with Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver. So it's definitely going to be an interesting battle as they continue to make progress and hunt their way further forward. But also on that third row of the grid, you have the young man from the United States, Akshay Bora. He'll want to finish strong, as will the Frenchman Arthur Poulain, who's already had 2 DNFs over the course of his week. Ruben Moya, the Spanish driver in the Pantano chassis, really wanting to book them a solid finish to their debut World Championship week. And then alongside him, Malo Bollier in 8th position on the grid. What is going through the mind of Matheus Ferreira right now in pole position, hoping that he can get another strong result for Energy Course?
And actually, some new tires might help him in his quest, because I've just come back from the grid and looking at the inside line of the starting grid, all the drivers pretty much have put on new tires. So it's just 2 out of the 4 tires, since they have, as for the juniors, 1.5 set from qualifying to the super heat. But all the drivers, including Matheus Ferreira, Rashid Al-Daheri, Akshay Bora, Ruben Moya, and some of the others on the inside line, decided that it's about time to put fresher rubber on.
Rashid Al-Daheri, the king of the United Arab Emirates karting scene so many times over. The Paralympic driver doing such an amazing job over the course of this 2022 season. He is right in the hunt for a heat victory. What a brilliant end to his weekend it would be if he could take one on this Saturday evening and then put himself right into the mix for a run for the World Championship. The train line that runs right beside the circuit here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, that runs through. Going to give us plenty of backdrop. Hopefully more spectators coming to the circuit tomorrow for the big World Championship Finals day. What about this boy, Ruben Moya? He's been exceptional all week. The Pantano team were only hoping to reach the final. Looks like they're going to do even more than that. They could even challenge for a rostrum finish.
Yeah, it's going to be very much interesting from Ruben Moya indeed, starting from row number 4 on the grid. Keep in mind, as we have 1 minute left, thank you Mr. Ross from RGMMC. We have 1 minute left, and keep in mind that this layout of Sarno, the new layout ever since it was changed from last year, 1.5 kilometer, has about 13 corners, and out of those 13 corners, 8 of them turn right, which means that when it comes to new tires, everybody decided to put them on the left side to get better traction out of those corners especially. So it's going to be interesting to see what the likes of Ferreira, Al-Daheri, Bora, Moya and the rest on the inside line will be able to do. And certainly that means that, such as the Rode Lammers that you heard in the interview, then they're not particularly happy about the current position, or at least they will be trying to consolidate that as much as possible. When it comes to Matheus Ferreira, he wants to, of course, take that victory. He wants to see himself as high as possible into the ranking. These are the last race. This is the last race for the OK. The juniors will come to that in just a few moments. So it's now or never to try to secure the best performance you can.
There are 3 drivers in the hunt for the pole position for the second super heat. One of them is on the sidelines, Tuka Tarpanen. He's got to watch to see what happens with the other 2, Oscar Pedersen and Chu Yanpu. Who's going to get the second super heat pole? Let's find out. Matthias Ferreira alongside Oscar Pedersen, then Rashid Al-Daheri and Chu Yanpu. Akshay Bora and Arthur Poulain from Ruben Moya and Malo Bollier from Menahud Crozier and Gabriel Gomez. Christian Bratuka and Yvan David from Caspian Hagman, Kevin Quevedo, Rafael Modenese and Enea Frey.
From Maximilian Angelan, Gustav Wisniewski, Leonardo Cesaretti, Alvise Rodela, Chimo Zeng, Juan Cota Alonso, Jorge Hernandez, Vasilios Mikelidis, Luigi Coluccio, Peter Still, Kino Lazari, Mariusz Kedito, Daniel Valberg, and Yu Oda, the Japanese driver, running up the top 30 on the pre-grid, 30 on the track. 10 laps, the last laps this in the qualifying heat format for the senior driver. A, B versus C this time around, and then we'll have a clear review about which driver comes on top. The hierarchy for the tomorrow's super heat, of course, only the 72 best drivers in the senior class as well as in the juniors later on will make it to the super heat, and out of those 72 we take half of that, 36 for the final of all finals.
You read my mind, because obviously that's what we're about to get to. The 93 drivers that started this week in the World Championship are about to be whittled down to just 72. So we're going to lose a fair chunk of drivers from the race at the end of this particular heat. But who is it going to be, and who's going to join the front row of the starting grid? Who's going to get the pole for the second of our super heats? Will it be Pedersen? Will it be Chu? Or will it be Tuka Tarpanen? Let's find out! Matthias Ferreira to the first corner. Pedersen trying to come in round the outside. Holds second in front of Al-Daheri. Great start from Oscar Pedersen. Holds onto it. Al-Daheri trying desperately to keep Akshay Bora at bay, and has done so. So the Paralin remains in third position. The Emirati doing a great job on the opening lap to sustain his third position. Lots of drivers know this is their last chance to book their place into the super heat tomorrow. So it's Banzai, go home or go hard. And they're going to be pushing hard here on the back straight. Ferreira still holding firm in front of Oscar Pedersen as Al-Daheri breaks very calmly there in front of Akshay Bora and Ruben Boyer. It's going to be an interesting one as they continue to challenge forward, as they continue a little bit of jockeying for position of the hairpin, but it looks as though everybody has got through in a decent position. There's only one cart lingering at the back, and that is Max Angelard, the pole. But here comes the move again from Rashid Al-Daheri, trying to close up on Ruben Moya, who finds himself now in second in front of Rashid Al-Daheri. They come down the main straight, and Al-Daheri in the Paralin trying his best to get one over on the Pantano.
One lap completed. Let's see what Rashid Al-Daheri will be able to do. Ruben Moya very much in second position, defending into turn number 2, already trying to shut all the doors on Rashid Al-Daheri, which might be a little bit faster. Matthias Ferreira was the fastest in this opening lap, very much so, since he's the leader, pulling away 0.6 of a second from those two. Moya, Al-Daheri, Akshay Bora down in fourth. Pedersen, who must be furious after his strong start, having lost a couple of positions down to fifth place at the moment. Jan Puchu down in sixth, and we have in seventh. Oh, look at him, this is a 62 I was going to come to, but mainly Crozier is being put under pressure by Christian Bratuka from Birlart. The Italian trying to destabilize him outside of the hairpin. Didn't work quite well this time around, as Bertuca lost a position in the process by doing so to Malo Bollier, the Frenchman from Sondicat. I must say that the Frenchman has been one of the most impressive, as in the meantime, Ruben Moya goes for the lead. Beautifully done indeed on Matheus Ferreira. Ferreira is going to have to fight back with his Energy Corse chassis, but Ruben Moya is your second leader into this qualifying heat ever since we started. Lap number 3 out of 10, so still plenty of time for battling along for the victory. But for now, Ruben Moya is up front, Matheus Ferreira second, and Rashid Al-Daheri losing a bit of momentum in the process. You can see that the Parolin is not catching up quite enough, and he's about to lose some more position to Akshay Bora. Around the inside, watch out, because the door is open to Pedersen as well.
So that is from third to fifth for Rashid Al-Daheri, but he's still got plenty of time to get the Parolin back up the order once again. Ruben Moya versus Matthias Ferreira, still working hard, but with Pedersen losing ground and Chu also losing ground, it looks as though it's a stalemate. Pedersen is still looking good to be in pole position for the second of our super heats, so he doesn't have to worry too much. As long as he's in the top 5 and ahead of Chu Yanpu, he doesn't have to panic too much. So he's just keeping himself in the hunt as the drivers continue to battle away round the course. It is a very tight race here in the OK category. Rashid Al-Daheri holds firm here. Akshay Bora now in third place, doing a great job to run his course, but Rashid Al-Daheri has got back through on Oscar Pedersen to move up into fourth position in the Paralin. Look at Akshay Bora following his teammate Matthias Ferreira as the two of them run closely in second and third. There's Crozier in front of Chu now, Bollier And then we've got Hagman battling away with Christian Bertucca. So Crispin Hagman's made his bid. Whoa! A big lunge from Enea Frey in the S's. You've got to be really brave to pull that manoeuvre off. And unfortunately, it's backfired on Enea Frey as he loses ground to the CRG of Gabriel Gomez and the Forza Racing expert of the Sri Lankan Jevan David.
I was looking down on the intermediate classification as for now. Oscar Pedersen is still holding on to the pole position for the Superheat B, but Jan Puchu is just 3 points shy from Pedersen to steal what could be pole position if anything happens to Oscar Pedersen. So he's currently in 5th, Jan Puchu is 7th, so you need to give that race a bit extra of pulse, a bit extra pace to try to climb as high as possible in the ranking. So we'll see about that. Luigi Coluccio, one of the unlucky drivers at the start of the weekend, having to climb back through the field, is making that once again 9 places gain up to 16 with the fastest lap. But as for the moment, 4/10 of a second is splitting the leaders. Ruben Moya and Matheus Ferreira is going to have to go defensive because Akshay Bora is having other ideas in mind, and that one is in one of them going through. Overtaking maneuver done in the last corner, and this is up to a place in second for Akshay Bora with the Energy Corsa colors. Those two are teammates, don't forget. Different liveries, same owning, so they're going to have to play it smart, not to take each other off. But as for now, Ferreira has dropped back a little into third, tried to keep in contact with his teammate. And those two needs to work together because Ruben Moya that's the thing he was waiting for, you know, as the gap is being pulled almost 8/10 of a second from the driver in front. So those two behind are going to have to work together, be smart about that, try to decrease the gap as much as possible between those two as well. For the 45, or Rashid Al-Daheri losing a bit of momentum, and Pedersen trying to stay in contact with the Emirati drivers. So we have two battles at not so much of a distance from each other. That's going to be interesting, that second half of the race, that's for sure.
Disciplined and smooth from Akshay Bora to get into second place past Matheus Ferreira. Rashid Al-Daheri holding the pace in 4th position ahead of Oscar Pedersen. So not a bad run as they continue to make the pressure cooker boil over. Matheus Ferreira trying to make his bid again on the inside of Bora, and he gets there. Intimidation on his teammate, manages to get the move done perfectly. So great battles going on. There is an investigation going on to the number 55. Now that is Jevan David. Jevan David has suddenly dropped to the back of the field. Not entirely sure what has happened to the Sri Lankan, but Jevan David does not appear to be circulating anymore. He's down in 29th, only he and Juan Cota. Now into the pits has gone Juan Cota, and he will recover to get back out on circuit again. But Jevan David does not appear to be circulating anymore. Not quite sure what's happened to the Forza Racing expert, and I can't see his kart anywhere around the course. So looks as though he may have pulled in to retire. But certainly going into the 8th lap, Ruben Moya still leading from Ferreira, Bora and Al-Daheri. This is going to get interesting between the Singaporean who races under the US flag and the Emirati, Rashid Al-Daheri, who could climb back to the top 3.
Let's keep the focus on, and here's unfortunately the Forza Racing driver, the 55, Jevan David. We were searching for him. There he was hiding at the scale back in the Parc Fermé. This is race down for the young hopeful from Sri Lanka. Now we're back in the lead. Ruben Moya, Matheus Ferreira, Akshay Bora, Rashid Al-Daheri and Oscar Pedersen, the driver from World Racing. Now we are with Rashid Al-Daheri. Juan Cota Alonso, mechanical problem, but they retired already. But he's back actually on track. That's the one that we've seen coming out of the pits after a sort of tire change and maybe a coffee. But he seems to be having some trouble once again, as he's going to be shown the flag and he's going to need to actually pull back from this race.
So whatever it was, they haven't been able to fix it. Is Rashid Al-Daheri lining up again behind Akshay Bora as he continues to run through, and there's the move from Rashid Al-Daheri. Lovely move into the hairpin at turn 2. That was a bold and brassic move from Rashid Al-Daheri. Really made it move perfectly on the inside line, kept it smooth and kept it controlled, and that will not have worked at their tyres too hard there. So the Paralin driver really stapling it to the inside line of the apex. Moya in the lead, Ferreira in second, and Rashid Al-Daheri holding on to third as Luigi Coluccio bangs in the fastest lap of the race. But it's getting to the closing stages now.
Yeah, this will be a tiny reward with a bittersweet certainly for Luigi Coluccio, who has been spending all of his qualifying races trying to catch up with the fastest lap after fastest lap. But this will certainly everything that he has. Rashid Al-Daheri, beautiful performance so far from him, as Akshay Bora is trying to keep up the pressure on the Emirati driver. still in third place. Final lap, Ruben Moya, 1.2 seconds in front of Matheus Ferreira. Rashid Al-Daheri, the battle is on, and there he goes, Akshay Bora around the inside in turn number 2, and the door is open for Oscar Pedersen, who stays behind for the moment, but it's going to be a heated battle all the way to the checkered flag. Akshay Bora seems to be having the upper hand as it stands, but Rashid Al-Daheri has still something to say and to do in this race.
This is not done yet as he goes for his opportunity. An absolutely terrific run from Akshay Bora as into the pits to retire it properly comes Juan Cota. Clearly something not quite right with the Karting Republic chassis, but this is going to be a historic victory for Ruben Moya. He's had a very solid run all through the week, but this is a victory that he could count himself very proud in the very first championship week of the world for the Pantano chassis. It comes through to win in its first week in competition. Ruben Moya, excellent result for the Pantano crew, and I'm sure that Giorgio Pantano will be very happy indeed. What a moment. This is the team that was developing the chassis this week. They were trying to figure out what this machine can do. It turns out it could do quite a lot. Ruben Moya gives Pantano their first win in their first ever attempt at the FIA Karting World Championship. Matheus Ferreira in second, Akshay Bora in third from Rashid Al-Daheri and Oscar Pedersen, and that will confirm Oscar Pedersen as the second pole position sitter for the Superheat tomorrow morning. It'll be Matheus Morgado and Oscar Pedersen as the top two men on the front rows of the starting grids. What a performance then. Excellent run from Pedersen all through the weekend. Rashid Al-Daheri just making his point proven there at the end of a very solid race battle in the Paralin Motorsport machine. Good performance from the Emirati, certainly one of the best we've ever seen from him. Ruben Moya from Matheus Ferreira, Akshay Bora and Rashid Al-Daheri from Oscar Pedersen. Then Menahert Crozier in front of Chuyan Pu, who will go off the front row of the grid for the first Superheat alongside Matheus Morgado. Caspian Hackman, Christian Bertucco and Marlo Bollier round out the top 10 in front of Gabriel Gomez and the resurgent Luigi Coluccio. Then Arthur Poulain in front of Shimo Zhang and Enea Frey. Keanu Alazari drove beautifully in the midfield in that race from Oda Yu and Vasilios Michailidis. Then it is Rafael Modanese from Peter Stella, Jorge Hernandez, Gustav Wisniewski and Alvis Rodella. Then Leonardo Cesaretti from Daniel Valberg, Kevin Quevedo, Mario Scatino and Max Angelard. And then there were two retirements from that race were Juan Cota and Yvan David. A really exciting battle for the final OK Senior race before the Superheats tomorrow. That concludes the running for OK. We will hear from a few of the drivers that finished our day off in fine style, but we can confirm, provisionally of course, that Matheus Morgado and Oscar Pedersen will be our two pole position sitters for the Superheats tomorrow, and both of them have totally deserved every second of the glory they'll get from it. A really good result for the Brazilian and the Swede. Down in pit lane then, let's hear from Guillaume Alvarez, who is with the final OK drivers of the day.
And here we are with Rashid Al-Daheri, a familiar face to the FIA Karting Championship and to the karting world in general. Good to see you again, Rashid. So let's talk a bit about your weekend so far. You handed up your race here in a strong fourth position. We saw you battling at the front. The pace has been there by the look of it, but can you sum up your weekend so far for the viewers?
Yeah, I think that the weekend so far has been quite good. We've been able to be quite consistent. We've tried to improve throughout the weekend to see if we can get a bit more pace, but yeah, so far it's quite happy. It's good work with the Paralin squad and with TM, and I'm really proud.
So you put out some new tires, right? The two new tires to better extract the performance, to make sure that you could be in a better position than your current one. Do you know where you stand by now, pretty much?
Yeah, I knew before this heat. We were around 15th, and yeah, we wanted to put the new tires also to kind of have a quite not too much difference between each tire, and so yeah, we've been working hard, and it's quite good.
Yeah, it paid off, and this is the right time for you to really fight at the front and to show the others that they're gonna have to count with you tomorrow as well for the Superheat.
Yeah, definitely. We'll try to do our best tomorrow in the Superheat.
Fantastic. Good to talk to you. All right. Enjoy tomorrow, and good luck. Thank you very much, Rashid Al-Daheri, that we had at the interview, finishing fourth of this race, the last one of the OK class. In the end, We didn't get to a quick word with Oscar Pedersen, but he managed to secure what will be pole position for the qualifying for the superheat B of tomorrow. Maybe Christian Batuka, are you available for a quick word? As always, all right. You can, yeah, right here, good position. So Christian, how was it this last race and the perspective that you can give us after those qualifying heats? Now it's come to an end and ready for the big day tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm ready and my team is all ready. Just it's not as I hoped our place, but we are trying to improve and we never give up as always. We will see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is the the big day as we Super Sunday as we call it. What do you think you can improve? What changes could be made? Do you think to maybe even extract more performance from you and to be in a better position?
For me, it's still a bit of driving and adjusting some trajectories and a bit of setup, but yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's going to be fine, I'm sure. A good night of rest, and then tomorrow we'll find you back on track. Thank you very much, Christian Batuka, as we'll follow the performance of the Pirella driver, one of the local heroes from Italy, here competing on home soil. Gico Luchuk from Tony Kart, another strong Italian. Kinu Lazari, maybe we can have a quick word with you, Kinu, once you're done with your kart. Yeah, put it on the trolley first, and business first, and then the feedback after. Let's see where Kinu Lazari finished. So good to have you, Kinu Lazari. So this is the last of all qualifying heats. Trying to see where you ended up. 16. What a beautiful recovery that was. 11 places gained. But I assume that is not really the place that you wanted to finish.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a tough day yesterday in qualifying. Things just didn't go our way with the weather, and we definitely weren't ready for it. But I've been trying my best throughout the heats to make up some spots. Obviously, you'll get involved in some contact when you're starting so far back. But the pace looked decent throughout the race, but hopefully for tomorrow it'll be better.
So all in all, where do you think you will be finishing in classification?
I mean, we're looking to recover through to the final, but at the moment it's looking a bit rough. Tomorrow I need to have a good race in the super heat, and we see how it goes.
Okay, the good news is you made it through the qualifying heats because we're going to lose a couple of drivers because only the 72 best of you make it to the super heat. And then the next step will be the hardest one, I guess. But feeling confident that you can make it to the end?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of drivers this weekend, obviously. It's the biggest race we've had this year. But yeah, it's going to be it's been a tough weekend for us. And yeah, that's all I can say for now.
We'll see what you can do, of course. Good luck for them. Good luck for the big day tomorrow. Thank you very much, Kinu Lazari, for talking to us. As you can see behind me, a queue of drivers as we're getting within 2 minutes before the next race. So I'll give it back to you, Jake Sensen. And then I will come back down here to talk to some more drivers from the junior class, as this is business done for the OK category on Saturday. They have the superheat, of course, tomorrow morning and the final tomorrow afternoon. So the big day is coming up for the OK drivers. But now we have a clearer view about who is going to certainly fight at the front.
Thanks, Guillaume. Good to hear from the two drivers who represent the Middle East and the United Arab Emirates here in the FIA Karting Championships. Rashid Al Daheri ending very strong indeed with a top 5 finish in fantastic fashion from the Paralin Motorsport team. And, of course, Tiziano Al-Azari as well. He wears the German flag this week, but, of course, he lives out in the United Arab Emirates in the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai. Fabulous location, and he really has been the king of his karting scene back home in recent months and weeks as well, as he's training out in the United Arab Emirates in gearbox karting. So his physicality is very, very strong, and it's great to see that both men are giving it everything they've got in this fight for the World Championship title. We'll hear from the OK seniors again tomorrow, but now it's time to turn our attention for the last 5 races of the day, and they all come from the OK juniors, and we start with Anatoly Kavalkin, who is bidding to become the first driver in the junior category to win both the European and world titles in the junior category since 2014, when Enam Ahmed was the man who came through to win both titles in the same year. He's certainly looking quite good for it at the moment as he runs in the interim pole position. Looking a fantastic situation for the contenders. But let's see what is going to happen for Anatoly Kavalkin as he runs at the front row of the starting grid alongside Noah Wolf. This will be an interesting challenge for the two drivers as they get themselves out onto the circuit, and it's a little bit of a lackluster start again for Noah Wolf. And he's got problems. Oh dear, Noah Wolf can't get the kart started again. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, this is not good news at all. So, real problems for Noah Wolf trying to get out onto the circuit yet again. Anatoly Kavalkin and Noah Wolf from Maciej Gladish and Petr Agiv. Then Alfie Slater and Tame Soleil with Ivo Bashterda and Alex O'Grady. Kilian Josselin and Joel Pajola. And then Marcus Sater and Tiziano Monza. It's Thomas Straven and Lewis Werrell from Andy Consani and Simon Reckenmacher from Lucas Fluscher and Gabriel Sano. Arthur Dorisson and Kimitani. Dino Surescu, Sebastian Kolping, Emilio Otalani, Jendro Pezel, Zoe Fradescu, Mario Giamononito and Folden Papafilippou. But yet again, more problems getting Noah Wolf out onto the starting grid. If they could just get that kart started at normal pace and the normal speed and time, then he would have probably had a very competitive World Championship fight over the course of this week. But it's been really tricky for him to even get into his starting positions as they push him out onto the starting grid. But unfortunately, now that they've passed the red line, Noah Wolf's race has just started. He's got to fight his way through from the back of the grid. If he times it right, he can actually sprint out of the final turn and start and make some overtaking moves as he catches up to the rest of the fray. But it's a big problem for Noah Wolf as Anatoly Kavalkin will head down to the first corner alone, but with Maciej Gladish and Petr Agiv trying to take one onto him in the final reckoning down the straight. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. Good start from Kavalkin. Maciej Gladish is going to run in with him, and already there's pressure as Alfie Slater is trying to get alongside his teammate up to the first corner. Gladish holds on to second position and up to the inside, skating through. That's the Parolin and the Piroulat, and up and over the top of Alfie Slater. One of the Forzas goes over the front end of Slater's kart, and Slater is out.
Oh, what a big disappointment, a disaster for Alfie Slater. You can feel for him, you can feel the pain and disappointment for the British driver. Hopefully he's all right in that incident. I think, yeah, he's on his feet, but maybe a bit of endangered knee, a bit of pain over there, but unfortunately it was okay.
Getting heated on the way through the course as drivers are still jockeying for position and running out wide. You've got to say to Alfie Slater there, absolutely nothing he did wrong. There were two karts that went over the top of him as he came through, and Alfie Slater was just sticking to his racing line, minding his own business, and he was the innocent victim there in a terrible incident. Fortunately, it looks as though he's shaken and knocked on the knee, but he's okay. And as they come through, it is Kavalkin from Gladish and Josserud in the top three. Tame Soleil has managed to work his way through into fourth position from Thomas Stralven, and then Marcus Sater and Ivo Bashterda from Gudsani, Agiv and O'Grady. But this is where the battle's really going to be cooking. Maciej Gladish all over the back of Anatoly Kavalkin.
This is the battle of the young lions, isn't it? With as the referee, but certainly one of the players to be Kilian Josserud down in third place. 6 places gain. Watch out on the way to the hairpin as the wind has been picking up here in Sano. But Anatoly Kavalkin is going defensive. That could go the way of Kilian Josserud trying to go around the outside into the S's. And there he goes through, but that was close as Maciej Gladish is shutting the door. So Josserud is going to have to do it all over again, the Swiss driver. But look how close he is with his Birelat machine. That go the way as well of Tame Soleil. Don't forget that with a bit of a tangle, a bit of a push from behind, but those three are glued together. That could go the way of the Car Republic driver just behind, coming in fourth. This is Tame Soleil. Don't forget that he won already. Going around the inside, there he goes, beautifully made.
Oh, that was such a sweet move from Gladish. He would not be prepared to be held up by Kavalkin any longer, as now Josserud is going to come through along with Tame Soleil. Soleil comes through in a second place, Kavalkin down to fourth. I was going to say that Gladish would have been hopping mad with Kavalkin for defending this early in the race, but clearly Kavalkin still having issues getting those rear tyres lit. Gladish not prepared to wait around any longer, gets through into position, carries Tame Soleil and Kilian Josserud along with him, and now Josserud is playing Kavalkin at his own game. He's being defensive as Thomas Stralven tries to get in behind Kavalkin, and it looks as though the Parolin is really going to struggle in this penultimate heat of the day.
Yeah, watch out, because we're going to have, look at the battle going on as well in the midfield, because we have Thomas Stralven in the mix as well, trying to catch up. This is the top three driver, Gladish with in second place, Kilian Josserud trying to catch up as well. Gladish second place.
Kavalkin's now third, so Josserud has actually slipped back to P6. So Kavalkin, Stralven and Sater have all managed to get past the Swiss on this lap as Andy Consani battles away with Ivo Bashterda and Petr Agiv. And now we've got Tame Soleil all over the back of Maciej Gladish. Kilian Josserud under investigation for that banzai move, I guess, on the inside that took out Alfie Slater.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be on his mind, so he's going to have to be careful for the next few laps. Luca Fluscher, the fastest lap, from KR Motorsport. Let's see where he is. Luca Flusha down in 12. And there he goes for the move around the inside. This is the chain for the lead as Tim Saleh takes on Marcel Gladys into the hairpin. That was neat, it was clean, and there he goes for the move, trying to catch up, trying to escape from the pressure from Marcel Gladys in second. But those two are going to sit together certainly until the end. Lap number 4 almost completed already. Looking over his shoulder, he's not certainly out of the danger zone just yet. Marcel Gladys trying to keep the contact, to keep the pressure, because further back you could see actually the return of Anatoly Kavalkin and Markus Zeiter if those two start working together.
But this is not panic stations for Maciej Gladys at all. He is still very much in the hunt to be in the top 2 rows of the grid for the Superheat tomorrow. He has currently not finished the race outside of the top 5 at any point. So Maciej Gladys right up there in the hunt, still doing an excellent job. And Tim Saleh has managed to get past him in the interim rankings with that overtaking move. But if Gladys just hunts down Tim Saleh in the final 3 laps, he has every chance of coming back. And on the inside, Zeiter makes mincemeat of Anatoly Kavalkin on the inside of the hairpin. And Markus Zeiter, the Norwegian, really putting on a good show there to make the overtaking move. And it looks as though Thomas Strauven is going to have another bid to come back at Anatoly Kavalkin. Kavalkin already blocked him once. I'm not sure the Belgian will take that again lying down. But Saleh versus Gladys, they are battling for 4th position at the moment, with the likes of Kavalkin, Tarvanitschko and Przodowski still going to be making their play around this course. Sebastian Kaupeng has a warning flag. So this is going to be interesting as we get into the closing stages of this heat. 2 laps to go. And is there going to be one final push from Gladys? He certainly looks like he's got pace to come back to Tim Saleh, but Markus Zeiter is right there as well.
Yeah, Zeiter all over the back indeed. On Marcel Gladys is going to be a fantastic battle. 3 drivers into the same picture, no longer a duel. It's up to 3 and even maybe 4 of those drivers to make it for the bit. And there he goes around the inside of the hairpin. He made that stick and he takes Markus Zeiter with him. So disaster for Tim Saleh as he tries to fight back. But it was in the hairpin, it all happened. Marcel Gladys back in the lead, Zeiter as well. And I think that in the meantime we had also Anatoly Kavalkin making his way through.
So this is really important now for Maciej Gladys. Markus Zeiter is going to go for the big move on the inside of the hairpin. Gladys lets him have it because he's going to have an opportunity to get back on him on the final lap. So that was really well strategized from Gladys. He drops the second to have another crack at Markus Zeiter. On to the final lap they go. Kavalkin is behind him. Gladys knows that Zeiter is going to be hard to overtake, but he might be easier to overtake perhaps than Kavalkin would have been. And there's a spinner at turn 1. That is a spin there, unfortunately, for the Paralin. The 120 of Tiziano Monza. Yet more bad luck for the Singaporean on the last lap of this penultimate heat of the day. But still, Maciej Gladys has one last bid. Kavalkin's going to be there for the taking as well. Here comes the move. Gladys on the inside of Zeiter. And he's through to take the lead back again. Brilliant work from the pole, but can he sustain it? We've still got Kavalkin and Tim Saleh right in behind Markus Zeiter. They want to come back for a move. Here's the chance. Through on the inside for Zeiter. Gladys is going to be put out wide. Kavalkin through to second. Kavalkin trying to come in for Zeiter. Gladys back on the inside. They go side by side. 4 wide for second. Further back, it's going to be Markus Zeiter that hangs on for it. Markus Zeiter from Kavalkin, Gladys, Strauven and Tim Saleh with the top 7 covered by 0.6 of a second. Wow!
What a finish of a race, what a spectacle that was. But Markus Zeiter was able to prevent for 0.2 of a second. Kavalkin making his way back into 2nd place. Maciej Gladys lost it all into the last corner. I think there was a bit of some wheel banging out there into the fighting, and I'm not sure that everybody will be happy about it. Maciej Gladys was gesturing. Yes, he's furious, Maciej Gladys, about what happened in the last corner. And by the look of it, he just went for the attack. He just went on the move on the inside of Anatoly Kavalkin. That was pushed a little bit on the wider part of the track. It remains to be seen. We'll need to watch that back. But Maciej Gladys, by the look of it, is not happy at all about the way things turn into the last corner, as he finishes 3rd in the end in front of Thomas Strauven. That was a close call, as unfortunately Tim Saleh only finished in 5th place. Andy Kazani is down in 6th.
Well, that is so close. And let's point out that Markus Zeiter came from 11th on the grid to win that particular race from Anatoly Kavalkin and Maciej Gladys. Thomas Strauven and Tim Saleh, and then Adi Konsani and Kilian Josselin from Simon Rechenmacher and Ivo Besterde. Peter Regiven, Lewis Werrell from Kimitani, Alex O'Grady, Lucas Flusha and Noah Wolf.
in the end of the classification, as we have the rest in 16th place: Jirin Pezel from Arthur d'Horizon, Joel Boriola, Emilio Ortolani, Dino Sabin Stroscu, Marianetto. We have Faydon Papa Philippoud 22nd from Gabriel Sano, and Sebastian Kaupeng missing out on this race. Tijana Monza, unfortunately, once again, and Zoe Freshku Potolea, as well as Alfie Slater, taken out in the opening lap, unfortunately. But my God, the heat is on. We've had so many of those heats all throughout the day, but as we head towards the end of the schedule, the last races are always the most difficult one for the drivers, the most hectic, the most heated of them all, because for some of them it's now or never for securing any good result and to maybe save what has been a very difficult day, even starting from qualifying heat on Friday.
How much tension and adrenaline is running through this OK Junior field now, because they know obviously there's 109 drivers competing this week and only 72 spaces available in the super heats tomorrow morning, so they really have got to make these last two races count. But you could tell that there is so much frustration, so much adrenaline pumping through the veins of the drivers. There's Tame Soleil, having had a very tough race battle, but he's still there in the top 5 at the end of it all. Thomas Stralven looking very long-faced as he comes through as well. And, well, you really can tell that there's a lot of tension down there amongst the drivers. Bitter disappointment for one of the Birolard drivers. Is that Kilian Josserin, looking very frustrated as the way things have finished up there for him on the Birolard. Goodness me, there is so much tension and drama down there in pit lane. Want to stay with this just a little bit longer before we go to the break and pause proceedings, because you can see so much pent-up frustration from the drivers that has built in this OK Junior field. Everybody really starting to understand just how tense things are starting to get here in the OK Junior play-by-play. Maciej Gladish hasn't even taken his helmet off yet. I think he just wants to brim it all over while it's in, while he's in his kart and still in his helmet. Just making sure he weighs what he should on the scales. The passion and the animated conversations of the drivers will be fascinating to observe. And Maciej Gladish has actually gone and left his kart. So he's obviously very frustrated with the way things currently are. But let's hear from the guy who is battling away for the victory in that one and is currently in provisional pole for the first of the super heats tomorrow. And of course the reigning European champion, Anatoly Kavalkin, still hoping to become the first man in 8 years to win the European and World OK Junior titles in the same year.
This is the most important and the most exciting race in this year. Everybody wants to be here, and I'm so excited to be here because everybody from the world maybe looking at us, how we are driving and who will win. I think will the most popular guy. The track is very slippery, so it's very sliding to drive, and I think this is the most difficult for preparation for the World Championship. In the World Championship 2021, I was third, and also the rain weather. I was really excited, and I was thinking that I will not do it better than I can. So, but in this 2022 season, I won the European Championship. Yeah, I'm really excited because I think European and World Championship is the most important races and championships for us, for drivers. And I think now is World Championship, and I really grow up from the last season. If it will be dry, we will show ourselves, and it will be really not difficult because paralleling in this track is really fast. But if it will be rain, I feel it's not good at the weather because I don't know why. We was testing at the rain and it was not successful for us.
What do you mean you haven't had enough yet? You still want more? All right, then, we've got 4 more races to go in the FIA Karting World Championship here under the shadow of Mount Vesuvius in World Championship Week. The FIA Karting World Championship brought to you by MondoCar.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. If you still want some more, well, we've got 4 more junior races to bring you. Jake Satson and Guillaume Alvarez with you trackside at the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli, just 7.5 miles away from the ancient city of Pompeii.
And still 26 degrees Celsius in the air as we passed 5 local time, 5 o'clock, 22 minutes to be specific local time here in the south of beautiful Italy. Still very much clear sky, a lot of sun still above our heads, and as you can see on the background of the picture, the area we find ourselves in just to a couple kilometers down the road from Mount Vesuvius and the city of Napoli and Pompeii. This background in the area has been absolutely splendid, and it's always a joy, a pure joy to come back in those parts of the world. Now, time to get back into business because we had a bit of a break, the time for us to take a breather and have a bit of a chat with some of the drivers. But now we have 4 more races left indeed, starting with the B versus D. And this young man on your picture, one of those wearing the Tony Kart color, Jimmy Elias, to keep an eye on, is going to be starting from 4th row on the grid, on the outside line coming to turn number 1, so not the ideal placing when it comes to starting proceedings in the opening lap. We've seen that in previous races. But one of his teammates, we're going to come to that in a minute, starting from the 1st row and pole position, Jan Perizowski, has another good shot at the win this time around.
So this is obviously going to be the last 4 races before we get to the Superheats tomorrow. It's still very open in terms of playing field here as we go into these last 4 races. Anatoly Kavalkin has 6 points accrued. Enzo Tarvanichkul has 7. These are the 2 drivers that are likely to be in pole position for the Superheats tomorrow morning. 3rd at the moment is Jan Pestrovski on 11. Maciej Gladish has 17. Tame Saleh has 20. Kian Fardin has 28. And then Martin Molnar and Adam Hideg, the Hungarians, both have 29 from Jerzym Skulinov and Chi Newman, who both have 35. It's a very tight run at the top end of the junior battle. But as far as Kavalkin and Tarvanichkul are concerned, if they finish in the top 4 of their next heats, then they are going to be starting from the pole position in the Superheat tomorrow morning. So it's very important for them that they stay focused, they stay calm, they don't let things get to them at this late stage of the game. But obviously, it's still going to be very, very competitive amongst the OK Juniors, and we're going to start with groups B versus D. For Jan Pestrovski, he starts from pole position. If he stays there, he is at worst 3rd position in the rankings, and he has every chance of being able to stay there. He has Skudanov to his left, Molnar right behind him, Hideg alongside him, and then the battles of Lindblom, Schaufler, Adaikin and Helias giving chase. This is an opportunity knocking now for Jan Pestrovski. It seems that the pressure is light, but just when you start to think you've got it all sorted, that's when mistakes can creep in.
Yeah, this is a hammer time and the period of the day after what has been a long schedule for the drivers to try to make the difference. Let's keep in mind as well that even though Kavalkin and Tarvanichkul are the favorites to start from pole position for tomorrow's Superheat, I wouldn't be surprised to hear from the drivers that actually, you know what, starting from the front row of the Superheats might not be the ideal choice, but rather starting from 3rd on the grid, knowing that you're going to take actually the inside line and maybe the toe of the pole sitter. Accordingly to the position where the pole sitter will be starting from, of course, if he chooses to be on the left or either on the right. But I think the right will be the most logical choice, from what we've seen so far. So let's go through the grid once again. Jan Perizowski from pole position, Jerzym Skulinov by his side, Martin Molnar and Adam Hideg side by side from Scott Lindblom, Niklas Schloffler, Anders Adakin, Jimmy Elias, Jens Treur, Marcel Kapritsky, Luna Fluccia, Salin Hanna, Griffin Peebles, Tibor Ramakers from René Lammers and Leon Bremer.
Then it's Marcus Silkunas and Jurse Kipras, and then it will be Oliver Kinmark and Nicholas Roos from Nicola Nalati and Len Neisch from William Go and Renaud Francote, Bradley Mashman, Giacomo Pedrini, Jensen Burnett, and from the back of the grid it will be Guillaume Bouzard fighting his way through the pack once again, the Luxembourger for Koski Motorsport. This is going to be a hard charge forward now as the juniors are about to go into their last heat each. 4 races, and this is the last chance for the drivers to make a real push forward. There's going to be some real interest on the sidelines from the drivers who are in the other groups. They'll want to see how these races play out so that they can get a bit of a bearing as to where their final race is going to need to be pushed. So, up to the line, and we're racing. Petrovsky gets the perfect start. Molnar in second place. On the outside line, the even side of the grid is a little bit late to the game, but up to second comes Martin Molnar, already starting to take on Jan Petrovsky, with Scott Lindblom very much in behind, and so too there. A hard starting Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, in the Sodi car, has managed to get himself into fourth position fairly neatly and fairly early on as well. So some good battles already starting through the OK Junior field, but out in front, certainly a good run for Jan Petrovsky, with Gerasim Skudanov way down the field in fifth position, having made the start from the front row of the grid. Lindblom is protecting Hideg and Gerasim Skudanov in the first big braking zone for the hairpin. So everybody just trying to keep it together as they run through, but Lindblom already under pressure from Hideg.
Yeah, Lindblom was trying to go defensive as well. It was way too far from second position to try to attack in any way. And look at him, actually, he's going to have to hold on to his position, because Adam Hideg is very much on his tail. As in the meantime, the 115 trying to make his bid through the field as well. This is Jan Streur, the Dutchman, trying to make his bid as well, as they go side by side on the inside, but a bit too short for Adam Hideg to go past in turn number 1. As Jan Perizolski was able, and there he goes, running turn number 2. So there was the right timing indeed for Adam Hideg. And in the meantime, we could see that Scott Lindblom shut the door at the right time, because further back, Gerasim Skudanov was there for the taking, but there was no way to go for the Leclerc driver.
Into turn 2, into turn 1, sorry, we also saw Jens Struer, Luna Flusha and Nicholas Schaufler get their moves on Adam Adaikin. So Adi Adaikin having a bit of an issue there. So this is the opportunity for Martin Molnar, still putting pressure on the race leader, Jan Petrovsky. But Hideg through to third place for Sodi. Then in fourth, it is the CRG of Scott Lindblom. Battle still going from the Charles Leclerc chassis of Gerasim Skudanov in fifth place. But here comes Martin Molnar once again, pulling away with Jan Petrovsky. This is the battle as far as he's concerned. Just sit behind the Polish driver in the Tony car, push him around the circuit, pull well clear, and then go for the overtake in the couple of laps that end this race. Because obviously if you start battling too soon, you get the likes of Hideg, Skudanov and Lindblom closing in.
And in the meantime, we had Skudanov actually getting ahead of the 189 of Scott Lindblom, losing a place, unfortunately for him. So let's get back as well to that battle. Here we are. This is for third place. We have Adam Hideg from Sodicard, back with the leaders, Jan Perizolski, Martin Molnar. 2.5 seconds. They really put themselves on their own planet, ready for the fight, ready for the explanation between those two. There comes Adam Hideg going defensive and run inside. Skudanov fighting back on Lindblom. They're going to be side by side almost into the S's. The CRG driver very much putting the pressure from fifth place. As we have for the back, Jens Streur doing a good bit as well, up to sixth, followed by Niklas Schaufler, Luna Flusha, Griffin Peebles and Jimmy Elias. That's for the top 10 as we're about to conclude lap number 3. And still nothing decided between those two, Jan Perizolski and Martin Molnar. Two battles, not so much in the same picture, as we have a lot of space. 3 seconds between Adam Hideg in third, but those two are going to be certainly glued together until the very end. Watch out for any mistake coming their way, because this is now that everything is open for discussion, everything open for any mistakes. So time for caution. This is now that the machines and the organism are slowly getting tired after what has been a very busy and long schedule. Coming to the hairpin, nothing changes as Martin Molnar is patiently waiting for the right moment to attack.
Salim Hanna picks up a warning flag, the Colombian in the middle of the field, so not exactly the race he wanted from this particular part of the race, and he's not the only one to get a warning flag. It looks like the 139 has, well, Salim Hanna is the 139, but also the 115 has picked up a warning flag. That's Jens Struer, who finds himself in 7th place just behind Nicholas Schaufler. Well, these two are doing exactly what they should do. Martin Molnar is not going for the overtake at all with Jan Petrovsky. He's just stretching away and putting out the gap. There's quite a few drivers that could learn from this. We've seen quite a few races fall apart at the seams in the mid-pack because the two leaders were not prepared to work together. They just ended up battling amongst themselves and cost themselves all sorts of problems. But Jan Petrovsky and Martin Molnar just stretching away. And look, they're already 3 seconds up the road from everybody else. So this is how this race is going to be won between these two in the closing 2 laps.
And you can make sure that that strategy had been planified in advance. The last talk with the mechanic saying, certainly don't go too crazy, just way too soon. Stay within position. If you find yourself in that situation, we can actually handle the lead and manage your position from afar. So do it. And there was a bit of an attack, at least the first sign of a launch to come at the end of lap number 5. Time is starting to running out for Martin Molnar, and you can see he keeps on gesturing to Jan Perizolski. Let's not fight just right now, even though the gap has been extended to 3.5 seconds. But is going to come all the way down to the last lap, maybe even the last corner between those two. As for the back, Adam Hedek is still protecting his third position, half of a second from in fourth place. Scott Lindblom, Jarzym Skulanov all the way down still in fifth place, 2/10 down. So still some tiny gaps between those three. Niklas Schauffele pulling out the fastest lap on this race, 57.3, and still the observation time for R2 leader Pierzowski Molnar. Well, when will come the first attack?
Well, this is the thing. Bystrovsky knows what Martin Molnar's doing, so now he's trying to pull out the qualifying lap in order to try and pull clear of Martin Molnar so that he doesn't quite get close enough to go for the overtaking move. That's the only thing he can really do, and hope that Molnar in the energy course is not quite going to get close enough to make the overtaking move. But now they're going to battle away. Hideg has pulled clear in third position in the Sodi, but here we go. Last lap, Martin Molnar all over the back of Jan Bystrovsky. This is where it's really going to start to kick off. And Bystrovsky is going to try and hold this lead all the way through from the energy course of Martin Molnar. Is there going to be another shot? Martin Molnar through to the hairpin. And this is where the energy course is going to try and make its move on Jan Bystrovsky. If Martin Molnar can get through, that certainly helps out the likes of Gavalkin and Tom Vanichkul, because they're going to lose, well, it looks as though there could be a chance for Bystrovsky to lose a position or two and lose a couple of points, which would make things a little easier for those two. There's an investigation going on for the 109 of René Lammers, who finds himself currently in 7th place. But as they come through, Martin Molnar is going to leave his overtaking move to the last corner by the look of it. Jan Bystrovsky is right there. He's going to defend. He's going to move to cover. But Martin Molnar may have timed this to perfection. Out of the final turn, he's going to get him side by side. And they're going to run to the line. Who got it? It's Bystrovsky. 5 thousandths of a second in it. Amazing race to the line. And it is Jan Bystrovsky by 5 thousandths of a second to Martin Molnar. Now that is exactly the kind of run to the line you want in FIA karting. That is the second closest finish I have ever seen in OK Junior. Only the finish last year at Sarno between Harley Keeble and Freddie Slater was closer. 2 thousandths of a second that was. That one was 5. But Jan Bystrovsky, crucially, bags another victory, and that now puts him on 11 points. That means that all that Anatoly Gavalkin and Enzo Tonvanichkul have to do to put themselves into the superheat pole position is finish their last races in the top 3. Well, what an immaculate drive from the Polish driver Jan Bystrovsky, really putting himself into the best possible position to make that all go his way. And this is going to be an exceptional final tomorrow. Jan Bystrovsky from Martin Molnar and Adam Hideg, the Hungarians, 2nd and 3rd. Scott Lindblom in front of Gerzym Skulanov and Niklas Schauffele. René Lammers ahead of Jimmy Helias, Tibor Ramakers and Salim Hanar. Then it is Nicolas Roos ahead of Marcel Kaspricki and Luna Flusha. Jens Truer ahead of Griffin Peebles and Renaud Franco. William Go in 17th position ahead of the Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard. 19th place for Marcus Silkunas in front of Leon Brunner and Jensen Burnett ahead of his teammate Andrei Adaikin. Giacomo Pedrini, Len Nige, Kipras Yursa, Oliver Kinmark, Bradley Majman and Nico Lanalati. And would you believe it, despite how thrilling that race was, all 28 drivers were able to bring it home to the finish. So that's the first of your 4 final races, and certainly for Jan Bystrovsky, he books himself at worst 3rd position in the interim rankings, so an excellent end to the day for him. But there's still plenty to do as we have 3 races yet to determine how it's going to play out. So down to the pit lane where Guillaume Alvarez will find the drivers from Heat B versus D.
Welcome back to the Parc Fermé, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to start with the driver finishing 2nd in this race. Oh, watch out, Martin, there's a bit of a traffic jam here, as always, in the scale. So come near me. Yes, indeed, in the eye of the camera. So Martin Molnar, what a last race you guys have given us. But in the end, you managed to finish in 2nd for 5 thousandths of a second on the line. What a photo finish that was.
Yeah, it was really close in the end. After the start, we managed to escape a bit. And I was trying to push on. Like this, we can have some gap. And you know, if you have some gap like this, then you just need to go to the front and you can play this game in the last laps. And yeah, it was a good race. In the last lap, it was really close. Maybe if I jump one more, then I could win it. But it's history from now.
Yeah, still a good result to finish the day. You overall 7 as it stands in the classification, which puts you in the top 10 overall, so in a good position if nothing changes for the superheat tomorrow. So confidence is there.
Yeah, it's a good place, and we had good speed like the whole weekend, the whole energy team, and yeah.
It's a good conclusion to what has been a busy but very strong day from yourself.
Yeah, and I'm waiting tomorrow.
All right, the big day tomorrow. Have some rest in between. Thank you very much, Martin Molnar. Off you go to your business. Is Jan Perezowski still with us? Yes, indeed. You can come. No, that's all right. You very well, like you are, Jan Perezowski. Congratulations. So in the end, it was a very tough battle, wasn't it? As I was saying to Martin, you guys made it to the photo finish for just 5,000 of a second. So that's certainly the closest finish of the weekend. So talk us through how it was from your perspective.
The whole race I was leading, then on the last lap we started a battle. I don't know if he wanted to overtake me or not, I just defend. And then going to the last corner, he made a switch back, and yeah, the photo finish were like that.
But that was a lot of fun, but for you as well, a strong result, another win. And as it stands, you're 4th in the classification, meaning that if nothing changes, you could start actually on the front row of one of the superheats tomorrow. So fingers crossed. Or maybe 3.
I am actually 3rd in the championship, I think, in the standings.
Yes, indeed. It just updated right now. Well done. Yeah, 3rd in the end. So if nothing changes, so it means indeed front row for the first superheat. So well done to you. This has been a good result, and the confidence once again is there for tomorrow, I'm sure, as well as the pace.
I mean, the confidence grow over this day, but the pace is still a bit lacking for me. Then we just need to see what's tomorrow, yeah. If it's raining, I would be actually very happy.
Do you think we're going to have a rain tomorrow?
Unfortunately, I don't think so.
Oh, well, it could have been nice indeed, but anything can still change, you know, we'll see in the night. But thank you very much, Jan Perezowski. Good luck to you and for tomorrow. All right, thank you very much indeed. Jan Perezowski, indeed. 3rd place overall, 11 points, 8 points clear from Saleh in 4th, and 7th and 4th from Enzo Tanvanishkul in 2nd place. So that means that Jan Perezowski, if nothing changes, will be on the front row from one of the qualifying heat, the super heat tomorrow. So let's see if we can have another quick word, unless we're running out of time, but I think we're going to give it back to you, Jake, for the next qualifying heat of the junior class.
Even Formula One has never had a finish as close as we just witnessed in FIA Karting. The best they can come up with is 1/100th of a second back in the 1971 Italian Grand Prix, where Peter Gethin was able to cross the line just fractionally in front of Ronnie Peterson, himself a karting legend back in the day. But 5,000ths of a second. Read it and weep, Grand Prix, because that is even closer than you'll ever see in a Formula One race. Absolutely amazing. 5,000ths of a second between Jan Petrowski and Martin Molnar, with Adam Hideg in front of Scott Lindblom and Gerasim Skudanov. Right, moving on to the next part of call, and it is going to put the 2 newbies, or I should say a returnee and a newbie, on the front row of the grid. This could be one of the most exciting races we've had all week, because we're going to see on pole position Alexander Dahlstrom, the returnee after his injuries at Zuera. He put it in the front row of the grid for each of his heats, and now he's pole position for this last heat of the week. Then Dries van Langendonk, the man who won his first ever FIA karting race, and for about an hour and 15 minutes held an unmatched record, 100% success, winning every single FIA karting race they had ever started. He only held it for about 75 minutes, but it's still a record nonetheless. Alp Hassan Aksoy, he managed to come through for a brilliant performance in qualifying, 2nd on the row of the grid again, and 2nd in his earlier race, battling away with Noah Wolf. But this might just be the race where he gets his first win in FIA karting, and the Turkish star definitely has a chance to make it happen. Alongside him on the grid, the Peruvian Andres Cardenas, very strong, the talented racer in the Kart Republic machine. But the DPK driver in the Castrol colours is going to find it very tricky from that outside row of the grid. 3rd position, 3rd row of the grid, I should say, is the Italian Mattia Colnaghi for the Forza Racing squad in the Exprit chassis. And then alongside him for CRG is the Brazilian Enzo Ninkota who is making his FIA karting debut here this week at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. But a fabulous battle so far and a really intriguing challenge in OK Junior. And this man has a chance to climb back forward through the field. Dmitry Matveev for the Koski Motorsport team. Finished up 4th in the European Championship earlier this season, but he still has every opportunity to charge his way forward. Good to see you, Dmitry. Hopefully it's going to be another strong race for you, and we'll see you towards the sharp end. Still the dust settling from the previous junior encounter, as every other competitor still putting in a good display. And now we're going to get to see what happens. Another man to watch for, actually, in this race is the driver starting 7th on the grid, Gabriel Moura, the Brazilian, who is also a newcomer to the Tony Kart fold. And I have to say, for a new boy, he has shocked the establishment, putting himself right up at the sharp end in qualifying and looking like he could be an established guard in 2023. Definitely worth seeing what young Gabriel Moura can do in the 2023 season. There is the Brazilian, looking very strong to charge his way forward through the field. And he will go from the 4th row of the starting grid and on the inside line as well. All sorts of things could happen from there. Alongside him on the starting grid is the French talent. I was going to say Belgian because Guillaume Alvarez just walked back into the commentary box. It's actually Clément Doutran, the Frenchman for the Belgian team, VDK Racing. So obviously they're going to be there on the 4th row of the starting grid.
But we do have something in common, is that we both speak French. So there you go.
We do indeed. You do indeed. I see where you're coming from. Maxime Verbruge, 5th row of the starting grid. And then alongside Dmitry Matveev, who we saw a little earlier on. Just a little bit of a reminder there from Nigel Edwards, race director, to make sure that everybody gets a clean start as the sun begins to set here in Napoli.
I just had a quick word with Dries van Langendonk indeed, and he chose not to put new tires on, unlike some of them in the field. Gabriel Moura was one of them, as well as the driver just in front of him. I think it was, yes, indeed, Mattia Colnaghi chose to put two new tires on, unlike the Belgian driver that you can see doing a bit of a cross sign. That's very lovely to see from Dries van Langendonk. Then to hopefully to be protected in whatever comes next into the racing. So a couple of new sets of tires, at least half a set of tires, two tires put by some of the drivers out there, which means that not everybody obviously is in the comfort zone coming to this last qualifying heat for the Group B versus D. So we'll see what's going to come out of this. This is the next one, sorry, my apologies, F versus J. But some of them with new rubber on, and we'll see what's going to come out of it.
Yeah, of course, it's worth pointing out, we are talking about the tyres. Those who are watching for the first time the FIA Karting World Championship, there is a regulation with tyres for each category and for each driver that they all have just 6 tyres. That's not 6 sets of tyres, just 6 tyres, 1 full set and then 2 spares that they have to take from the beginning of time qualifying on Friday all the way through to the end of the superheat on Sunday morning. So you have to look after those tyres all the way through the competition, and then you only get a fresh set of tyres for the final. That's it. You've got to make these tyres go the full distance.
Can you imagine for 1 second that those drivers having 1 full set for each heat? 6 sets for 6 heats. How crazy that would be as for racing.
That'd be insane. It would just price everybody out of the game. Alexander Dahlstrom and Dries van Langendonk on the front row of the grid from Alpine Saint-Axoy, and Andres Cardenas from Mattia Colnaghi and Enzo Nienkotter. Gabriel Moura and Clément Doutran from Maxime Verbruge and Dmitry Matveev, Hugo Martiniello, Emanuele Olivieri, Tom Calenda and Adrien Ferra.
From Toby Dvorak, Francisco Marcedo, Panetta Santino, Jakub Kamenik, Sébastien Garzon, Rui Levaux, Matilda Paz, Miguel Costa, Alfredo Ibiapina, Jackson Bruns, Varys Ampus and Mark Brovko. 26 names on the grid, as Emanuele Olivieri is nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, the Italian driver is no longer taking part of the event by the look of it, as he was missing in his previous qualifying heat. So it's going to be about Dahlstrom against Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian driver for the first time competing at this level with 1 win in the bag already.
I love the team spirit here from Tony Kart on the pit lane wall here. You've got the likes of Enzo Tarvanichkel, Arthur Dorisson, Joe Turney, and a few of the mechanics there. They're all willing Alp Hassan Aksoy and Gabriel Moura. and they are two of the newest recruits of the Tony Kart team. They dearly want to see these guys come up the front. They've had their taste of victory this year. They would dearly love for Aksoy and Mora to get their chance, and it's brilliant. Their partisan passion. They are a real family, the Tony Kart operation. That's what you've got to remember. They all want to see all of their drivers push up to the front and get themselves into the top three. And what Aksoy did last time and what Mora's been doing all week has inspired them to push their drivers forward. So let's see what they can do behind Dahlstrom and Van Langendonk, the two Energy Course teammates on the front row. Here we go. Good start from the pole position set of Dahlstrom. They go through Van Langendonk round the outside. Gets the start from the outside row. Brilliant run from the Belgian. Van Langendonk gets into the lead of the race, and up to third position comes Mattia Kolnagi. Aksoy seems to have slotted himself up there nicely in fourth position, the 11-year-old from Turkey in front of Gabriel Mora. So the Tony Karts are fourth and fifth as they run through sixth position. Now who is that just behind the green and white machines? It looks like one of the Paralins. The 135, no it's not, that's Andres Cardenas in the DPK racing machine in the Castrol colours, but everybody taking it nice and easy on the first lap. They don't want to go too ugly too early, but out in front, Dries Van Langendonk has the perfect start.
And from the outside of the Rhine onto the first turn, so beautifully made from the Belgian. That was a close one once again as the drivers put themselves into position. The 134 in the mix, Asap Alk, my apologies, in front of Andres Cardenas as well as Mattia Kolnagi. Let's see when they come out. Dries Van Langendonk, Alexander Dahlstrom, Mattia Kolnagi, Aksoy, Mora, Cardenas, Utron, Matvev, Nikotor and Verbruch. That's your top 10.
Dahlstrom chopped firmly across Kolnagi's warpath on the way through the penultimate corner there. He is determined. He is not going to get pushed around in this final heat. He's had some problems, Alexander Dahlstrom, but if he's going to bow out of this competition after the problems he's had, he is going to bow out on his terms with a decent result. One last chance to go and win a heat, and he is going to try every trick in the book to go there. There goes Gabriel Mora on the inside of Aksoy. Cardenas goes with him, but they both drift wide, and that's a beautiful run from Clement Utran. Utran dives through them all and manages to get into fourth position from what was seventh.
And we saw Dimitri Matveev as well, the 104, putting himself into the mix as well, trying to go through. He's in 8th place, 7th place now, in front of the 134. So let's see how it's going to play out. But Alp Aksoy, unfortunately, losing a pile of positions in the process. Clément Autran trying his bit. He was searching to go to the inside line into turn number 1. It's not happening quite yet, but Clément Autran is trying his bit once again. Alexander Dahlstrom does the battle for third. On the inside goes Andres Cardenas. Watch out for Dimitri Matveev as well. This is a three-way battle with Matveev trying to put the pressure and destabilize Andres Cardenas. With further back as well, we have Gabriel Mora in the mix. There's going to be a great battle between those three. But in the lead, 1.8 second built by Dries Van Langendonk in the first place. Run the inside goes the 104 of Dimitri Matveev. Beautifully made of Andres Cardenas. We didn't get to see the finish of the overtaking maneuver, but Clément Autran is more than willing to emulate one of his rivals going around. Oh, there was a bit of a contact, I'm afraid, for the VDK driver in his bit to try to get ahead of Alexander Dahlstrom. That was a close one, but I think as a result, he might lose a bit of momentum. The VDK driver still remains in the contact of the Energy Course driver in front of him.
Yet again, Alexander Dahlstrom trying to prove he is absolutely no pushover. His father, of course, was a rally driver, so he is not going to be pushed around this course at all. It's clearly in the genes. He is fearless and absolutely resolute to work his way forward. Mattia Kolnagi, filling the fastest lap of the race in second place, trying to close in on Dries Van Langendonk. Alex Dahlstrom still in third from Utran, Matveev, Cardenas, Mora, Ninkota, Kalenda and Aksoy.
Good to see Mattia Kolnagi back in business, in second place, since he had that mechanical flag that put him out of contention in one of his previous races. As we're back with Dimitri Matveev battling along, trying to stay ahead of Andres Cardenas. This is a battle for 5th place at the moment. He's battling all over the field as we can feel the heat and the tension rising ever since we got into the last part of this
Cardenas
schedule.
and Matveev. Cardenas just got to the back of Matveev's kart. They both had to roll off the power there because I'm not sure contact was actually intentional. The 143 gets a warning flag. That's Clement Utran for his bid to get past Alex Dahlstrom. So he's been given a warning flag. And up the inside comes one of the CRGs, leaving it very late to skate through. That's Enzo Ninkota. So Ninkota comes through and manages to move his way forward as Tom Kalenda, the German talent, gets into the mix of this field. You can see him there in the black TB racing machine, and he sets the fastest lap of 57.6 for good measure as Dries Van Langendonk continues to lead from Kolnagi, Utran, and here's the battle for fourth place as Cardenas gets a warning flag.
Warning flags all over the place for both Cardenas and Clément Outran as we're about to conclude lap number 5. Dries van Langendonk nowhere to be seen, still 1.4 seconds from Matthias Kolnagi. Clément Outran down in third. Here's the battle with Dimitri Matveev all the way to Alexander Dahlström, respectively 4th and 5th. Watch out for Andres Cardenas with the Castrol livery on this Car Republic machine from DPK. As we enter lap number 6, oh, that's gonna be tight. That's gonna be tight. Dimitri Matveev trying to find the best possible way. He opens the door, actually going around the inside, and Andres Cardenas shuts the door as well and dive in to take the position. So that's 2 places lost, I'm afraid, for Alexander Dahlström in the course of just 1 corner. That was quite well done for Dimitri Matveev. By the look of it, he just went a bit aggressive on the way to turn number 2, pushing a little bit by the look of it to open the door, to kick the door open, shall I say, for the overtaking move.
Oh, and it's a similar situation there as Nienkotter goes for Dahlström. Gabriel Mora manages to get past both of them there, so the Brazilian works his way forward and picks up 2 places. So a good run from Mora, and it's getting a little bit heated further back as Aksoy and Kalenda managed to pick up an overtaking move as well there on the DPK machine. So it's getting a little bit fisticuffs in the mix there from Ferra, who now goes wheel to wheel with the CRG of Nienkotter, I think that is. No, that is Macedo. But here comes Dries van Langendonk. He has kept himself perfectly neat and tidy all the way through this race, and this has been very calm and collected. This shows you that his win on Friday was not just a flash in the pan. It is so difficult to make an impression as a junior in your first ever appearance in FIA Karting. We saw how Noah Wolff has been so supreme as a British driver, but nobody expected Dries van Langendonk to come through and put on such a spurt of speed in the opening phase of this race week for the World Championship. And Dries van Langendonk, oh, that's a retirement. That's Miguel Costa. Miguel Costa, the Sauber Academy driver, unfortunately out of this race. Nobody expected Dries van Langendonk to come in and win in his first time of asking. Not only has he won once, he has now won twice. What a try from Dries van Langendonk in front of Mattia Kolnagi, as it is going to be Matveev who crosses the line third in front of Cardenas and Clément Outran. Matveev has an investigation flag though for that move that he pulled on Alexander Dahlström. So that could come back to bite the Koski driver. But Dries van Langendonk, you have to say, one of the drivers of the week. Take a bow.
Yes, and another one of an investigation flag for some of the drivers. That gives you a bit of perspective about how aggressive and competitive those drivers were into this race coming to the end of the day. But Dries van Langendonk for Belgium, another result, another brilliant success, the second indeed in these qualifying races. En een andere mooie succes voor de piloot van België, Dries van Langendonk, Nederlandstalige piloot van België. Proficiat, Dries van Langendonk, en tweede succes hier in de FIA Karting World Championship. So that was a bit of Dutch for Dries van Langendonk from Belgium, living in the Flemish part of the country. But hats off to him, a second win here for his first ever appearance in the FIA Karting World Championship. And this time around, once again, he was able to manage until the checkered flag. Dries van Langendonk victorious from Matthias Kolnagi, Dimitri Matveev down in third. Then we have Andres Cardenas in fourth from Clément Outran, Enzo Nienkotter, Gabriel Mora, Adrian Ferrer, Tom Callender, Alexander Dahlström running up the top 10. He lost pretty much everything into the later stages of the race, the unfortunate pole sitter. Then we have Alp Aksoy, another big loser in this race, unfortunately for him, from Francisco Macedo, Sebastian Garzon, Maxence Verbrugge, and Jakub Kamenik down in P15.
Then it's Hugo Martiniello from Matilda Pats and Louis Leveau, Varis Hampus and Toby Dvorak from Jackson Burns, Alfredo Ibiapina, then Mark Brovko and Santino Panetta. The retirement, well, there was only one in the end, Miguel Costa. There was a non-starter too in the Italian Emanuele Olivieri. Well, that race didn't have too much bearing on the top spots in OK Junior. They're all still there in position at the top 5. Kavalkin, Tarvanichkul, Petrovsky, Saleh and Gladish. So whilst all of the positions have been corrected, you're going to see quite a few battles from drivers as the points continue to change once investigations have happened, and obviously drivers will lose ground depending on what penalties they may or may not have been given. You'll have to follow FIAKarting.com in the evening session to see how it all plays out in the interim, and obviously to find out what the grids are going to be for the two superheats tomorrow, because obviously we can only talk about these things from a provisional standpoint. But one team that is definitely be up at the sharp end, we've already seen some great battles from them in both senior and junior this week, is the Koski Motorsport team. They've been making some massive strides over the course of this 2022 season in their second full season of competition in FIA Karting. We caught up with team principal Jan Koski on Thursday afternoon.
I mean, yeah, the last season was good. This season has been better than last season. Not really surprised how it goes. I knew I have a good drivers, good package for the material. Everything is good, so I knew we will be on the top. And in the end, hoping even to have a more wins, more podiums than we had this year. But it's been a good season. But for sure, we will have still much more to go. Like, we are getting up there, and plan is still to go higher and stay there. Using Tonicard chassis, Vortex engines from the one engines, I don't think we are missing anything by the material. Maybe sometimes we need to work a bit harder to find everything correct with the chassis and everything to work together, but I don't think we have any problem over there. So for the moment, we're really feeling strong. I mean, yesterday was good, today it's been good. Everything is looking fine. Of course, the weather forecast is a little bit showing that we will not know what to expect tomorrow on Saturday, but for the moment we feel really confident. Yeah, let's say in junior normally we don't need to work on that so much because with the Green Vega it's normally quite okay. Of course here we have more heats, so we need to also focus a bit on that one, but more in the senior category with the MG tire we need to work quite a lot on that one because that will be the challenging part. If it's not going to rain, it will be making a big difference on the last heats. I would say it's mostly the driver, the style, how they brake, how aggressive they are, how they use the tire. Setup also make a big difference, but the big part is the driver, how he can make the brakings and how aggressive he's driving. So yeah, there's no driver need to be smooth to save the tire. That makes a difference in the last heats, who is fast and who is not. Let's say I like myself like this when it's just a one weekend. So when you cross the line first, you're the winner. I like this style for the world champion especially. But yeah, it's a tough. I mean, more than 100 drivers in the junior on the line and only one can win. So it's a hard work and it's a lot of pressure for everyone from the practice already to have everything working well and that the driver have the confidence to know that he can be there on the top. And then of course, big thing will be the qualifying. You cannot qualify bad if you want to win the race. And especially tomorrow with the weather, I think it will be, let's say, it will be exciting to see what will happen.
And of course, then if I can present my country, I like the motorsport games because all nations are there. The vibe is there.
So I think when you include the karting driver in the FIA Motorsport games, it's like a dream for them. It's like such an important event, such an important race.
For me, representing my country in something that I love doing is really the most rewarding thing, and surrounding yourself with all the others that are coming to fight and do the same. It's a really nice atmosphere and the feeling is really motivating.
I mean, you don't really get a chance to represent your country with the motorsport. So it was a very rare opportunity for me and it was very pleased to be there.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. And I think this year is going to be different. It's going to be bigger, better, action-packed, and full of surprises, I hope.
This event is slowly becoming the starting point for many countries for a sport activity.
While preparing for the next edition in Marseille, we saw a lot more interest from the national sporting authorities wanting to be there, having a real team, all dressed in the same way, carrying the flag.
So we will make it as big as we can. Number of categories increasing will mean that we will not be only on the track, we will also have an event located in Gap for the cross cars and for off-road activities. We will have the rally happening on the roads of the south of France. The location with the track of Paul Ricard is just perfect to have something great.
We cannot wait for what the fans and the drivers are already referring to as the Motorsport Olympics. That will take place on the last week of October in Paul Ricard, the host city, of course, being Marseille. You can find out more details about that by searching for FIA Motorsport Games. It's going to be a great event. Nathan Tai gearing himself up ready in the Sodi kart. He already knows he's got a very tough mission in front of him, but from the inside row this time, he has a good chance to add another victory to his tally. But there's obviously going to be a very interesting mix of drivers in this penultimate heat. It is going to be Chi Newman and Noah Wolf that will share the front row of the starting grid. Nathan Tai, though, has definitely got the credentials to fight for this World Championship. He's just outside the top 10 in the overall rankings coming up to this point. But he has a win, 3/3, an 8th, and a crash out of the race earlier on in the week. So it's obviously very quick indeed for him. He's got an opportunity. There is Tame Soleil. He is about to book himself a potential run on the front row of one of the super heats. If he can stay in the top 4, then that will be confirmed. So obviously he is on the hunt for a victory. To secure that, all he actually has to do is finish in the top 5, and he is guaranteed a front row starting grid for one of the 2 super heats. So, having scored 19 points compared to Maciej Gladic on 26 and Kian Vardin on 28, it's going to come right down to the wire for them. But of course, one of the dynamics we haven't seen yet, and we're not going to see until the very last race of the day, is Anatoly Kivalkin versus Enzo Tarnvanitschkul, the 2 leading protagonists in this aggregate positions, because Tarnvanitschkul is going to be on the outside of the front row. Tarnvanitschkul is going to be on the inside of the 3rd row. That is going to be one hell of a race.
So now would be a good time for you guys to tune in if you've been busy all throughout the day. We still have 2 more races to go through, the last of the junior qualifying races, and this is now whenever for some of the protagonists. This is here that the starting grid for the super heat will be decided, and let's get it on with first of all Chi Newman and Noah Wolf on the starting grid, on the front of the starting grid, as the whistle has been blown in the air. Qualifying heat E versus H, the penultimate race of the 26th that we went through today.
And I'm delighted to say that Noah Wolf has made a good start this time. Chi Newman from Noah Wolf, then Leo Nielsen and Peter Agiv, Nathan Tai and Tame Soleil from Stepan Antonov and Alex O'Grady, Alex Begunovic, Joel Pajola, Ariman Bansal, Tiziano Monza, Kirill Ditiev and Lewis Werrell.
From Zach German, Simo Reckenmacher, Mano Quintieri, Gabriel Sano, Edward Robinson, Kimitani, David Cosma Christopher, Sebastian Camping, Michael Eder, Cindrich Pezel, Jensen Burns, Maria Neto, and Jules Caranta. We have everybody on board, 27 names on the pre-grid and 27 on to the track. Formation lap is on for the penultimate time of the day. A busy schedule that we had for you, as we have after those 2 last races. This is big Sunday of the final of the finals. Hopefully it won't be too much of a bloody Sunday as the sun goes, but we have 6 more races on the schedule for Sunday with 4 superheat and the finals for the afternoon, when only the best 36 of each class will get a chance to shine until the end. Now, talking about shining, the sun has been, you know, pulling away a tiny bit from Sarno. The light has been slightly decreasing. It's much lower than it used to be, so that might add a bit of a spice into the proceeding of the race.
So it could be very interesting as Chi Newman and Noah Wolf head for the first corner. Is this going to be a good start? It is. We're away. Good start from Chi Newman, and off the road instantly is running wide there. That is a big problem for the 190. A big mistake there, unfortunately, for Alex O'Grady as he gets onto the grass, manages to save it. But as the field goes through, Noah Wolf is down to 5th position early doors. So out in the lead, Chi Newman has got the line, and up to 2nd place has come Leo Nielsen. Nathan Ty through to 3rd place in the Sodi card, and up to 4th place, the German talent Tame Soleil, hoping to book himself a front row starting grid for the Superheat tomorrow. All he has to do is finish in the top 5, and he will get that done. Nielsen is not waiting around to get past Chi Newman. They both drift wide, and Nathan Ty is gifted the lead. Tame Soleil is gifted 2nd.
Wow, thank you, bye-bye. This is one of a gift for Nathan Ty, taking the lead from the 146 just before him. This is Stepan
Antonov into the barriers. A big shunt for Antonov. Goodness me. I hope he's okay, because that was a very violent looking crash. But now we've got out of the final turn. Nielsen is still your leader. Ty in 2nd place. Noah Wolf has dropped back to about 7th or 8th place as a result of the momentum lost. He's trying to make sure his card is still going. But it looks to me as though Stepan Antonov has got out of the card. He's walking away, thank goodness. Stepan Antonov, I'm sure he's probably more annoyed and irritated than he is injured, but Stepan Antonov walking away from the scene. Thank goodness he's okay.
Thank goodness indeed. It's not the sort of scene that we'd like to see. I was going to say it's up to 10 drivers in the mix battling at the front. Anything could have happened, and it did, unfortunately, for Stepan Antonov hitting the barrier at very high speed. But once again, unfortunately for Noah Wolf, he was involved in an incident as going around the inside of Chi Newman. Beautiful battle, but it's not going through for Tame Soleil with the Car Republic colors. He's going to have to do that all over again and protect himself from the return of the 120 of Tiziano Monza, back in business after his retirement earlier on. So Tiziano Monza is in 5th. Tame Soleil is up into 4th, and there's confirmation of Noah Wolf, unfortunate involvement. He tumbled down to 7th, and it's going to be investigated. Oh, and a bit of a tussle with Noah Wolf just in front of him, actually. It was Tiziano Monza, I think it was, or was it Peter Agev actually trying to get ahead of him? It was the 111. Is it Lewis Werrell? My apologies, who went waving on the way to turn number 1, but good piece of driving for the British driver who managed to stay on track.
So Lewis Werrell trying to fight his way into the top 5. Tiziano Monza hoping for a decent result, having had so many near misses coming up to this point. Nielsen and Ty are battling for the victory up front, but still there's a lot of battles coming into the hairpin as we still watch plenty of drivers trying to go for those final overtaking maneuvers of the day. Tame Soleil cannot afford to rush this race. If he stays in the top 5, then he's in good position. He'll lose a few points to Maciek Gladish, but if he stays in the top 5, he is going to remain on that 2nd row of the grid. He can't afford to take too many risks. If he starts to lose positions, that's when things are really going to start to unravel for the Kart Republic driver. He has to remain focused. He has to be careful and delicate. What's going to help is Lewis Werrell making a bid for Tiziano Monza.
And look at how close Lewis Werrell is from Tiziano Monza, trying to push him maybe a little bit out of the racing line to turn number 2. We've seen that in the past. Tame Soleil, the fastest on track at the moment, in 4th place, trying to get as close as possible to Chi Newman in 3rd. Leo Nielsen, 0.3 of a second. There they come. Nathan Ty on the way to the hairpin when he had that big shunt on the lap a couple of laps before. This is the penultimate round of this qualifying heat. Oh, and going on the outside of the racing line into the hairpin was happening further back. But now let's keep the focus on the battle for the lead as Lewis Werrell is trying to make his bid once again. He's going to try to go on Tiziano Monza, but it's not happening quite yet. Not even in the last corner for the Forza Racing driver.
Yeah, that was Peter Regiv trying to fend off from Simon Reckenmacher, who finally managed to get his move on the inside line. But here we go, last lap, Nielsen and Ty. Ty is 0.2 of a second away from the Swede, who has the chance to wrap this up. But Nathan Ty wants to steal one final victory away from him in the Sodi Kart. It would be his 2nd win of World Championship week. Can he get it done? It's going to be very tight all the way through to the end of this one. as the drivers are continuing to make good work of things in the closing stages. Leo Nielsen holding on in front of Nathan Ty with Chi Newman and Tame Soleil as they come down to the braking zone for the hairpin. Nielsen not needing to be too defensive. Chi Newman opting to be. Tame Soleil getting there as off the inside. Noah Wolf is going wheel to wheel with Lewis Werrell, and he manages to hold his position, Lewis Werrell. So that was well handled, but Nathan Ty closing in on Leo Nielsen. Looks like we could get another final corner bout. Leo Nielsen's going to protect. Nathan Ty's going to wait for his chance to open up. Here he comes again. He's going to get alongside, but it's not enough. Leo Nielsen will hold on for it. Nathan Ty in second place. And to the drag race to the line, Chi Newman hangs on from Tame Soleil. And all four of them covered by a second. Good racing there from Leo Nielsen as he hangs on to the death from Nathan Ty in second place. So some good performances there. Some epic drives and some really smooth operations from Leo Nielsen behind the wheel of the Ward Racing Tony Kart. Yet another super Swede, very much in the shadow of Oscar Pedersen. He is definitely one to watch out for in 2023 is Leo Nielsen. This second half of the year he has improved massively, and all of a sudden he is going to play a starring role in the 2023 campaign. There's a lot of drivers to keep your eye on in OK Junior in the new season. So let's see how we are going to continue, but obviously a very exciting young run for the contenders in the OK Junior battle. There is just one race to come today, and it's going to be the real sizzler. And it'll be the first time we'll see Anatoly Kavalkin versus Enzo Tarvanichkul as they quest for pole position for the Super Heats tomorrow. So Leo Nielsen takes the win then from Nathan Ty in front of Chi Newman and Tame Soleil. Tiziano Monza holds on in front of Lewis Werrell, Simon Reckenmacher, and the Leclerc by Lennox Racing teammates Noah Wolf and Peter Regiv from Kirill Ditiev in 10th. Then Zach Drummond and Joel Pajola from Alexander Bogunovic and Edward Robinson. Jules Caranta in front of David Cosma. Then Kimi Tani running in front of the Irishman Alex O'Grady. 19th place for Jindra Pazel ahead of Sebastian Kolping of the Philippines. Then Michael Idea from Jensen Burns, Hermano Quintieri, Gabriel Sano, Mario Germananito, and Ariman Bansal, with just the one retirement from the race in the end. That big shunt for Stepan Antonov. But thank goodness the young man from the Kart Republic team was able to get away and walk away from the scene. So very dramatic qualifying heat then in E versus H as the two groups finish off their Saturday of Thunder. And now we will focus in on qualifying heat A versus C, the last race of the day and the last race of the week before we get to the 6 remaining races of the World Championship. The 4 super heats across OK Junior and OK and the finals. So down to the pit lane for the last time today when Guillaume Alvarez will be able to chat to the pilots that have given us so much drama and tension.
Let's come back for the last time into the Parc Fermé, as busy as ever. I'm here with Leo Nielsen. Congratulations, young man. Another strong result for yourself. Victory in the end. But it hasn't been a walk in the park, huh? Quite a difficult last race.
Yeah, it was very difficult to race because I started third, then I was second, but then I overtook for the lead, then I lost to second and now third. And then I was second, and then I was first again, and then I pulled away a little bit. I looked behind, it was a gap, and then but Nathan catches me. He was very fast behind, so I did everything I could.
You did everything you could, and you ended up with a victory for just less than 2/10 on Nathan Ty, so it was very close. Maybe one more lap, it could have been a bit more difficult, right?
Yeah, he was very close, so I tried to go fend, and he tried to go, but we collided each other, but yeah, something can happen.
So this is the end for you of what has been a long day of racing, a lot of qualifying races since yesterday. Overall, how do you look back on your performance level?
The weekend has been up and downs. Some heat was good and some heat was bad. I won DNF, so I'm very happy to make a victory in the last heat.
Yeah, fantastic way to end up the day. All right, have some rest now, and tomorrow for the big day, be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed from Leo Nielsen. Let's try to catch a couple of the drivers. We're going to have a talk with young driver from Germany. Let's try to see if he's available. Simon, are you available for a quick word with us to end up the day? All right, beautiful, Simon. Yeah, you can be on my side, on the other one. Yeah, in the eye of the camera. Yeah, you can, don't be shy, come close. Simon Reckenmacher from Germany.
So I can see it from your face that this has been quite a tough race, but you made it in 7th, having climbed 9 positions. So that's quite a good pace to end the day.
Yeah, I'm super happy with the whole day and yesterday. I always charged us to the field from the 16th place. My quality was not so good in the rain, but yeah, we see tomorrow what is bring. I think we started 20 for the final. Also, we are ranking after heats 20, and yeah, we are looking what happened.
So the weather played against you in the qualifying, but overall happy about the global level of performance that you were able to demonstrate in the qualifying heats, recovering from the back end.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I don't know what I say. I'm always one of the fastest in the heats, and yeah, the qualifying. Rain is not my thing, but yeah.
And so it happens, but that's part of motorsport, isn't it? All right. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed. Young Simon Reckenmacher from Germany competing for the TB racing kart. Here we have Joel Caranta from the Energy course, Joel Bohorla from Sodikart, one of the teammates of Nathan Tide. Sodikart driver have been very, very consistent and strong indeed. As he finished a bit further back into the classification. Well done to you. Let's try to see if we can have a couple of more reactions maybe from the. Let's see if we can. Oh, this is always heavy actually. I got a chance earlier to lift one of those cars myself, and I can tell you it weighs more than 100 kilos, sharing that by 2 men, and I can tell you it's quite heavy. This is very heavy, and looking at that from the outside, it looks actually quite easy to lift up. It's not at all. So to be honest, hats off to the mechanics for doing the work and being that much efficient. Let's try to see if we can have one more reaction maybe from the back end of the grid, trying to see about some of the results that we have here. Jason Burns, for instance, made it into 20 seconds. Let's try to have a quick word with him if he's available, the Australian driver. Jason, can we have a quick word with you? All right, thanks for joining us. Jason Burns from Australia. So this has been a long day for you, 22nd at the end of this race. How do you look back of your performance in this World Championship so far?
It's been a great experience to race with all these people, to learn a lot of things and go back to my country and start winning.
So I guess you have a lot of people cheering for you from afar from Australia for this weekend as well, watching along on the stream. People with you this weekend as well?
Yeah, some of my family, but yeah.
All right, good that you have support indeed. So how has it been competing at this level in this field at the World Championship? Because Sarno is not the easiest track to come and compete in Europe.
It's really good to come here and just race eventually.
All right, good talk indeed. Thank you very much for talking to us, and have a good rest after this very busy day indeed. Jason Burns from Australia. So it's quite a long way coming from the other side of the world to compete with the best of the world in the karting community. As you can see, Victor Gustafsson actually on the picture, the KZ world champion from Le Mans. Maybe we can have a quick word. Victor, are you busy certainly? So you have time for one quick question? All right. So you're not, yeah, let's step back a little bit in the eye of the camera. We saw you on top of the world 2 weeks ago. Now in a different suit, different outfit, but still quite busy coaching with the team of CRG.
Yeah, obviously the work never stops, does it? You know, still have to work, trying to help my driver as much as I can. Also a good experience for me, you know, learning about the chassis even more. No, it's a good experience for me also, and you learn every day, so this is how it is.
Absolutely. So quite a different style of racing than the one you used to in the gearbox class. What do you make of what we've seen on track so far in terms of racing, in terms of competitiveness from the drivers?
No, obviously it's very high level, same as KZ and KZ2. I mean, it's the highest level you can find anywhere, you know, it's the World Championship. Obviously, I think also the track is very difficult with the setup, venue and everything, also for the driver. So I think it's a very interesting race, and we see who can win tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much for stopping by, and see you tomorrow. And enjoy, have a good one with the CRG racing team. It was nice to catch up with Victor Gustafsson, crowned 2 weeks ago KZ World Champion in Le Mans. If you were with us, you witnessed that beautiful achievement in the home of motorsport. So get back to you, Jake, for the last one of the day.
And we really could well have saved the best till last. Qualifying heat A versus C, two of the fastest groups. It's going to put the pole position sitter Kian Fardin back on the front end of the grid on the front row. Alongside him is going to be Anatoly Kavalkin, who will be there on the outside of the front row of the grid. And as it stands, he will be the interim leader going into tomorrow's Super Heats. He has 6 points accrued, but then back in 5th position on the grid, Enzo Tarnvanichkul from Thailand finds himself 5th on the grid with 7 points accrued. Whoever beats the other, essentially, is going to be in pole position for the Super Heats a little bit later on in the day. So it's going to be a really exciting challenge for the contenders from the outset. We are going to have a really sensational duel as the contenders will battle for supremacy. Kian Fardin, pole position. Second alongside him, Anatoly Kavalkin. Third on the grid for Andrea Dupé and Maciej Gladys on the Lando Norris chassis from Ricky Vlin Motorsport. Then Enzo Tarnvanichkul alongside Alfie Slater. Josh Graham on the Kart Republic in the Argenti colours will be 7th on the grid, along with Ivo Besterda on the 4th row of the starting grid. And then we'll have Tobias Clausen lining up alongside Kilian Josserand in the Birolal, the Swiss driver, lining up there in position. Sandro Perez and Marcus Sater, Max Walton, Thomas Strauven. So much quality in this field amongst the junior contenders. And this, of course, is going to be the race that determines the outcome of the pole position sitter on this final race of the day, who will go on to pole position in the Super Heats tomorrow. Anatoly Kavalkin has 6 points. Enzo Tarnvanichkul has 7 points. So Kavalkin leads the way with the fewest points scored. A win is worth 0. Second is worth 2. It's 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. So you've got to finish as strong as possible to add as few points to your tally. And it's going to be interesting to see if Kian Fardin can cope with the pressure of the European champion Anatoly Kavalkin, who is hoping to become the first man in 8 years to win both the European and World Junior titles in the same season. It'll be interesting to see if that can happen. But Kian Fardin lining up on the front row. Big pressure on the Swiss man's shoulders. And for Enzo Tarnvanichkul, he needs a good start to get in front of his main rival here this week in the World Championship fight. Kian Fardin and Anatoly Kavalkin from Andrea Dupé and Maciej Gladys. Enzo Tarnvanichkul and Alfie Slater from Joshua Graham and Ivo Besterda. Tobias Clausen, Kilian Josserand, Sandro Perez, Marcus Sater from Max Walton and Thomas Strauven.
From Guy Albag, Andy Konzani, Elliot Kaczynski, Luca Fruccia, Marty Ritonen, Arthur Dorisson, Leo Robinson, Denius Troschu, Kirill Kutskov, Emiliano Ortolani, Timofey Mikhailov, Zoe Florescu-Potolia, Sasha Avril, and Faden Papa Philippou. 28 drivers to run things up here in Sarno, as we have one more day of competition. Don't go anywhere and book it in your agenda, because this is the battle that we've been expecting for quite a while, as you said. And Anatoly Kavalkin, Enzo Tarnvanichkul split by just 1 single point in the intermediate classification. That's going to be battle royale.
You really could cut the tension with a knife here. It is so adrenaline fueled coming into this last race. Kian Fardin, pole position. Anatoly Kavalkin looks set to be pole position in the Super Heats tomorrow. But this is where it's all going to come down to it. Andrea Dupé and Maciej Gladys wanting to finish strong, needing some decent points from this one, needing a victory really to book themselves into a strong place for tomorrow's Super Heat. Tarnvanichkul from 5th on the grid. Alfie Slater from 6th wants redemption. And then Josh Graham and Ivo Besterda out to prove themselves in the top 10. The last race couldn't have more excitement built into it. Are we going to go racing first time? Yes, we are. Off we go. Kavalkin trying to go right round the outside. Fardin slides across, and it's going to be him that holds it. Kavalkin slots into 3rd, behind the Sodi of Andrea Dupé. And as they work through, Gladys is going to be 5th around the outside of Enzo Tarnvanichkul, but he's got to be careful not to run into the side of his teammate, Alfie Slater. Gladys holds on to it in 5th position. Then it is Slater as the field works its way through. That's the Paralin trying to work his way up. That's Ivo Besterda. But they come through and onto the back straight, and a really exciting run. Out in front, it's Fardin. Then it's Dupé. Kavalkin and Tarnvanichkul are already together in 3rd and 4th. And Kavalkin trying to run around the outside of Dupé as up the inside comes Slater on Gladys, and that opens the door.
And for the last time today, the opening lap about to be completed. And look at the battle going on already with Kavalkin trying to get as much space as possible from Dupé. But it's not an easy task indeed, as they complete lap number 1. as Clan Farin was able to pull away already a bit of a gap. Let's have a look as they come across the start-finish straight. The Energy Corset driver already on his own pretty much, as Guy Halbach is having a warning flag. 0.8 of a second. Kavalkin, Dupé, Enzo Tavanishkul. This is second, third and fourth respectively, sorry. Turn number 2. Then we have Slater making his way up to 5th. Beautiful recovery already from Halfie Slater. Masej Glady is still stuck in 6th, but the race is still long, so to speak. Let's see how it's going to play out.
Incredibly, on the first lap of the race, we had 2 warning flags, Guy Albag and Alfie Slater. So clearly, the pressure is on everybody trying to finish off strong here at Sarno on the Saturday afternoon. Down into the hairpin, and Gladish has got the move there on Slater, I noticed. So Gladish gets up into 5th place once again, but he's run wide, and as a result, that's Ivo Besterda getting through them all. So Besterda has managed to work his way up into 5th place in the power lane. So it is going to be Besterda, Gladish, Slater, Graham, Jossaran and Saita in the top 10. But Tarvanichkul is still under pressure, trying to close up on Anatoly Kavalkin, who is now within half a second of the race leader, Kent Bardin. So Tarvanichkul having got past Dupé, and now we've got Besterda. Then it's Gladish, Slater, Jossaran, Graham and Strauven. So it's getting pretty heated for 6th position downwards.
Yeah, Tarvanishkul made his way past on the way to turn number 11. Beautifully made up to 3rd. And look at how tight the battle, the 210 on your picture. This is Joshua Graham trying to attack Kylian Jossaron for 8th place, being put under pressure by Thomas Strauven in 10th as well. So there's like more than 10 drivers, a fully packed of young pilots here in Sarno. Masej Glady is having a warning flag at the moment, so that's not the good news at all, as he's running, trying to make his bid from 6th in the classification. Another warning flag for some of the drivers battling at the front. So let's see how it's gonna actually play out from that point on. But as you can see, Alfie Slater trying his bid as well, resisting from the pressure for the back from Kylian Jossaron, as we can see the move.
Well, Kian Fardin has got Kavalkin right underneath him. Kavalkin's going to try and make his bid into lap 4. And this is where Kavalkin can seal the deal as far as getting pole position is concerned. And off the road goes Joshua Graham right in front of us as Kavalkin makes the move to take the lead on Kian Fardin. So Kavalkin gets through. He leads now in front of Kian Fardin with a clean move into turn 2. That was well nailed from Kavalkin in the power lane. And he should be able to just rock away. But Kian Fardin is going to put as much pressure on him as possible. Enzo Tarvanichkul looking comfortable in 3rd place, and that will be enough to put him into 2nd in the interim rankings. So Kavalkin looking strong here. Tarvanichkul looking comfortable in 3rd position. He doesn't need to worry too much about anything else cooking off, but there is a problem further back. It's one of the Sodis going off the road at the hairpin. That looked to me like Andy Consani running wide. So he has now managed to get himself back onto the racetrack, but he has lost quite a few positions as a result of that. So off they come onto the turn. There's investigations already cooking up. So we've got the 156 under investigation. That is Andy Consani and Joshua Graham under investigation as well. Now we don't know whether they're the innocent victims or the guilty parties, but obviously those incidents do need to be looked into. So that's what the investigation flag is for.
61,000 of a second, pretty much nothing between the two leaders, Anatoly Kavalkin and Kian Farin. In 2nd place at the moment, the Energy Corset driver putting so much pressure as much as he can on the leader on the way to the hairpin after the back straight, but nothing's happening yet. He's waiting for the right amount of time, the right window to open in front of him, of his eyes, and let's see if he's going to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. If whatever comes out, we'll see about that. But Kavalkin and Kian Farin 1 and 2. 1.2 seconds in front of Enzo Tarvanishkul, who doesn't need to do too much indeed. He needs to stay in that position in order to secure what will be the pole position for the superheat number 2, the superheat B, as we come into the penultimate lap of the race and of the day here in Sarno, with the fading sun on the horizon, and still those two glued together for just 1 tiny tenth of a second. Passes lap for Masej Glady still being investigated at the moment by the marshals. But who will prevail? Will it be Anatoly Kavalkin, as he's been doing so far, coming from the European Championship when he sealed the deal and won the title? Will it be Kian Fardin, that we didn't expect at that level, and that will do everything that he has to translate that into winning results tomorrow?
Kian Fardin is driving so smart here, just parking himself underneath Anatoly Kavalkin's parallel, just letting him do all the hard work until they get onto the final lap. And Kian Fardin really needs a victory to get himself ahead of the likes of Molnar, Gladish and Hideg. He goes for the move in the final bend, and Kian Fardin takes the lead with 1 lap to go. So Kian Kian Fardin has actually got the position here in front of Anatoly Kavalkin, and they have lost half a second to Enzo Tarvanichko. Now, watch Kian Fardin park the bus on the apex. He's going to try and hold Anatoly Kavalkin at bay. This is great news for Tarvanichko because he is eating up the road to catch them. Fardin hanging on in front of Kavalkin. Fardin still parking the bus. Kavalkin trying to get back on terms. Tarvanichko getting closer and closer all the time. Lucas Flusha banks in the fastest lap, but on the back straight, this is all going to be about what Fardin does here with Kavalkin. Kavalkin has got an investigation flag. He's going to dive in on Fardin, but they both drift wide. Tarvanichko is going to get them both. Tarvanichko takes the lead, and this is going to put him in the lead of the interim standings. He's going to overtake Kavalkin. Kavalkin is going to drop 2 points. Tarvanichko is going to drop nothing. Tarvanichko will suddenly take the lead of this World Championship fight. Fardin coming up alongside Kavalkin, but it's Tarvanichko. He takes pole position for tomorrow's World Championship Sunday. What a drive from Tarvanichko. Magic!
Magic is the word indeed. What a finish from Enzo Tarvanichko, who had waited for the good moment to dive in, as while the leaders in front of him were too busy battling, too busy losing time and momentum. Enzo Tarvanichko just waited for the right moment. He went for the move, went for the attack in the last lap, in the last few corners of the race. What a fantastic piece of achievement that is for Enzo Tarvanichko, who finishes ahead of everybody with a pole position for the first superheat. And another sign of his strong determination. Enzo Tarvanichko is right at the front, and everybody is going to count on him as well to fight all the way to the end.
We had an accident on the final lap that sadly took out Maciej Gladish, the Polish driver for Ricky Flynn. That's devastating news for him because he was in the top 5 for every race leading up to that, and suddenly he plummets to a 28-point score in the final race of the day. But what a charge forward from Enzo Tarvanichko. He takes the win and pole position for tomorrow's superheat. Kian Fardin brilliantly fights back on Anatoly Kavalkin and moves to second. Ivo Bisterda is in fourth place from Kilian Josselin, and Marcus Saita ahead of Kirill Kutskov, Lucas Flusha, Thomas Strauben, Andrea Dupé, Leo Robinson, Sandro Perez, Tobias Clausen, Guy Albag and Andy Consani.
Then we have Dino Savin-Strolsku in P16 from Arthur Dorisson, Emiliano Ortolani, Sasha Abril, Elliot Kaczynski, Joshua Graham, Alfred Slater, all the way down to 22nd. That's quite a shame indeed. Ferdinand Papaphilippou in 23rd from Timothy Mikhailov, Max Walton, Zoe Fiorescu-Potolea, as well as Martin Rutonen, and one driver out, unfortunately, Maciej Gladish, who was running strong in the top 10 of the race before having to watch on the sideline. There won't be much to watch, unfortunately, for him since he was in the last lap. But what a conclusion of what has been a fantastic day of racing here on the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. With the sun going down behind Mount Vesuvius, what better picture to round things up here from Sarno.
A phenomenal postcard from the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. As we head into the race tomorrow, it is going to be World Championship Day for Matheus Morgado of Brazil and Enzo Tarvanichko of Thailand. Today couldn't have gone better. Tomorrow could be the time when they become FIA Karting World Champions. From myself, Jake Sanson, my colleague Guillaume Alvarez, from everyone at RGMMC, we hope you've enjoyed Saturday's coverage of the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. Let's do it all again tomorrow and crown the 2 latest FIA Karting World Champions. A domani!